Chapter 401. Who? There were a total of 12 revived corpses. Their physical abilities were greatly enhanced, making it difficult for ordinary soldiers to deal with them. But they were no match for Olivia and me. There are countless people stronger than me, but I am also part of a different dimension of superhumans compared to ordinary people. I took care of 5. Olivia took care of 6, and the guards who came to their senses subdued 1, which I finished off. Just as the corpses purified by the power of Tiamata stopped moving, Olivia seemed to have used the power of Toan to stop the movement of the corpses. But the situation was dire. There were numerous people that had been bitten, had their heads smashed, or died with their limbs torn apart. The number of corpses seemed to be at least 50. A massacre had occurred in a very short time. Many people fled, but there were countless people who were frozen in fear. Their legs must have given out from fear. Shouldn't they have thought that something terrible might happen outside their understanding if they killed those they believed to be followers of the demon cult? I don't want to mock those who can't move out of fear now that such a thing has actually happened, but I couldn't help feeling frustrated. Thank you for saving us. What the hell is this? Although many of the dead were armed guards who had been near the awakened corpses, those who had regained their composure fought with weapons. The person who seemed to be in charge and the other guards were still terrified. Just take care of the people first. I don't have time to explain who I am. Yes, yes, not everyone recognizes the sacred relics. I don't know what they would think of the Tiamata in my hand, but they must think it's something unusual. I didn't plan to appear in this way, but would I end up being known as a hero who jumped into an unexpected massacre and repelled the undead? Olivia approached me from afar. Reinhardt, I think this might be. Olivia trailed off. I knew what she was trying to say. The possibility of dark magic was there, but she seemed more focused on another possibility: the power to revive the dead. It was the power once wielded by the cursed Tiamata and the demon guard version of Toan. Here, it is highly likely that the divine power of the demon cult is being used. That means there is a possibility that the real demon cult is involved in this situation. And the situation in the plaza had been resolved, but there were no signs of additional guards arriving. Arg, please, save me, run away. Screams of people could be heard in the distance. Olivia must have felt the awe-stricken gazes of the guards and those with weakened legs looking at us. Olivia had sad eyes. People would now know what to do, because they knew. They wouldn't recognize Olivia and me. Seeing the man and woman of the mysterious sect who appeared as salvation in a horrible situation and wielded a powerful divine power, it was obvious what the people would do. God sent an angel. He saved us. People looked at us, nodding their heads and prostrating themselves, while Olivia watched them with a complicated gaze. Some would hang someone on a whim, while others would worship someone just as arbitrarily. Olivia didn't look at those people, but stared at the main square instead. There were many corpses that had appeared in a short amount of time, but there were no longer any living, moving corpses. Let's go, Reinhardt. We had to do something about the bizarre events happening in Rajuan. The disaster that occurred in the main square had subsided, but the resurrected corpses exhibited physical abilities beyond those of ordinary humans. The important thing was that it seemed like these events were happening not only in the main square, but all over Rajuan. Ah! Run! An uncontrollable fire of unknown origin had engulfed the city, and the resurrected corpses were biting and tearing at people everywhere. Since the dead bodies were coming back to life and attacking people, it was only natural that their numbers were growing. If this continued, Rajuan would become a sea of flames filled with resurrected corpses. Hiss! Damn it! As I cut through the living corpses with Tiamata, a white holy flame burned from the cut surface, incinerating the evil energy. If this was truly the power of the real goddess Kyr, then Kyr, as an alter ego of Toan, was ultimately purifying the power of the same existence with the same power. Ah, ugh, please, save me. Rajuan, which had already been in chaos, was now turning into chaos mixed with slaughter. That was not all. Groan, damn it, they're coming back to life. The corpses that Olivia and I had dealt with didn't come back to life, but the corpses in the streets began to move grotesquely and twist as time passed. Unless they were purified by divine power or completely smashed into a formless state, the dead bodies would rise again after a short time. Crunch! Olivia crushed the head of a corpse that was just about to move with a hardened expression. Her lips were tightly pursed, and her face was horribly distorted. Even if they were undead, it was difficult to crush those who had been alive just a short time ago. Don't be afraid. Cut off their limbs. Cut them off. The only silver lining was that we could hear shouts of ongoing battles somewhere. This fight required not just soldiers but priests and knights as well. However, it was doubtful how many high-ranking priests there were in the small country of Levena. In fact, the priests in the main square had also died helplessly, unable to do anything. They were not used to fighting. I wonder when the Empire's reinforcements will arrive, or if they will even come. Olivia muttered with a desperate expression. Once the news reached the Empire with the warp gates, reinforcements would arrive, and the Empire's special forces should also be able to handle this to some extent. But could Rajuan withstand this bizarre situation where the dead were coming back to life? In Rajuan, which had suddenly turned into a living hell, Olivia and I ran and ran, searching for the source of the disaster. As we ran, we slashed, cut, and crushed the resurrected corpses we encountered. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr way. Rajuan wouldn't have become a sea of flames in an instant like this unless someone had deliberately set fires in a coordinated manner. Reinhardt, over there. How far had they run? Olivia pointed to the end of the straight road that stretched out before them. There, a group of people dressed in black robes were standing. As someone waved their hand at an intact house, a wave of fire surged like a tide, swallowing an entire building whole. They could clearly see it. Someone setting fires. Was it magic? Among those people in robes, there was one person riding a horse. No, it wasn't just a horse. A ghost horse. It was a translucent horse with only a faint blue-white form, a ghost horse called Phantom Steed. From within the group, the being riding the ghost horse turned its head toward us from afar. Due to the distance and flickering flames, the figure inside wasn't clearly visible, but I could feel it distinctly. Intuition warned me. It was watching me. From afar, both Olivia and I could see the figure in the black robe urging its mount. We didn't know who it was, but it was coming closer. It will be better if you wield Tiamata. Yeah. I was certain that Olivia wasn't a combatant in her unarmed state. Tiamata was in Olivia's hand, and Alspringer was in mine. The ghost horse wasn't running, but rather sliding across the distance at an unbelievable speed, charging toward us. Swoosh! Swinging a long twin-pole weapon in its hand, the figure in the black robe approached us. Its face couldn't be seen within the robe, only appearing as a black mass. It was riding the ghost horse with a spear in its left hand and a sword in its right. In an instant, the knight closed the distance, swinging the spear at Olivia and the black blade at me. Clang! Screech! My hand was knocked away with a tingling pain, and Olivia's stance wavered greatly. We weren't hurt, but the power in the weapons was hard to withstand. Growl and unknown black energy was swirling around the weapons in both of its hands. What the fuck are you guys doing? After the first attack, and quickly widening the distance, the Phantom Rider responded to my question with a slow voice from within the darkness. By the command of the Demon King, the knight riding the charging ghost horse spoke softly. He desires the destruction of Levena. When did I ever? I didn't even know these bastards. But what the fuck is this about the Demon King wanting Levena's destruction? I couldn't understand it. And if the power of the demon cult's followers is at this level, why have they been silent until now? Did they expand their influence in the meantime? There was only uncertain speculation, but nothing was certain. However, the Ghost Rider charged in again, holding two weapons tainted in darkness. The speed was incomparable to a horse's gallop. This time, it attacked aiming solely for Olivia, as if knowing that it had to eliminate her first. Wuong. Although the first attack was hard to withstand, Olivia had infused Tiamata with tremendous divine power. Tiamata would be more efficient when used by Olivia than when it was in my hands. Shang! A fierce shockwave exploded from the sword that collided with Olivia. Olivia didn't back off this time, but the Ghost Rider seemed to have suffered no significant damage. As it passed by Olivia and reappeared, the rider stared intently at Olivia. I couldn't tell what the bastard was thinking in the pitch-black darkness, whether the Ghost Rider decided to face both of us or not. The group in black robes disappeared from the edge of the street. There was no escape. The speed of the ghost horse the bastard rode was not ordinary. It seemed to ignore the laws of physics. Shang! Cock! In an instant, it dashed forward, struck, passed by the other side, and as if there was no inertia, it charged back again. The way it moved without being bound by inertia. The speed and power behind the strikes were real. Reinhardt, be careful, quacking. Cuck. Even though I was maintaining magical reinforcement, I felt a powerful pain in my wrist just from deflecting the spear it thrust at me. But the terrifying thing about that bastard was not simply the destructive power of each strike. After striking once, it didn't give me a chance to escape from the impact. Instead, it frighteningly rotated and charged at me. Sheik. Damn. Fuck. The Ghost Rider, without any backlash from its dynamic action, thrust its spear at my face as it charged. Was this really the plan to kill me, claiming to be on the side of the Demon King? Shang. Just before it could stab me with its spear, Olivia, who jumped in, struck the shaft of the spear. Kie. In the blink of an eye, the Ghost Rider, who had turned its horse's head and retrieved the spear, moved to the side. Are you okay, Reinhardt? Yes, for now. I couldn't gauge its full strength, but the Ghost Rider's ability was far beyond mine at the moment. I wasn't sure how it would compare to Olivia, but it seemed apparent that it considered her a nuisance. How do we deal with that horse, the ghost horse, displaying movement that seemed to ignore the laws of physics, was a problem. The rider's power was also an issue, but in the state of riding that ghost horse, it had an overwhelming advantage. I'll try to hold it somehow. Olivia was holding Tiamata, and her left hand was also emitting a white halo. Olivia, who had maximized the enhancement of magical reinforcement and divine power, didn't fit the situation, but she looked like an angel who had descended onto the battlefield. In this situation, where everything around was burning, it seemed as if it had come down for judgment rather than salvation. Kiye, the ghost horse, let out a bizarre cry and charged at Olivia and me again. Quacking. With a sound so loud that it was hard to believe it was a collision between weapons. The rider didn't pass Olivia this time. No, he couldn't. He was pushed back by the recoil of colliding with Olivia and her weapon. But it didn't end there. Kang, kakang, kang. Olivia pressed the attack, driving the rider back and preventing the horse from moving. Olivia aimed at the horse and swung her weapon, but the rider seemed to know and blocked all her attacks with his spear and sword. Olivia was impressive, but the Ghost Rider's strength was tremendous. While wielding a sword and spear with both hands, he skillfully blocked Olivia's attacks, even as she swung Tiamata with both hands. He was an unbelievable monster. However, cooperation was absolute. While he focused on protecting the ghost horse from Olivia's attacks, I caught the rider from behind. First, I needed to knock him off the horse before I could think about what to do next. What I needed now was not strength or skill, but speed. It had been a while since I last used it in battle. Swift, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. I focused the power of self-suggestion on speed. I added another power to it as well. The more powerful my enemy is, the more Alspringer strengthens me. It was clear that my enemy was more powerful than me, so the conditions were sufficient. One step. The moment I took a step. To my own astonishment, I quickly caught up to the rider, unfamiliar with my own speed. However, it seemed as if the rider reacted to my speed, blocking my incoming sword with a swing of his spear. Jay Jukyung. Cuck! It was the fastest speed I could achieve, but the rider reacted to it. However, as I said before, in the end, cooperation is absolute. With his left hand blocking my attack and his right hand fending off Olivia's sword, the Ghost Rider was momentarily immobilized, unable to move forward or backward. He moved as if defying the laws of physics, but he never moved sideways, at the very moment when his retreat was blocked. Kadok. Olivia grabbed the rider's sword with her free left hand, wrapped in light. Olivia grabbed the rider's sword and roughly twisted its direction. S-suck. With Tiamata, she severed the ghost horse's neck. Kie. With a creepy shriek, the ghost horse turned into blue mist and scattered, while we quickly distanced ourselves. It was then that the rider, who had been showing abnormal movement on the horse, finally descended to the ground. Kung, the rider, clad in a black robe, said nothing about losing his horse. He hadn't said a single word except for the initial one, and no emotions or feelings could be read from him. Bam! The rider carelessly threw away the lance, which was longer than his own height, and held only the sword enveloped in darkness. What are you guys? Olivia, with her sword still drawn, spoke to the rider watching the two of us. Are you minions of the Demon King? Olivia seemed to think it was more important to find out the identity of these enemies than the rider's strength. From within the robe, an unidentified rider looked at us and spoke. Right. This is fucking insane. When did I don't know you guys. A stranger claims to be my subordinate. The unfinished work of the prophet. We shall complete. Prophet. Judging by the fact that they call the demon king a prophet, these people must be followers of the demon cult. Although I didn't fully understand how the situation was unfolding, I seemed to grasp their purpose and intentions. Since the demon king failed to attack Levena, do these people who regard me as a prophet intend to complete the failed task by attacking Rajuan on their own? The situation is so twisted that even something like this happens. Grrrr. The sword the bastard is holding starts to stir with black energy. It's quite different from the momentum so far. It's not that his combat power has weakened since dismounting from the horse, but rather it seems like he's only now showing their true strength. The weapon itself, dripping with dark energy, seemed to bring about something bizarre the moment it confronted them. Right. A bitter smile formed at the corner of Olivia's mouth. There's no way the Demon King would do something like that. Olivia didn't come here to find out the truth behind this incident. If the Demon King's subordinates are turning Rajuan into a mess in real time. Olivia seemed to have gained the conviction that there must have been some other reason for the Demon King to save her. Conviction was needed. So, she just got it now. No matter how disgusting and repulsive the behavior of humans may be, would the essence of all humans be evil, however? Although I can't know the essence of all demons. Kairak. Sa. Save me, Kairara. If the Demon King is doing this, the Demon King is an evil being. Olivia is convinced. And Olivia lands, holding Tiamata, stared at the Black Knight with a chilling expression. There's no longer any need to plead for the power of divine grace. Olivia abandoned her faith. However, she still uses divine power, and it lends her strength. But now, Olivia seemed to want to deny even the principle behind it. Light. It's not a plea to save us. It's not a plea to guide us. It's not a plea. Come to me, to the light. Follow me. Olivia commands. Woo-oh. The white light carried by Tiamata gradually deepened and eventually began to emit a golden hue. Olivia Lands uses Tiamata in a different way than I do. I know that divine power gives strength to Olivia, regardless of faith, so there's no need to pray or believe so hard. Olivia was chosen by the gods, since she was chosen, to the goddess who lends her power no matter what she does. Now she tells her to release her power. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. As the atmosphere churns with the overwhelming torrent of divine power, Olivia Lands stares at the Black Knight with fierce eyes. Even Riveria Lands wasn't like this. In terms of actual capabilities, Riveria Lands would have the upper hand, but in terms of divine power itself, Olivia seemed to have overtaken Riveria Lands. Even standing at close range, I could feel the atmosphere trembling with the storm of divine power. However, the wicked being before his eyes did not back down at all in front of such Olivia. The dark energy boiling within the Black Knight was ominous, but the storm of divine power emanating from Olivia was overwhelmingly enormous. It was already huge, but Olivia's divine power, amplified through Tiamata, seemed to engulf the world just by releasing the condensed divine power. Olivia clad in light, and the night clad in darkness. The Black Knight rushed towards Olivia. However, it looked as small and pitiful as a small boat facing a tidal wave. Facing the oncoming Black Knight, Olivia focused her divine power on Tiamata. A dazzling golden radiance began to concentrate on Tiamata. The divine power, which seemed to explode at any moment, condensed on Tiamata, collided with the sword of the Black Knight. Olivia thrust her sword from top to bottom. It was an honest strike, but it carried the pressure to crumble the world. The moment the two swords collided, flash, I saw the storm of light swallowing the world. Chapter 402, Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. After the surge of divine power swept the surroundings, I could see the particles of light falling from the sky. It was an incredible torrent of power, strong enough to toss me around as well, who was caught up in the storm. Olivia stood still in the midst of the storm, looking somewhere. There. Something was there with its black robe tattered and its bones completely exposed, emitting black smoke from the corners of its mouth and eyes. Suar, it wasn't dead. From the beginning, it was moving while dead. Olivia murmured as she looked at the still skeleton. Death Knight. What was blocking our way was a Death Knight. As its bones slowly crumbled and turned to ashes, we silently watched. It goes without saying that the Death Knight is a top-tier undead. Despite Olivia's tremendous use of divine power from Toan, which is highly effective against undead, It proved its power by leaving remnants instead of evaporating. To think that such a thing would appear where people live, the world has gone mad. Olivia gritted her teeth and muttered. However, the chaos wasn't over. We had only dealt with one death knight, but the city's turmoil was accelerating. And then, kii, with a screeching sound like a warped song, a ghost horse appeared at the end of the street. There's more. As if aware that one death knight had been taken care of, or to eliminate the danger, another death knight was approaching from afar. Moreover, kii, it wasn't just one, but two. Olivia's expression became serious. What on earth? It took a tremendous amount of mental strength to deal with just one. With the appearance of two new death knights, Olivia's expression turned grim. Two would be difficult. Would Rajuan really be destroyed today? The two death knights, rapidly closing in, were targeting Olivia and me. Olivia's strength was depleted, and I was not strong enough to face the death knights. If I used a revision to create an opening, could I handle them? Since they serve the Demon King, would revealing that I am the Demon King make them stop their attack? If so, what should I explain to Olivia? I had to make a choice. Would Olivia join me? Would she believe that I didn't intend for this situation to happen? Just as I was about to take off Sakuga's ring in response to the charge of the two Death Knights. Sheik, a blue flash passed between Olivia and me. Bam! We could both see the flash pierce right into the chest of the charging Death Knight. Only then did we see the sword engulfed in a burning blue magic, embedded in the Death Knight's chest. And then, Sheik, another blue flash flew past us. This time it was a person. Bam! Both Olivia and I clearly saw it. Another charging Death Knight was kicked and sent flying into a burning building by a leaping kick. In an instant, the one who had incapacitated one Death Knight and cornered another turned to look at us. Lord Reinhardt, Lady Olivia, head of the Special Investigation Bureau, and the 3rd Division Captain of Shanipal. The situation is dire. Return to the Empire. At that, the Swordmaster, Scott Kelton, gave us a concise command. I had assumed he would be quite skilled, as he had been dispatched to important scenes and held the position of Bureau Chief. Being the captain of the 3rd Division of Shanapel, the Empire's best knight order, it wasn't so strange that Scott Kelton was a swordmaster. However, Olivia, who used awakened-level divine power, and I struggled against a single death knight, yet two of them were helplessly blown away by just one sword and a kick. It was a fresh realization that a swordmaster was a unique existence, even among superhumans. But the Death Knights were not pushovers. Swoosh! The Death Knight calmly pulled out the sword lodged in its chest and threw it away, as if it wouldn't be fatal unless it was shattered by divine power. The magic in the sword seemed to not last long, as it had already lost its light. Crash! Then the Death Knight embedded in the wall crawled out into the street, throwing debris like styrofoam. With twisted limbs, but even with the dark, burning gaze, the eerie creatures, exuding an ominous aura, stood in front of Scott Kelton. Death Knights! I had some intuition since they rode phantom horses, but Death Knights! The Death Knights did not charge at Scott Kelton. The Death Knights slowly began to back away. They probably judged that facing a swordmaster was too much for them. Realizing the situation was dire, they retreated and, through a few leaps, put distance between us. Swish! As they stretched their hands into the air, phantom horses were summoned and tethered by the reins. Kii! The Death Knights summoned the phantom horses, mounted it, and disappeared, running through the burning streets at an untraceable speed. Scott Kelton did not chase the retreating Death Knights. There might be more of those things. I will escort you to the gate. It seemed that he prioritized our safety. I've sent a messenger to the royal capital, so the Holy Knights and the Empire's support troops will arrive soon. The situation will stabilize soon, so you don't need to be involved anymore. Ag, mommy, hell was everywhere. Too many things were already wrong. Scott Kelton told Olivia and me a story that we couldn't believe at all, that everything would be fine. The Swordmaster insisted that we no longer interfere in the situation, so we couldn't persist stubbornly. We didn't know the extent of the armed forces the followers of the demon guards had, and we had first-hand experience of the power of a Death Knight, the highest-ranking undead. We managed to defeat one, but there were two more, and we couldn't tell how many more there were. Kiyik, I'll handle this. As the animated corpses appeared and charged, Kelton struck them not with the blade of his aura blade, but with the flat of the sword. Poong! As if swept up in a massive explosion. The charging undead burst like balloons as soon as they were hit by the flat of the sword. It was the technique Savalin Turner used when deflecting mine and Ellen's swords. When used with the intention to kill, the mere impact created a shockwave that caused explosions. Once again, I realized just how much Savalin Turner had been going easy on me and Ellen. As soon as Scott Kelton sensed something was wrong, he seemed to have sent a messenger to the Empire immediately. We could see the troops that arrived to protect the burning Rajuan, now cleaning up the chaos in Rajuan, even before arriving at the warp gate. Seeing the light, we came to investigate. By any chance, did you have a conversation with the Death Knight? As if wanting to gather information from us before returning to the royal capital, he asked us. They said they were minions of the Demon King, and they seemed to call the Demon King a prophet, judging by the words they used. It seems like they are indeed followers of the demon gods. If there are those who would call the Demon King a prophet, it would only be them. Yes, they said they want to complete the unfinished task of the prophet. It seems like they planned this attack after the previous one failed. Scott Kelton narrowed his eyes at Olivia's words. Did you hear that correctly? Yes. I'm sure I heard it that way. Since he knew that the previous Demon King's attack was a hoax, he must have been puzzled. The Demon King's attack on Rajuan had failed, so they sent more powerful minions to truly devastate Rajuan. That's how Olivia could only understand it. However, Kelton knew from the beginning that the Demon King had nothing to do with the previous attack. So the very fact that the Demon King's minions attacked Rajuan to complete the failed attack of the Demon King didn't make sense to him. Of course, he didn't tell us about such insider information. He must have sensed that something was off about the Rajuan attack by the followers of the demon faith. And, not just that, he also saw Olivia holding the Tiamata. Not me. You can discuss the details with the commander. Not only me, but also Olivia could use Tiamata, as Shanipal found out. That means the royal family would eventually find out. Upon arriving at Rajuan's warp gate, countless armed forces were pouring out of the gate. Sending an army beyond internal interference was a more dangerous move, but the Levena royal family would likely welcome the deployment of the Empire's forces rather than resisting it. And then, a familiar face was waiting for us. You're both safe, save Eileen Turner. She was guarding the area near the warp gate with the Shanipal members. It wasn't for nothing. If the warp gate were destroyed, there would be a significant disruption in troop deployment, making this place a crucial defensive point. Turner approached me and cautiously embraced me. I'm sorry. I thought this place would be safe. Nevertheless, she had come herself, as the leader of the Shanipal. Likely because Olivia Lands and I were here, I could feel a deep sense of apology in her voice. Return to the temple for now. We'll handle everything happening in Rajuan, hero or warrior. I tried to be something similar and had actually done similar things. To be precise, it was Olivia who did it, not me. However, the scale of the incident had become too large, and the situation was now beyond the level that individuals like Olivia and I could resolve. My fingertips trembled slightly. The intense pressure from the weapon the Death Knight wielded could not be easily forgotten. And then, Scott Kelton whispered something in Savalin Turner's ear. Hearing those words, Turner's eyes widened, specifically looking at Olivia. Go back for now. We'll talk in detail later. Rajuan was too dangerous a place, not suitable for having a conversation. It was the Empire's role, not ours, to resolve the turmoil in Rajuan. The Empire considered the situation serious, with the capital of a small country being attacked by an unidentified heretic group, so they dispatched the Shanipal, capable of special operations, along with their leader. Of course, the fact that I was here played a significant role in that decision. The scale of those who attacked Rajuan was unknown, but they would be no match for the Shanipal. Seeing the might of a swordmaster for the first time, my skin tingled with excitement. The next level of magical reinforcement was the master class, but the difference seemed too vast. I couldn't face the Death Knight, and Olivia had struggled to deal with one of them with all her strength, but Scott Kelton had easily fought against two. Moreover, the Death Knight sensed that they were no match and even tried to escape. The night at the royal capital was quiet. The capital of a small country somewhere on the continent had become a sea of fire, but the royal capital seemed calm and quiet, as if it knew nothing of the sort. Apart from the troops moving urgently through the gates, it seemed as if nothing was happening. Crossing a few gates, or even just one, would make it impossible to know that massacres were occurring somewhere. Olivia, too, seemed to find the quietness of the royal capital unfamiliar. Should we ask them to keep it a secret? Olivia understood what I was saying. If it became known that Olivia had become the owner of Tiamata, it would cause trouble again. She would be tormented by countless pleas, coercion, and pressure to become a saint and our savior. Olivia, who hated that terribly, must have been annoyed that Scott Kelton had seen Tiamata. As for me, I could ask Turner to keep the secret that Olivia had become the owner of Tiamata, and Turner, as well as the royal family, would keep the secret. At my words, Olivia looked up at the night sky. Stars filled the sky, as if about to spill out. Somewhere there was a place where not a single star could be seen due to the thick smoke and the fire that covered the ground. Olivia silently gazed at the royal capital's sky, where even the Milky Way could be seen. I decided to announce to people that I became the owner of Alspringer. Yes, for fame, for political influence, through that, to announce the return of the hero to the people. Although it was more for Charlotte than for giving hope to the people, such side effects would follow. Then, such bastards will target you, right? If the return of the hero became known, the Demon King would target me. Most people were worried about that, but I was sure it wouldn't happen. However, I found out today. There are followers of the Demon King that even I don't know. Those who claim to be followers of the Demon King, who arbitrarily assume the intentions of the Demon King and act on them, actually exist. Olivia looked at me and smiled playfully. The Demon King will target those who are threats to him. If you're in danger because you're the owner of Alspringer, the Demon King will target the owner of Tiamata in the same way. And I'm stronger than you. The Demon King will try to get rid of me first. Olivia's words seemed to strangle me, that sad gaze. Her feelings towards me, it felt like it was squeezing my heart. I want to protect you, but I almost couldn't. 2 death nights. If Scott Kelton hadn't appeared at the right time, the situation could have been worse. Olivia could have died, or I could have died. If it's difficult to protect you alone, then I have to be anything. Whether it's a saint, a hero, the head of the Holy Knights, or the Pope of the 5 great divine faiths. Olivia looks at me, or even the first Holy Empress of the Holy Empire, whatever it may be. Olivia decides to pick up the name of the abandoned guard. Not for the guard, not for the people, for me. I'll do anything to protect you. Olivia, who wanted to live a life of her own choice, runs away from a forced life and eventually chooses to return. Because of me, who chose to walk a dangerous path for Charlotte. Olivia tries to take an even more dangerous path than me. If the Demon King targets me, she tries to create a situation where she has to be targeted first. Guilt surged. I couldn't give anything to this person. Why should she take such risks without asking anything of me? In the guilt that arose from that feeling, I realized, did Charlotte feel this way about me? That's why she couldn't meet my eyes and only looked at me with a sorry expression, casting her eyes down. In an absurd place, I realized how Charlotte must feel, knowing that Olivia was willing to sacrifice everything for me. Grateful, but with guilt even greater than that. What am I? Who am I? In front of Olivia's blind devotion, I am drowning in guilt. As if she knows that, Olivia smiles at me. Because it's the life you gave me, I decided to use it for you. No, don't apologize because it was a choice made for myself. Olivia decides to become Olivia Lands again. So, Reinhardt, no matter what happens, even if the world turns upside down, even if the Demon King hurts you, even if the world hurts you, whatever it is, as Olivia pulls my collar and presses her lips against my forehead, I will protect you, she whispered tenderly. Chapter 403. I had been away from the temple for only 2 days, and I returned at night. It was well past bedtime. So people could know where I went, but nobody knew yet that I had returned after encountering a death knight in Rajuan. Of course, since the incident was so significant, rumors would soon start to spread throughout the royal capital. After parting with Olivia, I returned to the second-year dormitory, and Ellen was sitting blankly in the lobby. I had suspected this might happen. Ellen looked at me. I could read numerous emotions in her eyes. She was worried about me and had been sitting there, wondering when I would return. But now that she saw me, she seemed unsure how to start talking. Instead, she avoided my gaze and lowered her head. I felt suffocated, as if my chest was blocked. Would we end up as strangers? If that happened, wouldn't that be better? Shouldn't we be happy to alleviate some of the emotions we carry for each other in this situation? Yes, it would be less painful for both of us later on. But I couldn't feel at ease. Whatever I said would be deceitful. I couldn't choose everything, and I had made a choice. I had chosen Charlotte. I had to distance myself from Ellen Artorius. As I tried to pass by her, Squeeze Ellen grabbed the hem of my clothes as I was about to pass her by. I couldn't ask her to let go. She wasn't holding on tightly, but rather weakly, as if she didn't even know she was doing it. She didn't know what to say, but she couldn't just let me go. She was holding on so weakly that if I twisted my arm a little, she would let go. Until recently, she would have held me tightly, refusing to let go. But our relationship had been destroyed by a single word: engagement. That's why she was holding not my hand but the hem of my clothes, and even then, very weakly, Ellen seemed to think that even doing that was wrong. You went to a dangerous place. Ellen spoke quietly with her head down. I can smell the scent soot. I had been to a place engulfed in flames, so my clothes must have absorbed the smell of soot. Ellen seemed to have no choice but to guess where I had been and what I had experienced because she didn't know what to say. Ellen hated it terribly when I was in danger. She would hate it terribly, but she wouldn't be able to stop me from doing what I had decided to do. But this time, it was not a dangerous place that became dangerous. I couldn't push Ellen away, and Ellen couldn't pull me toward her. Do you always have to go to dangerous places like this? Tears welled up in Ellen's eyes as she looked up at me. Ellen must know what I have to do. Probably. It's okay. I won't really go to dangerous places, and even if I want to, people won't let me. It was a lie. Even if it was less dangerous, something sudden like this time could still happen. As long as my followers appear in places beyond my control, I can't be sure that anywhere I go, or even the royal capital itself, is completely safe. Ellen's gaze seemed to convey that she didn't believe a word I said. The rumor that the followers of the demon cult attacked Levena's capital, Rajuan, would soon spread to the royal capital. Since the rumor would also reveal that Olivia and I were there, they would eventually learn about my encounter with the Death Knight. Ellen appeared to be about to say something, but eventually she bowed her head and let go of the sleeve she had been gripping. I returned to my room in the dormitory. I couldn't shake off my complicated thoughts. Just before I lay down on my bed after washing up, there was a movement in the air. Swish, a white fog gathered in one corner of the room, taking the shape of a person. So, how did it go? Ah, master. The silver-haired girl was Lucinil. Could Lucinil visit me secretly like Sakigar, for a different reason? Although Lucinil was assigned to protect me, she couldn't follow me to Rajuan due to certain limitations. I heard it wasn't that dangerous. It seemed that Lucinil wasn't too worried, perhaps having received the information from Eppinhauser. Your expression says otherwise. Of course, my current unpleasant expression was more due to my recent encounter with Ellen than the events in Rajuan. The followers of the demonic gods attacked Rajuan. What? Lucinil's expression hardened at my words. Since she probably knew the reason I went to Rajuan, I explained what had happened afterward. The crowds in Rajuan went mad with fear of the Demon King and began hunting and executing heretics. Suddenly, the real followers of the demonic gods attacked Rajuan. I also mentioned my encounter with the Death Knight and how the situation seemed to be getting worse. While I left Rajuan for the time being, the main issue was this: it seems like the followers of the demonic gods are after me. What do you mean? Right. The situation was bizarre and hard to understand. It was so absurd that it made me furious. It was like they were acting on my command to attack Rajuan. They were calling me something like a prophet. But you didn't cause the events in Rajuan in the first place. Exactly. I clicked my tongue. They seemed to think I had a reason to destroy Rajuan. So, they attacked Rajuan to complete the task they thought I had failed. The attack on Rajuan wasn't my doing, so the there were just nonsense. Many people would die, but it had nothing to do with my intentions. One city has been reduced to ashes because of the excessive loyalty of people who don't even know you. Lucinil sighed, crossing her arms. What are we going to do about this? Though Lucinil was skeptical about talk of world peace, the attack on Rajuan by the them had cornered me. I had anticipated that the demon cult, which should have perished with the return of the Demon King, was expanding somewhere, but it felt eerie to see it come to fruition. First, we need to find the heretics and either bring them under our control or get rid of them. Now that their loyalty to me was confirmed, I needed to find them and either turn them into real subordinates or eliminate those whose beliefs were too dangerous. I had to track down the heretics. Upon hearing my words, Lucinil tilted her head. But how do you plan to find them? We have to think about that. Since they wouldn't be openly active, there was no clear way to catch them unless they revealed themselves. For now, I'll share the information with the council and the order. Yes, and let's also get in touch with the royals. Even though they may suspect us, we should still let them know that we're not responsible for this. You're right. It's better to make things clear with them. Although we would eventually contact them through Sakigar, it would be best to discuss things with the royals as well. In this situation, we had unintentionally created a connection with the royals, which is essentially our greatest enemy. Although the royals would expect us to become enemies at some point, they would still use us while they could. Just like I'm doing now, Lucinil would take care of relaying our opinions to Sakigar. This time, it couldn't be helped, but don't do anything too dangerous. It feels like you're putting yourself out there like a child. She worried about me like a child, even though I wasn't one. Of course, I was grateful for her concern. Imagining Lucinil nervously biting her nails when she heard I went to Rajuan, it seemed somewhat cute. Later, I might follow you secretly, so don't be too surprised if I suddenly appear. That would be great for me, but did you know that if someone sees that, both you and I would be kicked out of temple? I'll handle that, you little brat. Anyway, I'll go back now. Ah, right. As Lucinil was about to leave, I remembered one last thing to say. Well, this is not as important as the heretics, but what is it? It seems that a new religion is emerging. It sounded ridiculous when I tried to say it. A new religion? What the hell is that? A religion that believes in the resurrection of Lagan Artorius is spreading among the people. Ah, what? Just like my reaction. Lucinil's response was no different. Driven by fear, some people suspected their neighbors of being heretics, while others clung to a nonsensical hope. Although fear was the cause for both, the outcomes were vastly different. Wow, I've seen countless bizarre things humans do, but this is really something else. Lucinil seemed dumbfounded by the current situation where a baseless belief in the resurrection of a dead hero was spreading. Once the true owner of the sacred relic is revealed, I think such beliefs will disappear. Right now, there's no reason to believe in it. Ultimately, they believed that by having faith in the hero's resurrection, the Demon King would be defeated. If the world learns of the existence of a rival to the Demon King, not a hero, the faith in the so-called hero religion would naturally fade away. Lucinil stared at me intently at my words. Reinhardt, wouldn't that be an issue? Why? You promised to announce your engagement to the princess and that you're the owner of Alspringer, right? Yes. What's the big deal about that? And Alspringer is the sword of Lagan Artorius, right? Well, yes. So, wouldn't people believe you to be the reincarnation of Lagan Artorius? What is she talking about? No. Even if Lagan Artorius really reincarnated, he would be less than a year old right now. He died just over a year ago. The timeline doesn't match for me to be Lagan Artorius's reincarnation, right? It's impossible, so people won't think that way. But does it make sense to believe in Lagan Artorius's resurrection in the first place? Ah, my mind seemed to stop at her words. That's right. What's the point of saying that people who believe in something impossible can't believe in something even more impossible? It was clear that if people knew I was the owner of Alspringer, believers of the heroic faith would treat me as the reincarnation of Artorius or a prophet just because I possessed Alspringer. Wow, Avelia is amazing. You're a prophet of both the demon cult and the hero church at the same time. Lucinil hugged me with a wicked smile. Bang. Ah, you fucking, our baby is the best. Why am I your baby? After I roughly pushed Lucinil away, she pondered with a malicious grin. Wow, no joke. Don't you have a lot of titles? The rightful last successor of Darkland, king of all demons, ally of the Vampire Council, collaborator of the Black Order, owner of Tiamata and apostle of Toan, owner of Alspringer and apostle of Als, prophet of all demon cult believers, prophet of the hero church and, Lucinil smirked. And even the son-in-law of the Gradium Empire's royal family, it's dizzying even for me to hear. Isn't your existence itself a contradiction, I guess? What on earth am I? As Lucinil said, it was natural for the believers of the heroic faith to regard me as a prophet and worship me once they knew of my existence. and the demon cult believers claimed to be the subordinates of the demon king, a prophet for two groups with completely different attributes. We decided to leave the search for demon cult believers to the council. The demon cult guys would want to make contact with the demon king, and once they made contact, it would be a foregone conclusion to have them in our grasp. The problem was that we had no idea which direction to make contact. The next day, Olivia and I were summoned by Savelin Turner. It has been confirmed that the demon cult believers appeared in Rajuan. As expected, at this point, it is believed that the powers of the demon Kyr and Talrad were used, the fallen goddess Kyr and the god of fear Talrad. So the demon cult priests, who are the opposing deities Toan and Shalom, were involved. That meant the demon cult believers were cooperating with each other, just like the five great divine faiths. The bastards who set the fire seemed to be using something similar to magic, but it turned out to be divine magic, using the divine power of the demon god. "What's the situation?" At Olivia's question, Turner's expression darkened. Dealing with the resurrecting corpses was all we could do. We captured a few demon god worshippers, but they all committed suicide. And as for the core members, we have to say we missed them all. We're tracking them, but we don't know how it'll turn out. Savelin Turner said so, but she seemed to think the pursuit would fail. And on Turner's face, as she delivered such news, there was a deep sense of guilt. Shanaple and the royal family should know that the demon god's worshippers have no direct connection with the demon king. It doesn't make sense that the demon god worshippers came to put an end to the Lajuan incident, which was not an attack by the demon king in the first place. Their attention was drawn to a completely irrelevant issue because of the play that the Empire staged and the misunderstanding of the demon god worshippers that stemmed from it. Huge damage was done to Lajuan because of the play and the misunderstanding, so they couldn't be in a good mood. Savelin Turner must be feeling a heavy sense of responsibility right now. The attack of the demon god's worshippers took place, and the dead cannot be brought back to life. So, it's obvious that they want to find and annihilate the demon god's worshippers who caused this incident. Savelin Turner now looked at Olivia. Olivia was holding the unmistakably mine Tiamata, which Scartla Kelton had clearly seen. "Olivia and I share Tiamata." The one who answered was not Olivia, but me, share. It's natural to be surprised because there's no way she could know that such a concept is possible. Didn't I tell you last time? Tiamata was corrupted and Olivia purified the sword. Ah, right. You did. I took out Tiamata while fighting with Charlotte, who had been corrupted by the Demon King's soul. And I told the story of Olivia while explaining how I acquired Tiamata. Olivia had purified the corrupted Tiamata, and I became its owner. I didn't tell the story of sharing Tiamata with Olivia. After that, Olivia and I became able to use Tiamata together. Such a thing is possible. But even if it's an impossible thing, it happened in the end. Yeah, I understand why you wanted to hide that fact. If you want me to keep this a secret, I can do that. However, I can't do anything about the rumors spreading because of those who saw you two in Rajuan. No. At Turner's suggestion, Olivia shook her head. I'm planning to return to the Order. Knowing that fame could kill her, Olivia decided to become even more famous. Savelin Turner's eyes widened as she heard Olivia's decision. Chapter 404 Rumors spread that a massive number of casualties occurred in Rajuan due to a second attack by the minions of the Demon King, the followers of the demon gods. Stories of the dead coming back to life, tearing apart the living, and then the dead rising again to prey on the living under the curse of the demon gods spread terror among the people. Although the royal capital did not experience extreme situations like the heretic hunts in Rajuan, people trembled in fear just knowing how wicked the demon church followers could be if they were to take up arms instead of being suppressed. Tales of the dreadful death knights, whose very name struck terror, appearing in the cities where people lived only heightened their fear. Of course, that was not the only story spreading. At the same time, tales spread of two heroes wielding holy relics appearing at the site of the chaos. A man wielding Alsbringer, a woman wielding Tiamata. It was said that the Apostle of Als and the Apostle of Toan appeared and slaughtered the risen corpses, demon church followers, and death knights in the despair-filled Rajuan. In fact, Reinhardt and Olivia did just that. However, it was the Imperial support troops and Shanaple who decisively resolved the situation. The Empire inflated Reinhardt and Olivia's achievements even more than they actually were. Alspringer is the hero's sword, and Tiamata too. The guards haven't abandoned us. As fear spread, hope followed closely behind. If the attacks by the remnants of the demon realm had only spread terror until now, the two champions who appeared during the Rajuan attack planted a stronger hope in the hearts of the people. Heroes had appeared to face the Demon King, two of them at that. Their identities were not revealed, but rumors have a way of spreading. Some knew that the man was Reinhardt, a second-year student of Temple Royal class, and the woman was a sixth-year student of Temple Royal class. What few knew would soon become common knowledge. The two champions who suddenly appeared were holding on to the hearts of the people who were sinking into despair. That's why many people felt relief rather than fear about the rumors of the Rajuan attack from a distant land. The incident of the demon church attack was being received as news of hope rather than news of tragedy. After all, it involved unknown places and unknown people dying. The rumor that the Demon King's adversaries had appeared would soon spread as the rumor that the Demon King would soon be subjugated. Those who know the truth know that no matter how strong Reinhardt and Olivia are, they are no match for the Demon King. Of course, even this is not the truth. However, it doesn't matter whether the hope is fake or real. If peace continues to exist due to false hope, it is not much different from real hope. Just as people prevent confusion by believing in the impossible realization of the hero church. Whether the adversaries of the Demon King can actually face the Demon King or not. People can endure the present just by believing that they will defeat the Demon King. A few days later, Winter Palace. Bertus was sitting in his office, deep in thought. Although he had the Emperor's consent, the attack on Rajuan was orchestrated by Bertus himself. He was well aware that there would inevitably be civilian casualties. However, he hadn't expected any subsequent damage, especially in this manner. Being the Demon King meant that he would inevitably be hostile to the imperial royal family. It was only natural for him to be angry that the connection with the revolutionary forces had been severed and that he had even been used by them. The appearance of the followers of the Demon Guards. Their goal was to complete the unfinished plan of the Demon King. Since the attack on Rajuan wasn't done by the Demon King in the first place, it made no sense to say that they would complete his plan. If the followers of the Demon Guard were forces of the Demon King, they should have known that the Rajuan incident was not the Demon King's plan. Thus, the followers of the Demon Guard would not have any direct connection to the Demon King. Is it really unrelated? But there was a chance. The Demon King, furious about the previous incident, could have instigated this event on purpose. The attack on Rajuan was disguised as the Demon King's doing, but the actual damage wasn't that significant. Many important people died, but a considerable number of civilians survived. The death toll wasn't that high, and the attack on Rajuan ultimately failed. The Demon King could have been angry about being deceived, and that the damage from the incident disguised as his doing wasn't that significant. He might have thought it was pathetic that his forces could barely destroy a small provincial capital. Therefore, there was a possibility that he instigated this event to show what would happen if he were to seriously attack somewhere. People might underestimate the Demon King because of the modest outcome of the attack disguised as his doing. Thus, it wasn't entirely impossible for the followers of the Demon Guards to claim that they were carrying out the orders of the Demon King. He could have easily ordered them to actually appear at the disguised attack location and turn Rajuan into a wasteland, to warn Bertus that this is what happens when you use our name casually. The Demon King spared Owen de Gethmore, but he took his revenge by destroying Rajuan. If this incident was indeed the Demon King's intention, Bertus had paid the price. Then the problem becomes much bigger. Bertus had estimated that the remnants of the demon realm were very few in number. Their individual power was very strong, but they were not numerous. That's what he had assumed. But if there are followers of the Demon Guard as well, the number of followers of the Demon Guard couldn't possibly compare to the 5 great divine faiths. However, they wielded powerful undead, such as Death Knights, and included priests who believed in the 5 demon guards. There were high-ranking priests of the powerful Demon Guard, religion capable of casting a curse, covering the entire capital of a country, albeit a small one, citywide terror. It was no different from proving that the remnants of the demon realm were already capable of waging war. Being able to command the forces of the Demon Guard religion meant that the Demon King had acquired an army. What if a curse that brings the dead back to life to kill the living unfolds in the middle of a battlefield? Regardless of the actual combat strength, the morale of soldiers who are shocked by the sudden outbreak would likely desert or flee in a full-scale battle. It doesn't matter whether the Demon King ordered it or not. It's not important. The Demon Church is already a significant security threat to the Empire and must be eliminated. Bertus didn't feel guilty about this happening due to his own mistakes. Rather, it's a good thing. I found out that these bastards were somewhere in the Empire before it was too late. It's fortunate that they discovered the anti-imperial and anti-divine forces capable of causing such an event hidden somewhere before they grew even stronger. In the current political climate, where rumors of the Demon Church's expansion are spreading due to the Demon King's actions, there are those who succumb to fear and choose to believe in the Demon Church and the Demon King, seeking salvation from them. The tumor that would have grown larger if left alone has revealed itself. It's not a crisis. It's an opportunity that will never come again. To catch the tail of the demon cult that has exposed its magic and eradicate it entirely. Knock, knock, Your Highness. There is a request for an audience from Owen de Gethmora. At the sound of the knock, Bertus took a deep breath. Tell him to come in. Upon Bertus's straightforward order, the door opened, and an old man wearing a hat bowed deeply to Bertus as a sign of respect. I am here to see Your Highness. Sit down for now. Bertus felt like he knew what business Owen de Gethmora had with him, although there were quite a few reasons for his visit. Sitting on the sofa, Owen de Gethmora looked at Bertus with a serious expression. Your Highness, the tribes of the demon realm have conveyed their opinions. Opinions. They claim that this incident is not their doing. Of course, it's unclear whether this is true or not. The demon cult and the forces of the demon realm are not related. It is possible that this claim is false, but it is clear that the forces of the demon realm are reluctant to lose their connection with the royal family due to this incident. If that claim is true, and the current demon king has no relation to the demon cultists, then what stance does the demon king take regarding the demon cult? If that's true, then the demon king would first try to subjugate the demon cult, and if it's false, then he already has the demon cult under his control. Although certainty is impossible, the task at hand is simple. The top priority now is to find and eradicate the demon cult faster than the demon king. If they are even slightly late, the demon king would absorb the demon cult's forces, leading to further complications. Tiamata, in the Holy Knight's office. The current Holy Knight commander, Elaine Bolton, widened his eyes at the sight of the sword with a white blade placed before him. The one who brought it was none other than Olivia Lands. Olivia showed Tiamata with a composed expression and then took it back into her hand. It's good that you've changed your mind, but to have even received Tiamata's blessing. Isn't this enough qualification to receive the priesthood? Would the priesthood be a problem? Even without Tiamata, Olivia was more than capable. Moreover, she had become the owner of Tiamata, a powerful and great symbol. To put it bluntly, even if she were to push the current Holy Knight commander aside and take his place, there would be people who would support her. Elaine Bolton gazed at Olivia Lands with a determined expression. May I ask what led you to change your mind? It was not to protect everyone, but to protect just one person. Reinhardt had saved her life, so she would use that life for Reinhardt. However, Olivia naturally knew that she should not say such a thing. I've seen the followers of the devil. It seems the rumors that you were in Rajuan are true. I thought I couldn't just stand by and watch humans disrupt the world when they should be banding together. Olivia stated a universal reason. The Olivia who didn't like being forced by universal standards. The Olivia who had struggled with the pressure to fulfill her duties as a saint eventually returned to where she should be. That's right. There won't be much for you to do as a student, but I can give you any position, authority, and mission as an honorary position. Of course, I can also support you with personnel for whatever work you want to do. Elaine Bolton asked Olivia, do you have something in mind? Olivia was highly reputable as a saint. Her influence could spread hope through the 5 great divine faith temples just by being the champion of Toan, because she was sincere and dedicated to helping people and saving someone. Elaine Bolton believed that people could find peace of mind just by her going around and talking about hope to those in despair, as if she had something in mind. Olivia answered immediately as soon as the question was asked. I want to be an inquisitor. At those words, Elaine Bolton's expression hardened. The Saint of Iridian. He thought she would be involved in saving, helping, and protecting something. But she volunteered to torture, kill, and root out heretics as soon as she returned. Having seen the terrible deeds committed by the devil's followers and returned to the order, it wasn't so strange for her to volunteer for a mission to root out heresy. The Holy Knight looked at Tiamata in Olivia's right hand. Generation after generation, the champions of Toan killed humans, not demons, monsters, or undead. Hunting the demon's followers has been the work of the champions of Toan. Could Olivia Lands not escape that shackle either? The Saint of Iridian, who seemed unable to step on and kill even an ant, decides to become a heretic hunter for some reason. All right. Elaine Bolton believed that this was the will of Toan. Rumors spread like wildfire, especially when the royal family was intentionally spreading the rumors. The speed could not be faster. The attack of Rajuan, the followers of the evil gods, the appearance of the champions of Toan and Als at that place, and even their names. It spread like wildfire in no time. It wouldn't have been this much under normal circumstances, but the name of the countermeasure was inevitably spreading like wildfire as the Demon King was mentioned on the continent. The royal class was already aware of this fact, but the important thing was the people outside the royal class. That person is the champion of Als. Ellen and I were receiving lessons from Savel Turner, but of course, we also attended regular classes. Since the name Reinhardt was on the attendance list, I couldn't help but receive the attention of many people. Of course, the gazes of the general class students who took the same class changed completely, and even teachers, regardless of gender, were full of awe as they looked at me. It was not just in class. "Hey, you are really popular," Liana muttered blankly as she walked with me down the street. We went out to play anywhere, but simply on our way back to the dormitory after the supernatural powers class had ended. Whispers so. Right now, Liana and I were walking together, and many students were following us, chattering behind us. They must be dating. A hero should have a love life too. They could be friends, right? Is that so? No. I saw him dating last year's Miss Temple. Really? As if I were an idol dragging a fan club behind me, people were swarming behind us, making it difficult to describe that. I felt like shit in real time. Liana also seemed to be getting tired of all the attention. Why on earth are they following us? Why? It's not like there's anything to gain by following us. Hero, please look this way. Being called a hero. Actually, hearing it made me feel goosebumps all over my body. Hey, you fucking bastards. Go home, wash your feet, and sleep. Why are you following me and causing a fuss? Ha! Eventually, I exploded. This will probably add another line to the rumors about the hero with an explosive temper. Liana declared that she couldn't hang out with me anymore when we returned to the dormitory. It was a terrible feeling when people nonchalantly called me a hero. I hadn't expected to take mental damage like this. The expectations people had for me turned into interest. It was tough to endure them constantly hovering around me. Even fans who followed me around regardless of classes appeared. Even, let's have a match with Alspringer on the line. Crazy bastards who came to challenge me with unfounded confidence appeared as well. I'll test whether you're worthy of being the owner of Alspringer. I couldn't tell if they were desperate for attention or just overflowing with confidence. What the fuck are you talking about? Whack. Ugh. If you're desperate for attention, go take a shit in the main street fountain. You crazy fuck. You'll get all the attention you can handle for the rest of your life. Smack. Ah, it seemed that even those who wanted to try their luck were appearing since I didn't look that intimidating at a glance. Kaya, so cool. I want to die, being a hero. I realized in real time that it was a profession where mental strength was important, albeit for a different reason. Chapter 405, there were plenty of people following me around, but there were also countless bastards who picked fights with me for no reason. Most of them thought that if they could surpass me, the famous next hero, they could snatch up even a grain of the popularity I had. Or, it seemed like there were guys who tried to get on my nerves because the girl they liked was following me around. While leading my fan club, getting into trouble here and there had become part of my daily life. Ellen and Harriet were still cautiously avoiding me. It seemed like Harriet was crying alone, because she always wore a hat pulled down low, making her eyes look puffy. Ellen knew that I had been to dangerous places and would continue to do so in the future. She couldn't stop me, and it was hard for her to watch over me, so Harriet seemed to be struggling. Olivia often left the dormitory. She said she had taken on the mission of the Inquisitor of the Holy Knights. In fact, she was already past the age to graduate, and she would be credited for her classes through her external activities, so the royal class dormitory was nothing more than a place to sleep for her now. Ellen and Harriet were immersed in their depression, and Olivia tried to draw the attention of the Demon King by making her name even more famous than mine. That certainly wasn't going to make me feel any better. Stress was everywhere, and when stress accumulates to an extreme level, hair falls out. Ah, fuck. Just before going to sleep at night. After showering, I couldn't help but lose my composure when I saw my blonde hair sticking to my hands. When I pulled at my hair, I saw that circular baldness had arrived. In layman's terms, a patch. It showed off its presence with the size of a single coin. I didn't want to reunite with this kind of thing. Why are you reappearing in my life? Didn't we agree to part ways forever? Who? I focused my mind. My hair filled in the circular patch. The ring of permanent baldness immunity. Dreadfiend's ring saved my life. I am a guard, the guard of baldness. No, if I were the guard of baldness, my hair would be falling out, so should I say I'm the guard of hair? I am a guard, the ruler of hair, the guard of hair. Feel free to lose more hair. I'll refill it. I almost had PTSD for a moment, but Dreadfiend's ring saved me. It's unfair to be stressed and lose hair. It's not just doubled, but squared in depression. It's not addition or multiplication, but squared. If it weren't for this ring, I wouldn't have been able to enter temple in the first place. If I didn't have the ability to restore my hair, I would have made a name for myself as the first bald hero in history, right? Thank you. Sakigar, you are a loyal servant. Tap, 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 and as if on cue, when I returned to my room, a sparrow was tapping on my window with its beak. Swoosh. When I opened the window, the sparrow swiftly entered the room, and when I closed the curtain, it transformed into the usual elegant maid form of Sakigar, as if it had been waiting for it. Your Highness, I am pleased to see. I love you, whoosh. As I suddenly embraced her, Sakigar seemed startled and flinched. You are the most loyal subject of the century, a great loyal subject who will be remembered in history. Thank you for saving my hair. No loyal subject in the world has ever solved their lord's hair loss problem. Yes, yes, I love you too. Your Highness. Not knowing what was going on, but feeling she needed to do something, Sakigar hugged me tightly and patted my back. Sakigar had come for a specific purpose, but she must have been curious about why I suddenly behaved this way, so I explained the reason to her. You mean your hair was falling out? Yes. Sakigar, who could freely transform, tilted her head, unable to understand why I considered hair loss to be a serious issue. Anyway, it's a great honor that the ring of our tribe has solved your Highness's problem. No, I'm the one who's honored. Sakigar didn't understand my almost devout attitude. I came to report on my contact with Owen de Gethmora following your previous instructions. Ah, right, that. Sakigar hesitantly began to discuss her main purpose for the visit. The royal family seems to have accepted our words for now, but there is still a possibility that they do not trust us. Of course, they would. The royal family might think that the previous attack on Rajuan was a retaliatory attack. Even if we secretly exchanged words, they were still our enemies. It couldn't be helped. We must find the followers of the demon guards before the Empire does. We must. A race had begun. If we find the followers of the demon guards later than the imperial royal family, they will be annihilated. If I find them first, I can put them under my control. I may need to consider whether I really need to put them under my control, but for now, there is no need to let the demon guard's followers run wild like this. We'll use them later if needed, but for now, we must make contact with the demon guard's followers to stop their reckless behavior. From the information I gathered, it seems the Empire suspects that the rallying point for the demon guards is in the southern part of the continent. Sakigar said cautiously, as if he had conducted his own investigation. As a messenger and an imperial noble, he had access to the royal family's information. Of course, so did I the southern part of the continent. Considering that the unit is a continent, the countries and territories included in the word South are too vast to count. The South. If it's the South, the Lord of Friday might know something about it. I heard that Galash was based in a place called Jelka Gi's Desert in the southern part of the continent. Of course, the scale was so large that the chances of obtaining useful information were very low. But for now, Focusing on Galash and gathering information seemed to be the best option available in the current situation. I'll let Lucinil handle the council's opinion, so you can go back for now. Yes, Your Highness. Sakigar transformed back into a sparrow and flew out the window as I watched. Will the Empire be first, or will we? Sakigar had access to the royal family's information, but in that aspect, I was even better. I am a hero. I can obtain information collected by the Empire through numerous routes much faster than Sakigar. If I get hold of the Demon Guard's followers, should I dispose of them or use them? I also had to consider that aspect. Since the day the conversation about the engagement happened, Ellen stopped having late-night meals with Reinhardt at the dining hall. It wasn't because they had a big fight. Neither of them had seriously talked about ending their relationship. It was just that. Since hearing those words, it felt like they couldn't do anything together anymore. As long as it wasn't Turner's swordsmanship lesson they took together, Ellen and Reinhardt merely brushed past each other when they crossed paths. But his expression, the look on Reinhardt's face whenever he saw Ellen, became unbearable for her. If he seemed content with the engagement and eventual marriage to protect Charlotte, then perhaps she could turn away from him. But the guilt-ridden gaze he gave her when he passed by tormented Ellen. She should think it's all over now, but because of that gaze, she couldn't bring herself to believe it was over. Although they didn't act like they were ignoring each other, this feeling of having a worse relationship than before weighed heavily on Ellen. So, Ellen sat blankly in the dining hall, not eating anything or doing anything at all. It had been a while since she last felt hungry. At this time, she would usually be starving and needing to eat something. Sitting in the dining hall, blankly waiting for someone who never comes. Ellen didn't drink a single drop of water, knowing that Reinhardt wouldn't come, but unable to sleep. If she were outside, she could at least catch a glimpse of Reinhardt passing by, but if she stayed in her room, there would be no chance at all. Ellen spent more and more time sitting blankly in the lobby, the dining hall, and the training hall. She wanted to talk to him if they ever crossed paths. It's all right. She understands. She wants to go back to how things were before. She won't ask him to be hers and hers alone, just talking as usual, exchanging sword blows, and occasionally eating together. That should be enough. Even if he gets engaged to Charlotte and eventually marries her, that shouldn't be a problem, right? Why can't they remain friends like that? But trying to be with Reinhardt under the pretext of friendship meant they could no longer be just friends. If she were to speak her mind, she was afraid she would repeat the same mistake she made with her brother on Reinhardt. Even though you said you liked me, was it all a lie and you're letting go of me so easily? Did you just play with me? Why did you do that to me? Afraid that, after saying those words, Reinhardt would die and she wouldn't be able to take back her words, Ellen couldn't bring herself to say anything to him. That's why Ellen wanted to talk to him, but held back, and wanted to hold him and talk things through, but couldn't. Just like Reinhardt seemed to want to say something, but ultimately didn't. Ellen was the same. It had already been revealed that Reinhardt was the owner of Alspringer. Rumors spread within Temple, and the front of the royal class dormitory became crowded with general class students trying to catch a glimpse of him. Ellen knew that this fame would one day become a blade to stab Reinhardt. She wanted to do something, but she couldn't do anything. She couldn't interfere with Charlotte and Reinhardt's problems. She wanted to help Reinhardt, who jumped into danger, but knowing that Reinhardt wouldn't want that, she couldn't even say to go together. So Ellen just sat there blankly, not knowing what to do or how to do it, just hoping to run into them somehow. Knowing that it was past bedtime and Reinhardt wouldn't come out of his room, she just sat blankly in the lobby and the dining hall. Reinhardt didn't come to the dining hall, feeling miserable in her own self-pity. Ellen thought all she could do was think. All these things were happening because of that one thing. Charlotte's life was in danger. The engagement and Reinhardt being in danger. All of it. He tries to secure Charlotte's safety at the expense of his own danger. It was known that Reinhardt was the owner of Alspringer, but the engagement had not yet been announced. If Charlotte was safe, then Reinhardt's engagement could be cancelled, couldn't it? If that happens, wouldn't it be okay to be by Reinhardt's side again? How then, on that unforgettable night in Kamsencha, Ellen and Harriet heard Reinhardt's explanation. They didn't know the exact reason, but Charlotte had lost the royal succession competition. That's why her life was in danger, and only by marrying someone with a strong claim like Reinhardt could her safety be guaranteed. How can Charlotte be made safe? Can I do that? Ellen looked out the dining hall window. Contemplating, she thought quietly about her own name. Ellen Artorius. Ellen stood up from her seat. Knock, knock late at night. Charlotte got up from her bed in her nightgown when she heard a knock on her door. It was not uncommon for Turner to check on her in the middle of the night if she was worried. Turner, you must be tired. Go to sleep. Thud Charlotte, without any suspicion, opened the door and could not help but be startled by the unexpected figure in front of her. Ah, Ellen Artorius had come to see Charlotte in the middle of the night. Can we talk? At Ellen's cautious words, Charlotte quietly looked into Ellen's eyes. Unable to refuse the desperation in those eyes, Charlotte agreed. Long past bedtime. Charlotte, wearing a nightgown and a single coat, and Ellen, dressed in a tracksuit, sat face to face on the terrace. Charlotte felt guilty towards Reinhardt, and towards Ellen too, maybe not as much as towards Reinhardt, but she felt similar emotions. Do you have something to say? Ellen stared down at the table. She didn't want Reinhardt to be in danger, just as Olivia had taken on some of Reinhardt's real dangers. Ellen thought she wanted to do the same. The world would focus more on Lagan Artorius's younger sister than on Reinhardt and Olivia. That meant taking on danger. Ellen was prepared for that any time. But the method, through him, she wished she could undo Reinhardt's inevitable engagement. Charlotte de Gradius was losing her footing. Therefore, securing Charlotte's footing would be enough. Ellen opened her mouth quietly. I'll be your knight. Ha, what? What did you say? Charlotte couldn't understand what she had heard, as the story she hadn't anticipated at all came out. If I become your knight, that alone will ensure your safety, Ellen Artorius. Knowing the weight the name carried, Charlotte couldn't help but be taken aback. Ellen didn't say more. Instead of becoming the bride of Reinhardt, the champion of Als, Ellen Artorius, the younger sister of Lagan Artorius, chose to serve her. In return, she implied it would be fair to undo the engagement. Ellen bowed her head to Charlotte. I will do many things for you, anything for the Empire, everything. Use me for anything. My achievements will become your achievements, Ellen pleaded in a tearful voice. I won't say it's not because I hate the idea of you and Reinhardt being engaged, but Reinhardt will be in greater danger. I'd rather be in danger. If there's something Reinhardt needs to do, I'll do it all. The hero's sister, asking the princess not to take away the one thing she had, as she could give her everything else. She quietly looked at Ellen Artorius, who made such a decision because she didn't want to lose Reinhardt. Around last year, Charlotte had pitied the relationship between Harriet de Saint-Ouen and Ellen Artorius. She had remained silent, thinking that their relationship would be destroyed by a single word. But now, Charlotte had unwittingly ended up in the same position. She had become the one to take away, but it didn't bring her any joy. However, now, feeling unhappy while watching Ellen make such a choice because she didn't want to be taken away was not a pleasant experience. If she rejected her, if they were in an equal situation, Charlotte knew who Reinhardt would choose. As much as the current situation was unpleasant, it was also not pleasant for Charlotte to face Ellen's desperate expression. If I refuse, what will you do? It's Charlotte's choice to accept or decline Ellen's desire to become a knight. If she grits her teeth and refuses, Reinhardt will get engaged to her. If she turns a blind eye to those desperate eyes, please, please, if she turns a blind eye to those tears, I'm begging you like this. She might be able to hope for a bigger future. However, Charlotte knows. She lost to Bertus. Whether her knight is the sister of the hero or the princess who married the hero, it doesn't matter once the fact that the soul of the Demon King resides in her is revealed. She can only rely on Bertus's mercy. She will always be a burden to Reinhardt. The relationship between a knight and a lord is better than that of a married couple. All right, become my knight, she smiled at Ellen. But, looking at Ellen, Charlotte smiled. This compromise will be the first and the last. Unsatisfied with a cowardly victory, she intends to truly win. This is not giving up, cancelling the unfair race and agreeing to start together at the starting line. A knight who has no intention of being loyal to her lord. A lord who is jealous of her own knight. A strange pact of loyalty has just begun. Chapter 406. 3 days later. I was watching a ceremony at the Central Palace of the imperial capital Imperatos. The great and reverent Lord of the Moon, the governor of the void of the universe, one of the 5 lords, the apostle of Mensis, and the savior of humanity who defeated the wicked demon King Valia, Lagan Artorius, bloodline. The Pope of the Mensis religious order recited endlessly in a huge virtual reality, facing a girl kneeling before him. Charlotte de Gradius, standing before him dressed in a gown and cape, wearing a red cape and kneeling in her conquest attire. I watched Ellen Artorius from within the group of representatives. I never expected it to turn out like this. The engagement was never announced, so now it's as if it never happened. Instead of me becoming Charlotte's fiancé, Ellen becomes a royal knight serving Charlotte as her lord. This secures Charlotte's safety. Like Ellen, who attracted attention, I was also invited to this ceremony and was gaining attention as the new owner of Alspringer. However, of course, Ellen received much more attention than I did. It couldn't be helped. The top-secret existence of Lagan Artorius' younger sister appeared simultaneously as a royal guardian knight. Many of the high-ranking officials present looked at Ellen with a mix of awe. Among those watching the ceremony were the Emperor and Bertus de Gradius. Bertus and I briefly met eyes. He shrugged his shoulders slightly. Did he not expect it to turn out like this? But Bertus didn't have an unpleasant expression. After all, I am on the side of the imperial royal family, whether I am engaged to Charlotte or not. On top of that, Ellen Artorius has been added. From the perspective of becoming the royal family's owner, this situation can't be bad. There is also a hidden card that can topple Charlotte at any time, so there is no possibility of Charlotte becoming a dangerous competitor in the future. The situation eventually guarantees Charlotte's safety, and the Empire gains the support of two heroes. Being a hero of the Empire and protecting the royal family as a hero are completely different issues. The massive support of the people will be added to the royal family, and with that power, the Empire, which originally had a strong justification, will gain absolute legitimacy. The hero is the protector of humanity, and Lagan Artorius killed the Demon King to protect humanity. And the hero's younger sister protects the Empire. This means that the Empire has gained legitimacy to the extent that it can be said to represent humanity. Being anti-imperial becomes anti-human. The Empire soon became morality, and the Emperor's words were no longer law, but ethics. The imperial power, strengthened by the victory in the Demon War, wavered slightly as it allowed several attacks from the Demon King. However, humanity united in fear of the Demon King, and the symbol of the Empire, representing the will of the united humanity, gained the support of the hero and became even stronger. The Empire needed the Demon King, and Bertus needed the Demon King. The Pope of the Mensis sect read all the documents, and Charlotte raised and lowered the shining silver-white sword on Ellen's shoulders. Ellen became Charlotte's knight. However, the most important thing was to find the followers of the demon guards quickly. They might try to kill Olivia and Ellen, claiming to remove the threat of the Demon King. Applause at the end of the Emperor's ceremonial appointment, not as a regular knight, but as a royal guardian knight. Applause echoed throughout the palace. With this, I didn't have to get engaged to Charlotte. However, due to this, the Empire revealed three important secrets to the world. The champion of Als, Reinhardt, the champion of Toan, Olivia Lands, and the hero's sister and the apostle of Mensis, Ellen Artorius. All three would become famous throughout the continent. Naturally, Temple was in chaos. The news that the sister of humanity's savior, Lagan Artorius, was enrolled in the royal class of the second-year students spread out after Alspringer's master. Moreover, she was the winner of last year's Miss Temple contest. She's Artorius's sister. Really, somehow. She didn't seem like an ordinary person. That's right. Ellen inevitably became an even greater idol than Reinhardt due to her Miss Temple winning history. The guardian knight of the princess. Both are in the same royal class of the second year. Isn't he also in the second year? Reinhardt. Yes, that's right. Not only was the whole temple turned upside down, but the same was true within the royal class itself. Upon hearing the news that Ellen had chosen Charlotte as her master, Harriet's face turned pale. So, does that mean it's possible? It would have been unimaginable before this happened, but after hearing about the Guardian Knight's ceremony, Harriet seemed to understand why Ellen made such a decision. There's no reason it can't be. Ellen, it's going to be dangerous, surely. Reinhardt's affairs were important to Harriet, but so were Ellen's. Knowing that this would put Ellen in danger, Harriet choked back tears as she held Ellen's hand. Ellen held Harriet's hand and nodded firmly. It's okay. Ellen looked at Harriet. The Empire will protect me. And Reinhardt is here, Liana is here, Adelia is here, and Ellen looked at Harriet with eyes full of trust. You're here too. There was not a hint of doubt in Ellen's eyes as she believed that everyone would protect her. Yeah, Ellen. Harriet quietly hugged Ellen, and Ellen hugged Harriet back. Harriet already knew, but the reactions of the other classmates were understandably astonished. It's too big of a secret to say that it's disappointing that you kept it secret. That's right, Liana and Adelia said, looking at Ellen. I'm still sorry, I could have told you. It's okay. It's a good thing to have a younger sister like this, a pretty and amazing sister for the hero, right? Liana didn't seem hurt, but rather surprisingly, seemed happy. Adelia was embarrassed, as Ellen, whom she had always found a bit difficult, now seemed even more impressive. What are you? You're that, Artorius's sister. Yes. Olivia, who had occasionally visited the temple, was also bewildered upon hearing Ellen's identity. I guess I could believe it because you were being so rude. What? Olivia stared at Ellen, then clicked her tongue as she held her. Wham! Still, this rude junior is so cute this time. Ah, ah, Ellen, buried in Olivia's embrace and struggling, couldn't seem to break free from Olivia's grip. There was no doubt that Ellen's actions played a decisive role in cancelling Reinhardt's engagement. What are you doing? A while later, a flushed Ellen caught her breath. Olivia tried to poke Ellen's cheek, but Ellen avoided it with a simple gesture. They say talent goes to the bear and money goes to someone else. Ha! Although Ellen declared herself a guardian knight, Reinhardt seemed to claim her as his own. Olivia waved her hand with a smirk. I'm busy, so I'll go for now. Think about what you want to eat. I'll treat you to a special meal for once. I don't want to. Yeah, get lost. Olivia hurriedly left the temple, whether she really had something urgent to do or not. Ellen watched her go quietly. Ellen had only heard that she worked as an inquisitor, but she didn't know exactly what she was doing. However, Ellen thought that the shadow that loomed over her back somehow looked much darker. The reactions of the entire royal class had changed significantly. The calm and talented sophomore, who was actually the owner of Lament and Artorius's younger brother, became well known. The first-year students were not only shocked to find that they had two untouchable seniors in their second year, but they also sent almost reverent gazes. Of course, something very important had also changed. Having received the position of guardian knight, Ellen was still a student, but she had become a knight. Moreover, she had become a high-ranking knight with considerable authority and power as a protector of the royal family. Of course, Ellen had no interest in such things. What was important was the relationship between Ellen and Charlotte. Ellen and Charlotte were not particularly close in the first place. They were neither friends nor enemies, with Reinhardt being the only common point between them. However, the relationship between the two was re-established as a guardian knight and a lord, both half voluntarily and half involuntarily. So whether they liked it or not, the two had become a hierarchical relationship. Ellen, yeah, you should call me my lord. It's Temple, Ellen's words, stating that rank was meaningless in Temple, and thus the relationship between lord and knight was also meaningless, were sometimes correct depending on the situation, but Charlotte looked at Ellen with wide-open eyes. Will you call me lord when we graduate? We'll see. Charlotte stared intently at Ellen in response to her sullen reply. Ellen had not even a shred of loyalty to Charlotte. She had revealed her identity and become a knight, intending to gain greater fame and take on the danger instead of Reinhardt, who was on the verge of not only engagement but also a life-threatening situation. Charlotte was no different. She had no personal trust in Ellen and had only agreed to Ellen's request out of guilt for pushing too much sacrifice onto Reinhardt. So, while it may have seemed like a huge influence of the hero's descendant supporting the empire from afar, in reality, the relationship between the two had become worse than that of a person looking at a small chicken. To Ellen, Charlotte was someone who almost took Reinhardt away. To Charlotte, Ellen was the one Reinhardt devoted the most attention to, so neither of them could like each other after overcoming certain situations. Did you know that I made a lot of concessions? Can't you be a little grateful? I am grateful. That's why I became your knight. Both Charlotte and Ellen had made some concessions. Charlotte, who could have Reinhardt if she kept her mouth shut, had made a concession by not doing so, and Ellen, who had taken the risk of being targeted by the demon realm forces by revealing herself as the hero's sister and supporting the Empire, had also made a concession. Charlotte had given up her future, and Ellen had decided to protect the Empire even at the risk of her life being threatened. So, strictly speaking, the two didn't owe each other, but rather exchanged something. Furthermore, while Ellen wasn't loyal to Charlotte, she did have a sense of responsibility. As promised, Ellen would risk her life to protect Charlotte when she was in danger, even if she didn't have any loyalty to her. She had no intention of abandoning her duties as a guardian knight. Ellen and Charlotte stared at each other. Somehow, they had become strangely entangled with each other. The situation had come to this, and they decided to confront each other properly. So, Charlotte was a bit annoyed with Ellen. The feeling was mutual for Ellen. Honestly, you know you're kind of unlucky, right? You who came this far with just pity are a bit cowardly. Wow, your words are harsh. Seriously, seriously harsh. I just wanted to show you what real misfortune is like since you mentioned it. It's not my true feeling. Is this really what a guardian knight is supposed to be like? Then find another knight. But not Reinhardt. Ever since you became friends with Reinhardt, your speech became just as annoying. I guess you didn't become close enough to imitate his speech. Unfortunate. What? This is, really, Charlotte and Ellen, bound by the oath of a guardian knight, came to really dislike each other. Still, I'm really grateful. Grumbling, Ellen added that. So, even if the whole world abandons you, I'll protect you. In her own way, she pledged her loyalty to her lord. I don't know what to say to that. Charlotte, with her face slightly red, averted her gaze from Ellen and snapped back. Ellen became Charlotte's knight. The engagement was as if it never happened. They also had a separate conversation with the Emperor about it. The Emperor still implied that if Charlotte wanted to go ahead with the engagement and marriage, it was entirely up to her. He even seemed to prefer it that way. Naturally, with the situation as it was, there was no need to insist on it, so they stepped back. It was an absurd situation, to have the right to choose in this situation. Although the engagement was as if it never happened, the choice had led to a significant change where Ellen, me, and Olivia would reveal ourselves to the world. And Ellen and Charlotte still hadn't had a proper conversation about that issue. In a different sense from before, I didn't know what to say to Ellen, and Ellen seemed unsure of how to break the ice. So, after the swordsmanship lesson guided by Savelin Turner, Turner left, but Ellen and I were sitting side by side on the bench in the waiting room without saying a word. Both of us felt that we should say something, so we didn't leave our seats. However, neither of us knew how to start. Both words of gratitude and apologies felt strange. I had made a choice, and that choice was Charlotte. Ellen sacrificed herself to blur that choice. So, isn't it a bit strange to say thank you? And isn't it strange to say sorry? So, even after a few days since her knighthood ceremony, Ellen and I couldn't have any conversation. Ellen had chosen me, but she couldn't have any conversation with me. How much time had passed until the darkness of night fell outside the window of the waiting room. We couldn't have any conversation. I had to say something, so I eventually opened my mouth. I am. Just promise me one thing. But as soon as I opened my mouth, Ellen cut me off and interjected. Ellen looked at me. Like last time. Like before, like the previous time. Tears welled up in Ellen's eyes as she spoke. Don't tell lies like that. That lie was probably about what happened on Camcenture Island. Was it a lie? Ellen asked me that, and I answered yes. Ellen sobbed. I knew it was a lie. I knew it was. Of course I knew it. But it was too. It hurt too much. Ellen pleaded with me through her tears. I tried to sacrifice something, and Ellen sacrificed herself instead. But in the end, I also exposed my identity to the world and took on a certain level of risk. Before I could sacrifice anything more to protect Charlotte, Ellen intercepted it. Both of us had to shoulder something to protect Charlotte. What Ellen asked of me was just one thing: not to choose her, not to like her, just like before. Don't ruin myself with lies. She merely requested that much. I couldn't say I loved her. I couldn't say thank you, although saying sorry might not be enough. I'm sorry. That was all I could say. On the way back to the dormitory at night, Ellen and I walked together, keeping a slight distance between us. Guilt and obsession tangled, and Ellen and I had become estranged. The engagement was as if it never happened, but even after Ellen talked about it, I found it difficult to say anything. Can we go back to the way things were? Can we go back and pretend nothing happened, living as we used to? Do I have the right to do that? It seemed like whatever action I took, it wouldn't be right. So I ended up not being able to do anything. We walked absent-mindedly back to the second-year dormitory. It was night, and I wanted to go in and rest, but Ellen grabbed my collar. Ellen looked at me with her usual calm expression. "I'm hungry," that's what she said. It seemed like a trivial statement thrown out casually. It was nothing special. Ellen always made such remarks nonchalantly, and after saying them, she would make something to eat, an ordinary remark, soon a daily expression. Now that the strange moments had ended, let's return to our daily lives, busily clashing swords, gorging on food before bed and falling asleep exhausted. Let's return to those ordinary days. Ellen's simple words were a signal, as well as words of forgiveness. Let's live as we used to. Let's share every moment together as if nothing ever happened. It's not that the guilt has disappeared, nor has anything that has changed returned to its original state. However, as if nothing has changed, as if there is no guilt, we can pretend. What do you want to eat? Stew with beef. All right, let's eat. Make a lot. How much do you plan to eat? How much did she plan to eat? Was Ellen happy that I said that? Loads, loads. With a bright smile, she said that. Chapter 407, Winter Palace. How does it feel to have the support of two heroes? I'm starting to feel a bit uplifted, but I don't really want to react to that. Charlotte replied grumpily to Bertus's question. If Ellen Artorius had become your guardian knight, and you had blindly accepted an engagement with Reinhardt, who knows what could have happened? Charlotte narrowed her eyes at Bertus's malicious jeering. I don't want to be remembered as a princess who was assassinated by her own knight. Bertus looked rather embarrassed at Charlotte's nonchalant response. Do you really think Ellen would do that? I don't know if she would, but Reinhardt would definitely resent me for it. I'd hate that even more. Charlotte spoke honestly, saying she'd rather be killed by a jealous Ellen than be hated by Reinhardt. Bertus couldn't help but be dumbfounded. She had never been one to reveal her feelings so honestly, but after accepting her defeat, Charlotte had become excessively candid in many aspects. So, what's the reason you called me, your not-so-beloved half-sister, to your palace when you have nothing to do and aren't busy? This visit was due to Bertus telling Charlotte to come to the Winter Palace. Charlotte had no choice but to come because Bertus asked her to, though her support base was now secured. As long as Bertus knew about the fusion of Charlotte's soul and the Demon King's soul, she would always be hanging by a thread. So, is there any progress in your research on the soul manipulation magic? At that, Charlotte's expression hardened. You're asking even though you know. I know you think very little of me, but this time I really don't know. I only know that you've somehow obtained a grimoire about soul manipulation magic, and you're trying to do something with it. Charlotte couldn't understand Bertus's claim of ignorance. She had tried to keep it a secret, but Bertus had been playing with information as if he had everything at his fingertips. It would be more surprising if Bertus didn't know about the information regarding the underground labyrinth of the demon castle. Bertus doesn't know what he needs to know. That means the information has been blocked in the middle. Could it be Turner? Turner had to remain neutral, but at some point she had been subtly taking Charlotte's side. Savelyn Turner might have tried to prevent information about Charlotte's last resort, the soul manipulation magic, from reaching Bertus's ears. As a result, Bertus knew about the soul manipulation magic, but it was clear that he didn't know that its source was the underground labyrinth of the demon castle. Of course, Bertus might also know about the underground labyrinth of the demon castle. However, if they somehow managed to hide the information about Charlotte, Turner, and Reinhardt heading to the demon castle, the grimoire about soul manipulation magic, and the information about the underground labyrinth would not be connected. Bertus would most likely knew about the soul manipulation magic and the underground labyrinth as two separate pieces of information. If the information was successfully blocked, then there are only three people who know about the underground labyrinth of the demon castle. Savelyn Turner, Charlotte herself, and Reinhardt. The magicians who had conducted soul manipulation research didn't know where they had obtained the grimoire. So, information about soul manipulation could leak out, but its source couldn't, the result of such soul manipulation research. I have to live like this. Charlotte had learned about the result not too long ago. Bertus furrowed his brow at Charlotte's calm words, judging by his reaction. It seemed apparent that he was hearing this for the first time. You don't seem too disappointed about it. Indeed, Charlotte had been nonchalant when she heard that her condition couldn't be healed with soul manipulation magic. Well, this is how it turned out. That was her only thought. Bertus's expression hardened. Sister, you may not believe it, but I'm genuinely afraid of having to kill you. Until recently, I just needed to turn Reinhardt into an enemy, but now I have to turn Ellen Artorius into one as well. No matter how justifiable it is for me to kill you, and even if everyone on the continent agrees, both of them are stubborn. In my opinion, Ellen Artorius is on the same level as Reinhardt, if not crazier, just less conspicuous. Of course, I can handle them both. But what about after I kill you, and then kill the two heroes who are treated as humanity's hope? Then I'll have to pray that people hang me without pain. Bertus grumbled with a genuinely annoyed and bewildered expression. Seeing how my situation has turned out, it makes me want to thank the Demon King for putting you in such a difficult position. Charlotte laughed, covering her mouth, as she imagined the difficulties Bertus would face after her death. Bertus glared at Charlotte with a dark expression, crossing his arms. Listen, sister, you seem too carefree about dying. Think about my situation. I have to choose between killing you to prevent the former Demon King Valia from reviving halfway and putting my neck on the line, or letting the former Demon King revive, and investing the continent's power to legitimately fight the Demon King subjugation battle without Lagan Artorius. And on top of that, the current Demon King problem still remains. Even if I survive physically, the stress will kill me, for sure. Bertus's words, while somewhat exaggerated, weren't necessarily wrong. If he killed Charlotte now, he would have to die. If he waited until the Demon King completely dominated Charlotte's body, a massive event would occur in which they would have to subjugate the revived Demon King. Although Bertus would gain a legitimate reason for his actions, enormous sacrifices would be made. Ellen had become her knight, and Reinhardt cherished her. Because of these two facts, the value of her life had become excessively heavy. It was heavy, then light, and heavy again. Charlotte found the change quite amusing. Bertus's concerns were undoubtedly valid. Well, I can't be sure, and I don't know if you'll believe it, but I somehow feel that won't happen. On what basis? Reinhardt had told her countless times. With spirit speech, the only supernatural power of its kind in the world. Nothing would happen. She would be fine. Nothing would happen. Amidst the many whispers that seemed to bring peace to her heart just by listening, Charlotte was unconsciously certain that she would be fine. Even if this power eroded her, it wouldn't take away her will. So maybe now it was completely fine. He had told her that. Charlotte trusted Reinhardt. She trusted the many whispers of spirit speech Reinhardt had given her, so she believed in the changes in her body and soul. Surely, I'll be fine. No, on what basis? Charlotte looked at Bertus and grinned. Swish! Charlotte's hair turned pitch black, and she transformed into a devil with black pupils in her blood-red, vertically torn eyes. Bertus's face turned pale as he looked at the horrifying figure, unmistakably resembling that of a demon or a devil with darkness-streaked hair fluttering in the air. Look! A strange, eerie voice rang out, and as Charlotte gestured, dozens of dark spears appeared in the air. The spears were aimed at Bertus, but they remained fixed in the air without any movement. I won't kill you, even in this state. No, you, what on earth? Isn't this enough evidence in itself? Charlotte had become one with the Demon King. To be exact, she had become able to fully control a portion of the Demon King's power. This was Reinhardt's gift. The life that would have been lost without Reinhardt had given her the additional gift of the Demon King's power. Soul manipulation couldn't have been an alternative. Rather, why should I give this up? However, now that the situation had come to this, the only thing Charlotte could trust was this power. If you meant to scare me, you succeeded more than enough, sister. As if not denying that he was scared, Bertus slowly nodded. At his words, Charlotte's fluttering hair settled back into place, and her hair and pupils returned to their original state. It's not every day I get to see you scared. I should thank the Demon King. Would you cut it out with the shitty jokes? It took a strong heart to admit he was scared. If a perfectly normal person suddenly transformed into a demon and tried to kill them, fainting would be the more common response. To Bertus, Charlotte certainly seemed to be controlling the Demon King's power rather than being dominated by it. Of course, he couldn't be sure if that state was fine, as Charlotte said, but he couldn't deny that it was stable for now. Of course, it was a power that couldn't be revealed externally. Even those who didn't know the details would agree that it was an incredibly uncomfortable and ominous sight when Charlotte revealed her true power. It was a hidden trump card and a last resort. Charlotte simply had such a thing. Although this power was strong, it was impossible to survive when confronted with the numerous knights of the Empire and the heroes of the continent. That's why power, which could move countless forces with just a word, was also terrifying. Why did you bring that up? It doesn't seem like you're trying to pump information out of me. At Charlotte's question, Bertus crossed his arms and stared at her intently. Of course, I'm curious about the source. Where on earth did you get a grimoire about the principles of handling souls? Did you make some secret connections? Ah, is that what you're wondering? Berta seemed to know about the labyrinth, but didn't know that she had been to the demon castle. She thought she could tell him the source, but she believed that only she, who possessed the soul of the demon king, could break through the labyrinth. Why? Do you think there's something more? What's the point in asking me that? Neither Bertus nor Charlotte were mages. They knew that a rare grimoire held tremendous value. They were not merchants who would convert its value into money. Instead, they sought to supply the magic to the army to enhance their power. Powerful magic is power itself. No matter how dangerous the magic or how risky the prohibition, there's no such thing as too much power for the powerful. It didn't matter if she told Bertus the source. After all, only she could enter there. But there was no reason to give him the information. She couldn't become an emperor, but she could form a cooperative relationship with Bertus. The things in the demon castle's underground would become Charlotte's assets. She owed Ellen and Reinhardt, risking their lives for her. If Bertus could find a use for her on his own, one day she might face them both without any sense of obligation. All right, then I'll bring you a few more volumes. Shall we make a deal? The fewer cards you have, the more careful you have to be. Charlotte said she would bring just a few, but she intended to provide a significant number of grimoires. Even if he found out she went to the Darkland, and then realized that she had discovered it in the underground of the demon castle, it didn't matter. Only she could enter there. As soon as Harriet saw Reinhardt, she hesitated and walked past him. She didn't know what to say, so she had been avoiding Reinhardt lately. Harriet had seen Ellen and Reinhardt talking casually as they used to. She had also seen the strangely bickering interaction between Charlotte and Ellen, who had become a guardian knight. Then she saw the three of them walking together. Harriet didn't know what to do or how to do it. When Reinhardt announced his engagement, Harriet felt as if her head had gone completely empty. She couldn't concentrate on her studies or research. She couldn't tell him not to go through with the engagement since it was a decision made to protect Charlotte's life. So, she could only watch and wonder if she had to drift apart like this. As she continued to watch, just when she thought she would have to distance herself like this, Ellen became Charlotte's knight, and the engagement disappeared as if it were a lie. It was something she couldn't do. It was only possible for Ellen Artorius, the younger sister of Lagan Artorius, and the owner of Lament. Because Ellen had a symbolism even stronger than Reinhardt's, she could guarantee Charlotte's safety by becoming her knight. Ellen did what he couldn't, and because of that, Reinhardt didn't need to get engaged or anything. She thought she should be happy about it, but Harriet was not happy at all. So even when she saw Reinhardt getting along with Ellen again like before, Harriet couldn't be happy about it. She knew that if she approached him and talked to him casually, he would treat her like before. But, in the end, that wasn't enough. Reinhardt always felt a little bit sorry for her, feeling sorry and feeling sorry again. That was all there was to it. He couldn't go any further. She had always thought that she would come after Ellen, but she was wrong. She was always the last one, to restore the relationship, to make him pay attention to her. Sometimes Charlotte came first, sometimes Ellen came first, and sometimes Olivia came first, but she was always next. If Harriet from her arrogant days were here, she would have been furious and angry. She would have thought that she didn't deserve such treatment and been upset about it. But Harriet, who had overcome her arrogance, decided to treat people normally and lived that way. Little by little, she was chipping away at herself. She told herself it was enough to expect so little, that he was paying a lot of attention to her, that it was enough, that it was enough, that if it was this much, she should be grateful before she knew it. She faced her self-esteem, which had gone from humility to the abyss. It was okay if he didn't hold her hand. It was okay if he didn't hug her. She felt resigned satisfaction in just having him by her side, thinking that it was enough. This was wrong. Being satisfied with someone who didn't like her caring for her out of guilt, it was just miserable. If her heart was going to be defeated miserably in the end, shouldn't she give it up? Harriet, are you okay? Ha! Oh, yes. Harriet nodded at Adelia's worried words. If she couldn't get a return on her feelings, she should give them up. Reinhardt had climbed too high compared to before. Maybe he had become someone she couldn't even look up to. The seed sown in the soil of her heart had grown into a flower, but like a flower that withered without bearing fruit. She wished that only her feelings would wither away. The soil where the flower took root. She felt as if it was withering away along with it. Harriet left Temple and headed for the royal palace. As she left, she made a resolution. Let it fade away, slowly. Once it no longer hurt and the painful feelings disappeared, they could return to being normal friends. Harriet thought Reinhardt would want that too. Just as Liana was comfortable with Reinhardt because she didn't like him, Harriet hoped to feel the same way. After a very long time, they would talk about it, about how she had once loved him very much. She had loved him so much. As Harriet stepped out onto the street, she eventually broke down in tears in the middle of it. Bad, bad, bad guy, knowing that she liked him. They never had a proper conversation about it, fearing something might break, but in the end, he knew it was unbearable to feel upset and sad. Maybe she should say something. Call him a bad guy, the worst guy in the world, and curse him as much as she could. He's not worth loving. He's just a terribly bad guy. And although she knew it was her fault for loving him despite knowing that, if she could just hate him, the feelings of inferiority and defeat would disappear. Let's dislike him. Just hate and resent him. Pretend not to know after calling him a bad guy in front of her eyes. Will they come back as friends later? There's no such thing as that. With that resolution, Harriet walked the streets, rode the magic-powered train, and headed for the royal palace. Chapter 408. I wanted to distance myself from Reinhardt. However, I knew that the best way to sort out my complicated feelings was to immerse myself in something. When I memorized complex magic formulas or faced puzzles, the distracting thoughts in my head disappeared. Harriet often cleared her mind through study and research. That's why Harriet devoted herself to research. That research itself was about the dimensional gate leading to another world, as proposed by Reinhardt. It was miserable that the research was about something Reinhardt proposed, but this was the only thing Harriet could cling to. When her duties at Temple were over, Harriet headed to the royal palace. Studying the warp gate system in the library of the Royal Magic Department was originally proposed by Reinhardt, but Harriet also became interested. A magic system built up over a long time. It was exhilarating just to understand the vast system that countless archmages had worked on. Research on warp gates basically required an understanding of dimensional magic. Therefore, Harriet raised her understanding to a level where she thought she might be able to develop a gate system herself if it were on a small scale. Because of recent events, the atmosphere around Temple had changed a lot. If only the hero would. It would be nice if he came out of Temple. The number of people gossiping and setting up camp at Temple had increased significantly. The reason was none other than to see Reinhardt and Ellen. Just as people flocked around Reinhardt and Ellen inside Temple, there were people stationed outside Temple as well. Most people didn't even know what Reinhardt and Ellen looked like, or they wouldn't recognize them, even if they came out of Temple. Temple security force kept an eye on and controlled them just in case the crowd might cause a commotion. The reincarnation of Artorias. There were people who made incomprehensible noises. Harriet had heard that a strange cult had emerged believing in the reincarnation of Lagan Artorias. Were such people gathered here? Did they believe in the strange rumors that Reinhardt was the reincarnation of Artorias? Harriet couldn't understand the strangeness of the people. However, there was a result, the hope of humanity. Reinhardt and Ellen, who had become such beings before they knew it, and Olivia. She felt small and insignificant, although there was no reason to feel insignificant. It was natural to lose one's spirit when faced with something so enormous. That's why Harriet was trying to give up. Passing through the crowds, Harriet headed to the royal palace. When Harriet arrived at the royal magic department, she tilted her head at the unusual atmosphere. Numerous magicians huddled together in front of the research material reading room, watching a pile of books. This method. Amazing. Where on earth? A considerable amount of magic books. The magicians examining the materials in front of them were clearly not low-ranking members of the magic department, but high-ranking ones. Harriet frequented the magic department, but was not very close to the royal magicians, and it seemed like an important conversation was going on, so Harriet headed straight to the reading room she usually visited. Harriet had hardly any acquaintances among the wizards at the magic department. They all knew that the princess was conducting important research with the permission of the royal family, so they didn't approach Harriet first. The only ones she had any acquaintance with were the entrance manager, who controlled the desk, and the librarian in charge of room 8. The young wizard in front of her was someone who advised Harriet on understanding dimensional magic and helped her find the necessary materials. He had been helping her with her research, explaining the imaginary dimensions and acting as an assistant and advisor. Of course, he wouldn't initiate conversation unless Harriet needed him first. Although they didn't know each other very well, Harriet knew that this wizard was quite kind. He would always explain in detail, yet concisely, about areas Harriet was unfamiliar with, even though she never asked twice. She had only learned his name recently. It was Rosser Dwin, or at least that's how Harriet remembered it. However, the librarian, who used to greet Harriet warmly whenever she came in and never spoke afterward, seemed completely unaware of her arrival and just sat there blankly. Since there was no reason to pretend to know her beforehand, when Harriet cautiously sat down at a relatively distant seat, he flinched, as if he had heard her. "Ah, Your Highness, have you arrived? Ah, just now." It seemed he hadn't heard Harriet coming in, probably because he was distracted by something. Finally, his usual slightly smiling expression returned. "It's been a while since you've been here. I've had some business lately." It was more due to mental stress than actual business, but Harriet didn't bother explaining. "By the way, it's a bit more noisy outside than usual." Talking about it reminded Harriet of Reinhardt's face, so she forcefully changed the subject. When Harriet showed a little curiosity, the young wizard smiled softly and stared at the entrance to the reading room. "Ah, are you talking about that? It seems that a large number of rare magic books have been acquired from somewhere. It's not common to find so many rare grimoires all at once." "Grimoires?" "Yes, the source is confidential for now, but it might have come from a newly discovered labyrinth in Darkland." A labyrinth in Darkland. Harriet tilted her head, as it was the first time she had heard such a story. "A labyrinth?" "Yes, it hasn't been fully explored yet, but there seem to be a few adventurers who have returned with rare magic books. It's suspected to be a Lick's tomb, and though we don't know which Lick it is, it's expected to be quite a powerful one. Of course, if that many grimoires have been found, the tomb exploration might already be over. But still, it's quite a rare event." Ross O'Dwyn's attitude in concluding his words was a bit subtle. She had always vaguely thought of him as just a diligent and smart person, but now there was something peculiar about him. "I don't know if it'll be my turn, but I'd love to take a look if I can. It probably won't come, though." It was an odd feeling, something indescribable. She didn't know what was hidden in those eyes, but somehow she could feel something that made people's hearts waver. However, such gazes were not unusual for a mage. It was natural for a mage to be interested in rare grimoires. But the tomb of the Lick. A large number of grimoires were believed to have been found there, although she couldn't know for sure. There must have been very powerful spells that were unknown to the world. Dangerous power, but formidable power. Harriet hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized, if you possess excessively dangerous knowledge, you become an excessively dangerous mage. Harriet repeated to herself the words that the Duke of Saintoin used to say habitually. "I'm curious, where on earth did they find such precious magic?" Harriet couldn't shake the feeling that the mage's gaze when talking about the grimoire was somewhat strange. Where on earth did they get it from? Really? A faint murmur, barely audible, sent chills down Harriet's spine. "White Palace, Urneria. Your Highness, the documents you requested last time have arrived from the Association." I see." Duke Saintoin took out the report brought by the messenger in the palace office. As he read the report, the Duke spoke casually. "Is it difficult to get the originals?" "Yes, they said it would be considered association property, though not strictly confidential." "How ridiculous. Claiming ownership of magic, they didn't even develop themselves." The report the Duke was looking at contained a list of books and a brief description of their contents. A theory of simplifying magic formulas for enhancing the efficiency of fire magic composition. Methods for improving and increasing magic density. Efficient utilization of internal magic. Although the book titles didn't directly say so, the contents indicated that analyzing the recorded magic revealed such magic theories. Whether these theories were actually effective or not was unknown, and the Duke hadn't seen the grimoires himself, so he didn't know if they could really be theorized. The adventurers who wandered through the labyrinth, presumed to be the tomb of the Lick, were able to extract this much magic theory from the grimoires they roughly picked up. There were countless unexplored areas in the Darklands, and numerous dungeons that had not been properly explored. It was impossible to discover all of the dungeons, unexplored areas, and dangerous zones. The recently discovered Tomb of the Lick was one of those unexplored areas. Originally, it would not have been a matter worthy of reporting to the Duke. What was important were the grimoires brought back by the adventurers who had barely escaped after wandering through the tomb. Grimoires were divided into theoretical books and spellbooks that dealt with magic. 4 types of spellbooks. From them, even if it didn't completely overturn all the magic theories used so far, they were able to derive significant improvements. However, the fact that there was a more efficient method than the one used so far in those grimoires was an amazing discovery. The value of the grimoires themselves was indescribable, and their magical value was even greater. The Tomb of the Lick. It was not entirely deciphered, but there were a few magical tomes close to byproducts that contained such content. It was written like that in the last line of the report. The association is considering the possibility that an Archlick might exist in the dungeon. Archlick, like a dragon, a mythical being that is universally considered non-existent. It only appears in legends. The association had to make such an irrational decision because nobody knew what was really lying dormant in the Tomb of the Lick discovered this time. How long had they been researching magic to possess such spells? Then, what would be in the true vision of that Lick? However, it was difficult to identify the identity of the labyrinth in the Lick's dungeon, and the association and guilds were not likely to show any direct movements, as it was deemed very dangerous. Magicians are usually cautious, and so are the archmages. Adventurers are like rainwater seeping after money anyway. When they risk their lives to retrieve the grimoires, the association, the guild, or people like the archmage can buy them. There's no reason to take the risk directly. However, if the grimoire falls into the hands of the association or guild, the archmage can only hear stories about the discoveries made. Magicians are also closed off, so the magicians in the guilds and associations are reluctant to share their techniques with each other. It's even fortunate that they inform an outsider magician of their achievements, albeit shallowly. Taking it before it's snatched away is the best option. However, just like the Archmage thinks, the association, the guild, and eventually the royal family might also set their sights on it. If not just adventurers, but the Magic Association, the Magic Guild, and the royal family form a group for dungeon exploration, it would be deciphered, even if it's the tomb of an archlick. What is really in this tomb? Dangerous knowledge only creates dangerous magicians, and the labyrinth, which is bound to hold numerous dangerous spells, will breed countless dangerous magicians. The true nature of the labyrinth must be discovered, even if it's to prevent dangerous spells from being released into the world. Tell the Mage Corps to prepare. Yes, Your Majesty. The Archmage was planning to go out after a long time. Chapter 409. No, did you finish this already? At Rosser Dwin's words, Harriet calmly nodded her head. Ah, yes, Your Highness. This isn't a simple matter to discuss. You've changed the history of warp gates, and through that, the history of the continent. Ah, is that so? Rosser Dwin made a fuss, but Harriet didn't feel particularly impressed. Your Highness, you've solved a difficult problem that countless warp gate theorists had given up on. You can be a little more pleased. Rosser Dwin's voice echoed throughout the quiet reading room. His reaction was unusually intense compared to his usual calm demeanor, but Harriet still didn't feel particularly impressed. It was by no means an easy problem, but she had managed to solve it through intermittent research. That was all it was. Your Highness, you do understand what you've accomplished, don't you? Yes. Oh. If the hypothetical dimensional map is re-established as it is, rather than reaching the destination through multiple warp gates, we can move from a small gate at the northern end of the continent to a small gate at the southern end in one go. Is that not the case? You know it well, so why aren't you more impressed? Harriet was about to say something, but closed her mouth. It was because she almost said that it wasn't her being extraordinary, but rather the previous warp gate operations being too foolish. It would have been disrespectful to all the magicians who had built this system throughout history, so Harriet couldn't bring herself to say it. And for the same reason, she couldn't ask why no one had done it until now. Like almost all technological advancements, Harriet was inspired by inconvenience. The warp gate system provides immense convenience, but ultimately, there are inconveniences. Small warp gates have a range of 1, medium warp gates a range of 2, large warp gates a range of 3, and super large warp gates a range of 4, for easier understanding. Since warp gates connect to all other warp gates within their range, super large warp gates naturally connect to a large number of other warp gates. Therefore, super-large warp gates were fundamentally built to connect the entire continent by constructing another super-large warp gate at the end of their range. However, this method has a chronic problem. To travel long distances, one must pass through multiple gates. Since not all locations on the entire continent are connected by super-large warp gates in an intersecting fashion, one must pass through medium and small gates in succession. To travel from the royal capital Gradium to a remote village at the southern tip of Kernstadt, one must go through the royal capital's super-large warp gate right arrow Kernstadt's super-large warp gate, regional large warp gate right arrow, another regional medium warp gate right arrow destination small warp gate. This is how one must move. It's an extreme case, but such examples are not necessarily non-existent. Consequently, inevitable bottlenecks occurred at large warp gates where people gathered, and waiting lines formed at major warp gates as well. The reason why the royal crest that Reinhardt and Ellen possessed provided a significant time-saving advantage as a warp gate free pass was due to the transfer structure of the warp gate system. However, Harriet faced a fundamental question that she could not understand. Why did they have to exit and re-enter the interconnected warp gates in the middle of the journey? Instead of disembarking at the warp gate transfer point, couldn't they use the connected dimensional gateways to directly travel to their destination without any transfers? Harriet pointed out why they did not operate the warp gates in such a manner, and Rosser Dwin's answer was simple, because that's how it had been done so far. Of course, this encompassed countless issues that were difficult to express in words alone. Warp gates did not suddenly fall from the sky, connecting the entire continent. Instead, they were gradually completed over time through trial operations, eventually taking their current form. In other words, the basic system was created without the intention of connecting the entire continent, but it ended up connecting it nonetheless. The map of the imaginary dimension used for the direct connection of warp gates was also slowly completed in this manner. This complex structure was a system built by countless magicians over hundreds of years. As many people participated in the system, inevitable problems arose. When constructing roads, some built straight transfer routes, while others built curved, elliptical, or spiral rotating structures, each constructed in their own way. Each magician drew their own map in their own way, and those maps were used as is. Eventually, it became impossible to fix them, and tampering with them would cause the entire warp gate system to break down. Through continuous maintenance, the imaginary dimension map and the warp gate base system became like a massive pile of feces. Maintenance was possible, but improvement was not, forcing the current form and usage method to be maintained. Many warp gate technicians could not make the breakthrough Harriet did, not because they lacked the idea, but because they were incapable. They would have to understand the entire structure of the imaginary dimension accumulated over 100 years, redraw the imaginary dimension map of the warp gates connecting the entire continent, and modify the basic operation of the warp gates, an insane task. But Harriet did it, even while being shocked by the news of Reinhardt's engagement and sobbing alone, claiming she couldn't concentrate and was struggling. In simpler terms, Harriet turned a small, outdated warp gate, similar to a local pile of junk, into a fully functional warp gate like those in front of Temple, Holy Night Order, or the Royal Palace. No, it was even more than that. Although the intercontinental warp gate had a range limit, by actually applying the imaginary dimensional map that Harriet had conceived, one could instantly travel to any warp gate within the common range where the warp gate system had been established. In other words, although it couldn't reach as far as the Edina archipelago, where the local independent small-scale warp gate system was established, it meant that they could travel anywhere on the continent. You can be happier about it, Your Highness. Well, even if you say that, they say that sadness can be a driving force for growth. This magical genius had changed history by scribbling in a notebook while sobbing in her room because things didn't go well with her crush. Ultimately, if Harriet's new warp gate-based system and imaginary dimensional map were properly utilized, The warp gate operation problems that had existed until now would be solved in one go. Of course, it couldn't be applied immediately, so it would have to go through verification and trial operation, as well as trial and error in the hands of experts to verify its stability. By now, Harriet had achieved something that no other Archmage could have done. Harriet knew that this was an incredibly important research achievement, but she didn't understand why Rosser Dwin was so excited because it wasn't that difficult for her. So, a natural conclusion. I really am a genius, Harriet realized it anew. If I had known you sooner, Your Highness, it would have been more fun. Rosser Dwin's words still gave Harriet a strange sense of incongruity. This person, today, is somehow different than usual. Harriet felt a strange sense of incongruity, but still didn't know its nature. Seeing the mental prowess that Your Highness possesses makes me feel insignificant. Now, here are the next research materials. Seeing that Harriet seemed perplexed, he changed the subject. Ah, yes, thank you. No, it's a pleasure to watch a genius at work. Genius. A word she had heard countless times and acknowledged herself, but Harriet wondered what it meant. Being the greatest genius in the history of magic was just a phrase to praise, wasn't it? Harriet still knew that she lacked a lot, and knew of her peers and seniors who were far ahead in different fields. She couldn't be the hope of humanity. She couldn't even stand alongside them. Developing an innovative use for the warp gate had nothing to do with power. The inferiority complex felt by a genius. What could she accomplish with such research? She just needed something to focus on. But Harriet didn't want anything from this research. In the end, she proposed an improvement plan for the warp gate system, but that wasn't her real goal. Even if she found a way to create a dimensional gate that connects to another world, it wouldn't make Reinhardt look at her differently. What difference would it make if she created it? He might try to hide it again, claiming it's too dangerous a magic, just like last time. The official looked at Harriet with a satisfied gaze. Though she called herself a genius, the person in front of her was undoubtedly a genius as well. It was only natural for someone who managed the Royal Magic Department's research archives at such a young age to be a genius. In the public's perception, magicians were geniuses, and this young magician, who was in charge of the magic department at such a young age, was a genius among geniuses. It was quite a significant feat for her to be called a genius by such a person. However, there was nothing that could make Harriet feel better. Anyway, I haven't asked this question before, as it may be rude. May I ask you a question? Yes. Ah, yes. Although Your Highness is not a warp gate technician, why are you studying the warp gate system? It was a reasonable question. While it was true that magicians related to warp gates were made up of high-ranking magicians, in the end, it was too practical a magic for the Archduchess of the Saint-Ouen Duchy to study. Harriet recalled the reason she started this research. A dimensional gate that connects to another world, dimensional magic, and then the warp gate if it's dimensional magic. It was a simple cause and effect. It was just that it wasn't her curiosity. How would the other party react if she said she wanted to know the way to another world? Though she thought it would be ridiculed, Harriet couldn't help but burst into laughter. I'm curious if there's a way to go to another world. Pardon. The other party was understandably bewildered, as it was an entirely unexpected response. Even after saying it, Harriet scratched her cheek, thinking it was a ridiculous thing to say. Well, I guess there isn't one, right? Harriet went along with Reinhardt's pointless curiosity, and it had come this far. Perhaps it would be better to stop playing along with Reinhardt's request. Considering she thought about distancing herself from him, that's what Harriet thought. Well, we can't know whether another world exists or not. Rather than saying it doesn't exist, it's more appropriate to call it an unexplored area. The magician in front of her muttered with a dumbfounded expression and then cocked his head. Maybe we have similar desires. Another incomprehensible remark. Did this person also want to open a dimensional gate connected to another world? But Harriet couldn't find any certainty in his ambiguous smile, which was different from his usual gentle one. It seems like you've been saying strange things for a while now. Harriet couldn't help but ask this time, but Rosser Dwin just scratched his head innocently. Ha ha, maybe I'm a bit excited. I keep saying the wrong things. What did he mean by being excited? But Your Highness, what do you think of such an idea? What idea? Instead of creating a dimensional gate to another world, wouldn't it be easier to create another world? That kind of idea. What was this incomprehensible statement? It was better to create another world than to create a dimensional gate to another world. Of course, it would be impossible for an amateur magician like me. However, if you, who possess the pinnacle of magic as a princess with the magic talent, were to do it alone, wouldn't it be entirely possible? If it's you, becoming a guard of the new world should be quite easy. What on earth are you talking about? Harriet cut off Rosa Dwin's words midway. Harriet was certain that this man was speaking of a story that only he knew, a story that existed only in his head. Harriet increasingly felt a sense of discomfort at the bottom of her heart, the cause of which she could not comprehend. She had not realized that this man was giving her such a bad feeling. Instead of his usual calm demeanor, there was a slightly sly feeling, the absurdity that suddenly popped up, and the unreadable gaze. Instinctively, Harriet felt the need to leave her seat. This man is dangerous. Harriet no longer wanted to continue the conversation. I have to go now. It's getting late. That's a shame. Your Highness. As Rosa Dwin watched Harriet subtly looking around and standing up from her seat, he smiled. I wanted to talk to you a little more today. How about just a little longer? We can continue the conversation later. It's too late tonight. Ah, I see. Although he said so, his expression was far from convincing. That was the final blow. Was he trying to force a conversation even if she didn't want to? Harriet felt her blood run cold at Rosa Dwin's sudden change. A faint, malicious smile appeared on Rosa Dwin's lips as he trembled slightly while rising from his seat. Well, goodbye. All he did was bow deeply towards Harriet. Harriet practically fled from the reading room. An unidentified sense of crisis enveloped Harriet's entire body. Chapter 410, Harriet hurried out of the palace. The person she had thought was a good advisor until now had shown such a different side that the intense discomfort she felt quickly turned into a creepy fear. Although she hadn't actually been harmed, Harriet was able to immediately sense that the man was not a normal wizard just from the few conversations they had. He seemed like he would follow her. Somehow, he just seemed like it. He kept saying strange things, making statements with an unknown intention. If only she had known him earlier, it felt like his flattery was crossing the line and almost deifying her, and even completely incomprehensible nonsense about being a guard of a new world. A normal wizard would not say such things. Harriet was an elite wizard. Wizardry is fundamentally an academic discipline for geniuses, but there are also low-level wizards who exist, and there are definitely people who learn magic from these low-level wizards. These people are usually madmen and eccentrics. Harriet had heard stories of madmen who enjoyed tormenting others by forcibly teaching magic to those without talent for it. Soon, as an elite wizard, Harriet had almost no experience with mad wizards. After all, her father was a great wizard, and those who taught Harriet magic were mostly clean wizards with sound minds. The only madman Harriet had encountered was Aaron Mead, who once created a chimera in the basement of his mansion. So it was natural for her to be engulfed in an unknown fear when Rosser Dwin, who seemed fine yesterday, started babbling strange words. The legendary evil wizards she had heard from her older brother or father when she was younger couldn't possibly be true. But Harriet was feeling in real time how terrifying it was to face someone with immeasurable madness. As Harriet walked, she kept looking back. Was that man following her? It seemed like he was obsessed with her. If he followed her, what on earth did he plan to do to her? Her pace quickened, and she broke into a cold sweat, even amidst the passengers on the magic train back to Temple. Nothing had happened, but it felt like something was going to happen. Despite knowing that this anxiety was probably unfounded, Harriet couldn't hide her agitation. The strange gaze directed at her, the desire that flared in his eyes when talking about the grimoires, the completely incomprehensible and disordered nonsense. Hoping that such a mad wizard wasn't trying to harm her, Harriet practically ran back to Temple as soon as she got off the train. The moment she crossed Temple Gate, Harriet felt somewhat relieved. But it was not enough. As it was night time, the tram was empty. Only a few students were on the tram, busy with their own affairs, while Harriet looked around, sweating coldly. Harriet was terrified by the insane idea that she might be targeted by a mad magician, something she had never seen or heard of before. She thought it was just a baseless fear. Her nerves had been on edge lately, and she was overreacting to even the smallest things. However, everything she had heard from Ross or Dwin was so bizarre that she couldn't simply dismiss it. With a complicated and fearful heart, Harriet eventually arrived at the Royal Class Dormitory bus stop and entered the building. And then, as soon as she returned to the second-year dormitory, Harriet felt the fear and anxiety that had been gnawing at her vanish in an instant. Ah! Reinhardt, with a towel around his neck, was walking towards the lobby, and their eyes met. She hesitated for a moment, as she always did lately, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to speak to him. Reinhardt was there. Harriet believed that Reinhardt would somehow help her, although she didn't want to admit it. The moment she saw Reinhardt's face, the anxiety that had gripped her heart disappeared as if it were a lie. Ah! Seeing Reinhardt, Harriet reflexively relaxed, and her legs gave out beneath her. Wobble. Hey, why are you like this? Just before Harriet collapsed, Reinhardt quickly caught her. Leaning on Reinhardt, Harriet bit her lip. There were many people stronger than Reinhardt, many more trustworthy. So why did his face bring her such a strong sense of relief? Why are you sweating so much? Reinhardt hesitated, but couldn't help checking Harriet's complexion. The reason why Harriet felt relieved when she saw Reinhardt, she thought she knew the answer. It was because he was a bad guy. Reinhardt was a madman who would go as far as becoming engaged when Charlotte's life was in danger, and he would do anything to protect those precious to him. He knew it would hurt those around him, but he still did it. He was a bad guy. So, just like he did for Charlotte, if something happened to her, he would somehow, by any means necessary, make it right. He was a bad guy and a shameless guy, but he always managed to pull through, and so she believed he would again. That's why Harriet couldn't help but feel relieved when she saw Reinhardt. She wanted to hate Reinhardt. Hey, why are you like this? Did something happen? She wanted to hate him, and she actually did. But she also trusted Reinhardt as much as she hated him. I don't know. I don't even know why I'm like this. And because she liked Reinhardt more than she hated him. Just, stay like this for a moment, please. Just for a moment. Oh, okay. In the end, Harriet couldn't bring herself to hate Reinhardt any more than she already did. Do you think it was a misunderstanding? Yeah, when I think about it. I was just scared on my own and nothing actually happened. What is this? I thought it was something serious, but Harriet said it wasn't a big deal. No, it's just, he kept praising me as a genius. And there's someone like that, somehow. Because he keeps doing it, it's a bit suspicious. He said some strange things, but it seems that it was just that person being strange. What should I say? I was just scared for no reason. Delusion, at my words. Harriet's face turned red. Ah, I think I had a delusion. What could it be? Did our cute girl have something like an axe-wielding attribute according to Lucinil's way of speaking? That shouldn't be the case. Right, it just felt like that person was following me, coming after me. I was scared. But now that I think about it, that person is just a little strange. They've never done anything bad to me or deliberately asked me for anything. There are many odd people among wizards. So when I think about it, that person isn't that peculiar, but I just misunderstood. She's too embarrassed, even mumbling with her pronunciation jumbled up, but it's cute. And it's nice to see this cute appearance without any particular guilt. In the end, she was so surprised that she left her seat, fleeing to Temple, because the research assistant who had been helping her so far had praised her a bit too much, and she harbored strange feelings. I don't know what strange things they said, but it seems that wizards have been saying bizarre things for more than a day or two. Anyway, I couldn't do anything because I thought I might have to distance myself from Harriet. But Harriet came to me first. It's a relief that it's not a big deal anyway. I felt like my heart was sinking earlier, thinking that something serious had happened. It's a welcome misunderstanding. Because of the misunderstanding, we can talk like this in a normal way. Harriet and I were sitting facing each other in the cafeteria, and I met Harriet right after I finished washing up after my duel with Ellen. Ah, Ellen. So naturally. It was only natural for Ellen, who had finished her shower, to come to the cafeteria to eat something. Ellen looked back and forth between Harriet and me, who were sitting facing each other, sat down next to Harriet, as if it was a matter of course. What do you want to eat? Our indifferent girl asked with shining eyes. I'll make it for you today. It seems that she really liked the situation coming back to this. Harriet looked at Ellen like that and made a complicated expression with a mixture of wanting to say something. It seemed both like she was smiling ambiguously and like she was about to cry ambiguously, with a complicated expression. Do you feel hungry? What's with you, then? From behind, a rather unfamiliar voice came, which was unusual to hear in the A-class dormitory, even at this ambitious time. Can you believe it? A mere night like her ordering the Lord around, is this right? Charlotte, with her arms crossed, was looking at Ellen with an irritated expression. Wait, did Ellen personally call for Charlotte? I can cook well. I'll make something for you. My knight doesn't really need to be good at wielding a knife. Well, there's no need to be bad at it either. It's better than being bad at both like you. Really, how can you be so sure I'm bad at cooking? You've never even seen it. It's obvious since you grew up in an environment where you wouldn't be good at it. Fine, I can't cook, I admit it, but did you call me just to pick a fight? In the middle of the night? I called you to make you food, but you're the one who started the fight. I was trying to take care of you in my own way. You're the one losing favor over this. Who did you learn to say such annoying but accurate things from? Ellen silently pointed at me with her eyes. She really knows how to get under people's skin, doesn't she? This is driving me crazy. Wow, now you're making me angry without even saying a word. Getting angry easily, that's a sickness. I've been seeing this kind of scene more often lately. Charlotte and Ellen have a bad chemistry, unlike Ellen and Olivia. And why does Ellen talk more when she's with Charlotte? When arguing with Olivia, all she says is stuff like "go away." I hate it. Anyway, what do you want to eat? At Ellen's question, Charlotte grinned. Beef bourguignon. What should I do? Our first princess has started being picky, but what followed was even worse. Use only tenderloin for the meat. I usually like fatty foods, but I'm on a diet these days. Don't use spices, especially pepper. I despise chefs who use spices to cover up their lack of skill. The wine should be a red wine from the Razel Mountains. Stop being picky and eat what you're given. Ellen spat out my exact thoughts. Of course, Charlotte's face turned red at those words. What? Picky? Did you just call me picky? Picky means being particular about appearances. So I meant you're as picky as you are pretty. You're so pretty that you can afford to be picky. Ah, what? What did you say? If you don't understand, just eat what you're given. Hey, hey, where are you running off to? I'm not running away. I'm going to the kitchen. Ellen, not wanting to hear Charlotte's nagging anymore, went into the kitchen, and Charlotte followed to watch her from behind. Harriet was standing next to me, her mouth agape, as we watched Ellen and Charlotte argue. Hey, you know what? I think I know what you're going to say. Last year, it seems like you and I were like that. While the context of the conversation was different, Charlotte's confusion at what she was hearing and Ellen's relentless scolding reminded me of Harriet and myself from last year. It wasn't just that. I hate carrots. Eat it. Really, you're not going to give in. I'm holding a knife. Wow, you really don't hold back. Do you, Reinhardt? I feel dizzy somehow, Harriet groaned, lying on the table as she listened to the dizzying chatter between Ellen and Charlotte. Actually, I'm still not used to this. Their conversation was nauseating for reasons other than social status. Ellen had completed the beef bourguignon and served it in front of us, while Charlotte crossed her arms and snorted. Do you remember me saying I'm on a diet? Do you think I would eat after 11 p.m.? Think a little. Right, that's what I thought she would do. As Charlotte snorted and turned her face away from the prepared food, Ellen stared at her intensely, her lips were sticking out. Well, I'm not eating. Charlotte tried her best to avoid Ellen's gradually protruding lips and gaze while she muttered softly, as if to say, if you don't eat, neither will I. Ellen's lips stuck out as she glared at Charlotte. She'll be hurt. She'll really be hurt if she doesn't eat. It was almost a coercive gaze. All right, I'll eat. Charlotte seemed like she really didn't want to eat, but she reluctantly ate because of Ellen. Well, it's decent enough to eat. The line was so obvious that it was shocking, and Harriet's face turned red as she looked at Charlotte, wondering if she had ever been like that. I won't ever say that again, like that. Right, you're cute enough now without saying such lines. Ever since Ellen became Charlotte's knight, we occasionally had times like this. Although Harriet and Charlotte haven't reconciled, the four of us gathered in the A-class dormitory due to Harriet's subtle misunderstanding. After eating the food Ellen prepared, we had time for some tea. Ellen and Charlotte would automatically bicker if left alone. Harriet pressed her temples, trying her best not to listen when the two started arguing. Of course, that wasn't the only conversation they had. Wait, did I hear something wrong? No, you heard it right. I mentioned increasing the efficiency of using the gate. So, you mean, if it's within the warp gate zone, you can move everything at once. I don't know if it'll actually work, but theoretically, yes. I made something like a blueprint, although I don't know if you'll understand it. Charlotte asked Harriet, if she had found anything she wanted while looking through the research materials in the magic department, and Harriet just answered her question. I was also surprised by that story. Improving the warp gate to reach the destination in a single use instead of multiple consecutive uses. Of course, it wasn't an immediate issue. Charlotte looked at Harriet with a dubious expression. If your words are true and it really works like that, wow, I can't even grasp how much would change. Charlotte seemed overwhelmed by the thought of calculating the ripple effects that the warp gate's improved efficiency and simplification would bring. Ellen tilted her head, wondering if that was the case, while I couldn't help but think that our Harriet was the best. Come to think of it, Harriet's discovery also had the ripple effect of a power cartridge or moonshine. It was just a change that didn't exist within my expected range, so I couldn't grasp it. The fact that the discovery was of great help to national interests made Charlotte seriously consider Harriet de Saint-Owen's talent as the greatest genius in magical history. Ellen, Harriet, and Charlotte. The sight of the three of them gathered and talking was unfamiliar, but it didn't look too bad. What's up with that Nuna lately? As the three talked in a friendly yet awkward manner, Ellen quietly asked me. Charlotte and Harriet also looked at me as if they were interested. Well, it's not wrong to ask me about Olivia's recent situation, but the fact that Ellen was curious about it was, somehow, surprising. In the end, I wonder if she began to feel some sort of empathy as the owner of the sacred relic, carrying the same fate. Olivia didn't explain anything about what she was going through, as she considered it nothing worth mentioning. Furthermore, it was difficult to even run into her, as she often left Temple. I heard she's working as an inquisitor, but I don't know the details. I only know that Olivia is searching for a clue about the demon realm's religion. If I reveal that I am the Demon King, Olivia will be on my side and keep my secret. However, if Olivia makes such a choice, it would be no different than volunteering to become humanity's enemy. I'd rather Olivia not take anyone's side at all. No, it's better if Olivia thinks of the Demon King as her enemy. Then she won't become an indiscriminate enemy of many others. Instead of making Olivia join the side of the Demon King and turn her into humanity's enemy, it's better if she sees the non-existent Demon King as her enemy. All I have to do is avoid Olivia. Inquisitor. That word alone had an ominous echo, and everyone seemed surprised. To the Royal Class second-year students, Olivia was seen as a senior with a terrible personality. But they were not unaware that Olivia Lands was a person known as a holy maiden. So everyone was surprised to hear that Olivia was working as an inquisitor who kills and tortures people. The engagement and the many changes that followed completely transformed the continental situation and our relationships. The smallest change among them. The four of us gathered like this in the middle of the night to talk. It wasn't shattered into pieces, but in this strange relationship, which seemed awkwardly broken and awkwardly attached, I could feel a precarious little piece. Chapter 411. Bang! A piercing sonic boom echoed throughout the dark space, as the air seemed to rip apart. The moment the whip was swung, it broke the sound barrier, generating a sonic boom. The sound itself was threatening, but those who were struck by the whip faced an even greater threat to their lives. Victims of the whip, which tore their flesh apart, couldn't even scream if the pain was too intense. People stretched out, exhausted from the torture. Looking at the state of these unrecognizable individuals, Olivia noticed that several among the stretched-out prisoners behind bars were already dead. Over here. Olivia was led by a person wearing the attire of a heresy inquisitor, heading somewhere. Inside the basement of the Order of Holy Knights headquarters, in the massive interrogation room, there were more people than usual. Olivia had been there a few times, and she had even almost been thrown in there by her foster father. However, now Olivia was present as a special heresy inquisitor. What are they all arrested for? At Olivia's question, one of the inquisitors leading her clicked his tongue. In these suspicious times, not only heretical faiths, but also strange folk rituals and idol worship are occurring everywhere. Cases where people believe in the existence of legends handed down in various regions or worship heretical faiths that are unheard of and unseen. Are their followers of Lagan Artorius? They are the most troublesome. They are definitely heretics, but a difficult issue to deal with, I see. Yes, we can't act on it yet as we haven't reached a conclusion through the papal conclave. We're in a situation where we can't do anything. As anxiety and fear spread, Not only the heroic faith and heretical faith, but also numerous folk beliefs were emerging. Among them, the heroic faith was the largest heresy, and they had to act quickly, but if they made a mistake, a large-scale civilian massacre could occur. If that happened, they would have to consider the conflict with the empire, and the people might turn their backs on the five great divine faiths. The name Lagan Artorius was very heavy and massive, even if it wasn't true that he had saved humanity and ascended to sit beside the gods, who would dare to claim it openly. In the current situation, if they were not careful, a ridiculous event could occur where the church would become the enemy of mankind. So, while they arrested and demanded repentance from the smaller heretics and made them divulge information about other heretics before they spread further, they couldn't arrest the heroic faith followers, who could be seen by anyone on the streets. Olivia found the situation absurd. After the outbreak of the demon war, the five great divine faiths formed the Order of Holy Knights, a united armed force representing all of the faiths. It turned out to be quite effective. The creation of an organization representing their unified interests led to a fivefold or even greater increase in their voice, power, and influence in the religious community. Moreover, the leader of the Order of Holy Knights had influence and power on par with the popes of each of the five great divine faiths. The purpose of the organization was to defeat the Demon King, but now that the Demon King has disappeared, it should also disappear. However, it has not. That's why Riveria Lands, the former leader of the Holy Knights, even planned to establish a sacred nation. But the situation has been turned upside down due to the reappearance of the Demon King. It's not that the Demon King directly did something. People who have gone mad with fear of the Demon King have created a false belief called the heroic faith, which now threatens the five great divine faiths. There's no talk of launching a sacred nation. Now, the five great divine faiths are worried about their existence due to the heroic faith, a belief with no substance. Moreover, the existence of Ellen Artorius, a descendant of the hero, and Reinhardt, the new owner of Alspringer, have only caused the reputation of the heroic faith to grow. Didn't they say so? The hero will be resurrected. The resurrected hero, Reinhardt, and Ellen Artorius, the descendant of the hero, will save us. People who believe in the heroic faith will propagate the fulfillment of the prophecy that their appearance somehow aligns with what the heroic faith preaches. The power of the heroic faith will expand. A faith without doctrine, organization, diocese, temple, or even a pope. A contagious belief like wildfire called the heroic faith will engulf the continent. The five great divine faiths. It might come to an end in the hands of the masses, rather than the Demon King. Did the Demon King foresee this situation when attacking Riveria Lands? If they knew this would happen and killed Riveria Lands, then the Demon King is something more than a genius. After all, they took into account human madness and fear. If so, they might have attacked Rajuan to amplify the signs of the heroic faith after killing Riveria Lands. The powder keg caused by the assassination of Riveria Lands, the explosion of the first Rajuan attack. It all led to the assault on the believers this time. A few guerrilla battles have brought the crisis of the heroic faith creation to the five great divine faiths. Did the Demon King really know this would happen? Olivia could not know that far. However, Olivia decided to do what she had to do. It's okay if you don't choose me. It's good if you just smile. If you're happy, that's enough. She will protect Reinhardt. If she has to become a monster to do that, she's willing to do so. Here it is. It's not a space where you can see inside through the iron bars like other places. A huge prison cell blocked by a massive stone wall. Numerous magic circles and protection spells on the outside prevent interference from the outside and escape from the inside. It's a prison cell for holding important heretics. Kerrang! As the interrogator manipulates something, the stone wall opens, revealing the prison cell. A severely wounded heretic, with their head bowed and unconscious, was there. It's not a fake, is it? Having already witnessed people being hanged in the provinces for not being believers, and priests actually creating innocent victims in collusion, this question was very important to Olivia. After all, they couldn't interrogate an innocent person. It's certain. He's not a mere impostor, but a priest who can use the divine power of the demon god. However, he won't speak. It seems he has undergone some special training as a priest. It was clear from the signs of torture that Olivia saw that ordinary methods were not used. Not only was he resistant to anti-magic, but his resistance to mental magic also seemed quite strong. "All right, everyone leave. Excuse me, he's dangerous. Staying alone with him. Do I need to say it twice?" As Olivia stared at the leaders silently, they swallowed their saliva. Her expression, gentle on the surface, seemed to hide a sharp and eerie edge, like a blade. Originally, she was famous as Iridian's saintess, and though she had suddenly abandoned her faith, she was still an apostle of Toan, who returned with Tiamata. To go against her, will was to go against the will of a god. To an extent, even the Pope and the Holy Knight's commander could not easily handle a champion chosen by a sacred relic. "Yes, but if it's dangerous." "I know, so just leave." At Olivia's plain instruction, the stone door closed, and darkness enveloped the chamber. H-Woong as Olivia waved her hand. The light illuminated the chamber. The Inquisitor's torture was not something ordinary people could endure. The torture of priests did not come from the pain itself, but from the healing power they possessed. Even if their minds were about to break, even if their limbs were about to be severed, even if they were on the verge of hemorrhagic shock, the priests would restore their bodies to their original state and start the torture all over again. That's why most of them would speak the truth or even lie to make the Inquisitors hear what they wanted. However, this demon guard priest did not give in until the end. Olivia dragged a chair to the other side of the unresponsive demon cult follower and sat down quietly. "If you're conscious, why don't you lift your head?" There was no response from the other party. "I have no talent or skill in torture. Like a stone striking a person, if you're tortured by me, you might die." At Olivia's refreshing but brutal words, a cracked voice echoed from the bent head of the heretic. "Kill me." It was a simple response. Death was not even free here. Taking one's own life was extremely difficult, and in a bound state, it was even harder. Even if they tried to die, the priests would forcibly heal them. Torture that wouldn't even allow death. The real heresy trial, different from the sham trial in Rajuan, was like this. How easily you say such a thing after being tortured so harshly. It's pitiful. Olivia stared at the heretic with his head bowed. "Even so, I'm a bit different from the Inquisitors you've encountered so far." In the light, Olivia extended her right hand in front of the heretic with his head bowed. "Shuwu, I can handle the power of the demon guard, and I'm quite good at it." Dark and sinister energy overflowed from Olivia's right hand, contrasting with the white light filling the room. "We are on the same side." The heretic, who raised his head, looked at Olivia incredulously. "The root of the power of the demon and the divine is the same." Because of their ignorance and refusal to accept this, Olivia felt sorrow for the countless disputes, pain, and death that followed. Olivia would use this fact. Olivia was both a priestess of Toan and Kier, so she could open her mouth, which would never open unless they were allies, as much as she wanted. "Do you feel like talking now?" Olivia, who lit up the room with the power of purity, stared intently at the heretic, who was cloaked in the power of corruption. "Oh, my lord," to the heretic's eyes, she must have appeared as the image of a god. Late at night, after the small feast enjoyed by the four of them at midnight, Harriet returned to her room, washed, dried her hair, and sat down on the bed. Harriet clung to Reinhardt in desperation, realizing that she couldn't hate him more than she loved him. Is this okay? While it was true that Harriet couldn't hate Reinhardt, it also felt like a fact that she would stand in last place. Knowing that his heart and relationships were deeper with others, and that she had to hover around them. How long should she endure the misery of intruding on their relationships? For now, it was enjoyable to talk to Reinhardt calmly, eat something, and share stories. It was so enjoyable, comfortable, and happy that she didn't even feel the swamp of depression that would usually envelop her as she fell asleep alone. But when she returned to her dormitory room like this, she discovered her pitiful self once again. Is this right? Is it right to build on this current feeling of happiness, comfort, and joy, only to receive a bigger wound later? It might be better to hurt a lot now. That way, it won't hurt later. If she endures this pain now, it will eventually become a scar. But after becoming a scar, it won't hurt at least. Isn't that the right way? But tomorrow, Reinhardt will calmly start a conversation, as he always has. It would be ridiculous to tell him to stop pretending to be close to her while showing disapproval. More than anything else, though she didn't know the specifics, Reinhardt had a deep relationship with Charlotte. It even seemed like Reinhardt had saved Charlotte's life when she was in danger. Ellen and Reinhardt had fought for their lives together in the Darklands. They had also spent the most time together. Officially, Reinhardt had cunningly rescued Olivia from being confined and threatened by her stepfather. In a way, he had saved her life as well. Reinhardt had had significant experiences with each of the three, excluding her, but what about her? Something seems too trivial, no matter how much I think about it, even in her own thoughts, while she felt sad and wronged by constantly being pushed away. When she thought about it seriously, she was objectively insignificant. Of course, going through difficult experiences might not be a good thing, but it seemed as if Harriet's lack of such experiences was strangely working as a difference. The thought of Harriet de Saintoin, the Grand Duchess of Saintoin, being a coward was unbelievable. Even though she was the Grand Duchess, calling him a lowly commoner was impossible, especially since Reinhardt had become the undisputed champion of owls. And what about today? Though nothing actually happened, she felt like she had been stalked and almost collapsed in front of Reinhardt, trembling with embarrassment. It wasn't like they had a big fight and then had a grand, tearful reconciliation. This situation just happened abruptly without any proper conversation. Harriet couldn't believe she had become reconciled with Reinhardt over something so trivial. Wasn't the event of their relationship returning to normal too cowardly? The next morning at dawn, Grand Duchess of Saintoin, we need your cooperation for a moment. Harriet couldn't help but be taken aback by the two magicians who introduced themselves as investigators from the Royal Magic Department and had come to her dormitory at dawn. There was no way they were fake. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to enter the temple in the first place. Me, why? Last night, a murder occurred in the Royal Magic Department's research archive. You need to be investigated as an important witness. What? A murder case? Upon hearing those words, Harriet felt her mind becoming tangled, and at the same time, she was engulfed in a sense of fear for an unknown reason. Even if she hadn't done anything wrong, and even if she was the highborn Grand Duchess of Saintoin, she couldn't help but freeze upon hearing the word crime. Moreover, it was a murder case that occurred in the royal palace. Harriet, who was looking at the polite but high-pressure investigators, turned pale. It was early in the morning, so her classmates were still asleep. However, it was also the time when those who had morning training would get up. What's going on? For example, Reinhardt. Chapter 412, as soon as I left the room for dawn training, I hesitated whether I should talk to the two outsiders who seemed to have serious problems. However, when I heard about the murder case, my actions preceded my thoughts. We need to investigate important witnesses in a murder case that occurred in the Royal Magic Division. We have already secured the cooperation of Temple. Harriet looked back and forth between me and the investigators. There's no way Harriet could have committed a murder. Can I be with her during the investigation? It was clear that Harriet was involved in an unusual incident. It seemed that the Magic Division investigators knew me. Despite the fact that it was a very important case, they allowed me to accompany them when I said I would be her protector. Fortunately, the investigation took place not outside Temple, but inside a vacant duty room in the royal class dormitory. Harriet had no idea what had happened to her, and neither did I, who suddenly got involved in the situation. Harriet was at the Royal Magic Division until late last night. She seemed a little scared yesterday, but she said it was just her imagination. Was there really something going on? What happened? Harriet asked with trembling lips, and one of the investigators began to explain slowly. Last night, 3 duty officers were killed in the Royal Magic Division's research archive, and magic books were stolen. Murder and magic book theft. At those words, Harriet's complexion turned from white to blue. At present, the most likely suspect is Rosser Dwin, who is currently missing and in charge of the 8th Research Archive Room. Is it that person? Yes, Rosser Dwin, who is in charge of the 8th Reading Room, is suspected to be the main culprit of the incident. Rosser Dwin. It was a name I had never heard before. Although Harriet was frightened, she finally seemed to understand something and nodded blankly. Harriet slowly explained what had happened yesterday. The prime suspect was Rosser Dwin, who had gone missing after committing the crime. There was nothing strange. I was looking at the research materials related to the warp gate. Now that I think about it. Harriet hesitated for a moment as if she remembered something, and then started talking. He brought some magic books from somewhere. Were they the stolen ones? Yes, that's correct. It seemed like he was really curious about the origin, even strangely so. He seemed to be rambling on. Are you saying that Rosser Dwin was a bit different from usual? Yes. Normally, he seemed to be there but not there, and he prepared what I needed. But that day, he talked a lot and said he wished he had met me earlier. Ah, Harriet murmured blankly, as if she had realized something. Harriet told the investigators a few more stories, but there was no significant clue to be found. However, Harriet seemed to be greatly shocked. It was because the person she had casually talked to yesterday had committed murder and escaped from the palace. Thank you for your cooperation in the investigation. After briefly finishing their conversation, the investigators stood up, and it seemed that there was no more business. Can that person be caught? The investigators didn't confirm nor deny in response to Harriet's fearful question. We'll have to do our best. Well then, thank you for your cooperation. It was an honor to meet you. Reinhardt. Why, yes. Ah, yes. The two thanked Harriet and left the guardroom after adding a rather embarrassing remark about being honored to meet me. The sudden murder and theft incident. Harriet's fingers were still pale, as if she hadn't gotten over the shock yet. Unable to just stand still, I brewed some black tea in the guardroom and poured a cup for Harriet. Thank you. Reinhardt. Harriet carefully sipped the black tea while trembling. After finally finishing the cup, she let out a deep breath. What on earth is going on? It was clear that Harriet had experienced something strange yesterday. Was it that guy yesterday? Yes, the mage who had suddenly stolen a significant number of magic books. Harriet took a deep breath, seemingly calming down a bit. I don't know why he stole them, but the number was quite substantial. An elite mage living a quiet life had stolen and killed someone to the extent of losing his mind. I thought he seemed greedy for magic books, but to kill someone. Although Harriet didn't know who Rosser Dwin was, he must have been a mage who had been quite helpful to her. It would have been shocking to hear that someone she had encountered often had killed 3 people. Harriet murmured with furrowed brows. I should have noticed something sooner. He had exhibited different behavior patterns due to his decision to steal magic books. Harriet thought that if she had realized his intentions sooner, this wouldn't have happened. There's no way you could have known. I know, but is she blaming herself? If she had quickly noticed that Rosser Dwin was different yesterday, could people have been saved? It's impossible to infer such a thing just because someone's behavior is strange. Harriet's self-blame is meaningless. Harriet played with her teacup, her head bowed. If I had just realized something was off, I might not have been able to do anything, but I could have told someone. Instead, I just got scared and ran away. She eventually let out a deep sigh. I feel pathetic. I don't think it's Harriet's fault, and she probably doesn't think it's her fault either. However, she regretted her actions from yesterday when she had run away. The choice to run away without trying to find out how strange he was. What should we do? It's not Harriet's fault, but it doesn't feel right to just stand by after this has happened. More importantly, a murder taking place within the royal palace is a significant issue. Shall we try to find out ourselves? Can we? I don't expect anything amazing, but there's no rule saying we can't find out anything. Right? There's no harm in trying. As a hero, I have the authority to interfere in almost all of the Empire's affairs, and Harriet has a brilliant mind. More than anything, I hadn't been able to do anything for her so far, and I wanted to do something for the gloomy Harriet. Of course, I'm not sure if chasing a murder case is really the right thing to do. And this, somehow, with this flow, event occurred murder case tracking description. A murder and theft case has occurred within the Imperial Palace. Track the case. Reward, achievement points 50. I had a feeling an event would occur, and it sure did. Saturday morning. Ellen would usually have a match on weekends, but Reinhardt left the dormitory with Harriet, saying he had some business to attend to. She didn't know what had happened yesterday, but she found out that Harriet and Reinhardt were getting along like they used to. She was worried that Harriet and Reinhardt were growing apart. Even if it wasn't like before, Harriet and Reinhardt were talking and heading somewhere together. Had Harriet finally gotten better? Feeling relieved, yet unable to fully accept it due to a complicated mix of emotions, Ellen watched the two of them leave Temple through the window. It felt good, but she couldn't be entirely happy about it. Feeling guilty towards Harriet for having such feelings, Ellen couldn't help but feel that way. So, when the 3 of them were together, Ellen tried to act even closer to Harriet than she actually felt. It was hard to bear the feeling, but she did it anyway. Training was impossible without Reinhardt. Evelyn Turner was unavailable on weekends because she had to take care of Shaniple's affairs at Temple, so Ellen couldn't get her help either. Ellen hoped it wouldn't take too long and pondered how to train alone. Hey, however, Charlotte came to visit the A-class dormitory. Let's talk for a bit. Their relationship was bound by loyalty, not friendship. Okay, so Ellen obediently followed Charlotte. Charlotte took Ellen outside the dormitory. Her expression was serious, and it didn't seem like she was about to have an easy conversation. I don't know you very well, but it seems like you're a bit tight-lipped. Are you? I'm not sure. I see, you really don't think about such things. Do you? Ellen was so tight-lipped that she didn't even have the concept of gossip in her mind. She was not only indifferent to rumors, but also lived without the concept of spreading them. Charlotte took a few deep breaths. She was planning to tell her not-so-nightly knight a secret that very few people knew. You know I was kidnapped and held at the Demon Castle, right? Yeah. As the threat of the Demon King grew and his existence threatened Reinhardt, Charlotte finally made up her mind. At that time, there was a kid who escaped with me. Together. Yes, Charlotte nodded her head, and I think that guy is now the Demon King. A secret known only to a select few, Charlotte intended to share it with Ellen. Very few people knew about Charlotte's escape from the Demon Castle among Temple students. Only Charlotte, Bertus, and Reinhardt knew about it, so it was natural for Ellen to be shocked by Charlotte's confession. Charlotte explained the whole process of her escape from the Demon Castle from beginning to end, how Bertus's followers tried to kill her, and how the child who brought the teleport scroll with Dyrus rescued Charlotte. Ellen was bound to be shocked, as she could never have known that Charlotte had not only suffered in the Demon Castle, but also escaped with a child who turned out to be the Demon King now shaking the continent. I didn't know it at that time, of course. He must have been using disguise magic. It's not important, but it's almost certain now that he's the Demon King. Charlotte bit her lip. She had to tell everything since she decided to speak, but she seemed to be wondering if she could really tell this as well. Having finished her contemplation, Charlotte looked around. There was no one coming and going in the park in front of the royal class dormitory, as it was a weekend and early in the morning. If you keep living as my knight anyway, you should know, I'll tell you. Yes, you know I have supernatural powers, right? At Charlotte's words, Ellen nodded her head. However, Ellen knew that Charlotte had some serious problems. She knew that after returning from the Demon Castle, Charlotte had been experiencing something like aftereffects. Charlotte's supernatural powers. Ellen didn't know what they were. Charlotte quietly spread her right hand. Swoosh, seeing the dark, boiling darkness from Charlotte's right hand, Ellen felt suffocated. It was a power that gave off an ominous feeling just by looking at it, even though she didn't know what it was. My body is inhabited by the soul of the Demon King. What? The following words could only make Ellen even more astonished. When I was trapped in the Demon Castle, the Demon King did something to me. I couldn't understand the meaning at that time, but now I know. The Demon King planted a part of his soul in my body to prepare for a possible resurrection. Even Ellen, who was indifferent to most things, couldn't hide her astonishment at the words coming from Charlotte's mouth. She escaped from the Demon Castle with the successor of the Demon Realm, and even a part of the Demon King's soul was dormant in her body. Words that went far beyond Ellen's imagination, who had thought of an incurable disease, were pouring out. At that time, the current Demon King, the child who escaped, saved me not to save my life, but to save the soul of the Demon King inside me. I didn't know that, and I deliberately ignored it. Even though I had some idea that the child might be a demon, I even went so far as to turn a blind eye, knowing how to find the child. I admit, I was stupid and weak. I wanted to believe that the child's intentions were for my sake, but now I don't believe it. And Reinhardt has saved me in this state several times, and now the Demon King might target Reinhardt too. After finishing her speech, Charlotte took a deep breath. I don't know if the Demon King is really behind it, but even the followers of the 5 great divine faiths are appearing. So I'm trying to retrace the clues I deliberately ignored and missed. And the Demon King is not unrelated to you, and since you are my knight, I'm telling you all the secrets. Just as Ellen had decided to protect Charlotte regardless of her personal feelings, Charlotte also recognized Ellen as her knight regardless of her personal feelings. I don't want to burden Reinhardt anymore. Reinhardt will try to do everything on his own. I've received help several times, but now I want to avoid that situation. So if it's okay with you, I want to pursue the Demon King together. I can't use anyone else. It's related to my sensitive secret, so I have to investigate it myself. Of course, the likelihood of finding out the whereabouts of the Demon King isn't high, but doing something is better than doing nothing. Now I want to try something too. Charlotte looked at Ellen quietly. Do you want to try it together? An investigation into the clues about the Demon King. Charlotte tries to reconnect the link she cut off herself in her regret. As the existence of the Demon King began to threaten the entire continent, Charlotte realized that she too had to do something. She vowed to do something to fulfill her minimum duty as a member of the royal family if this mess had continued due to her foolishness. It may be a clue that has already been missed, but they might still gain something from it. Yes, let's try. At Charlotte's proposal, Ellen silently nodded. If they could reach the Demon King, it would be an act of protecting Reinhardt. There was no reason for Ellen to refuse. Chapter 413. Ellen and Charlotte left Temple. Charlotte had an artifact that cast a perception hindrance spell, and Ellen was wearing a robe. They were prepared for any unnecessary attention they might receive. As they walked down the street, Charlotte briefly explained to Ellen where they were going. The time they found a clue while strolling around the shopping district of Alaga with Reinhardt, the shop owner who had delivered letters as a messenger for Reinhardt, and how they stopped contacting each other after their suspicions were confirmed. And finally, the time they were told to leave the royal capital. After saying all this, Charlotte realized how much trouble she had caused. If she hadn't been swayed by false hope and had pursued that magician, if she had caught that child, if they had killed the Demon King, all the things happening now wouldn't have happened. Charlotte realized anew that she was a sinner against not only the Empire, but also all of humanity and the times. For the sake of recognition, trust, and worthless attachment, she had been raising a cancerous mass that would devour the Empire. If it weren't for Reinhardt, she might have awakened as the Demon King and caused another bloodbath. Feeling guilty, Charlotte spoke in a low voice about her miserable feelings. You must not understand me right. I don't understand your actions, but I don't know what you've been through. Ellen didn't judge Charlotte's actions as right or wrong. Ellen didn't know how much pain Charlotte had been in or how terrible she had felt in the demon castle. But the boy who saved her from a horrible life as a prisoner and faced death. At that time, she couldn't have doubted him. Ellen didn't think it was possible to doubt someone who risked their life to save her in such a situation. Of course, it was a clear fact that Charlotte's actions had caused them to miss the opportunity to catch the Demon King, the boy who saved her life. She had tried to believe him until the end, but in the end, she learned the truth that she had been used. Ellen could at least understand that Charlotte's heart must have been in great pain. Ellen didn't know how to comfort someone. However, it was true that Charlotte's choice had a very negative impact on the continent and the empire. Blaming yourself is meaningless. It wasn't comforting, but it was the only thing Ellen could say. You're right. Now, they could only hope to find even the smallest clue. Even though the existence of the Demon King caused a commotion in the world, daily life went on. The aggressive hawking in the Alaga shopping district was just another part of the ongoing daily life, unrelated to the Demon King. In fact, due to the appearance of the Demon King, self-defense items were being heavily promoted. Seeing the adventurers just starting their journey, Ellen felt a sense of novelty. Although she was not serious about being an adventurer, Ellen had seen the true faces of adventurers in Darkland with Reinhardt. Adventurers continued to emerge even at this moment when the Demon King threatened the continent. Charlotte, passing by the scene, spoke to Ellen. They say a labyrinth suspected to be a tomb of a lick was discovered in Darkland. A lick? Yeah. Ellen tilted her head at the sudden mention of a lick. It's not completely conquered, but there are adventurers who got lost there and brought back several grimoires. I don't know much about it, but the level of those grimoires seems to be quite high. So, there's quite a commotion. Really, if the things discovered so far are that valuable, I wonder what's really inside. It's natural to think that there would be more valuable grimoires or artifacts if the grimoires found in the labyrinth were causing such a commotion. As Charlotte walked quietly, she suddenly clicked her tongue. I hope yesterday's incident wasn't related to the Demon King. Yesterday, there was a murder in the royal palace. I also found out this morning. At the mention of murder, Ellen furrowed her brow. In the royal palace? Yeah, a mage from the magic division killed the guards and stole the grimoires before escaping. I don't know if they're just trying to sell them, but it wouldn't be the Demon King's work. Right, Charlotte was with Ellen to chase after the traces of the Demon King, but the royal palace must have been in chaos. I wonder if Harriet was investigated. Only then did Ellen seem to understand what the serious conversation between Harriet and Reinhardt the other day meant. Harriet must have been questioned about the incident that occurred last night, and they must be planning something because of it. What are Reinhardt and Harriet doing right now? It would be nice if they didn't get involved in any dangerous situations. Ellen thought so. Were the stolen grimoires important? That's the biggest problem right now, Charlotte said, narrowing her eyebrows. We don't know the content of the stolen grimoires. What? For a moment, Ellen couldn't understand what Charlotte was talking about. What are you talking about? They were stolen, but you don't know what was stolen. They disappeared before they were even in the palace for a full day, and before their contents could be fully understood. That meant they couldn't even assess how dangerous the grimoires were. Right. I should tell you this too. Charlotte intended to tell Ellen everything about herself. Ellen needed to know all the secrets to properly fulfill her role as a knight. Those grimoires. I brought them from the underground of the demon castle yesterday. Harriet and I left Temple and headed towards the royal palace. We didn't know what we could do, but in order to learn about the incident, we had to be on the scene. I was wearing a hood, as my face might have been recognized, and Harriet was also wearing a hood like me. I didn't know why she copied me. Rosser Dwin. Why did that guy steal the magic books and flee? Obviously, it would be expensive, right? Would it be just expensive? At my words, Harriet nodded. It's incredibly difficult for an individual to possess the qualifications to own a magic book. Most magicians read or rent officially issued magic books from large institutions, schools, associations, or guilds, and if you don't qualify, you can't even see magic books that exceed a certain grade or danger level. Just as enchantments were strictly controlled, magic books were also subject to a strict management system. Loose magic books are strictly regulated, but magic books aren't something you can easily buy even if you have money. So, they're not easy to sell either. At my words, Harriet stared at me intently. That's not the case. Is it hard to buy but easy to sell? There are countless magicians who want to own rare magic books if they don't get caught. It's fine, right? If it's a rare magic book, they'd be willing to pay a lot of extra money to buy it, right? If it's a very rare magic book that hasn't been revealed to the world yet, the value comes from the possibility that it contains new methods or theories of magic manipulation rather than the effectiveness of the magic itself. Assuming it's a rare magic book, it's indeed very expensive. It's difficult to officially possess dangerous magic, but it's possible to possess it secretly. Anyway, magic books can be worth money, especially if they're rare. It wouldn't have been about money, absolutely not. But didn't you say that magic books can be worth a lot of money? With her lips subtly pursed, Harriet looked at me. What's with this feeling of being looked down on? A magician who works in the Royal Magic Department's laboratory can make a fortune by selling copies. There's no need to steal. Oh, I see. When I thought about it, it made sense. So, Rosser Dwin didn't steal the magic books for money. Upon hearing it, Harriet's words seemed correct. If it was about money, there would have been countless safe ways to make it without resorting to stealing magic books and causing a murder within the royal court. It's strange. The treatment must be quite good, and the Empire wouldn't hire just anyone. The identity must be confirmed, and there must have been enough verification. Only those with verified trustworthiness and skill would be able to join the Royal Magic Department's research library. And such a person had killed someone and stolen the magic books for an unknown reason. If it wasn't money, what was the reason? Was the magic itself the goal, Cantus Magna? I couldn't help but think of that group in my head. Could it be that Rosser Dwin was a member of Cantus Magna? Do you know what the stolen grimoires are about? I don't know exactly, and it seemed like Rosser Dwin didn't know either. But recently, a Lic's tomb was discovered in Darkland. They were thinking it might have come from there. That's right. He seemed curious about the origin of the grimoires. The Lic's tomb. It was a trap set up to lure Cantus Magna. The grimoire leaked from there reached the royal palace, and Rosser Dwin stole it. According to Harriet, Rosser Dwin was curious about the origin of the grimoire. That means, if he is Cantus Magna, it means that information about the labyrinth in Darkland will go to them. It means that Cantus Magna might approach the labyrinth. I thought Harriet was involved in something strange, but was it actually something I had to do? It's not certain yet. But if the Rosser Dwin case has even a little connection to Cantus Magna, I have to dig into this matter, regardless of Harriet's intentions. I wasn't yet at the level where my face would be my calling card. Of course, I didn't even wish for that to happen. I felt like I would lose my sanity with just the events at Temple, and I had no confidence that I wouldn't go crazy if I were to be recognized wherever I went on the continent. Of course, my qualifications to enter the royal palace were replaced by my insignia, and since Harriet had frequently visited the palace, I could easily enter. However, there were many people who were stopped from entering the palace. The royal palace is currently under lockdown. It was natural for the entire palace to be on high alert since a fight had broken out inside the palace. Except for a very few, almost all the nobles and bureaucrats who had business at the palace were stopped from entering. The atmosphere inside the palace was equally tense. The magic department, where the incident occurred, was located in the southern area of the palace, but it seemed that the entire palace's security had been strengthened, with soldiers and knights busily coming and going everywhere. Definitely, it wasn't an ordinary event. As soon as Harriet arrived at the scene, her voice trembled slightly, as if she was losing her spirit. Even if it was just a simple murder case, it was a murder case that occurred inside the royal palace. Harriet wasn't a witness, but she had talked with the perpetrator just yesterday. It seemed like she finally realized what she was getting herself into, and she lightly held the end of my sleeve, as if she was doing so unconsciously. There's nothing to be scared of. In this situation, it's rather impossible for anything to happen. Let's go to the scene. You, Harriet and I took the tram operating inside the royal palace and headed to the location of the magic department. To the north of the central palace tetra was the spring palace where Charlotte lived. To the east was the summer palace where the royal family lived. To the south were the ministries responsible for the empire's main affairs. And to the west was the winter palace where Bertus resided. Our destination was to the south, which was not too far away. The southern area of the royal palace, where the ministries responsible for the empire's main affairs were located, was full of large buildings, and the grandiose magic department building was one of them. The massive marble structure was both enormous and elegant. However, the area was now surrounded by countless soldiers, and the entrance was blocked by the palace guards. The atmosphere in the royal palace was already serious, and the area around the magic department was at the highest level of alert. Is it okay for us to get involved in this? Harriet seemed to think that this was not an issue to be approached lightly, and she asked with a frightened expression, "What's there to be afraid of? We're not saying we're going to do something, we're just trying to find out." At my words, Harriet stared blankly at me and then sighed deeply with a disheartened expression. "I'm sorry to say this, but why are you so fearless, seeing such a large number of troops?" Harriet de Saint-Ouen asked me why I didn't seem scared at all, even though I was a commoner. I didn't have anything in particular to say in response. Is that true? Thinking about it, I wasn't even someone who was used to such situations in the first place. After maintaining the ruffian concept for so long and now being treated as a hero, I guess I had become indifferent to it all. Comparing myself now to when I first dropped into this world without knowing anything, I had changed quite a bit. What can I do? This is just how I was born. You're amazing. Really? Harriet followed me cautiously. Naturally, since the magic department was the center of the incident, it had to be blocked off first. This area is currently under access control. I know that, but I am Reinhardt Saint-Ouen. Just as I was about to explain, a voice called me from behind, a sound I had become quite familiar with. What's going on here? Bertus had just arrived at the magic department with a group of people. Chapter 414. Bertus, a member of the royal family, was at the entrance, seemingly having come to investigate an incident that occurred within the palace. Fortunately, Harriet and I didn't need to explain much, and were able to enter the sealed-off magical department building with Bertus. You want to investigate? Yeah, I want to try and do whatever I can. Bertus tilted his head at my words, seemingly not understanding why I wanted to get involved in this case. However, he glanced at Harriet, who was standing beside me, and nodded. Saint-Ouen was conducting research in the magical department. Could it be? Yeah, the culprit was the person in charge of the reading room I had been using. Really? Bertus nodded. Seemingly unaware of that fact, Bertus narrowed his eyes and sighed. It must have been a shock. Were you close? No, not exactly close. Just that we talked a bit yesterday. Something was off yesterday. I already told the people from the Royal Magical Department about it. All right, I'll hear the story from them. Bertus crossed his arms and glanced around the magical department. It won't hurt to have more brains to think with. Let's go together. For now, although Bertus didn't seem to think we'd find anything useful, he allowed us to join the investigation. It seemed that Bertus came to the magical department after the safety of the area, and the department was confirmed following the incident. Charlotte had stayed in the dormitory yesterday. Did she know about what happened? Together with the attendants Bertus brought, we headed towards the research archive where the incident occurred. I don't mind, and Reinhardt seems fine too. Are you okay? Me? What's? Seeing the corpse. He asked if I could handle the sight of the grisly scene, as the crime scene was likely preserved. Yeah, I'm fine. Harriet seemed a bit uncomfortable, but nodded as if she could bear it. Although Harriet couldn't help but be weak towards such things, I remembered that she had seen the chimera at Aaron Mead's mansion last time. She even witnessed the countless chimeras that Ellen had sliced and torn apart. She might not have a strong stomach, but she wasn't entirely inexperienced with horrific scenes. All right, let's go. We moved towards the magical department's research archive. The attendant briefed us on the incident, loud enough for Bertus and us to hear. The estimated time of the incident is around 2 a.m. last night. The suspect, Rosser Dwin, killed 3 on-duty workers, Arielka Sadman von Grintz and Rinia Wenson, who were conducting classification and interpretation work on newly arrived magical books. After killing them, it is believed that he fled with the magical books. The research archive was located deep underground within the magical department. Although the locks were currently disabled, it was clear that this was not a place anyone could easily enter. Based on the current estimation, Rosser Dwin hid himself in the research archive after work and committed the crime at dawn when only the on-duty workers were left. The summary of the incident was that they had waited for the staff in the research archives to be at a minimum, killed the wizards on guard duty, and then stolen the magic books to escape. How did they manage to get past this security? We don't know at this point. Bertus's words were met with a nod from the apprentice. Even now, with increased security, the magic department's research archives should have been thoroughly prepared for problems like theft. Of course, there were security checkpoints similar to those at the temple gate, and guards were undoubtedly stationed as well. Bertus gave additional explanations as Harriet and I struggled to understand. The only reason Rosser Dwin is suspected is because he's the only one with no record of leaving work. And, even though he committed the crime, there are no witnesses or records of him leaving the magic department building. Naturally, there's no record of him leaving the palace either. What? So, Rosser Dwin might still be somewhere in the palace, or he might even be hiding somewhere in the magic department building. At these words, Harriet and I both swallowed nervously. There's no way some amateur disguise magic or invisibility would have been used. All countermeasures for that are in place. So the problem is that we don't know if Rosser Dwin is still in the palace, or if he's escaped and how he did it. This case could be more dangerous than Harriet and I had thought. Ha! Why are you so scared? As Harriet and I appeared somewhat intimidated, Bertus laughed. If the magic department wasn't safe, I wouldn't have come here myself. Right. Bertus tried to reassure Harriet and me that we didn't need to worry about anything happening within the magic department building. As long as there's someone who can kill 3 people in the magic research archives, avoid detection, and escape, our lives are always in danger. Hey, if you want to reassure us, just reassure us. If you want to scare us, just scare us. Nothing is certain yet. What exactly are you trying to say? Just that. It was just a casual conversation like the one we had at Temple. I felt the surrounding apprentices staring at me as if I were a monster. Oh, right, he's a prince, isn't he? The way I spoke so casually, and the way Bertus took it in stride, must have seemed impossible to them. That's right. Isn't this a friendship between the top 1% and the bottom 1%, no matter how I am the champion of owls? The deeper we get into this, the more absurd it becomes. Anyway, amidst the stunned admiration of the apprentices, we soon arrived at the scene of the crime. Harriet covered her mouth as soon as she saw the scene. I heard about it, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. Bertus frowned and let out a short sigh. We were prepared for the presence of the corpses. What is this? However, we couldn't have expected the victims to have their eyes gouged out, their finger and toe joints brutally torn, and their organs gruesomely spilled out. As we've already reported, all three victims were tortured for a long time before being killed. The apprentice's brief statement explained what had happened at the scene. I'm not sure if it could be called a clue, but something similar was added. Rosser Dwin didn't just kill the guards on duty, he tortured all three of them before killing them. Why did he torture them? Harriet couldn't bear to look at the gruesome and horrifying scene any longer and turned her gaze away while covering her mouth. Even I, who had grown somewhat accustomed to such sights, felt nauseous. The guards who were in charge of analyzing the magic books were all high-ranking wizards belonging to the Mage Corps, possessing the combat capabilities of top-tier battle mages. Moreover, they were experienced in battle, having participated in the Demon Realm War. So, these people were killed by someone with just administrative skills. Yes, wizards have different fields of expertise. The members of the Royal Mage Corps who had participated in the Demon Realm War were considered to be among the top-tier wizards in their world. And the suspect, Rosser Dwin, was working in a non-combat-related position, although he was skilled. He must have been hiding his abilities. Therefore, it was not that the victims were incompetent, but rather that Rosser Dwin was not an ordinary wizard from the start. I couldn't help but increasingly suspect that Cantus Magna had planted him as a spy in the royal court. It is speculated that Rosser Dwin had considerable knowledge of dark magic. We have confirmed that there was a significant distribution of dark magical energy in the air around the bodies. Of course, it has been purified now. Dark magic. Yes, it is speculated that he used a regenerate type spell from dark magic, which has a similar effect to healing. At the mention of healing, Bertus raised his eyebrows. Healing? Oh, don't tell me it's that. Bertus looked at the horribly dead bodies. It seems he pushed them to the brink of death, forcibly regenerated them, and tortured them again. That's absurd. At Bertus's words, Harriet's lips turned blue, and she shivered. The regeneration spell of dark magic causes the target to experience immense pain in exchange for powerful regenerative effects. Think of it as equating pain with healing. Rather than healing, it's more like a spell for torture. Yes, it is known to have been created for that purpose. I thought only holy men tortured people like that, but it turns out that dark wizards use the process of healing itself to inflict even greater pain. The mere thought sent shivers down my spine. Harriet shuddered as she heard that the dead had been tortured, forcibly regenerated, and then tortured again in a horrifying cycle before being killed. I could feel a certain emotion in Harriet's eyes. Anger, beyond sorrow and fear. Harriet was furious at Rosser Dwin for doing such things. If the magic books were the goal, he would have just killed them. What on earth did he want to find out by torturing them? I know, Harriet answered Bertus's question. The last person to have a conversation with Rosser Dwin before he committed the crime was undoubtedly Harriet. He disappeared, and Harriet, bewildered, explained the situation to the investigators. He must have wanted to find out the origin of the stolen magic books. But seeing the torture scene, Harriet now seemed to have a clear grasp of what Rosser Dwin really wanted. Ellen and Charlotte were able to walk through the Alaga shopping district and soon arrived at their intended destination. Here it is, if my memory serves me right, the shabby shop that had been connected to the boy who had saved her. It looks like no one's here. Seems that way. It felt like it had been quite a long time since the shop had last operated. The scroll shop owner had disappeared at some point since the vampire lord had revealed herself. Thud. Thud. Ellen approached the door and tried to pull the handle, but as expected, the door was firmly locked. Charlotte muttered disheartenedly, "Even if we got inside, there probably wouldn't be much there." That's true. Charlotte had once forced the door open and entered, but now it would be difficult to find any trace of the evaporated owner. Charlotte knew that she wouldn't be able to obtain any significant information from the only clue they had, but realizing this fact was a different matter altogether. It was too late. If only they had gone to the demon castle a little sooner. If only they had learned the truth a bit earlier. If only she had been more resolute and confronted the shop owner for information. Then the world wouldn't have needed a hero, and Ellen and Reinhardt wouldn't have had to face such danger. But ironically enough, the existence of the Demon King was still keeping Charlotte alive. The Demon King's presence made people feel the need for heroes, and as a result, Reinhardt and Ellen supported Charlotte, ensuring her safety. If the times weren't so suspicious and gloomy, the world would have reacted coldly to the owners of the relics. As a result, the heroes wouldn't have had much influence, and Charlotte wouldn't have been able to survive under their protection. In the end, the Demon King was still acting as a driving force behind Charlotte's life. Ellen tilted her head as she looked at the firmly closed shop door. "Shall we break in just in case?" She casually suggested this without asking the opinion of the building owner. Of course, as long as they paid for repairs later, it wouldn't be an issue. "Yeah, there's no reason not to check since we've come this far." "Young ladies, that place closed down a long time ago." Someone spoke up from behind the two. When Charlotte turned her head, there was a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard wearing an apron. There could be nothing left in the empty store, but it wasn't over yet, and there was no reason to give up. "Yes, that's right. Did you know the owner of this shop?" "I saw them occasionally." There was still one last resort to inquire. "Could you spare a moment to talk about it?" She tried to grasp at straws, and Charlotte found a straw to hold on to. Chapter 415, the middle-aged man who ran the weapon shop introduced himself as Raldron. Merchants of Alaga usually did not spend time on unprofitable matters, but Raldron did not demand any money and brought Ellen and Charlotte to his weapon shop to chat. Elena didn't really fit in with people, but she was a nice lady. Whenever we met, she would always greet me with a good morning, good afternoon, or good evening and wish me a happy day. The shop owner's name, Elena. Charlotte already knew this information, but it was new to Ellen. There were quite a few people who bothered Elena, not to mention the young guys. Even some older gentlemen who didn't buy anything from her were hanging around. They should know their place. It's not something to say openly, but there was a guy named Swinton next door who really bothered Elena. He even had a wife. "Ah, I see. What a terrible person." Charlotte broke into a cold sweat from the unnecessary information, and Ellen muttered briefly. It was a short but sharp sentiment. Charlotte knew that Elena did not have close relationships with people. Elena was kind to everyone, but she never developed a close bond with anyone beyond a certain point. She wasn't cut out for business. She was too tender-hearted. Everyone knows Alaga can be a bit rough with customers. Right, she didn't know how to deal with that, and instead seemed to lower the prices for them. I wonder how she made a living like that. Charlotte already knew most of this information, so it was only new to Ellen. Why would someone with such a temperament, unable to make a profit, continue to run a business? Charlotte had thought that Elena was a spy from Darkland, secretly infiltrating the royal capital for some ulterior motive, but now her thoughts had changed. The Demon King had come to seek help from a spy hidden in the royal capital, and Elena had helped hide her lord in a safe place. It wasn't a coincidence. She had come with a plan. Charlotte secretly believed that Elena was a spy from Darkland. Still, she seemed to have quite a backbone. Backbone. Of course. So many people were bothering her, but she never gave in to harassment, and everyone eventually left with their tails between their legs. Even that Swinton guy eventually stopped bothering her. Many people pestered Elena, but they all left as if they had been scolded. She said she had a boyfriend. Charlotte had found a strand of blonde hair on the bed when she searched Elena's shop. Elena's hair was a different color, so when asked whose hair it was, she said it was her boyfriend's. But now it seemed that Elena did not have a deep relationship with anyone. So, the boyfriend was a lie. And there was no way an agent on an important mission to infiltrate the royal capital would have time for a relationship. Therefore, the blonde hair must have belonged to someone else. It couldn't be the Demon King. The hair color Charlotte had seen on the Demon King was closer to a reddish brown. But if that was a disguise, then it wouldn't be too strange to think that the blonde hair on the bed belonged to the Demon King. Was the Demon King really staying in a shabby shop on the second floor of the royal capital? Blonde hair was not so rare that it could be easily identified. Anyway, it's a bit disappointing. I never thought she would disappear without saying goodbye. She left all her things behind. The landlord was happier about the items left than the tenant leaving. Ah, I see. It would have been natural for Elena to leave when the Demon King revealed himself. After all, Charlotte and Reinhardt were aware of the individual presumed to be the Demon King. Raldron glanced around and spoke to Charlotte. "This is something only I know." "Ah, what is it?" "I think Elena actually liked young men." "What?" Charlotte was dumbfounded by the sudden. irrelevant remark, and Ellen tilted her head in confusion. No, there was this guy who would come by occasionally. He had the appearance of a gigolo, the kind whose intentions were as obvious as the hair on his head. He seemed like the type to make women cry. Naturally, Ellen and Charlotte exchanged glances. They had a feeling they knew who he was talking about. There was no way they couldn't intuit that he was talking about Reinhardt right now. From the beginning, Reinhardt visited this store frequently as Charlotte's messenger, so it wasn't unreasonable for Raldron, the neighboring shop owner, to remember Reinhardt. Those who hang around with such a purpose usually leave in a strange, chaotic state, but he didn't seem like that. Still, he blatantly hung around. I'm telling you, it's him. Raldron seemed to conclude that Alina, who was friendly to everyone but never opened her heart to anyone, must have had a secret preference. Charlotte knew this was a huge misunderstanding, and Ellen knew it too because she had heard it from Charlotte. Reinhardt would have had no reason to visit Elleris's store after Charlotte had told him that he could stop delivering letters. The only other time would be when Charlotte volunteered to tell the mage to run away, torn between Reinhardt and the Demon King. That was it. Reinhardt had said that the Demon King wasn't such a big threat and suggested simply running away. He would handle the rest later. That's where Charlotte's guilt originated. She should have insisted on holding on to Alina at that time. In the end, there was no new information, and Charlotte had to confirm that all her decisions had only led to negative outcomes for everyone. Since there was no special information and only already understood information, inquiring would be pointless, as Charlotte was about to leave, but I think Alina closed her shop and went somewhere because of that guy. What? Raldron's words made Charlotte puzzled. Of course, Alina must have left the royal capital after hearing Reinhardt's warning, but how could he think that way without knowing their secretive conversation? Last time, he brought a woman with him. A woman. At that, both Charlotte and Ellen fell silent. Judging by the uniform she was wearing, she seemed to be attending the temple with him. Tusk, it seemed like he was saying he found a new woman and they should stop seeing each other. So I think Alina was hurt and left because of that. What kind of bizarre delusion and speculation was this? Both Ellen and Charlotte were flabbergasted, but they had obtained one piece of peculiar information. Reinhardt had brought a woman wearing a temple uniform to Alina's store. They couldn't know who he brought or what they talked about. Both the man and the woman had solemn expressions, and it seemed like they were determined about something. Not long after, Alina closed her shop, so I think it's related. Anyway, that blonde guy. I told you his intentions were obvious from the beginning, didn't I? Although they didn't know much about Reinhardt, Raldron's words that he must be a scoundrel since he looked like one were somehow correct. Of course, that guess might have been mostly wrong, but in the end, facts remained facts. For Reinhardt, Alina's shop was never a place to bring someone along, yet he brought someone with him. Originally, after Elleris had secured the semi-basement room, Reinhardt would visit her there while avoiding the gaze of others. But when he visited Elleris's shop with Radia Schmidt, it was an emergency, and Reinhardt was not in a situation to be cautious. It left traces. Do you remember the impression of the woman who came with him, and when was it? At Charlotte's question, Raldron tilted his head. First of all, I think the woman had black hair. Something was strange about her eyes. Should I say creepy? It seemed like she wasn't quite normal. That's why I remember her, I guess. As if he suddenly remembered something, he furrowed his brows. Right. Now that I think about it, the next day there was chaos because of the Demon King. The knights were massacred. I remember it because it was such a big deal. The day the Demon King attacked, Reinhardt brought a female student from the temple to Alina's shop, and the shop owner had a close relationship with someone presumed to be the Demon King. Who was the woman Reinhardt brought along? Why did Reinhardt visit Alina? Ellen and Charlotte's eyes met. Neither of them said anything. No, they couldn't say anything. After finishing the questioning, Charlotte gave Raldron a small reward. It was an answer to Raldron's question of why they were asking about it. Raldron accepted the gold coin and nodded his head as if he understood the meaning, and he didn't ask any more questions. Strange imaginations swirled in Charlotte and Ellen's minds. Thinking too much can also be a problem. Both Ellen and Charlotte were more than capable of thinking through various situations in their heads. Chronologically, Charlotte told Reinhardt that she would forget about the Demon King after Rivria Lands was killed. However, Reinhardt went to see Alina on the day of the attack. She said there was no need to deliver any letters now, so Reinhardt had no reason to visit Elena. Of course, there could be cases where Reinhardt visited Elena privately. Reinhardt might have not only delivered letters, but also had personal conversations with Elena, and it's not impossible that they became close through that. However, wasn't it strange for Reinhardt to meet her privately, knowing that Elena and those she protected were very suspicious? It was strange, and he even took a girl from the temple with him. And that very day, Rivria Lands was attacked. Elena was a magician, and Charlotte knew that the Demon King's forces included powerful magicians. If there were no other magicians, the likelihood of Elena being that magician was very high. Reinhardt took a female temple student to Elena's shop, and Elena took part in the attack on Rivria Lands that night. And on the day of the attack on Rivria Lands, that day was the Miss Temple contest. Reinhardt did not watch the Miss Temple contest. It was a painful memory that Ellen was keenly aware of, and Charlotte knew about the situation as well. Ellen tried to recall the memory. She remembers Reinhardt, who came back to the temple very late, with his red and frostbitten cheeks and hands, unable to do anything. Ellen, Charlotte calls Ellen softly. Yes, both of them consider numerous possibilities in their heads. Let's not say anything until we're sure of something. Until we're sure. Let's not think about it at all. They didn't know what conclusion they would reach after many inferences, or what they could see beyond the curtain of darkness. Somehow, the truth seemed so frightening that it would be hard to bear, and they stopped even thinking about it. All right, let's do that, Ellen whispered softly. Chapter 416 Darkland. It's definitely an extraordinary place. The Duke of Saintoin muttered quietly as he walked through the foggy land. Zap! Screech! A demon beast was struck by lightning cast by the surrounding mages before the Duke could even lift a hand. It turned to ash and disappeared. The Duke of Saintoin was now entering the labyrinthine area with his group of mages. It didn't start as soon as they entered the labyrinth, but the moment they entered the area surrounded by thick fog, it had already begun. The Duke and his mages were cautiously moving one step at a time, exploring the area. The concentration of mana in the air is irregular. Yes, I feel it too. Though he couldn't see through the fog, the Duke's senses could feel the fluctuations of mana around him. The mana in the atmosphere usually maintains a certain concentration, even if it's not uniform. The fact that the mana was constantly changing meant that changes were happening around them continuously. The environment around us is changing in real time as we move. The attacking monsters are not actual living beings, but variables created by this labyrinth. The Duke was not an amateur mage. Therefore, unlike other adventurers who recklessly advanced by attacking the labyrinth's monsters, his approach to the labyrinth was on a different level. He didn't move recklessly. This labyrinth couldn't be overcome by just moving. As the Duke knew, this labyrinth was infamous enough for rumors to spread across the continent. By now, the labyrinth was well known in Darkland, and adventurers flocked to it. That's why many adventurers were constantly drawn in. Some spent days wandering before returning, worn out from their journey, while others never returned. Those who managed to return with a few magic scrolls from the labyrinth, which sucked in countless adventurers like a pit, were considered very fortunate. Despite this, the central government had never successfully broken through, so the Duke had personally led his elite forces here. Do you not feel that the number of people we meet in the labyrinth is too low compared to the number of adventurers who have entered? Yes, Your Highness. Before entering the labyrinth, the Duke had collected information from those who had experienced it firsthand at a nearby base. The labyrinth was attracting a large number of adventurers, but most of them managed to return safely. The labyrinth wasn't created to kill, but to make people wander until they became exhausted and returned. The created demon beasts were so weak that the Duke didn't even need to intervene personally. That's why those who were tired and returned would re-equip themselves and re-enter the labyrinth, repeating the process. They held hope that someday they could reach the depths of the labyrinth. The fact that they could keep trying despite continuous failure was the reason the labyrinth attracted adventurers. The possibility of finding a valuable magic scroll was very low, but their lives were relatively less at risk. So adventurers had no choice but to be drawn in. That's why the Duke knew that an enormous number of adventurers were wandering in this vast area. So, he should have encountered other adventurer parties in the labyrinth. However, in the few hours he had been wandering, the Duke had only encountered one adventurer party so far. Upon seeing the Duke's group, they panicked and disappeared, as if fleeing somewhere. It seems like the dimensions are overlapping. It's not just one labyrinth, but dozens or even hundreds of labyrinths layered on top of each other. That's why we can't encounter other people. The Duke guessed that the phenomenon was the result of the same space being layered, causing everyone to enter different paths. Discovering the true nature of this labyrinth, rather than its depths, could change the world. This labyrinth was already a main body in itself. It was a labyrinth that overlaid hundreds of dimensions on a single space and changed the surrounding environment in real time. The Archduke sensed the mana around him and made an educated guess about the true nature of the labyrinth before coming to a conclusion. This labyrinth was designed so that we can't reach its core unless the owner of the labyrinth guides us inside. There was no way to reach the exit through any path in this ever-changing labyrinth. Wandering around would only lead to losing one's sense of direction, and ultimately they would be lost according to the owner's intention. The subordinates waited for the Archduke's judgment. The Saint-Ouen family, with a long history. The family that had fallen from being a regional powerhouse to mere tanners who processed leather, using magic as their only means. Moreover, the Saint-Ouens were known for never forgetting their roots. They held power and glory, but never indulged in it, never forgetting their origins as mages and honing their magic skills generation after generation. The culmination of their magic was passed down to their successors. Yet, they always walked the path of righteousness. They never succumbed to the desire for power. They always avoided evil and wicked powers, kept in mind that the pinnacle of magic should never be achieved through malicious forces, and stayed away from anything impure. The Saint-Ouen family's reputation lay not only in their exceptional magical skills, but also in their purity of never getting close to evil ways. Although the evil path could quickly increase one's abilities, it would ultimately lead to following the evil path. The Archduke focused on the flow of mana around him. The labyrinth was structured in such a way that anyone who entered it would immediately become lost. The moment one stepped inside, they would be plunged into dozens, if not hundreds, of overlapping virtual dimensions that the labyrinth had prepared. There was no way to find an exit within this labyrinth, so the only way to enter the exit was to escape the hundreds of overlapping virtual dimensions and head towards the original dimension that actually existed. The Archduke searched for the path. He sensed the overlapping dimensions, and within those dimensions, he searched for the one path that led to the original dimension. Only by breaking through that path could they escape from the labyrinth. Finding a living door within the labyrinth was not the goal, nor was it to destroy the labyrinth. Even a highly skilled magician would take several months to accomplish this task. That's how complex the labyrinth was, and finding the only living door was a challenge. Finding the real path among the dimensions that changed and were created in real time was no different from finding the eye of a typhoon while breaking through the wind in the midst of a storm for the Archduke. However, the genius that would go down in the history of magic was not born in vain. Harriet de Saint-Ouen was the Archduke's daughter. This way. So, it was only natural that the Archduke's intuition was incomparable to that of an ordinary magician. Ka-ra-ra-ra-ra. As the Archduke waved his hand, a dimensional gate opened in the empty space. Everyone, follow me. The subordinates followed the Archduke, who headed towards the exit into the gate. The Archduke, who had walked through the gate, looked around. There was no pride or satisfaction in breaking through the labyrinth where many adventurers and magicians were lost. His expression showed no particular emotion. He had simply done what he was expected to do, so there was no sense of excitement or joy. There isn't much difference. Although they had broken through the labyrinth, the fog was still thick around them, and there wasn't much difference from where they had been walking. The flow of mana is stable. Yes, it seems that even though it looks the same, this is the place we need to reach. The bizarrely fluctuating flow of mana that had been changing the surrounding environment had stabilized. In a way, the labyrinth was no different from a vast dimensional gate spread out in the surrounding mountains. As soon as they entered, they were taken into a virtual dimension. Therefore, the actual interior of the labyrinth had to be a peaceful area without any devices or mazes. There was just thick fog. All they had to do now was find the tomb of the Lick, which was said to be somewhere here. If there was a barrier like this on the tomb of the Lick as well, it would take a considerable amount of time, but the Archduke had already found a way to break it. Remember, We are not going to take the grimoires. The Archduke spoke slowly as he walked with his subordinates. An impure existence wouldn't study pure magic. We will destroy most of those grimoires. If someone seems blinded by base desires, turn back, I'll open the way. Your Majesty, but the grimoires we've found might have significant magical value. That's right. Undoubtedly, they would. The Archduke was already aware of the value of the grimoires they had found. Evil power can also accumulate good. Surely, it must. The Archduke didn't underestimate the value of power and knew that it depended on the will of the person who possessed it rather than its essence. But in a world where most people don't accumulate good even with good power, what is the point of evil power? In a world where even holy knights and priests commit evil as easily as breathing, it was far too naive to expect evil power to have a good influence on the world. Evil power is something to avoid even by its appearance. That was the Archduke's idea of the minimum good. Moreover, it was a teaching passed down through the Saint-Owen family for generations. Magic is already a power too strong. Therefore, the Archduke judged that even stronger magic could be harmful to the world. The Archduke went to destroy the new vision of magic and the new discoveries accumulated by the Lick. Not to take them. How long had they been walking? There's someone here. I see. The Archduke saw the faint figure of someone through the fog. Was it the owner of the labyrinth, or was it a visitor to the labyrinth? Like himself, the Archduke trusted his abilities but didn't become complacent. Since he had penetrated the labyrinth, it was possible that someone else had done so as well. Therefore, there could be someone who had broken through the labyrinth before the Archduke and was walking ahead of him. Don't be afraid. I have no intention of hostility. Before taking action, the Archduke expressed his intentions. If the other party attacked, he would have to respond, but there was no reason to shed blood unnecessarily. Being in the equivalent of an exit in the labyrinth that could never be reached, it was clear that whoever the opponent was, they were extraordinary. Upon hearing the voice from behind, the figure turned its head. In the silence, a woman looked back at the Archduke. She wore a simple outfit with a cloak and had long black hair, a cold expression on her face. She was unarmed, and her skin was pale. I didn't expect to have visitors. The woman spoke in a monotonous and cold tone. Neither malice nor kindness could be felt in her calm gaze. It was natural for her to be a skilled person who could break through the labyrinth, so he couldn't deal with her carelessly, but the Duke had a hard time figuring out her identity. Did you come to find the dungeon? Milady, I suppose you could say that. The woman slightly bowed her head as if greeting and answered. Normally, I would just pass by, but considering the situation and the location, I must ask. I am Raphael de Saint-Owen from the Saint-Owen Duchy. May I ask who you are and where you are from? Milady, the woman tilted her head slightly and stared intently at the Duke. There was no expression of fear or curiosity for the many magicians behind the Duke or his presence. Luna, the woman with the name of the moon, spoke quietly. I am Luna from Rizera. The Duke did not know the name of that village. I apologize for my limited knowledge, not knowing the name of that place. It's natural for you not to know, as it's a small village deep in the secluded mountains. The woman from the secluded mountain village had broken through the labyrinth before the Duke, who was proficient in magic among the great magicians. No one, including the Duke and his subordinates, believed her introduction as a country bumpkin. However, she quietly stared at the Duke, as if she had no intention of explaining further. A calm gaze with neither malice nor kindness. The Duke hesitated to let the woman go ahead or to pass her, not knowing whether she was an enemy or an ally. On the outside, she appeared to be a young woman, but the Duke couldn't tell her actual age. Those who excelled in manipulating magical power often had appearances that did not match their age. Wasn't Savelin Turner, the leader of Shanaple, like that? She did not seem to be someone close to the owner of the dungeon or labyrinth, no matter how he looked at her. However, if she had arrived to secure the grimoire, fighting would be inevitable. The Duke tensed and opened his mouth. Since we can't know each other's intentions, I'll say this beforehand. I intend to destroy the dungeon and burn the grimoire. What about you, milady? Since I have no business with the grimoire, there will be no conflict of interests if your purpose is as such. Entering a place famous for its magic books, but showing no interest in them, he wondered why this woman was there. Although he couldn't trust an extraordinary woman he had just met, she didn't seem to have any intention to openly show hostility. How about we travel together since we're going the same way? If it's all right with you, Your Highness, by all means. The expressionless woman showed a faint smile at the Duke's suggestion. Although he couldn't be sure, he had a strange feeling that this woman wouldn't become his enemy. However, relying on such intuition was not in his nature. As he was about to move forward with the woman who had introduced herself as Luna, oh my, I didn't expect to have guests already. A young man emerged from the foggy forest nearby, another person besides the woman. The Duke furrowed his brow at the presence of others who had broken through the labyrinth. The woman looked at the newly appeared man, not flustered, but merely staring at him, showing an attitude not much different from when she faced the Duke. The man flashed a slightly off-kilter smile, scratching the back of his head. Considering the situation, let's cut to the chase. It seems we're all accomplished individuals, and fighting now won't benefit any of us. How about we clear the path first, and then discuss the details? The man who suddenly appeared went straight to the point. The woman had no interest in the magic books, but the man didn't hide the fact that the dungeon's magic book was his goal. There was no doubt about their abilities since they had broken through the labyrinth. Fighting now would only benefit others, so the idea was to clear the path first and then aim for each other's throats. A woman with an unknown intent, a man with a blatantly obvious intent. The Duke pondered for a moment before nodding his head. Let's do that. Agreeing that dividing the spoils before revealing the true nature of the dungeon would be a disservice to each other, the Duke accepted the proposal. My name is Raphael de Saint Owen. At the Duke's introduction, the man smiled. I'm called Rosser Dwin. This too was a name the Duke had never heard before. Chapter 417, I was suddenly out of breath. Ah! Without any warning or reason, I felt as if someone suddenly began to choke me, and I couldn't help but stop. Reinhardt, what's wrong? Did you get shocked or something? After checking the information about the corpses and having a conversation in another space, Harriet and Bertus looked at me with concern as I suddenly seemed off. No, it's just. No, it wasn't that. I had indeed seen a horrifying scene, but there was no reason for me to suddenly feel suffocated. Without any reason or warning, it felt like someone was choking me, and my breath didn't seem to flow smoothly. I had a strange feeling that something terrible was about to happen. This intense anxiety, without any cause or reason, was a feeling I had experienced before. It was similar to the symptoms of a panic disorder I had suffered from when I had been through many hardships in the past. The sudden sense of crisis in a peaceful state was both unfamiliar and familiar. What's wrong, Reinhardt? As I broke into a cold sweat and trembled, Harriet quietly held my hand. Her gesture helped me feel somewhat better, but I couldn't shake off the strange feeling. The panic disorder was a thing of the past. I knew this sensation wasn't originating from that category. This was a warning from my intuition. I had never felt such a suffocating sense of crisis before. Something is happening, or rather happening now, isn't it? Was it like Rosser Dwin attacking us from the magic department, or something similar? Then, hasn't he left the magic department yet? Since I had never experienced such pressure, I was afraid that something of a different dimension might be happening, but I couldn't know what it was until it happened. Something will happen. Since I don't know what it is, I can't be scared in advance. Phew. Oh, I just suddenly felt like that. Bertus snickered as I took a deep breath. I thought you were used to it, but it seems that's not the case. I can feel it too. It keeps flickering. Both of them seemed to think that I was shocked by the gruesome scene I had witnessed. Indeed, it had been a terrible sight, and it wouldn't be strange if I showed such a reaction. Although the real reason was different, Bertus began to speak as I seemed to calm down. By the way, Rosser Dwin was curious about the origin of the magic books. Yeah, he seemed to covet them, but, how can I put it, he seemed more curious about where the magic books came from. I think that's why he tortured those people. He committed such a crime not for money, but to find out the origin of the magic books. Of course, he also took all the magic books. This statement supported my speculation that Rosser Dwin might be a member of Cantus Magna. He probably thought about the newly discovered Lix tomb in Darkland. That's where they might be. Ah, that place, Bertus narrowed his eyes. There's certainly a possibility to think that way, judging by Bertus's reaction. It seemed that the stolen grimoires from yesterday weren't the bait that I and the Black Order had spread. The important thing is that Rosser Dwin probably didn't get the information he really wanted by torturing the three dead wizards. This must mean that the dead knew nothing about the origin of the grimoire. More importantly, how did Rosser Dwin escape the palace, let alone the magic department? They said there's no record of him leaving the magic department or the palace, right? Right, Bertus nodded at Harriet's question. First of all, it's clear that Rosser Dwin was hiding his true abilities. Considering the recorded levels, he shouldn't have been able to handle even one of the guards on duty, but he subdued all three of them without a fight and even tortured them. Rosser Dwin must have been a much more powerful wizard, with his knowledge of dark magic. But in the first place, it's impossible to enter or exit the palace's interior like temple through spatial movement. To leave the magic department, one must pass through the front gate, and to leave the palace, one must use one of the four gates. Whether it would be possible to fly in like Sarkigar was unknown. I don't know if Rosser Dwin can transform into a sparrow, but even if there were such a transformation spell, it wouldn't be possible unless he completely transformed into that creature, like Sarkigar. There must be a dispel field in the sky as well. However, there's no trace of him after searching the entire magic department building, and even if he managed to escape, he should still be in the palace. It's impossible to hide using simple disguise magic or invisibility. It seemed plausible that Rosser Dwin was hiding somewhere, but he was clearly not in the magic department, and they couldn't find him while searching the entire palace. Spatial movement couldn't be used, and there was no way he could have left the magic department building using disguise magic. The one who dared to commit murder in the palace couldn't have been an ordinary person. Could Cantus Magna have disabled the barrier and escaped? No, it shouldn't be possible. This was the Royal Magic Department. The building itself was huge, and there were countless other departments here that served different functions, like the Magical Research Archive. It was a misconception that spatial movement was impossible within the palace. Hadn't they installed a warp gate in the underground area of the Spring Palace, where spatial movement was possible? I had definitely used that small gate to move from outside to inside, and from inside to outside. Is there a facility researching warp gates in the magic department? At my words, Bertus and Harriet tilted their heads. Warp gates are fundamentally the Empire's magic. Therefore, it was natural for the warp gate research to be conducted by the Royal Magic Department, rather than the Magicians' Guild or the Magic Association, and it was natural that there were facilities for warp gate research underground. Because of this, there were small, unfinished gates inside the facility, as warp gate research was in progress, though not on a massive scale. All research had been suspended due to a murder case within the magic department, so Bertus called in the person in charge to discuss the matter. Well, I think it's impossible. When asked if the gates here could be activated and connected to external gates, the researcher shook his head. Most of the gates here are not made according to general standards, but rather are in the research stage for special purposes. Most of them are not completed yet. Is there a properly functioning gate? There were many gates, and if there was even one that worked properly, it meant it could connect to the outside, so Bertus asked. Yes, there are functioning warp gates, and there are definitely warp gates that are not for testing purposes. But even with those, it would still be impossible to escape to the outside. Why is that? All the warp gates produced in this facility are not regular gates. The gates within the facility are connected to each other to view the entire gate system. Therefore, these gates have never been connected to external gates. So, if they've never been connected, they can be connected. Right, then you would need to go through the process of including these warp gates in the regular imaginary dimension map. What does that mean? Bertus seemed to not understand what was being said, as it was only known to warp gate technicians, and I was in the same boat. I only knew that the imaginary dimension map was similar to a subway route map. Harriet spoke to Bertus. Warp gates need rules to determine which gates to connect to and be connected to in order to function properly. So, each gate has to be pre-designated for synchronization with which other gate. To incorporate a regular gate into the imaginary dimension map, not only must the gate itself exist as a facility, but the entire system must also go through the process of adding the gate. Is there no way to connect without going through that process? Without accurate coordinates, connecting this gate to an external gate could collide with the path of another gate. In that case, a dimensional distortion phenomenon could occur. Enough with the complicated talk. You mean there will be an accident? What kind of accident? Not only the person trying to use this gate to go outside, but also everyone using the destination gate would be affected and could be sent to a non-existent place. I don't know if such a place exists, but there have been quite a few cases in the past where people couldn't return due to accidents during gate experiments. At those words, not only Bertus, but also Harriet and I widened our eyes. A non-existent place. Does that mean being sent to an imaginary dimension and being unable to return to the real world? So, is it impossible to escape through this gate? It's possible to try activating the gate to escape, and you might actually arrive safely. But it's an excessively dangerous method. It would be like gambling with your life. I didn't know the details, but the principle was simple. As many people had calculated, if you arbitrarily overlay a route on a well-functioning subway transfer station, the trains would collide, the route would be destroyed, and the passengers would die. A warp gate is both a train station and a train itself. Even if a train and a subway are ready, laying a route without thorough calculation would cause a major accident. Therefore, escaping to the royal capital using this warp gate was said to be insane. Thus, when using an already activated gate, you move along the established path. In this case, one must create a non-existent path while moving. This would inevitably lead to a high-risk gamble. The artifact I possessed, which leads to the underground of the Spring Palace, was a kind of warp gate distortion device. Ultimately, the gate in the underground of the Spring Palace was a properly designed warp gate that connects to the outside world, but people just didn't know about it. The person in charge said that escape through the gate of this facility was impossible and would be a gamble with one's life. No, it could have been possible, but Harriet said so with a trembling voice. Sane Towen, what are you talking about? At Bertus's question, Harriet turned pale. If he had understood the map I showed him yesterday, it would have been possible. Only I could understand what Harriet was saying. I couldn't understand exactly what Harriet did yesterday, but I knew she had achieved something that would greatly help improve the warp gate system. And Rosser Dwin had seen the results of Harriet's research firsthand. He was not an outsider, but an expert who dealt with the warp gate system. Harriet calmly explained what had happened yesterday, or rather, the theory she had proposed, not Rosser Dwin. Even if a magician who doesn't know anything about the warp gate system wouldn't know, he was an expert. He was able to understand my theory as soon as he saw it. It's not about using my theory. I annotated the entire imaginary dimension map. So, which gate is connected in which way, making some places vulnerable, empty parts of the dimensional coordinates for efficiency. If Rosser Dwin had been an outsider, he wouldn't have known how to deal with the gate, but he was an expert in gate theory. He used the content Harriet had written to establish her theory. To establish her theory, Harriet annotated the entire existing imaginary dimension map. She had interpreted all of the tangled imaginary dimension maps that many experts couldn't understand, and analyzed all of the warp gate connection routes. So, although it's impossible to connect a warp gate to the entire network, if he had understood the map I gave him correctly, he could have calculated a safe route connected to a specific gate. Harriet's theory was still too early to be put into practice. However, Rosser Dwin used not the theory, but the basis for creating the theory. Creating a connection between gates that are tangled like spider webs is difficult, but it wasn't difficult to create a single safe path connected to a specific gate. Of course, it's a dangerous and unverified method, but it seems to have been worth a try. At the point when Harriet showed the map, Rosser Dwin was already planning the crime. Harriet inadvertently provided the perfect escape route for him, who had been considering the escape process after the crime. No wonder. He seemed to like it more than usual. Harriet's face turned pale when she learned that not only was she the last person to see the criminal suspect, but that her information was also used for his escape from the royal capital. Bertus bit his lip with a serious expression. So, it's certain that Rosser Dwin used this facility to escape. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. At Harriet's apology, Bertus gave a bitter smile. Anyway, he was determined to escape. He killed 3 people here, so he probably planned to kill everyone during his escape. But thanks to you providing a safer escape route, only 3 died instead of dozens or even hundreds. It was impossible to know the true extent of Rosser Dwin's combat abilities. However, he was able to easily subdue and kill 3 high-ranking magicians. Even if Ross or Dwin took a hint from Harriet's suggestion and escaped, he had already planned the crime. That meant he had confidence in escaping the palace with force, even if he didn't use the gate. So if Ross or Dwin was inspired by Harriet's words and escaped through the gate, fewer people died than would have otherwise. Even if that's not the case, you should think that way. Even if it wasn't true, they had to think that way. Bertus' words were comforting, even if he wasn't the one directly involved. Charlotte and Ellen didn't find anything conclusive through their investigation. Instead, they ended up with more suspicions involving Reinhardt. Neither Charlotte nor Ellen discussed how those suspicions would be connected. The moment they started talking about it, something they didn't want to imagine might become a reality. They walked in silence. The next place Charlotte headed to was the Royal Capital's Identity Management Bureau, which also served as a local government office. Even if she used a fake name, her identity should still be registered. We might find some clues to trace based on that. Although her connections and other details would be lies, we can still deduce when she started operating in the Royal Capital. That's true, the spy from Darkland, who had been operating under the alias Elena. Charlotte was determined to pursue her to the very end. Even though it was a fake identity, there would have been records such as the place of origin registered, and Charlotte had actually seen her identification and asked various questions. But she couldn't remember the details about her origin. Of course, such personal information could not be viewed casually, but Charlotte was a princess. Just as Bertus could look up the personal details of all citizens of the royal capital, so could Charlotte. Please show me all the registered identities under the name Elena in the royal capital. Yes, I will prepare it right away. The director began to work quickly as the princess suddenly appeared and requested the information. In the office of the director of the administration bureau, Ellen and Charlotte waited for the data to be prepared. Both of them knew that they had to investigate Elena now, not later. Although they didn't want to admit it or even think about it, that Reinhardt was suspicious, because they knew it without having to say it. Neither of them spoke, knowing that if they started a conversation, something would advance greatly. After a while, here it is. A list of all people named Elena in the royal capital was prepared. Charlotte planned to deduce the period of activity through the place of birth and registration date, and later call the building owner of the store to ask more details about Elena. So, Charlotte handed over the documents of the namesakes. This one. Flutter Charlotte picked out an ID document with a face matching the Elena she remembered. Since Charlotte already knew Elena's face, all she needed was the information written in text. However, that document became crucial evidence for Ellen. Wait, just a moment. I know this person. Ellen's voice trembled. I know her. At that, Charlotte's eyebrows narrowed. What? Have you seen this person before? Ellen had a good memory. That's why she couldn't help but realize something suddenly. Last year, during the second semester group mission, in that castle, I saw a statue that looked exactly like this person. She had thought it was a different face when looking closely, but it was subtly similar to the statue. The magician named Relia, who had accompanied them briefly in Darkland, and the discovery of a statue resembling Relia in Castle Epifax. Those events were strongly imprinted in Ellen's memory, so the moment she saw Elena's photo, Ellen couldn't help but recall those memories. A statue? Why was there a statue of this person in that castle? This person, Ellen muttered with a trembling voice, as if struck by a powerful shock. She's a dragon. What the hell? No, what are you talking about? Charlotte almost cursed, thinking Ellen was joking in this situation, but she managed to hold it back. However, Ellen's face turned pale, regardless of Charlotte's astonishment. The mysterious magician Relia who claimed to be a dragon, the statue resembling Relia that was in Castle Epifax, and Elena's foe, which looked as if it was copied from that statue. In Ellen's memory, Relia and Elena's photo didn't look like the same person. But when a statue, a kind of neutral appearance, became a link between them, Ellen couldn't help but think that way. The magician Relia, who hid her true abilities and followed them. At that time, Reinhardt was with them too. Ellen had a good memory. Wouldn't it be all right to have one more magician with us? Relia, the self-proclaimed dragon magician, had met them by chance, but Reinhardt had deliberately brought her in. Ellen couldn't help but stare wide-eyed at the photo of Elena. Chapter 418. Rosser Dwin had never left the magic department. nor had he left the royal capital. It was almost a foregone conclusion that he had escaped using the Warp Gate research facility of the magic department. Of course, since it was not certain, the security around the palace and the magic department remained tight. Bertus, Harriet, and I left the magic department building. Our attendants followed us from a distance, and we walked quietly towards the palace. Harriet was still pale from the fact that she had unknowingly helped the criminal escape. Even though we can't catch Rosser Dwin, we've learned a few things. Bertus inferred the truth through the incidents that had occurred and those that had not. First of all, he didn't commit this crime for the magic book, but for the origin of the magic book, if we go by Saint Owen's words. Right. Rosser Dwin was more curious about the origin of the magic book than the book itself. But the magicians who were sacrificed didn't know the origin of the magic book. The important thing is that he couldn't attack people who were highly likely to know the origin. Although he was confident in escaping from the magic department, he couldn't touch the only person who might know the origin of the magic book, the Emperor. This means that Rosser Dwin's abilities are impressive, but not enough to break through Tetra alone. Of course, where could there be such a capable person? If such a guy had infiltrated the palace, it would be a headache if he were a servant of the Demon King. Bertus was silent for a while, lost in thought. Of course, there was no connection between Rosser Dwin and me, but the Empire couldn't help but naturally reach the idea that it might be the work of the Demon King if something suspicious happened. I don't know if I can ask this, but where did that magic book actually come from? The crucial reason why Rosser Dwin had killed people. I don't know either. It was something even Bertus didn't know. Charlotte brought it from somewhere. At that moment, I couldn't help but know the origin of the magic book. I thought it was brought by adventurers from the Licks tomb, but it turned out that Charlotte had brought it from the underground of the demon castle. Wait, then isn't Charlotte in danger? Bertus shrugged his shoulders at my tense question. Well, very few people know that Charlotte brought the stolen magic book, and none of them died yesterday. Fortunately, Rosser Dwin was unable to find out that the origin of the magic book was Charlotte, and had to escape the palace. From what I heard, it's highly likely that he thought the Licks tomb was the origin of the magic book. I don't know why. But if he really wanted to know the origin of the magic book and committed this crime, he might have gone there. Bertus looked at me with a subtle smile. Besides, Reinhardt, you seem to know the real origin of the magic book. Well, I'm not going to force it out of you. I could have lied to Bertus, but it seemed that it wouldn't work on him. According to Bertus, Rosser Dwin must have escaped from the palace without finding out the real origin of the grimoires. Then Charlotte wouldn't be in danger. If Rosser Dwin was indeed from Cantus Magna, it was clear that they would soon approach the Licks tomb, located in Darkland. They wanted a large number of rare grimoires, thinking that the real origin was not the underground of the demon castle, but the Licks tomb. Of course, even if the real origin wasn't there, the rumor that rare grimoires were being discovered in the tomb of the Lick would make Cantus Magna approach it. Something was coming. What would this ominous intuition warning become in reality? I didn't know. And then, Your Highness, someone hurriedly approached us from afar. In no time, the messenger arrived at our location with an urgent expression and whispered something to Bertus. Hearing the story, Bertus's eyebrows furrowed ominously. What? Are you sure? Yes, Your Highness. As Harriet and I stared at him, Bertus bit his lip. Whether it was disbelief or anger, it seemed to be both. Apparently, there's a secret room in Rosser Dwin's house. They just found it. A secret room. Was there any evidence in there? And they say the stolen grimoires are just lying around in there. What? Why? What the hell is he doing? Bertus cursed at the incomprehensible situation. Bertus, Harriet and I left the palace. Bertus said he needed to check it himself, and I felt the same way. What is this? They're really here. Entering the secret room hidden in Rosser Dwin's house, we found numerous grimoires scattered on the floor. It was an impressive collection. Considering the large amount, it seemed likely that a magic backpack was used to carry them all. It was now certain that Rosser Dwin had stolen the grimoires and escaped from the palace. The important thing was that he had disappeared, leaving the stolen grimoires scattered in the secret room. Judging by the open grimoires, it was clear he had checked their contents. The important thing was, if he was Cantus Magna, why did he leave the grimoires like this when he needed them? Had he memorized their contents well enough to make copies in the meantime? There's no way he thought this room wouldn't be discovered. Right. At Harriet's words, Bertus nodded. There's no way he would trust the secret room and leave them like this. It was discovered so quickly, after all. Bertus's face was set in a grim expression. Why, and for what reason? I felt the same way. The one presumed to be Cantus Magna left the grimoires and vanished. Of course, the grimoires themselves might not be important to Cantus Magna. They might have special devices for recording and remembering magic. But one thing was certain. The scattered grimoires showed that Rosser Dwin had moved quite hastily. I think he went to the tomb of the Lick. At my words, Bertus and Harriet nodded. As Harriet had said, Rosser Dwin had continuously been curious about the origin of the magic books, and if the origin was more important than the books themselves, there was a high possibility that he headed to the Lick's tomb with incorrect information. Had he already figured out these magic books and planned to obtain them before someone else broke through the Lick's tomb? If the full force of Cantus Magna was heading towards the Lick's tomb, the battle might be too much for Antirionus and the Black Order inside the dungeon. Bertus gritted his teeth audibly. That's right. It'll be great to find out what's in the much-rumored Lick's tomb and take the head of the bastard who caused a mess in the royal capital. Bertus shouted at the waiting agents outside the secret room. Summon Shanaple and the Royal Magic Division, the enraged First Prince's shout echoed. Following Cantus Magna, the Empire's elite forces were heading towards the Lick's tomb. The situation was escalating enormously. Bertus looked at me with a serious gaze. Reinhardt. Yes, you go too. Contrary to my expectations, Bertus's judgment differed from what I thought. There's nothing better than capturing the suspect of the assassination in the royal capital and breaking through the Lick's tomb as a new hero's achievement. Bertus made a decision to use this situation to the extreme. He thought of ways to produce the best results, even in a crisis. For the hero's achievements, I also had more than enough personal reasons to go to that place. All right, Bertus nodded at my answer. Me too. Then, the restless Harriet interjected. I want to go too. Harriet felt responsible for the situation despite her fear, especially since I was going as well. It was only natural that she wanted to go too. Bertus stared at Harriet silently. He didn't want me to capture Rosser Dwin and break through the Lick's tomb personally. Most of the work would be done by Shanaple and the Royal Magic Division, and I would just join in the end. There was almost no real danger for me. All right, if you really want to. Therefore, Bertus didn't belittle or ignore Harriet's courage, but accepted her request. Bertus told Harriet and me to join the Imperial elite forces heading to the Lick's tomb. However, since it took time to gather and prepare the personnel, we couldn't depart immediately. Shanaple Knights and the Royal Magic Division were not stationed in the royal capital. They were dispatched for various missions, so the assembly took time. At least one day. We had 1 day left. So, Harriet and I decided to return to Temple for preparations. Bertus would go back to the royal capital to discuss with the Emperor how to handle this matter. An extremely dangerous battle was certain. I joined for the sake of new heroes' achievements, and Harriet joined due to her sense of responsibility for the situation. Moreover, I had to deliver the news to Lucinil as soon as possible. Cantus Magna would come, but even more imperial forces would be poured in. Harriet's expression was stern. It'll be dangerous, right? Harriet, who had been silent, only said that. Of course it'll be dangerous. Not for us, but for those who will be there. Huh! At my sudden remark, Harriet let out a surprised sound. No, it's obvious. The prince is accompanied by the Royal Magician Corps and numerous swordmasters from Shanaple, so we won't be in danger. It's those we encounter who will be in danger. That's the problem right now. The labyrinth's military strength is clearly not enough to handle the Empire's elite forces, who plan to crush the subordinate and allied forces in no time. We don't need to worry, they should be worried. Is that how it's going to be? Of course, so. We'll just watch from afar and that'll be it. The problem is that. Let's say we capture Rosser Dwin. Then there's a high possibility that it will be the royal family, not me, who captures him. In that case, it would be impossible for me to obtain the information. I agreed to follow Bertus's command because there might be a way. How do we deal with this situation? We won't be in danger. Even if there are a few magicians from Cantus Magna, they won't be able to withstand the Empire's elite forces. At least that's what I think. First, we had to return to Temple and deliver the news quickly. There were many clues. However, Charlotte suddenly said to Ellen, "Let's stop for today. Let's go back to Temple and cool our heads. Fear and dread flickered in Charlotte's eyes, a reluctance to learn something irreversible, desperate hope that it still remains a possibility. Ellen and Charlotte felt the same complicated emotions. Knowing how each other felt, Ellen and Charlotte decided to take the decisive last step later. The statue of Relia or Elena in the castle Epifax. They were planning to visit there tomorrow. After returning to the temple, Ellen and Charlotte went back to their dormitories. Even if they tried not to think about anything, thoughts still came to them. However, since nothing is certain yet, they tried not to believe anything. Nothing will happen unless something is confirmed and certainty is gained. Something unconfirmed might be frightening and terrifying, but that's why Ellen wanted to see Reinhardt. Since they couldn't stop, Charlotte and Ellen had to find out more, and they would find out more. So now, if everything turns out to be a mere misunderstanding and delusion, they wouldn't know yet if it's not. So, now, knock knock. Ellen knocked on Reinhardt's door. She saw Harriet going out and thought that he might not have returned to temple yet. As she was about to turn away, wondering when he would return, Reinhardt, looking slightly pale, cautiously opened the door. Why, training today is, somewhat. Reinhardt seemed to hesitate to train today, as if he felt that today was not the day. Seeing Reinhardt's face, Ellen's mind began to boil with complex thoughts. She wanted to ask something right away, but she decided not to ask anything in case it made something irreversible. Can I come in? At Ellen's words, Reinhardt looked a little flustered, but opened the door wide as if it was all right. Entering room ominous 11. Reinhardt's room, Ellen sat down lightly on Reinhardt's bed. Reinhardt seemed to watch Ellen's mood, and then sat down on the chair in front of the desk. Here. Ha! Clatter. Ellen tapped the bed next to her with her palm. Can't you sit here? At Ellen's words, Reinhardt hesitated a little, then got up from the chair and sat down next to her. For a while, Ellen stared blankly ahead without saying a word. What were the things Reinhardt hadn't been able to say so far? What had really happened? At the brink of bursting, Ellen and Charlotte stopped inflating the balloon. Just a little more. If they blew in one more breath, the balloon would burst. That's why, for this brief moment, they could still be together before the balloon burst. There were many questions. Why was he always so helpful to everyone, and as rough as he was? So considerate. Had he taken good care of them? Ellen still believed that it might not be the case. Her faith in Reinhardt was still strong. Fiddling with her fingers, Ellen spoke quietly. What did you do today? I heard there was something going on at the royal palace. She had seen Harriet and the temple, and she had heard from Charlotte, so she roughly knew what Reinhardt had done today. Harriet seemed to be involved in it, so we went around together to see if we could find out anything. Yes, like this. Reinhardt, who always cared for and looked after everyone, couldn't be like that. If that were the case, there would be no reason for Reinhardt to struggle and struggle again. There's no way he would do something without reason, so it couldn't be him. It was just a coincidence that Reinhardt seemed suspicious, and it was a misunderstanding created by the situation. Did you find out anything? There wasn't much we could find out just because we were there. Well, what Harriet knew was kind of a hint, I guess. I see. What did they do today? What would they do tomorrow? What would they eat tonight? They had shared countless trivial conversations. Forever. They wanted to do it forever. Ellen turned her head to Reinhardt. Reinhardt awkwardly met Ellen's gaze. Reinhardt was Reinhardt, and Ellen was Ellen. They could still be that to each other. Reinhardt. Yeah, so, while they were still each other to each other. Ellen wanted to do something she could only do now, something she wouldn't be able to do later. Ellen carefully embraced Reinhardt's neck, and their lips met. Ellen could vividly feel Reinhardt's body stiffen in her embrace. After the kiss, which was as short as eternity. I'm sorry, Ellen apologized quietly, her lips slightly moistened. Reinhardt's eyes widened, more shocked by Ellen's sudden action than embarrassed. I thought I wouldn't be able to do it if it wasn't now. Leaving only those words behind, she left Reinhardt's room. Chapter 419. Ellen had come to see me, and I hesitated to tell her that we were heading to the tomb of the Lick. I couldn't involve Ellen, since Harriet was already coming with us and things were uncertain. If I told her, she would undoubtedly want to come along. I didn't know if Bertis would try to involve Ellen, but for now, I wanted her not to be there. I was wondering how to dodge the issue when Ellen suddenly did something unexpected. I thought she had something to say, but I never imagined she would suddenly kiss me. I wondered why she did that. There might have been a change of heart, but Ellen left without explaining anything, just saying she was sorry. The unfamiliar sensation that lingered on my lips, Ellen's expression, and her gaze haunted my thoughts, even though this wasn't the time for such thoughts. I wondered why Ellen had acted that way and why she left without saying anything, but it wasn't the situation for me to ponder that. I immediately called Lucinil. "Are you sure?" After I quickly explained the situation to Lucinil, she asked with a serious expression. "It might not be Ross or Dwin as Cantus Magna, but it's certain that the Empire's elites are heading towards the tomb of the Lick. Even if it's not Cantus Magna, it's certain that the Empire's elite forces will enter the tomb of the Lick. The quantum maze might be breached, and the fight could become too big to handle afterward. I've also decided to join the Imperial forces and head to the Lick's tomb. In serious cases, we might have to decide on a withdrawal, and depending on the situation, we may have to fight. We need to secure at least one magician from Cantus Magna. We have to inform the Order and the Council quickly, and please pass the information to Sarkigar and Loyar." "Got it." After saying that, Lucinil disappeared into the mist. In trying to capture Cantus Magna, the Empire's elites were also dragged along. Is this the only chance to catch Cantus Magna, and should we retreat? If the Empire snatches away all of Cantus Magna, or they all die before we can gather information, the situation will be a complete mess. Moreover, there's a possibility that we might inadvertently help them complete Akasha. At the latest tomorrow, I will be heading to the Lick's tomb with the Empire's forces. There's nothing I need to prepare. I felt like praying. I don't believe in gods. And if there is a god, then the real god of this world would be me. So I can't pray to anyone. I am the only one in this world who cannot pray to anyone. I am a god, and my power is spirit speech. It'll be fine. So I pray to myself. I have to make it fine. In the end, I have to do well. Saturday night, an emergency meeting had been convened in the land ruled by eternal winter. Originally, only members of the Vampire Council would gather around the round table in the conference hall according to the principle. However, due to the slightly changed nature of the council and the uniqueness of the current situation, there were others here besides the vampires. The four family heads of the vampire lord houses, excluding Antirionus, who is in charge of the Lick's tomb, Elaris, Lucinil, Luvian, and Galash, and even Sarkigar, Valia's servant. Eppenhauser, a member of the Black Order, was also present. In essence, almost everyone was gathered, excluding Loyar. "Are we sure that Ross or Dwin is a member of Cantus Magna?" In response to Elaris's question, Lucinil furrowed her brow. "We can't be sure. It's just circumstantial evidence. But considering he was able to pull off such a thing in the royal palace and escape, and his obsession with numerous magical books, it would be strange if he wasn't Cantus Magna. And if this is Cantus Magna's intention, it means they have decided to focus all their efforts on this matter. They must be concentrating all their resources on the Lick's tomb now. And even if they aren't, there's a chance that such a person could cause unnecessary trouble by salivating over the bait we set." At Lucinil's words, Galosh nodded with his arms crossed. "That's important. But what's even more important is the fact that the Empire's total force is heading there. The tomb will be breached, and whether or not we can capture Cantus Magna's wizards is doubtful. Like Temple, which was established with the goal of fostering exceptional talent regardless of social status, Shanaple and the Royal Magic Division were places where such nurtured talents gathered. It was the strongest group of humanity, filled with individuals who demonstrated exceptional talent and proven loyalty to humanity and the Empire. No matter how powerful a secret society was, they could not stand against the concentrated power of superhumans who had been carefully selected. They had to extract the core members of Cantus Magna from there, not kill them. Maybe it's better to withdraw without relying too much on such low probabilities. If we bleed out trying to grasp the clue of Cantus Magna, it might be irreversible. Right, Luvian suggested that considering withdrawal might be the best option. From the beginning, only Elaris, Lucinil, and Antirionus had fully agreed to cooperate within the council. Galash and Luvian had taken a stance to cooperate as much as possible, but they had no intention of sacrificing their lives for Valia. So they were more than willing to pull out if the situation became too dangerous. Trying to find the truth of the artifact called Akasha by confronting Cantus Magna and the Empire at the same time was a crazy act beyond the limit. So Luvian's judgment was not so strange. I agree with Luvian's opinion. It would be taking on too much risk to confront not only Cantus Magna, but also the Empire. Those were Galosh's words. At that, Sarkigar, who took on the appearance of an ordinary human male, spoke with a worried voice. But didn't our Lord say he's heading to that place? That's right. Lucinil nodded in response to Sarkigar's words. Valia has decided to join the Imperial forces and head to the tomb, so Valia's safety itself won't a problem. However, we cannot know how much force Cantus Magna will deploy, so we cannot completely relax. And even if we go ourselves, we might not necessarily engage in direct combat. We can keep an eye on the situation from afar and intervene when it seems necessary. And well, if we manage to capture one of Cantus Magna's wizards, we might be able to sneakily deal with it later, depending on the situation. Lucinil stared at Sarkigar. You're good at that sort of thing, aren't you? Lucinil had already met Sarkigar several times for communication purposes, so she knew enough about his abilities. Sarkigar was skilled in disguise and infiltration rather than direct combat. I should be called an expert. At his confident words, Eppinhauser stared at Sarkigar quietly. However, Eppinhauser didn't say anything in particular. The royal family would prefer to capture them alive rather than kill them all. It's not too late to find out why they did such a thing and hang them. But since Cantus Magna has decided to go all out, we need to be prepared. Lucinil, are you going to that place? At Lucinil's words, Luvian stared at the silver-haired girl, seemingly puzzled. Yes, I will. I don't understand. Why is Lucinil so eager to support him? At Luvian's words, Lucinil crossed her arms. Pretty kids naturally make you want to give them a treat, and in my opinion, Avelia is a pretty enough kid. Lucinil grinned, and Luvian sighed deeply, unable to understand. Somehow, Lucinil ended up leading the meeting. A total of 6 people were gathered here. Lucinil, Elaris, Sarkigar, Eppinhauser, Luvian, and Galosh. In case of an emergency situation at the Lix tomb, someone would watch the situation and intervene if necessary. Anyway, I'm going. Anyone who doesn't want to go, raise your hand. At those words, Luvian immediately raised her hand. Luvian was the only one to raise her hand. Galosh, are you getting too old and hard of hearing? At the oldest vampire's words, seriously concerned about vampire aging, Galosh replied plainly, I plan to go. What? Like Luvian, Galosh was also not interested in cooperating with Valia, so it was assumed he wouldn't attend, but he was going along. Luvian stared at Galosh's menacing, expressionless face. Galosh was glaring intently at the lively Lucinil. It was clear that he was worried about Lucinil and wanted to follow her. Ah, this really insincere monster. Shut up, Big Ears. What? Big Ears. You were the one who called me a monster first. Eppinhauser just quietly watched the elf and orc vampire bicker. In the end, everyone at this meeting, except Luvian, decided to go to the scene. I wasn't originally the kind of person to be swept away like this. I'm sure I'm not. Everyone was going, so Luvian felt left out if she didn't join. The thought of not wanting to miss out welled up in her, even though she knew it wasn't something she should decide on a whim. She hesitated and mumbled. No, Luvian, you're the type to get swept away. It was Lucinil's remark. Yeah, she's definitely like that. It was Elaris's addition. Based on my long observation of you, you lack a firm stance. And finally, Galosh's last words. Due to the memory reset every 200 years, the words of the vampire lords who had watched Luvian for a longer time than she knew herself were more accurate. Knowing this, the already pale elf vampire's complexion turned even whiter. Is that true? Yeah, you're always like this. You think you have a strong conviction, but in fact, when you realize that you have a wavering character without a firm stance, you always react like this. At Lucinil's words, Luvian opened her mouth in surprise. I lack a firm stance. In reality, Luvian had no intention of cooperating with Valia until Galosh decided to join Valia's side, and then she reluctantly agreed to cooperate. In the end, Luvian, who lacked a firm stance, ultimately decided to go to the Lix tomb together with the others. Chapter 420, What's Going On? At Radia's question, Elaris nodded her head. Radia couldn't attend the meeting herself, but she could sense from Elaris's expression that something unusual was happening. Yes, it's an important matter, and there's a high possibility it could be dangerous. Although Elaris was living a quiet life in the ancient snow-covered castle, She was part of the forces driving the world into chaos. That's why it was natural for her to be involved in dangerous matters. Radia quietly watched Elaris preparing to leave. I'll have to be away for a few days. There's enough food, but can you manage to eat well on your own? Ha! Oh, of course. Don't worry about me. Radia felt a strange sense of sorrow as Elaris, who was going off to do something dangerous, was worried about leaving her behind. Despite claiming she was going off to do something dangerous, Elaris was only preparing as if she was going for a walk. It was no different from when she would go out to buy groceries. Then I'll be off. Ah, yes. At Elaris's brief farewell, Radia simply nodded her head. Elaris left the room. Radia didn't know exactly what Elaris was going to do, but she quietly watched her retreating figure. She wanted to say something. Please be safe. At those words from behind her, Elaris turned around in surprise to look at Radia, wishing for her safety. It was a simple phrase, but it wasn't something that should be exchanged between Radia and Elaris. To that extent, Radia had opened her heart to Elaris, and it also meant she was worried. All right, I'll come back safely. With a faint smile, Elaris bid farewell to Radia once more. Radia Schmidt quietly watched the door Elaris had left through. What would it feel like to become a real family with Elaris, a blood-related family? If that happened, could she feel even warmer and more at ease than she did now? Radia Schmidt wanted to seriously ask Elaris to become her family when she returned. Radia also had some idea that Elaris would refuse. Sunday, early morning. Harriet and I headed to the royal capital. I couldn't know how the council meeting was going or what decision the Black Order would make. It would be best if our forces could capture the mage of Cantus Magna, but if the Imperial Army succeeds in capturing them, I have to create a situation where I can interrogate them. The worst situation would be if Cantus Magna is annihilated or we let them slip away. Harriet seemed to have made her own preparations, carrying a scroll book. She appeared to have prepared quite a lot. After all, Harriet and I were merely retainers, and the actual work would be handled by the Imperial Army. Bertus was taking me along with the promise of giving me some credit, and Harriet wasn't much different. If a situation arises where we have to step in, it would mean that something irreversible has already happened. There were no speeches or anything for the departure. The Empire had quickly gathered its elite forces at the Imperial Palace, and we were securing the Lix tomb while searching for Rosser Dwin, who was likely to be heading there. Since a murder had occurred within the palace and Rosser Dwin had managed to escape, he was a high-priority criminal to catch. It didn't matter if Rosser Dwin wasn't there. Just verifying whether the rumored Archlich truly existed in the Lix tomb would be enough. If we couldn't find Rosser Dwin in the Lix tomb, we would simply have to track him down in another way. The Empire seemed to be considering whether or not Rosser Dwin was related to the Demon King. In the garden in front of the Imperial Palace Tetra. Of course, neither Bertus nor the Emperor was present. As the person in charge on site, Savelin Turner, the leader of the Shanipal group, was present, and about 30 knights from the Shanipal, as well as about 30 mages from the Imperial Mage Corps. Scott Kelton, whom we had encountered in Rajuan last time, was also present. They were all at the pinnacle of those called superhumans. Savelin Turner looked at Harriet and me. Both of you, don't push yourselves too hard. Having received some prior instructions, the mages and knights started walking, centering around Harriet and me. We moved through the warp gates and then used mass teleportation to instantly reach the site in Darkland. Savelin Turner led the troops from the front. The situation could take a turn for the worse, but everything would be fine. Everything had to be fine. Harriet, who was nervous, grabbed my hand. You! But Harriet, who was scared and grabbed my hand, looked up at me in confusion instead. It couldn't be helped. I was sweating cold sweat more than her. Harriet, who was scared and held my hand, gripped it even harder when she realized I was more nervous. It seemed like she wanted to help me somehow, even though she wasn't feeling okay herself. At that moment, are you ready? Yes. Ellen and Charlotte had stepped outside Temple, although it was now spring. The two were dressed in thick clothing. Such attire was natural since they were heading to the polar region. The two were about to head to the Epifax Castle today. Charlotte, who had been at the Imperial Palace, knew about the events that had been uncovered yesterday and what the Empire was planning to do now. She also knew that Reinhardt was heading to the Lix tomb. Nothing was certain about Reinhardt yet. Even that suspicion was ultimately a trivial matter. It was just that Reinhardt had visited Alina's shop with a female student from Temple. That's why Charlotte didn't take any action. She wouldn't be sure of anything until something was confirmed. Something unusual is happening. Is it because of yesterday's incident? Yes. From the murder case in the royal court to the elite forces heading to the Lix tomb, and even Reinhardt and Harriet de Saintot joining them. Charlotte hadn't told Ellen about that. Let's focus on what we have to do, depending on the situation. What we're doing could be more important than that. Ellen and Charlotte. The actions of the two could determine the fate of the Empire. Both of them hoped that their task would not be of great importance. We'll have to check if the statue you mentioned in Epifax is there. We can think about what to do next after that. All right now. All the magicians capable of using teleportation have been dispatched elsewhere. Moreover, Charlotte didn't want to bring anyone other than Ellen for this task. Charlotte handed Ellen a scroll book. It was the same kind of scroll book Harriet had been carrying. We'll take the warp gate to the northernmost part of the continent. From there, we'll use the teleportation scroll to get in. We'll do the same when we come back. Okay. It wasn't like they were escaping the demon castle, so they could use teleportation and other high-level magic via scrolls as much as they wanted. Even if she lost the competition, the first princess was still the first princess. Let's go. The two hoped that what they were doing would be a useless and futile effort. With such a desperate hope, Ellen and Charlotte headed towards the warp gate. The two arrived at the northernmost part of the continent very quickly. After all, both Ellen and Charlotte had free passes for the warp gates. They used teleportation scrolls to travel to the castle of Epifax, where there were no warp gates installed. Whoosh, the weather is. The entrance to the castle was buried in snow up to their knees. The snow that had already piled up was so compacted that it had turned to ice. Last time during the group mission, Ellen and Reinhardt had toured around Epifax when Harriet suggested taking a look at the castle. They knew it was a place where stray spirits roamed, and there were 7 statues in a space that resembled a pantheon. Squish, squish, the two walked through the snow-covered field. But what did that woman mean when she said she was a dragon? She said she was a dragon. She was also hiding her true abilities. Did you believe that? Charlotte glanced at Ellen, as if to ask if she believed such nonsense while trudging through the deep snow. I didn't believe it at the time, but when I saw the statue here, I thought this place might have been where dragons used to gather in the past. It's a coincidence. Anyway, if the magician you traveled with in the Darklands was Alina, then… Charlotte bit her lip, unable to continue speaking. If Alina and Relia were the same person, then Reinhardt would be extremely suspicious. The Empire doesn't know what kind of castle Epifax is. They have merely been managing it like an ancient ruin that has existed for a very long time. However, if the statues here resemble Alina, and if that is indeed true, what exactly is this castle for? It was clear that the place was related to the Demon King, but they couldn't tell how it was related. That's why Charlotte came to Epifax to see it with her own eyes. Who? Thump, thump. After entering the castle, Ellen and Charlotte shook the snow off their clothes, just like the outside. The cold air circulated within the castle. It was only now that Ellen looked at Charlotte and asked, as if just remembering, "Are you scared of ghosts?" Ghosts? Charlotte tilted her head as if asking what she was talking about. Ghosts appear here. What? Charlotte furrowed her brows at the endless talk. It wasn't strong enough to cause harm, but there were ghosts wandering around. You know, flash. As Ellen was about to finish speaking, the two saw a flash of light in one side of the dim castle corridor. It was not a natural phenomenon. Ellen and Charlotte's expressions hardened. It didn't end with just one flash. Flash, flash, something like a sacred light, flashed white all over the corridor. Phew, as soon as Elleris left, things got twisted again. Someone's voice. Ellen and Charlotte soon saw the person who revealed herself at the end of the corridor. Of course, their eyes met. An unidentified black-haired woman stood there, the place where a statue resembling Alina was located. Reinhardt took the black-haired woman to Alina's shop, and the black-haired woman who appeared before them. Charlotte could not remember her. However, Ellen had a good memory. As a combat major, she had paid more attention to the tournament. She could definitely find the face from her memory. Ellen was able to recall the appearance of the unlimited class tournament participant. 6th grade, Radia Schmidt. Olivia Lands, who conceded in the tournament final. Reinhardt, who visited Alina's shop with the black-haired woman. Holy Knight lineage, nameless order, Olivia lands, Adriana, the Demon King's assault. Somehow, Reinhardt seemed to know everything that night, and one day, he had said he was the Demon King. Reinhardt's confession, which seemed like a joke. Many puzzle pieces began to fit together in Ellen's mind. How? You too? Radia Schmidt knew Charlotte's face, the first princess, but not Ellen's. Two people who shouldn't be there appeared in the council. Senior, let's talk. Ellen slowly approached Radia Schmidt. Radia Schmidt stepped back slowly, her expression stiff. Chapter 421, the interior is less impressive than I thought, huh? It seems so, Rosser Dwin said, and the Grand Duke of Saintoin replied in the spacious chamber. There was no need to light a fire. All the members present could summon light sources themselves, being magicians. They had been exploring the dungeon for an extended period and had spent the day taking turns resting in a suitable space. It seems the empty wagon made the most noise. I don't see the magic tomes that stirred up the world. It feels more like it was intentionally hidden than not visible. I have the same thought. Rosser Dwin was talkative. The Grand Duke spoke only when necessary, and the woman was silent. Luna was slow in her actions. She responded a beat late when called by Rosser Dwin or the Grand Duke. She mostly nodded or shook her head slowly to most questions, rarely engaging in conversation. There were no notable traps. There was no maze-like barrier outside either. However, they couldn't let their guard down, so they explored slowly, which took a long time. The Grand Duke and Rosser Dwin took turns leading the group. The Grand Duke couldn't help but notice that Rosser Dwin was not an ordinary magician. He was talkative but cautious in his actions, and he always seemed to be wary of what was behind him when leading. However, the woman who introduced herself as Luna, she silently followed the group slightly to the side, neither leading nor lagging. She did nothing. She just followed the group with a slightly slow pace. Luna seems to be anything but ordinary. I agree. At Rosser Dwin's words, the Grand Duke of Saintoin nodded. There was no ordinary person here, but the most extraordinary among them was Luna, who had not shown anything yet. The Grand Duke's mage division also looked at Luna, who wore an unremarkable cloak and ordinary clothes, with a strange sense of awe. They couldn't determine her abilities, intentions, or whether she was friend or foe. Unknowingly, they all kept an eye on her slow, elegant steps. It was not fascination, but fear mixed with awe. Although the interior was cold and empty, Luna sometimes gently touched the walls in the unknown space, appearing like someone on a leisurely stroll. In reality, she walked silently through the chamber all day without sleeping. Sometimes she stopped and stared at something, as if lost in deep thought. Let's get going soon. Even if there's nothing special here, it's not good to stay too long. Shall we? At the Grand Duke's signal, the mage division prepared to leave, and Luna watched them prepare before joining the group with her usual slow pace. It was strange. Although her steps were slow, she had never fallen behind. Luna seems to be an extraordinary person. With a smile in his words, Rosser Dwin spoke to Luna, who was looking in the direction they were heading. If you look at the world as extraordinary, would there be anything ordinary? Isn't it natural for extraordinary beings to exist even if we try to see things as ordinary? In response to Rosser Dwin's seemingly sarcastic question, Luna finally stared at him. Less ordinary than a being who is not even human, no, rather than one who has forsaken humanity. It was an indifferent gaze, neither hostile nor friendly. Ha ha, is that so? Rosser Dwin smiled, barely raising the corners of his mouth. This guy, is he not human? The Duke steadied his breath as he saw Rosser Dwin's cold smile. The long-standing teaching that one should not get too close to peculiar things was revived. It wasn't an attempt to seize the power of the supernatural, but the fact that he had been involved in such matters remained unchanged. As expected, getting involved in supernatural matters attracts strange things. The Duke walked, reflecting that the words of his ancestors were not wrong at all. The Duke had come to find a tomb, hoping that the tomb of another would not become his own. Let's go. Yes, Your Grace. The Duke led the party. The so-called Lix tomb was deep and vast. However, the common sentiment between Rosser Dwin and the Duke was that although the space was vast, most of it was empty. There were no traps or monsters. It seems like there was something here originally, not just an empty space. It does look that way. It wasn't something that could be discovered only with exceptional observational skills. The dungeon had numerous rooms and facilities, but most of them were empty. However, Through the signs of scratched walls and undisturbed dust, it was clear that there had been something in the space, and everything had been cleaned up. It feels like everything was moved and stored somewhere else. I wonder why. I don't know, but it doesn't seem like it was looted. The feeling was not of a simple plunder, but as if the entire space had been completely cleaned. Traces of traps were also found, but they have all been dismantled. The Duke's group of mages also diligently searched the surroundings and reported their findings to the Duke. Alik's tomb is a magical research facility. Traps are set up to kill or drive away ignorant intruders, but the equipment was gone and all the traps had been dismantled. Maybe they cleaned everything up so that those who passed through the labyrinth wouldn't be distracted by other things and could come straight here. Why would they need to do that? I am not the owner of this place, so I have no way of knowing. It was an absurd claim that they had cleaned everything up so that the intruders could proceed directly to the core without being distracted by other things. However, it was difficult not to agree with Rosser Dwin's words. The party proceeded slowly. There was a possibility that after lulling the intruders into a sense of security, they would be attacked in another way. Considering the level of the labyrinth outside, this was not a matter to be taken lightly. The scale was quite large, and they moved cautiously, so the exploration time inevitably grew longer. As the day passed and they continued their exploration, the Duke realized that it was almost night. Having spent a long time exploring the underground rooms, corridors, and halls, the party eventually had no choice but to stop in a certain space. This is strange. Rosser Dwin hesitated. It feels out of place. I'm not sure if it's appropriate to use such terms, but it seems like it has been renovated or expanded, something like that. So far, every space seemed old and worn, covered with the patina of time. However, below was a newly added area, clean yet different, a staircase that seemed to go endlessly downward. We must be careful. With the growing conviction that they were entering the depths of the dungeon, everyone cautiously descended further and further. How far had they gone? It seems that this is the deepest part. The depths of the dungeon were shabby, but it was also magnificent. The light from the mage's summoned luminance could not fully illuminate the entire space. Snap! With a flick of his finger, a huge incandescent light appeared on the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. An immense space with no patterns, decorations, or anything else. A desolate and barren place that only overwhelmed people with its sheer size, appearing neither dangerous nor hiding any rare magic books to lure people in. In the center, there were 3 wooden chairs. Not luxurious chairs similar to thrones, but shabby little chairs made by connecting wooden blocks and planks. 3 beings were seated on them, one person wearing a black robe, a skeleton wearing a gray robe, an old man wearing a black suit and a fedora, leaning on a cane. They were staring at the first group of people who had entered this space. Are they the masters of this place? The Grand Duke muttered softly. Luna remained silent, just watching the scene. And then, thud, Antirianus. Rosser Dwin's eyes bulged, as if the blood vessels would burst, and he cursed. Oh, a young man who recognizes me. So it was you, the young mage, who had been calm and cunning all this time, was nowhere to be seen, as Rosser Dwin's appearance began to exude a grotesque and ominous aura. Thud, thump. Because of you, Rosser Dwin, with veins popping on his forehead, screamed. The old man stood up, took off his hat, and bowed. Who is the noble person who recognizes this old man? Rosser Dwin, who had been calm until now, gritted his teeth at the old man's words, losing his composure. First of all, Rosser Dwin leaped through space and appeared right in front of the old man, who was still smiling faintly. Die, ho-ho, rumble, when Rosser Dwin reached out his hand. A torrent of magical energy erupted from it, engulfing the old man. Rumble. The torrent of magical energy that engulfed the old man crashed into the back of the space, creating a tremendous vibration. However, I recognize you. The old man, who had deflected the magical storm with a single barrier created by extending his index finger, looked into Rosser Dwin's enraged eyes and spoke. Finally, a proper guest has arrived, it seems. Antirianus looked at Rosser Dwin. Lucrin, is it you? Rosser Dwin gritted his teeth and shouted. Yes. Rosser Dwin's eyes began to turn blood red. The captain has come in person. What happened to all those brave men? Don't pretend you don't know. Antirianus. Rosser Dwin's hair began to bristle in all directions, his eyes glowing red. You killed half of them, and now you're pretending you don't know. Well, I didn't kill all of them. Huff, huff, hua, boom. Enveloped in fury, Rosser Dwin's body was bombarded by a storm that whipped around in all directions, causing cracks in the ground and violently whipping the walls of the cave. The Grand Duke and the Mage Division managed to block the magical storm with a barrier. Soon, the torrent pouring from Rosser Dwin's body revealed his true form. That's right. Antirianus smiled as he watched Rosser Dwin from a distance. I thought that the false rumors about Archlick might ensnare you, and it seems they really did. Although he maintained a human form, there was a red flame-like glow in his eyes, which shimmered against his pale white skin. His entire body pulsed with a jet-black aura. The Grand Duke silently observed Rosser Dwin, who emanated an indescribably immense magical power. There was no fixed form for legendary beings that existed only in myths. However, the overwhelming and sinister magic power radiating from that ominous being. Oh, this is Arklage. The Lick's feeble muttering, blown away by the magical storm. It's not that you came searching for Archlick's tomb, but you've been with Archlick all along. This was beyond a simple coincidence. The false rumors about Archlick had summoned the real Archlick. Just as a vampire lord overcame sunlight, Archlick overcame his skeletal remains. You did well to slaughter your comrades and flee when I was absent, Antirianus. But after an immeasurable amount of time, I finally found you. As there were vampires that overcame the sun, there were also liches who overcame the loss of their flesh, a being that manifested its lost flesh through magic. Now, it's time to pay the price. Archlick, surrounded by an enormous amount of magical power, reached out to Antirianus. Die, Antirianus, we'll talk later. As Archlick plunged his hand downward, a force as pure and sinister as his magic power emanated from it. Boom! With that single gesture, tremendous pressure was exerted from above, creating a crack in the ground. It's going to collapse. After a long silence, Luna whispered just that one sentence to the Grand Duke. Creak, the Grand Duke was watching the ceiling of the cave closely as it cracked. He stared quietly at Luna. Although he feigned calmness to prevent confusion among his subordinates, the Grand Duke could not hide his astonishment that a wicked being from legend had been among them all this time. Yet, Luna seemed to have known from the beginning, not only acting as if she knew, but also showing no signs of panic. Was Archlick the problem? Or was the problem the one who calmly withstood Archlick's attack? Or was it this woman, who remained unfazed even after witnessing the spectacle? The Grand Duke could not tell. Creek all he knew was that the ceiling of the cave was collapsing. Chapter 422, passing through the gate and later arriving near the Lick's tomb via mass teleport. I could see a vast, misty area. We refrained from entering hastily and assessed the situation first. The quantum maze wasn't an indestructible labyrinth. While it might be possible for the Royal Magic Division to navigate it, most adventurers would likely get lost and have to return. I couldn't know where the Vampire Council and my supporters would be. We waited outside without entering the labyrinth, waiting for the mages to finish their analysis. Savelin Turner warned Harriet and me. Once we enter, we'll move with you two in the middle. Don't take any actions without my orders, and avoid enemy contact during combat as much as possible. There should be someone skilled enough to protect you. Yes, yes. Both Harriet and I nodded nervously. It was natural for her to be tense since we didn't know what was inside. I didn't know if Rosser Dwin was really in there. I hoped so, and I needed to capture at least one core member of Cantus Magna. We'll enter as soon as the labyrinth analysis is finished. Since we agreed to work together, Turner seemed to be making thorough preparations. Thus, we waited for a long time outside, even after arriving, letting the mages analyze the labyrinth. For a while, nothing happened, and the tension was palpable, deep into the night. The analysis wasn't complete until the full moon rose. Under the moonlight, Harriet and I silently observed the situation. It felt like we were on edge, not knowing what to do. Finally, when the moon began to wane, there was a response from the mages. "Captain, there's a situation." One of the mages analyzing the labyrinth shouted at Turner. "The mist is clearing." What? The labyrinth analysis wasn't over. Something unusual had been detected in the area where the labyrinth was. It was literal. Since we were watching the vast misty area from one side of the mountain range, we could see most of the region. However, the mist was gradually clearing. I alone knew that the mist itself functioned as a quantum maze. But now the mist was clearing. That meant the labyrinth was being deactivated. Why? Did someone break through the labyrinth? Or did someone completely disable the quantum maze? Time provided the answer. Rumble, 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 rumble. An earthquake. The ground shook violently. In an instant, the mist vanished from the mountainous area. I hugged Harriet, whose face had turned pale. Raw. It's an earthquake. Protect yourselves. There might be a landslide. At Turner's intense shout, everyone began to respond. As trees fell and the earth shook, the mages around us cast spells. With eyes wide open, Harriet and I saw the ground in the middle of the labyrinth unnaturally rising. For a moment, the earth bulged like a rubber balloon. Boom! A powerful blue flash burst from deep underground, exploding the ground. The world was engulfed in a magical explosion that swept everything away. Crack! The powerful barrier deployed by the archmages around Turner and me protected us from the tremendous shockwave. The ground had sunk. I couldn't find any better way to describe it. After the surrounding ground exploded, it had entirely collapsed. As the nearby ground sank, the earth crumbled down, turning the surroundings into a giant ant hell. Fortunately, everyone present was an archmage, and they were able to protect themselves, and both Harriet and me from the explosion. The labyrinth disappeared, and the earth had crumbled away. That meant that those who had been wandering the labyrinth were either shattered by the explosion or buried in the rubble and died. How many adventurers had been wandering in that labyrinth in search of treasure? Hundreds, thousands, I didn't know. But there were no archmages to protect them, so they must have all died. Landing on the collapsed ground, we could see the center of this area. Even the fog had been blown away. It was too far to see Harriet, and she would have looked like a dart to me, but there was a single silhouette enveloped in ominous energy. Bang, crash, clang. It was clear that it was fighting something. Everyone, get ready, we're entering the scene, Save-Lyn Turner shouted as she braced herself. Whatever the fight was about, Save-Lyn Turner had to suppress the scene. Harriet was squinting, seemingly using telescope magic. Ah! Harriet pointed to the scene, her lips trembling. She stared blankly, muttering as if she had seen something unbelievable even with her own eyes. Dad! What? Harriet grabbed my arm and screamed. Ah! Dad is there, Dad is there, Duke Saint-Owen. What on earth was Duke Saint-Owen doing here? Could it be? I felt my blood run cold. Of course, I wasn't the only one shocked by her words. What are you talking about? Duke Saint-Owen is there. Yes, I don't know why, but Dad is there. Harriet's lips were turning blue, and she was shivering. Raw having blown away the entire ground with a massive magical explosion, Archlick stood tall, glaring at its surroundings. The original owner of the labyrinth, the Lick, was swept away, unable to withstand the explosion. Duke Saint-Owen and the group of mages were safe. Archlick, also known as Cantus Magna's leader, Lucrin, looked in another direction before checking Antirianus' safety. Who the hell is that woman? Even in this explosion, she hadn't flinched, and her hair was not disheveled, only watching the situation. She still maintained a neutral expression and was merely observing the situation. Who on earth was that being? An enemy or an ally? Lucrin could not help but be most cautious about the unidentified woman in this place, since he couldn't determine her identity. And under the moonlight, Lucrin detected a slight change in Antirianus' demeanor. Golden pupils vertically slit, pale skin and fangs protruding between lips. It was clear what it meant. You've become a vampire. Antirianus. There are various ways to endure time. You became a Lick, and I became a vampire. Both were legendary beings, however. The situation was dire. Lucrin looked up at the sky. It was night time. Vampires were creatures of the night. You didn't manage your time well, did you, Lucrin? Antirianus, with his golden eyes, raised both his hands. Whoosh! The 7 great families of the vampires' lords, the ruler of Earth, Saturday, Antirianus. The ground surged, covering Archlick with earth. Now, it's time to reach the truth of Akasha. What? Boom! The pile of dirt that swallowed Lucrin was compressed in an instant, turning into rock and crystallizing. Antirianus smiled as he looked at Lucrin, trapped in a crystal prison in the blink of an eye. Ah! Luna muttered quietly. Vampire Lord of Saturday. Ha! The Grand Duke heard her low voice, but could not understand what it meant. Maybe they didn't come here on purpose. Luna took a step. The next moment, the Grand Duke saw the woman suddenly disappear. Until now, she had just taken a slow step. But at that moment, the Grand Duke saw the woman appear behind the old priest. He couldn't tell if it was magic or a physical ability. Just by taking a slow step, the woman caught up to the old priest. "Who are you?" Without turning around. The old priest opened his mouth with a faint smile. "I have a question," Luna spoke quietly. "Where is the archdemon?" Antarianus was not flustered by the sudden question. "How did you come to know about such a story?" "It doesn't matter." As the woman took a step, she appeared not behind, but in front of the old priest. The woman, bathed in moonlight, asked Antarianus, "Where is the archdemon?" Antarianus smiled at her still calm question. He, I don't know which one you're talking about." The old vampire's eyes sparkled. "If it's about bending the arm." The old priest reached out to the woman. "I can't tell an outsider that easily." Swish, Luna, who disappeared like a mirage as Antarianus reached out, reappeared a few steps behind. "Also, you may be carefree, but I am not." Crack. A crack formed in the crystal prison behind Luna. That was not all. Luna could see a group of magicians and knights approaching from afar. Literally. There was no time for small talk. Crunch. "Antarianus, your petty tricks have increased." Archlich, who destroyed the crushed crystal prison with his strength, exhaled a breath full of hatred. The battle between Archlich and the vampire lord. And at the scene, a swordmaster and a battalion of great mages approached. Luna closed her eyes for a moment. As she took a step, she disappeared without a trace. Antarianus, with the furious Archlich in front of him, no longer wore a hypocritical smile, but a grotesquely twisted one. "How strange." Lucrin, Antarianus looked at the approaching elite forces of the Empire. "Why did you come to such a place alone?" Pop, one by one, new figures appeared beside Antarianus. Beings wearing robes. Support from the Black Order and the Vampire Council had arrived. "Are you that confident?" The Empire's elites approached. It would be a chaotic battle, and someone would inevitably die. The Vampire Council and the Black Order aimed to suppress Archlich and escape, and the Empire's elites aimed to annihilate them. The Black Order and the Vampire Council, Cantus Magna, and the Empire's elite soldiers. The three-way battle was about to begin. At the forefront of the Empire, Savalin Turner arrived at the standoff. "The situation is quite strange." She stared at the group of robed figures, Archlich, and the Saint-Ouen Duke with his group of magicians behind him. The Duke doesn't matter. She couldn't understand why he was there, but Turner finished her assessment as she saw the Saint-Ouen Duke retreating with his troops. A superhuman surpassing other superhumans. The knight who deserved to be called the world's strongest looked down at Archlich with an arrogant posture. "Well, we just need to kill all these suspicious people." Savalin Turner pointed her sword, Tempesta, at her enemies. The situation didn't matter to her. She came to destroy the Empire's enemies, and that's all she intended to do. The Empire's elites charged into the eye of the storm. The scale of the battle had grown. Antarianus and a considerable number of robed figures had appeared. It was clear that the Black Order's operatives and the Vampire Lord's kin had joined them. Lucinil and the other family heads must have intervened in the situation. Their target was probably Rosser Dwin, but the clash with the Empire's elites had already begun. The Empire wouldn't know who their enemies were. It would be impossible to hope that many people wouldn't be hurt. Someone would die. Harriet and I stayed in our seats, watching the spectacle unfold. It was not a situation where we could intervene. In the midst of the battle, Harriet's father, the Saint-Ouen Duke, was present. Harriet trembled, unable to understand the situation, and did something. And then, the Saint-Ouen Duke and his troops, who had been far away, began to move toward us, avoiding the fight. They used short-range spatial movement in succession. Whoosh! In an instant, the Saint-Ouen Duke and his army approached, and the Duke roughly embraced Harriet. "Dad!" Boom. "Daughter, how did you get here?" And then he saw me next to her and widened his eyes. "Reinhardt, you too." I couldn't help but hesitate, because the Saint-Ouen Duke might be Cantus Magna. Rumble. Roar. In the battle where Antarianus was presumed to be, fierce torrents of magical power boiled, and lightning and thunder followed. With the addition of Savalin Turner's troops, a massive whirlwind of a battle unfolded. "Dad, why are you here? What are you doing here?" Harriet, still trembling, clung to the Duke and asked. "We came to deal with some dangerous magic that was discovered, but it seems there are even more dangerous beings here than I anticipated." Whether the Duke's words were true or not, I didn't know, but it seemed his thoughts had changed since he found Harriet here. "We must get out of here for now. Let's talk later." "Why, yeah." It seemed he wanted to secure Harriet's safety first. No matter what he was planning to do, the Duke released the embrace and looked around. Your Highness, the flow of mana is unusual. There is a long-range spatial barrier deployed across the entire area. One of the Duke's subordinates reported. From the beginning, they had come here with elite forces to capture Rosser Dwin. Therefore, the Royal Mage Corps analyzed the labyrinth while also deploying a spatial barrier across the vast area. It wasn't an easy task, but the Royal Mage Corps made the impossible possible. Then let's move using short-range teleportation. Daughter, follow the troops. Reinhardt won't be able to use teleportation, so I'll escort you personally. The Duke seemed to intend to send Harriet first and escort me personally. No, we don't know what might happen. Go with Harriet. I'll follow. The Duke seemed to be concerned for my safety, but it was better for me to be alone in this situation. I might need to contact my followers, including Elleris, depending on what happens next. If the Empire manages to suppress Rosser Dwin, I might have to snatch him back or something. Will you be all right? Yes, go ahead. The Duke agreed to my suggestion, perhaps judging that there might be problems sending Harriet separately and concerned for my safety. Reinhardt, be careful. I know, go first. Nod in an instant, Harriet, the Duke, and the Mage Corps began to distance themselves using short-range teleportation. I don't plan to follow them yet, but I'll have to see how things go. It seems certain that the one fighting there is Cantus Magna. So, I can't help but wonder if the Duke is not on the same side as them, since they abandoned the fight and came this way. Then why was the Duke with them in the first place? Is the one fighting there really Rosser Dwin? What if the Empire kills him instead of suppressing him? As I turned to climb the hill to observe the situation, someone was standing on the crumbling hillside. A cold-faced woman was looking down at me, bathed in moonlight. The woman simply stared at me. I found her strangely familiar. If Ellen were to grow up, a woman who looked like that imagination had become reality. Step as she took a step, she appeared before me as if she had leaped through space. Click the small pendant necklace, usually hidden by a violet case. She held my necklace in her hand. Crash. Then the case shattered, revealing the red jewel inside. The Flame of Tuesday. She looked at me. She identified the Flame of Tuesday as soon as she saw it. Where did you get this? Her tone was gentle, but there was no friendliness in it. WH. Who? Who are you? She fixed her gaze on me, gently staring at me as she put my necklace down. If the answer is difficult, I suppose I'll have to ask something else. I felt a suffocating pressure even though nothing had happened to me. Where is the archdemon? She took a step back after finishing her question. Whiz, then a blue magical spear struck the spot where she had been standing. Boom. And then a figure appeared right in front of me. Elleris. Stand back, Your Highness. Had Elleris been observing the surroundings without engaging in the fight, seeing that I was in danger? Elleris intervened. The woman with black hair looked at Elleris. You've arrived, Master of Tuesday among the 7 knights. An ancient archdemon. At those words, my mind seemed to freeze. And a boy who possesses the flames of Tuesday, although not a vampire. She looked at me. A boy protected by the ancient archdemon. I didn't understand what this person was saying. However, the fact that I possessed the flames of Tuesday seemed to serve as evidence, as if she had drawn a conclusion. You must be the last archdemon. Neither Elleris nor I knew who the woman in front of us was, but she seemed to have figured out who we were as soon as she saw us. Who are you? Elleris looked at the woman with a hostile expression. I'm Luna. The woman took a few steps back and stared intently at Elleris. Luna Artorius, the master of sun and moon. She slowly raised her right arm. At that moment, something unbelievable happened. Although it's against our faction's rule to interfere in human affairs. As if the laws of the world had been reversed, the crescent moon on her back suddenly began to grow larger. The full moon, now 10 or even 20 times its usual size, filled the world with a cold light. I couldn't understand what was happening at all. I don't want to lose my child twice. She reached out to the enlarged moon. Something seemed to be held in her hand, which appeared to be swallowed by the moonlight. In her hand was a new moon-shaped weapon that looked as if it was made of moonlight. What is an ancient archdemon? And what does the master of sun and moon mean? I don't know. But the result lies before my eyes. Ellen's mother is trying to kill me. Chapter 423 Clang. Luna's crescent moon sword collided with the blue magic sword summoned by Elleris. However, the sword imbued with moonlight shattered Elleris's magic sword upon contact. It was hard to accept the fact that Elaris was an ancient archdemon, but what I saw was that Elaris was not only proficient in magic, but also had outstanding skills in close combat. Clang, clang, screech. Elaris summoned a sword made of magic and engaged in combat with Ellen's mother. It was surprising that Elaris was skilled in close combat, but Ellen's mother, Luna Artorius, overpowered her. That was not all. The abnormally enlarged moon was neither an illusion nor anything else. Was it even magic in the first place? And the crescent moon sword, seemingly drawn from the massive moon, emitted a faint, chilly moonlight. Above all, the movement of Ellen's mother, Luna Artorius, was strange. It was hard to find a way to describe it. Luna Artorius had a human appearance, but she did not move like a human. She did not run, charge, or make typical sword-fighting movements like striking down. It did not seem like her actions were backed by great strength either. However, Elaris could not respond to her slow movements one by one. If he attacked, Ellen's mother would be hurt. But such worries were unnecessary. I knew better than anyone that interfering in that situation would be tantamount to suicide. Clang, screech. As the magic sword summoned by Elaris shattered upon contact with the moonlit sword, Elaris had to keep summoning magic swords. Elaris struggled to withstand the seemingly slow blows. Boom, clang, clang. After dozens of exchanges, Elaris was only able to retreat. The fact that Elaris's close combat skills were incredible and that Luna Artorius surpassed them effortlessly was an unbelievable sight for me. Luna Artorius attacked with a feeling that seemed to transcend perception, being slow yet fast. While barely enduring, Elaris kept her distance and spoke. I don't know who you are, but we don't need to fight. Elaris, too, could not help but realize that Luna Artorius was Ellen's mother. However, Luna slowly shook her head. Archdemon, there is no one in this world who desires to fight. The last great demon war was not derived from the desires of demons and humans, but from their mutual fear. All fights occur in such a way. Luna Artorius, holding the crescent moon sword, slowly walked towards Elaris. Whatever you all want, it has nothing to do with me. What the previous Demon King wanted or tried to do is not important. I didn't know whether the previous Demon King, Valia, was good or evil, and I still don't know. Moreover, I'm not curious about it. However, the existence of the Demon King brought about a great war in the world, and that war resulted in the death of my son. Even now, I don't know whether you all are good or evil. You could be good, and humans could be evil. Or everyone could be good, or everyone could be evil. Even the actions of my son, who killed the Demon King, could ultimately become evil. But all of this is not important. What's important is that it's not desire or greed that calls for battle, but fear. The mutual fear between Darkland and humans gave birth to the Demon Realm War, which took away my son. The fear of the current Demon King will give birth to another battle, and this time, it might even take away my daughter. I don't know what you all want, and I don't know what you all are trying to accumulate and gain through these events. But even if I knew, it wouldn't make a difference. You all are already the embodiment and symbol of fear. As long as you exist, you will bring about battles through your existence, and my daughter will be caught up in those battles. Like all others, my fight also originates from fear. I'm afraid that you will take my daughter away. So, I'm trying to kill you all, not for some petty reasons like good and evil or the legitimacy of existence, but because my daughter is precious to me. It's an action that originates from simple fear beyond good and evil. As a mother, I want to protect my one remaining daughter, whether I'm Ellen's friend or not, or whatever I truly want, none of that matters. Ellen's mother believes that my existence itself is already the seed of battle and wants to kill me. Neither persuasion nor my sincerity will work. Luna Artorius, bathed in moonlight, speaks, so die, S.H. Wick. In the blink of an eye, she had already crossed the space and reached Elaris. Her movement was slow, but Elaris had no chance to respond to the speed that seemed to traverse space itself. Whack! Ah! Elaris, who was struck in the chest by the crescent moon sword, was thrown back and rolled several times on the ground. Ah! Ah! It seemed she had somehow avoided a fatal injury, perhaps by spreading a barrier, but Elaris continued to gasp for breath while clutching her chest. Cough! Hack! Covering her mouth, Elaris coughed up blood. Although she wasn't pierced by the sword, the impact alone seemed to have damaged her body. Once again, Luna Artorius took a step forward. If she crosses the space again, Elaris will die. Can I do it? Can I stop her? As numerous thoughts tangled and twisted in my head, my actions were faster than my thoughts. Whack! In the next moment, I had already summoned Alspringer and attacked Lunar Artorius before she took another step. I was the one who bounced back due to the tremendous recoil, but she narrowed her brows as she saw the sword in my hand. Alspringer! For the first time, an expression appeared on her face. Lunar Artorius didn't know me. However, she must have heard my story from Ellen. Ellen must have told her mother what kind of person I was. She must have also heard the story that I was the master of Tiamata. And she must have known that I was known to the world as the master of Alspringer. The expression on Lunar Artorius's face hardened as she pieced together the puzzle of thoughts. Could it be? You are Reinhardt. It was clear that enduring the new moon of the moonlight was impossible without a sacred object, so I had no choice but to reveal it. It was not good for her to know that I was Reinhardt. Did you play with my daughter all this time? Of course, there was no way this reaction wouldn't come. The woman, who had been moving slowly until now, glared at me with shining eyes and moved fast. Wick. Screech. Ah! In a single strike. I could only endure it at the cost of my wrist breaking, and Alspringer slipped from my hand. Did you find that amusing, archdemon? There was a murderous intent in Lunar Artorius's eyes. She couldn't help but think that I had toyed with Ellen's heart. If she found out that Reinhardt, whom Ellen had spoken of, was in fact the Demon King, her thoughts could only conclude that way. That's why Lunar Artorius, who had tried to kill me emotionlessly, was now feeling anger. Alspringer had slipped out of my hand, and my chest was wide open. Whether she stabbed me with her sword or twisted my neck, I would die in the next moment. I would die, and so would Elaris. At the very place where I came to capture Cantus Magna, would I die at the hands of Ellen's mother in such an unexpected way? However, was it fortunate that her anger had been provoked? Thud. Ah! She lifted me up into the air by twisting my neck with her left hand. Her eyes, filled with anger, were directed at me. The moonlight sword in her right hand was flashing a dangerous light. Archdemon, what was your reason for toying with my daughter's heart? She glared at me. With just a little force on her grip, my neck would break. Magical reinforcement, spirit speech, and self-suggestion were all useless. She was at least on par with Save Turner, if not more powerful. This absolute being could treat my life as if it were worth less than a fly. Is this your revenge? By toying with the heart of the sister of the one who killed your father, what did you hope to gain? Is this your pathetic revenge? Just this kind of behavior? She could only think that way. It would be unimaginable for her, no matter how pure she was, to understand the meeting and growing close between the son of the Demon King and the sister of the hero. Lunar Artorius, who seemed to lack some human aspects, was trying to kill me without abandoning her humanity as a parent. That's why, as long as she learned the truth about the relationship between Ellen and me, which was bound to cause great pain to Ellen, she could only think this way, that all my actions were for revenge. Did you enjoy imagining the pain my daughter would feel when she finds out about this later? Even if you die by my hand here, you think you've won because your death will sadden my daughter. Why? Why not the Empire, the royal family, or humanity? Why my daughter? Why my daughter? Gulp, speak, Archdemon. Her anger seemed to be boiling over, as her grip on my throat tightened, fueled by her inability to control her emotions. Revenge. I, who had no such feelings of vengeance, was accused of seeking revenge. In reality, it couldn't be revenge. So, Lunar Artorius's gaze was filled with rough suspicion as much as anger. As my breath was being choked out of me, and the pain felt like it would soon be unbearable, I barely managed to raise my broken hand to grasp her hand, which was gripping my throat. Then, is it not allowed? It shouldn't be forbidden. There's no way this could be revenge. You don't even understand my actions. Do you? If I, like your daughter, is that not allowed? What? So what? In the end, I just liked her. There was no other reason as trivial as that. Lunar Artorius's grip weakened in surprise at my words. Desperately, I pushed her hand away and shouted, "That's right. I'm the Demon King, but I like your daughter. So what? What do you want me to do?" Ah, what? Following her anger, I could see Lunar Artorius's bewildered expression as well. Chapter 424. I was surprised that Lunar Artorius, who had always seemed like an impenetrable wall and somehow non-human, loosened the hand that was gripping my collar. Thud, ah, damn. The severe pain in my shattered wrist made me gasp for breath. Ellery still seemed unable to recover from the shock and looked at me with difficulty while lying down. It wasn't the time for that, but Elleris was just as flustered by the situation. Luna Artorius looked down at me as she hesitated. Are you telling a pathetic lie to prolong your life at this moment? If you want to believe it's a lie, then believe it. Swish, I summoned Tiamata and unleashed my divine power, the anger that is the material for using Tiamata. There's no reason not to be angry when my neck is almost cut off by Ellen's mother. The divine power heals my wrist. I stagger to my feet and create some distance from her. If you want to kill me and live the rest of your life being hated by your daughter, then do it. At my overly absurd threat, Luna Artorius stared at me. Ellen, doesn't that you're the Demon King? Yeah, she doesn't know. I don't want her to know. And she wouldn't be able to accept it either. That's right. Even if you truly love my daughter, the two of you shouldn't be together. Don't interfere too much in your child's affairs. It's not good. Somehow, it didn't seem like the time for this kind of conversation. My life was hanging by a thread, and maybe because she's someone I can never truly face, I just gave up. I don't know, I'd rather die after saying everything that comes to mind. We'll take care of our own business. I aimed Tiamata at Luna Artorius. So, Mother, please leave. Mother! I wonder what it feels like to be called Mother by the Demon King when you're the parent of a hero. I'm not sure, but it was clear that she had a bizarre expression that was neither laughing nor crying. But that was only for a moment. Luna Artorius's expression turned cold. Who said I'm your mother? I never acknowledged you. I'm a person with manners. It's impolite to call the mother of the person I love Auntie. We don't know what will happen in the future. I can't call you my mother-in-law either. We haven't gotten that far yet, so I call you mother. What's the problem? Luna Artorius's expression became complicated once again. I couldn't defeat her with power or a sword, but I could feel that she was taking mental damage in real time. What is this guy saying? Why do I have to listen to this from the Demon King? She looked like she was thinking that. How should I do this? Could it work? Can I somehow push her back and make her retreat? Also, I just heard today that Elleris, who is lying there, is some ancient archdemon or something. So, if you think about it, Elleris would be something like my distant ancestor. I don't know what that means, but if we assume it's true, then Elleris would be my ancestor. Mother, what if I beat your in-laws like a dog? Why do I have to hear this nonsense? No, I'm just answering your question honestly. This is absurd. Seems like Ellen's temper is just like hers when it comes to losing patience. Mother, you said you don't care about the good and evil issues. You don't care about what I'm trying to do or what I want either. You said it's because of your daughter that you're breaking the rules and trying to kill me. I like her. It may be hard to believe, but what can I do about the truth? Choose. Mother, kill me here and be hated by your daughter for the rest of your life. Or step back quietly for now. Luna Artorius couldn't come to her senses in this situation where I was actually threatening her, going beyond the hierarchy of power. If she tries to kill me, I can't stop her. The roar of the distant battle seemed close, but if everyone in that place tried to kill this person, would it be possible? I don't know. But Luna Artorius regained her original expression and looked at me quietly. She must be seriously considering my claim that I like Ellen. Regardless of whether it's true or false, if it's true, she'll have to think about what to do next. In the end, she let her sword-holding hand fall. A tender emotion rose in her eyes once more. Your heart, shouldn't it be better if it were a lie? If your words are true, I can only see a future where my daughter becomes more miserable because of it. Why do you love my daughter when there's no reason to? I could feel the deep sorrow in her gaze. Wouldn't it be my duty as a mother to end everything here, with you dead and everything still incomplete, to stop a small misfortune from becoming a bigger one, to prevent my daughter from breaking? Shouldn't I put an end to all this? I can't accept you either. My daughter, who has been deceived by you all this time, cannot possibly accept you. Hero and Demon King. The fact that I like Ellen is bound to bring us both misery in the future. If Ellen and I have to fight each other later, that's definitely going to happen. That's why Luna Artorius wonders if I should stop everything here if it's true that I like Ellen. But she didn't make that decision. She asked for my opinion. I could already feel that her intention to kill me had been broken. Yes, since Ellen's mother found out. Let's not delay the tragedy any longer. What's there to say? What do you mean? There's no point in hiding it anymore since you know, Mother. I don't think Ellen will understand, and it'll be hard for her to accept. But still, I'm scared. I've been deceiving her all this time, and I've been delaying the growing consequences. Ellen will surely feel betrayed, and she may not be able to accept me. You're willing to take the risk of being killed by my daughter instead of being killed by me? Yes. At my words, her expression hardened again. It would be a clean break. At least, you're a strange one, aren't you? Upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but laugh. I've heard that a lot from Ellen, a strange one. It was a phrase I had always heard. She stared at me intently, as if trying to read my mind from my eyes. I love my daughter, but I don't understand why I should spare you, who will undoubtedly plunge her into the deepest misery because of that love. However, the moonlight sword in her hand disappeared. It seemed as if she had read a grim fate, not my emotions. But if killing you would make my daughter unhappy, rather than receiving a wound that cannot be erased by a parent's hand, it's better to let her make her own choice. At least, she gently touched my cheek. Must I leave the world's affairs to the world and my daughter's affairs to my daughter, as I have done so far? It was the hand of a person who had wanted to kill me just moments ago, but it was so warm that it was sad. After a while, she removed her hand from my cheek and stepped back a few steps. As she raised her hand to the sky, the enlarged moon returned to its original size. What kind of power was that? I didn't know and probably would never know. Archdemon? No. Reinhardt? Yes, she called me by my name. I know it's a meaningless thing to say, but she stared at me. Don't make my daughter sad. Lunar Artorius, who tried to kill me not because I was the Demon King, but because I was a threat to her daughter, ultimately couldn't kill me because I was connected to her daughter's unhappiness. I'll try my best. Dot, 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 dot. It seems you know it's impossible as well. I didn't know if Ellen would accept my confession, but I decided to do it anyway, as she had done throughout the fight. She took a step forward without saying anything else. Swish, and just like before, she disappeared without a trace, melting into the moonlight. As if she had never been here, I felt like I had been fooled by a mirage. Lunar Artorius was gone. Finally, I could focus on what really needed my attention. Elaris. Your Highness, Elaris, who seemed to have recovered somewhat, struggled to her feet and leaned on me. I'm glad you're safe, but what on earth is going on? Indeed, it wasn't a victory through battle, but driving away a mother-in-law who wanted to kill me because I loved her daughter. Elaris and I couldn't help but feel a bit dazed by this ridiculous situation. Boom, boom, crash, the sounds of battle raged in the distance. A fierce battle was taking place, so intense that it was impossible for them to notice the disturbances here. And then again, Reinhardt, Harriet, who had returned after noticing I hadn't followed, called my name as she ran toward me with Duke. Suddenly the moon got so big and, who's that person? Both Harriet and Duke couldn't hide their confusion as they alternately looked at me and Elaris, whom I was supporting, since I was supporting a stranger when they came back after me taking so long to reach them. They didn't know who Elaris was. I was debating whether to explain that she was an injured person I found nearby. At that moment, Rumble, the already dark night sky, was wrapped in even darker darkness, forcing us to naturally look up. What is this? Harriet muttered with a stunned expression. Just a moment ago, the moon had grown tens of times larger, casting its cool moonlight all around. But this time, something different happened, as if someone had deliberately distorted the middle of the night sky. No, rather than distorted, it was as if someone had forcibly torn the middle of the night sky apart. A dark, massive rift appeared in the torn night sky. It was a bizarre sight, as if the glass window of the night sky had shattered, revealing the abyss within. The Duke, myself, Elaris, and Harriet could only stare blankly at the sudden second meteorological anomaly. The massive rift that had formed in the night sky was only the beginning. From the depths of that abyss, hundreds of bundles of light rays plunged down. We all knew that it wasn't burning light rays or flashes. It was the light of the falling stones burning as they rubbed against the air from the abyss. It was the light of shooting stars. A meteor shower, not just one, but hundreds of meteors began to pour down towards the ground. A magic that exists only in myths. How? The Duke muttered blankly. There was no time to think about whether such magic existed in reality or not. There was only one person who could use such magic, as if to say, "Everyone die." Rosser Dwin. It must have been the magic he cast. Chapter 425. We need to run. Elaris suddenly screamed, and I, the Grand Duke, and Harriet finally came to our senses. Yes, run. If there was a seriously huge one among those meteors, we would have to worry about a planetary-scale disaster. However, even if it wasn't that size, it was clear that a tremendous disaster would sweep the surroundings. Where and how should we escape if we run? Long-range spatial movement was impossible due to the interference barrier, and even if it was possible, the casting time wouldn't allow it. How could we avoid hundreds of burning meteors pouring down from the sky, tearing up the Earth? Could we protect our bodies with a barrier or something from the shockwave of the meteor fall? Harriet gritted her teeth, not knowing what to do or how to do it, as if something had to be done. Blue magical lines began to boil all over Harriet's body. Yes, casting magic as quickly as possible in this desperate situation would be possible for Harriet. But how could we handle this situation? Wang. The countless rune letters in Harriet's necklace were also emitting a fierce light. Check, not one, but 5 power cartridges. All of them were releasing fierce magical power, replenishing Harriet's magic. Spatial movement is impossible. With the help of power cartridges, could it be used? Is she trying to use mass teleport instantly, disabling the barrier and moving us to the outer area? Wang. I saw the brightest meteor among the hundreds of pouring meteors suddenly disappear. I could clearly see a dark, circular crack occurring in the falling orbit of that meteor. Harriet opened a dimensional gate in the falling path of the meteor and blew it somewhere. One meteor disappeared. Ah! Harriet, gritting her teeth, continued casting her magic while breaking into a cold sweat. Following the disappearance of the largest meteor, hundreds of meteors pouring down began to lose their light and disappear one by one. Harriet created dimensional gates in the sky, not by withstanding the meteor collision, but by sending the meteors somewhere else, one by one, and soon dozens of pouring meteors disappeared without touching the ground. She opened dimensional gates on the falling orbit of hundreds of meteors, calculating their trajectory. Overwhelming magic for destruction, and the meticulously calculated magic of a genius to counter it. I realized I had underestimated the greatest genius in magical history. If we just ran away, everyone in this place would be exposed to those meteors. Someone would die, and among them there would be innocent people. Harriet tried to save everyone from the disaster. Through her research, she had mastered the dimensional gates. Using that, Harriet came up with the idea of not withstanding the attack but erasing it, and she put it into action. Elleris, the Grand Duke, and I dumbfoundedly watched as Harriet erased the enormous disaster all by herself. However, Harriet's mana was not infinite. No matter how much the power cartridges helped, the number of dimensional gates she had to open exceeded the hundreds, and while she was sending the falling meteors somewhere, even a genius's calculation had its limits. Thud, kugagagang. Harriet's calculations couldn't account for the meteors falling one or two at a time to the ground, and the power cartridges hanging on her necklace were losing their light one by one. Like a dying battery, the power cartridges lost their light one by one. Understanding the situation, the Grand Duke placed a hand on Harriet's shoulder. Mages could use siphon mana to replenish their magic power. Just like Elleris had previously replenished Ellen's depleted magic power in Darkland. The Grand Duke shares his mana with his daughter, who is performing beyond her limits. Even that wouldn't be an easy task. Using her own mana, the mana of power cartridges, and the Grand Duke's mana that was replenished in real time to cast spells. But Harriet was pulling it off. With clenched teeth, Harriet stared at the night sky and used the replenished mana to open portals, erasing the falling meteors. The scale of the task was so massive that there must have been a limit, even with the Grand Duke's mana support. Take me to that girl. Elleris struggled to say that, and I didn't hesitate to support Elleris and approach Harriet. Elleris placed her hand on Harriet's shoulder and performed the same task as the Grand Duke. Harriet had no time to be surprised. Her head must have been about to explode with all the things she had to do right now. Ooh, wrapped in blue light, Harriet began to erase the meteors. With 2 archmages worth of mana, Harriet started opening and closing dozens of portals in an instant. The meteors pouring from the cracks were now vanishing without even touching the ground. How much time had passed in this hellish situation? Rumble the cracks created in the night sky disappeared as if they were a lie, and when all the light beams of the meteors that poured from there were gone. Ha ha, I did it, I did it. Well done, my daughter. Harriet, drenched in cold sweat, collapsed on the spot, and the Grand Duke, who was also close to mana depletion, sat down while embracing Harriet. Almost no meteors had directly hit the ground. Elaris, unable to comprehend the situation even while helping, stared wide-eyed at the exhausted Harriet. Harriet de Saintoin, who had been busy casting fireballs at orcs, had now saved all of us from disaster. I didn't save Harriet. Harriet saved everyone here. She fulfilled my wish that no one from the Empire or my forces would die. The giant moon appeared and disappeared. Meteors fell and vanished. Lunar Artorius had returned, but if the one who cast this spell could continue the battle, it wouldn't make sense. That's why. It seemed like the battle had just come to an end. The battle had practically stopped since the sky opened up and the meteors began to fall. Both the Empire's forces and the Council and Black Order were forced to deploy large-scale defenses as magic, which could be called the magic of the gods, appeared in myths. Everyone felt overwhelmed and hopeless in the face of such overwhelming and vast magic. It was impossible to survive as hundreds of meteors swept the earth. But all those meteors disappeared due to the response of an unidentified magician. As for the magician who had cast the large-scale meteor, summoning with the intention of killing everyone in this place, the Archlich had become a hollow shell, the price for casting such magic, crumbling to the ground. It was a spell that drew out every last drop of the enormous knowledge and magical power he had accumulated over his long life, wishing for the destruction of everything. There was no need to mention the power of an Archlich, who had cast a spell that ordinary humans and even some immortals could not cast. But he was thwarted by the hands of a magician not yet 20 years old. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! So the Archlich could only let out a low and cold laugh, having lost all his strength. The forces of the demon realm and the Empire, sensing the end of the great catastrophe, also released their barriers. With the Archlich lying in the middle of the battlefield, the two groups faced each other. Although they could not properly distinguish their allies and clashed, Savelin Turner knew that Archlich was the key to this fight. She was also prepared for death, so her surprised mind was having a hard time calming down. From the murder in the royal palace, she had suspected that something unusual was going on. But everything Turner encountered here was her first experience in her life. Archlich, a group of vampires, the phenomenon of the moon growing strangely large, and the meteors pouring down from the broken night sky. A series of events that even Turner, who had experienced everything, could not help but be astonished by were unfolding. How many times would such events happen in a single night? Events that would be the talk of a lifetime for anyone who experienced them. It's too dangerous. This place is far too dangerous. If all the forces in this place were to die, the Empire would lose more than half of its power. Every knight and magician present here held a very important place in the Empire's power. The Archlich, who had summoned the meteor, was in a state of battle incapacity, but the unidentified group of vampires remained intact. Fortunately, or unfortunately, the vampires and the robed group prioritized attacking the Archlich rather than focusing on the Empire's forces. And since both sides were highly skilled, there were no casualties other than minor injuries. Everyone had carefully engaged in the battle. The knights and magicians in this place knew that injuring or killing themselves would also hurt the Empire, so it was possible. Savelin Turner did not know how the Archlich's meteor was thwarted, but she knew it wasn't a measure taken by the Empire, if it was a measure taken by the other side. Facing them would involve taking too great a risk. In a situation where they were fighting against unknown beings, they couldn't afford to lose the Empire's greatest power. That man is a traitor of the Empire and a criminal suspect who must be secured as a top priority. I won't chase you if you leave quietly. Step back. But orders were orders. Savelin Turner received the order to capture Rosser Dwin. So, she had to catch Rosser Dwin. I won't ask who you guys are or what you're doing. Although it was highly likely that they were the descendants of the Demon King, Savelin Turner made the utmost concessions. She couldn't understand why they were chasing after Archlich if they were the Demon King's descendants. No, Rosser Dwin had come here, and they had been here. Why on earth? Savelin Turner's questions were only increasing, not being resolved. Among the vampires, an elderly man dressed in a suit was standing at the front, leaning on his cane. Despite the fierce and violent battle unfolding, the old vampire maintained a neat appearance, with not a speck of dirt on his top hat and collar. The old vampire stared at the fallen Archlich. Lucrin. as if he had no interest in Saville in Turner. The old man focused only on the fallen Archlick. Did you come all the way here to brag about your ability to handle mythical magic? The old man shook his head. It's indeed amazing magic, but it was stopped. And even if it wasn't stopped, what's the reason for doing this when you would only end up dying with us? Antirianus seemed genuinely puzzled by the situation. Antirianus, the fallen Archlick spoke with a split voice. Do you want the Akasha? At those words, Antirianus smiled faintly. Chapter 426. Ah, Lucrin, are you finally willing to tell me what the Akasha is? He. Heh. Yes. Antirianus, you know nothing. Absolutely nothing. Having lost the ability to continue fighting, the Archlick let out a low laugh. The Archlick spoke as he lay defeated. I'll give you the Akasha. Antirianus, help me. Upon hearing the Archlick's words, the smile on Antirianus's face grew deeper. Antirianus, you don't have any other intentions, do you? Savile and Turner had been listening to the conversation between them. It was clear that a conversation was taking place between them, and it was something only they knew. There was no need to interfere first. Listening to this conversation alone could be valuable information. She watched the scene while signaling her allies, who were about to take action, to stand by. There was so much she didn't know. But Akasha, that stuck in Turner's mind, and there was a disturbance among the vampires. The one called Antirianus did not seem to have the trust of his allies. The old man's smile grew deeper, and the vampire slowly approached the Archlick. Lucrin, how many times do I have to tell you? Crouching in front of the Archlick, Antirianus whispered into his ear. I asked what the Akasha does, I never asked for it. Didn't I do the same thing before? I never asked for the Akasha, I just asked what it does. No one answered, so I ended up buying it. Curiosity can drive a person mad. The Archlick was silent for a long time. Akasha can turn you into a god. A god? Yes, a god. With Akasha you can become a god. Antirianus, you and I will become gods. Upon hearing the Archlick's words, Antirianus stood up. Ho, 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 a god, a god. Hetty hair. The old man began to laugh, covering his mouth as if he had gone mad. Everyone stared at the bizarre conversation in silence. Hetty hair. Heh. He. Suddenly, the old man's laughter stopped, and his expression turned icy. I never thought it would be such a trivial thing. If that's what the Akasha was, there was no interest at all, and the old man's face was full of disappointment. However, a small smile soon appeared on the disappointed old man's lips. But even a trivial thing can become interesting depending on how it's used. Antirianus, hey, what are you trying to do? Lucrin, I'll take the Akasha. Spatial teleportation was impossible due to the vast area covered by the spatial barrier. It was also impossible to easily shake off the pursuers at this location. However, there were still many ways to shake them off. Do you think you can escape, vampire? Saville in Turner's words were met with a smile from Antirianus. Don't you think I've thought of a way? The old man spread his hand, and suddenly a large piece of parchment began to emit light. It seems that the time I spent creating this will have some meaning. As the scroll emitted light, a thick fog began to envelop the world. The magic was not simple to execute, but if a scroll was prepared in advance, it could be used immediately. This magic is quantum maze. Antirianus had prepared this large-scale barrier magic as a magic scroll, as if predicting that a situation like this would come someday. There might be those who can break the quantum maze, but it was enough to buy some time, and that was enough time to escape. Harriet was in a state of exhaustion, as was the Archduke. As a result, they both fell into a serious state of magical depletion. Elleris supplemented their magic with siphon mana, just as she had done for Ellen before. The two were asleep as if they had fainted. After the magic disappeared, I could clearly see the thick fog that had vanished earlier settling back on the ground. The scale of the magic was small, perhaps because it was cast abruptly. Although the fog covered a vast area, we were outside of its influence. From the beginning, the fight was taking place at a very far distance, so even with enhanced vision, we could hardly see what was happening. However, it seemed that Elleris had seen what happened on the scene, her eyes wide. Antirianus has betrayed us. Betrayal. Yes, it seems he has joined forces with Cantus Magna. I didn't expect Antirianus to be a loyal ally forever, knowing he was a difficult ally. We had to use him as much as possible, and he had been genuinely cooperating. I expected him to take unexpected actions at critical moments, but not now. From a distance, Elleris and I could see a swarm of black bats carrying something and moving in the middle of the fog. Antirionis, who had turned into a swarm of bats, flew away with the archlick. It was too far to intercept, so Elleris and I could only watch. Antirionis had joined hands with Cantus Magna. Wherever those bastards go, we know where they'll end up. Indeed. Cantus Magna's wizards had come here in search of the origins of the grimoires, but this place was a decoy, and the true origin of the grimoires was elsewhere. Now that Antirionis had joined forces with the Archlick, it was clear where they would go. They would try to complete Arkasha by finding the real origin of the grimoires. Let's go to the Demon Castle's shelter. Before they steal the grimoires, we have to either take them or burn them. We must. The Demon Castle's shelter is a valuable place for them. They must have come looking for it, believing it to be the origin of the grimoires. If they seize it, not only would Arkasha be completed, but an irreversible disaster might also occur. If I fail to stop Antirionis and the Archlick, I will be the cause of all the problems that arise from Arkasha's completion. I can no longer act selectively based on the situation and context. I look at Harriet, who has collapsed. Rain, hot, with her eyes barely open. Harriet looks at me while lying down. Is she regaining consciousness for a moment, or does she still feel half-conscious? Harriet had a dreamlike expression on her face. I knelt down in front of the fallen Harriet and carefully embraced her. Antirionis's betrayal. How would things unfold from here? Should we not have relied on him? I don't know anything. Being judged for one's intentions is a distasteful thing. Blockhead. Yes. From now on, no matter what happens, just remember one thing. Harriet struggled to embrace my neck. I wanted to save everyone. We must be judged by our results, wishing to be judged for our intentions, our feelings, and our will is nothing more than defeatism. It's nothing more than an excuse for when we fail to accomplish our goals. Still, at least, I wanted to do well. I wanted to save everyone. I wanted someone to know that, even if it was just one person. Okay, Harriet, who seemed to be half asleep, gently stroked my head. I believe. At those words, something hot welled up inside my chest. With that, Harriet closed her eyes, perhaps falling asleep. It weighed on my heart to leave her like this, but there was no more time to waste. And the mage division of the Saintoin Duchy would be arriving soon. So both the Grand Duke and Harriet should be safe. Elleris seemed to have recovered to some extent. Let's go, Elleris. Yes, Your Highness. We had no idea when those trapped in the quantum maze would escape. We didn't know if Elleris and I could stop Antirionis and the Archlick, but right now we were the only ones who could move. Elleris was exhausted, not only because she allowed a single blow from Lunar Artorius, but also because she shared her magical power with Harriet, who used an enormous scale magic. Elleris and I left the area where the space distortion field was spread. It might be better to wait for Lucinil to escape from the quantum maze or receive help from the Black Order. But we had to move immediately since Antirionis and the Archlick might head straight to the Demon Castle's shelter, panting, "Ha, ha, are you okay?" "Yes, Your Highness, just a bit tired," supporting Elleris, who struggled even with using mass teleport. We walked on. The only silver lining was that the Demon Castle garrison had all withdrawn. Thus, when we arrived at the empty Demon Castle, there was no unnecessary confrontation with the Imperial army. As we entered the cold and ancient Demon Castle, I continued walking while supporting Elleris. Ancient Archdemon, what could that mean? And why did Ellen's mother know about it? "I'm sorry for hiding it, Your Highness." Even though I hadn't said anything, Elleris spoke up first. "I don't know the full story, but I think I understand now. Why, despite disliking fighting, you were the only one among the Vampire Council families to decide to help Darkland." The members of the Vampire Council must have known that Elleris was originally an archdemon. They didn't seem to question Elleris's decision to help Darkland. Leaning on me as we walked, Elleris spoke with a weak voice. "I am an ancient demon king, now forgotten, who once occupied a small corner in the long history of Darkland." The ancient archdemon. Elleris was an unfathomably ancient being. Thus, she must have been an ancestor of Valia's from a distant past. It's not a particularly valuable or entertaining story. However, Elleris spoke with a mournful voice. "I wished for the extinction of mankind. Lunar Artorius. She said that battles stem from fear. I was afraid of humans. I feared and worried that one day they would focus their united power on Darkland, so I intended to annihilate them. While human nations fought amongst themselves as the Demon King, I could gather the power of Darkland as one, exterminating the divided humans before they could form an empire like the present. I considered it my duty as the Demon King. And so, I turned Darkland into hell. It seemed like she was blaming herself. What had Elaris done when she was the Demon King? I engaged in crossbreeding to create strong magical creatures, and delved into numerous dark arts and necromancy to create powerful homunculi and chimeras. I mobilized demons to produce weapons for war. Countless demons were subjected to harsh training due to my judgment, and I turned a blind eye to the deaths of numerous lower demons from forced labor and starvation in the name of stockpiling war resources. I was the worst demon king, sacrificing the most demons while wishing for the extinction of mankind and claiming to create a world for demons. The rule of the archdemon, the existence of the demon king, is horrifying, while simultaneously uniting demons. I did not see a single demon express the slightest dissatisfaction throughout the entire process. They all loved me, followed me, and did not question my will in the slightest. In Darkland, the existence of the Demon King is absolute. If a human king were to do such things, a rebellion would soon arise. But not a single demon could muster the will to resist the injustice and tyranny originating from me. They followed my words because they loved me, and they cursed and blamed themselves for not being able to become stronger as they died, following my will. I didn't think it was strange. I thought that all these sacrifices were necessary for the eternal peace of the demons. She had sacrificed countless demons for the greater good of eternal peace. Not long after I had met Elaris, she had said something like that. Was it around the time they boarded the magical train? What if they had focused on creating something like this instead of obsessing over powerful weapons and magic? She had said something like that. Had those words been blaming not the former demon king Valia but herself? Elaris prepared for war. No demons dared to resist the archdemon. Under the blind loyalty to the archdemon, they believed the archdemon's command to be the truth. The archdemon itself is the god of the demons. It receives everyone's love and is an existence that does not even allow for doubt. So, you had a war? No, there was a rebellion. How on earth did a rebellion happen? Was there an awakened demon due to the archdemon's tyranny? Were there any peripheral demons who could break free from the archdemon's control and invaded? Or was it an invasion from the Vampire Council? No, that's not a rebellion, is it? At my words, Elaris looks at me with a pained smile. Are there no demons that the archdemon cannot control? Ah, you don't mean. An archdemon cannot control another archdemon. Elaris lowers her gaze. I was unable to stop my own rampage and was subdued by my son, who broke my horn. A son's rebellion against his mother's tyranny, the only demon capable of opposing the archdemon. That could only have been possible for those of the same bloodline. Chapter 427. If I couldn't fulfill my mission, one day my son, who would have to complete the extinction of humanity, would follow me. The despair and betrayal I felt when he broke the horn that had fallen behind me were indescribable. Still, perhaps unable to kill his mother, my son broke my horn and drove me out of Darkland. The Demon King, with their horn broken, loses all of their power. I could no longer control the demons, and they no longer followed me. It was only later that I realized that driving me out of Darkland was my son's last act of consideration for his mother. If I had stayed in Darkland, the demons who had escaped my control would have tried to kill me. I became a disabled person who could not use any strength, magic, or knowledge. The pain of having one's horn broken by a demon was worse than death. For a while, suffered greatly from the pain felt in the place where my missing horn had been. Did I come to my senses and realize my mistake? I was just angry and resentful. I was sad. I lost everything I had built up over a long time, and I was only a few steps away from achieving my goal. I was furious at the thought that everything had been ruined by my son's hand. I couldn't die like that. I was too angry. I was too sad. It was too unfair. I didn't want to admit that everything had ended. I didn't know how, but I wanted to take revenge. I wanted to regain my throne with dignity and fulfill my unfinished mission against my son, who had caused me such humiliation. I searched for a way for a demon who had lost her horn to gather strength. As I needed to accumulate power while living for a long time, I became aware that I had to become an immortal being and turned into a vampire. As a vampire, I tried to become stronger again by accumulating the power of other beings within me. I traveled between Darkland and the human lands, taking the blood of many powerful demons, powerful magic beasts, and strong humans, sometimes engaging in life-threatening battles to find the blood of the strong. In a far-off, ancient place in the far north, I heard rumors that there were those who had achieved the ultimate power of a vampire. I sought out the vampire lords and gained the power of a vampire lord, becoming a member of the Huyo tribe. Since then, I have taken the blood of countless beings, eating everything in sight, eating and eating. Countless beings piled up like a mountain, and the blood I had sucked became a river that flowed. I had been devouring everything for a very long time. At some point, I had no choice but to become the head of the Huyo tribe. The previous head, who had grown tired of living and abandoned the world, handed over the position of the head to me and said this: "Isn't it time to stop the killing for the sake of killing? Even if you drink all the blood in the world, your thirst will never be quenched. Think about whether you really want what you desire." He closed his eyes as he said this. It was something I had never thought about before. For a very long time, I realized that I had not been thinking at all. At some point, I had become an existence that only killed to kill, drank to drink, and sought to become stronger for the sake of becoming stronger. I wandered the world in search of powerful blood, but the original desire for revenge and purpose that I wanted to achieve through that blood had been buried and lost in the passage of time. It was still not enough. It was still not enough to face the Demon King. I was still far from reclaiming the throne. While I accumulated power to become stronger and stronger, the throne of Darkland had already changed. The son who broke my horn and drove me away had long ago reached the end of his life, and I only learned the other day that his daughter had become the next Demon King. I had unwittingly become a purposeless vampire, merely an immortal wanderer searching for blood across the continent. I could no longer understand why the throne of the demon realm should be mine again, why humanity had to be exterminated, why I wanted that. It all became unclear. In my obsession with power and craving for blood, I had become a mad vampire, left with only the thirst for blood. I realized too late that my vague desire for revenge and longing for the throne had already disappeared. The power I obtained from mountains of corpses and rivers of blood was within me, but I realized far too late that there was nothing I wanted to do with it. Even if numerous tyrants sacrificed their people through their misdeeds, I am not the one to kill them in the end. As a tyrant, I sacrificed countless demons, and as a vampire, I built another mountain of corpses with my own hands. There must be no one in the world who has committed more slaughter than me. Though it was not atonement, I decided to stop and no longer engaged in slaughter. While wandering the world in search of blood, I fell into emptiness and wandered the world again. Having lost my purpose and direction, I moved like a lost wind, scattering aimlessly through the world, sometimes in Darkland, sometimes on human lands. Despite being a being who had lived for a very long time, it was only then that I saw for the first time how beings lived. When I was the Demon King, demons were tools and humans were enemies. As a vampire, all beings were mere materials for strength. It was only after losing all desire that I could watch beings living in the world without any purpose. The way humans lived, the way demons lived. I watched them without any purpose or reason, simply because they were in front of me. Despite having consumed the blood of countless beings while traveling through numerous lands, it felt like I was seeing the many scenes I had seen countless times for the first time. One day, I crossed mountains. Another day, I walked through snowy fields. And yet another day, I traveled through deserts, straits, and jungles, witnessing the many ways and forms in which beings lived. As I took in the similar yet different landscapes of their lives, I couldn't help but realize how great a sin I had committed, how many lives I had destroyed. I had destroyed and shattered countless lives and foundations while gathering things that could have been more beautiful and were already enough to fill my insatiable desire. I'm a sinner who learned to love something far too late. A vampire who realized the worth of loving those things only after losing all qualifications to love and cherish them. An incredibly hideous and cowardly vampire. So I thought. As the mountain of sins I had accumulated was far too great, the day when I could cover it with good deeds would never come. So at the very least, no longer would I accumulate sins. My life was still vague and uncertain. I no longer sucked blood, but I aimlessly wandered the world, watching over something, trying to help someone if I could. But I was careful not to overstep my bounds. I had no right to accumulate good deeds. The best I could do was to offer a small, almost unnoticeable sympathy to someone. I spent my time in such indifference and tolerance. As I continued living through such vague and uncertain times, I heard stories of a long and lengthy strife. The war between the Darklands and humanity was approaching. For the first time in a while, I felt confusion. I didn't think that I, the forgotten demon king and ancient vampire, would have a role in that war, which would undoubtedly lead to the deaths of many. However, I did feel a sense of obligation. As the demon king who once brought disease to the Darklands through tyranny, as the demon king who desired the end of humanity, who hated humans, as an archdemon, an existence with very ancient roots, I felt a sense of duty to at least observe that war, even if I couldn't play a significant role in it. There was probably some lingering bond to the diluted and vanished blood of the archdemons. Even if I couldn't offer the greatest help, I thought that my duty was to gently hold the hand of a distant descendant, so I sought out Valia and joined his ranks. I wished for the war to end with as little bloodshed as possible. No matter whose victory it ended with, war only resulted in bloodshed, and I thought that the goodness of war existed solely in its swift conclusion. As I expected, my role was not particularly special, and I watched the course of the war from afar. And when the war was nearing its end, on a certain day when the war had already ended far away, a certain boy entered my shop and opened the door. When I knew that the boy was me, I, I had a feeling that I had been given some destiny. Having finished the long story, Elaris looked at me. Elaris met me in a place where the demon king could never appear. What did Elaris think at that moment on that day? Despite not wanting to take on any role, the fallen demon king of the Darklands, whose distant and last descendant had come into her arms, Elaris must have felt some strong destiny that she couldn't remain a bystander on the outskirts of the event. The rest of the story, you already know. Elaris was an ancient demon king, long forgot. Even the ancestors of Valia knew that Elaris was a vampire lord, but they did not know that she was an ancient demon king. Now, I finally understood all of Elaris's actions so far. The motherly attitude and gaze that she showed every time she dealt with me were, in fact, rooted in such feelings. The ancestors of Valia would have already taken the position of the Demon King as an absolute being. But with my incomplete abilities, and having lost my memory, Elaris would have been worried about what I would do, and she would have been concerned about me getting hurt or dying. Elaris, who had once been a tyrant, could not have been a proper parent. So when dealing with me, she might have tried to give me some kind of affection that she couldn't give to her child back then. I had once thought that Elaris might be similar to my mother when I was curious about her true identity, but it turned out that she was indeed a similar existence, an archdemon who had become a vampire. That was Elaris's true form. She had lost all the power of an archdemon, but at her core, she was still an archdemon. That's why she stood by the Demon King's side to watch over the end or victory of the demon realm established by the archdemons. I've been curious about this for a long time. Yes, Your Highness. Now that I knew Elaris was my ancestor, I wondered if I should address her differently. But since Elaris still called me Your Highness, it seemed like there was no need for a change in titles. Did you have a husband? Elaris? Ah, I've been curious about this for a long time, but I'm only asking now. More importantly, since archdemons are so few in number, how do you maintain your species? At this point in time, I'm the only archdemon. If you consider it broadly, Elaris and Charlotte would be included, but strictly speaking, I am the only pure-blooded archdemon. Did Elaris marry another archdemon? Did the numbers decrease until it came to this? Elaris looked at me as if to ask if that was what I was asking. Archdemons can mate with any race. And well, I understand what you're saying. You don't need to say more. Yes, of course, I don't have any specific information about what is possible and what isn't, but generally, and it is also very difficult for archdemons to have offsprings. I could guess what she meant by looking at Elaris hesitating. Archdemons were like that. They could mate with anything. Well, I guess that's how it is. I don't know why it's like that. It's not even clear what the limits are. That's scary. It's just scary. It might be better not to know who Elaris's husband was, so even if I liked someone or whatever, I guess that's why Elaris and the others never said much about it. As generations pass, the blood of archdemons becomes increasingly diluted. Now I understand why my demon control ability is so poor. We walked down to the basement of the demon castle. When I heard that your highness was trying to prevent a great tragedy that would occur in the future, I dared to think that perhaps it could be a chance for atonement. I told Elaris all the secrets, that a gate incident would occur in the future, that it would be a great tragedy for all beings, and that I wanted to prevent it. That's why I got involved in finding the Akasha. Of course, the mountain of sins I have accumulated cannot be washed away by anything. But if it's possible, if I can help prevent that future tragedy even a little bit, then maybe, just a tiny bit, I can alleviate the weight of the slaughter and sins I have piled up. I dared to think that. Elaris desired atonement, but she knew that wishing for it was both a luxury and a repulsive act. Nevertheless, Elaris was willing to cooperate with me if helping me could alleviate her guilt, even a little. She would have been afraid to take sides in a war, but this was about saving everyone, so Elaris hoped my words were sincere and that she could help me. Your Highness. Yes, regardless of the outcome. I think it's fortunate that I was able to meet your Highness. The fact that your Highness found me while wandering the human-filled royal capital is my fortune and your Highness' fortune. I believe that. Elaris believed that our meeting was fortunate for both of us. With those words, I continued to support Elaris as we descended the stairs. We may not be fortunate to have met. I put a little more strength into the arm supporting Elaris. Our encounter at a shop in the royal capital marked the beginning of all these stories. Had I not met Elaris, I might have wandered the streets of the royal capital, becoming a beggar or being caught and hanged as a demon. Without Elaris, I wouldn't have been able to enter the temple, and none of this would have even begun. Could the meeting between Elaris and me be fortunate for both of us? Would it be remembered as such? I didn't know, but still. Even if it wasn't our fortune, I'm confident I won't regret it. I wouldn't regret any of this. At my words, tears welled up in Elaris' eyes. Soon, we were able to reach the underground bunker of the demon castle. It was certain that we had arrived before Antirionus and Archlick. Elaris had recovered considerably and regained her energy. If they can break through the quantum maze and reach here in the same way, can they also break through the labyrinth and come here? I'm not sure about that. I didn't know if only the archdemon could reach this place. The important thing was that Elaris, Charlotte, and I could enter this place. Since Charlotte, who had half a soul, could come here, it was clear that the vampire archdemon could enter as well. Elaris and I headed to the library. Rosser Dwin coveted the grimoire that Charlotte had taken from here, committed murder in the palace, and headed to the tomb of the Lick. So, since Antirionus had betrayed us, they were bound to find a way to reach this place. We needed to retrieve or burn the grimoire before that happened. But it's a shame to burn it. As a magician myself, I'm sorry I can't recover it, but we don't know what will happen once the Akasha is completed. Elaris and I sighed in front of the library. If there's something like the magic Archlick used here, it might be better to burn it. That's a good point. With that thought, Elaris and I hesitated, unsure of whether to burn the grimoires or not, knowing the potential danger they held. I knew that magic was powerful, but just thinking about what would have happened if that meteor had exploded on the ground made my head spin. Of course, it was Harriet who had done the impossible by stopping it. Magic itself was dangerous, and it would be better if such high-level magic didn't exist in the world. Considering that such a magic book might be hidden somewhere in this library, it might be better to burn it rather than secure it. As I briefly gazed at the library, the title of a book caught my eye. Understanding the orbital structure of meteor groups through celestial observations and dimensional gate opening through orbital calculations. It was an incredibly thick book with a long title. What could it be? Well, I don't know, but does it feel like this has a similar context to that magic? I took out the thick book. Your Highness here. Elaris seemed to have found something too, taking a book from somewhere. The same title was written on the book Elaris was holding. Understanding the orbital structure of meteor groups through celestial observations and dimensional gate opening through orbital calculations. Elaris was staring blankly at the magic book I was holding. It seems to be the same book. Yeah, we had taken out exactly the same books from completely different shelves. A strange chill ran down my spine. Charlotte had taken a considerable amount of magic books from here not long ago, and I saw the piles of books scattered around Rosser Dwin's house. I had clearly seen that the scale was unusual. So, one or two shelves here should be empty. Why are all the bookshelves? But all the bookshelves in my sight were filled without a single gap. Past experiences flashed through my mind, the same book in Elleris and my hands. It was probably a magic book related to meteor summoning. When I first discovered this bunker with Charlotte and Turner, I had looked for any magic in this library that could improve Charlotte's condition. For example, if there was any magic dealing with souls. I had quickly found a book on soul manipulation. The second time, when Elleris, Lucinil, and I visited this place, I searched for another version of soul manipulation to show Lucinil. I had quickly found the demonic version of soul manipulation, and Elleris had immediately found a magic book called Quantum Maze, saying that if the magic book that designed this labyrinth was here. And now, I tried to find a magic book similar to meteor summoning and found it right away. This library is. Strangely, there is a lot of magic. Strangely, what if, could it be? Had I been mistaken all this time? Elleris and I stared blankly at each other. I turned my gaze to one of the library's bookshelves. Would there be a magic book on something like Fireball? When I looked elsewhere, a book caught my eye. Understanding and application of basic fire destruction magic Fireball. Although relatively thin compared to other magic books, there was a book on Fireball. The books on this shelf, they're changing in real time. Yes, certainly. Whenever I tried to find a certain magic book, it would suddenly be on the shelf. That's why I could find it without wasting any time. Elleris and I both turned pale. I had never wanted to know until now. It would be dangerous in the hands of others. I didn't even think there would be information about it here. But now, I want to know. No, this bookshelf will tell me. What is the Akasha? Is there a magic book or something that contains information about Akasha? I look around again, but there was no book in sight. Is there no material on what the Akasha is? No. Is the keyword wrong? Are there not only magic books but other books as well? I don't care what else. A record containing information about the Akasha. It doesn't have to be a book about magic. Anything. Is there? As I looked around again, I saw a book. A notebook-like object bound in red leather caught my eye. I took out the book, but there was no title. I opened the book. Upon seeing the first page, I couldn't help but hold my breath. My son, never use the Akasha for destruction. That one sentence. Not many complicated theories and explanations, but that sentence explained everything to me. Elleris. Yes, Your Highness. I had been searching for the Akasha, not knowing it was already in my hands. Akasha is an artifact, and of course I thought the artifact would be an object. It's not an object. Apparently, this bookshelf. No, not just the bookshelf. I looked around the archive. This space itself seems to be the Akasha. Akasha was, in fact, a space. Chapter 428. All efforts to find the Akasha had been in vain. It was already in my grasp. Only then could I understand everything. Why there was only one magician in Cantus Magna. What Valia, who survived in the original, had done, my son. There is a certain degree of principle in all the magic in the world. A fireball contains the principle of generating fire. A lightning bolt contains the principle of discharging current. Homunculus research contains the principle of creating life. What about magic that deals with cold and heat? Magic that summons water, and magic that makes plants grow? In all the magic of the world, there is a certain degree of methodology to implement the principles of the world using mana as a material. If we can successfully gather enough principles of the world to no longer need anything else, if there is a magical tool that can do so, we might be able to create a world through it. A tool of creation that concentrates the principles and logic of the world enough to extract the principles of the world from magic and compose the world. Akasha is such a thing. I cannot know the origin of Akasha. It could be a shell created by the five gods for creation and discarded somewhere, picked up and used by the magicians of Cantus Magna, or an artifact created by the ancestor of Cantus Magna in the hope of completion and continuously tried to be completed by future generations. Of course, if they hadn't foolishly tried to kill me and covet my magic, I would never have known about Akasha. The process of stealing Akasha while deceiving their eyes was complicated, but in the end, I succeeded and was able to dream of a different ambition. Not peace obtained through the extinction of humanity, but reaching paradise through creation. But nothing can be certain now, as we cannot know how this war will end. My son, if you are reading this, It means I no longer exist in this world. I know your nature best as your father and have prepared a countermeasure, but I cannot know if it will function properly. My son, only the four heavenly kings, including you and me, know the whereabouts of Akasha and its true purpose. Do not speak carelessly about Akasha. Cantus Magna self-destructed after Akasha disappeared, but there may still be remnants searching for it. Moreover, if humans learn of the whereabouts of Akasha, it is only natural that they will covet it. Even if we tell them what we intended to do with Akasha, they will not believe it. The current situation where we wage war because we both want peace proves that trust cannot be formed between the two parties. If I die and Darkland is destroyed, walk the path to complete Akasha rather than seeking revenge through it. Humans have always been our greatest, most dangerous, and formidable enemy. The path to destroying them will be harder than leading the surviving brethren to paradise through creation. Akasha's completion is within reach. We have always fought for survival. Now that another alternative has emerged, we have no reason to wish for war and destruction. Entrusting Akasha to your hands makes me uneasy, but if I die, you will be the only archdemon. You alone can lead our lost brethren. Remember, activating an incomplete Akasha will bring about destruction. Never be swayed by petty vengeance. My son, I beg you, complete the Akasha. With those words, I closed the last note of the late Valia. Elaris, who had also read the content, seemed to doubt her own eyes, her face drained of color. The previous Demon King didn't want war, Valia's vanished memories. All the answers and clues were already in them. That's why I've come this far and finally reached Akasha. Akasha itself is a tool that records the principles of the world, and when all principles are recorded, it can create a world. There was no dimensional gate to another world. Another world is created. Through the tool of creation called Akasha, it's clear what Valia, who survived the Demon Realm War and fled to this bunker, did. There's no way the incompetent Valia Jr. could have completed Akasha. Vengeance and anger wouldn't have given him the power and wisdom he lacked. Valia Jr. must have embraced his vengeance and struggled to find a way to complete Akasha in this underground hideout, only to realize that it was impossible for him. And then, exhausted by his vague vengeance and his own incompetence, he activated the incomplete Akasha in despair. The poorly created world, the incomplete laws of that world, and the monsters created by those incomplete laws entered reality. That must be the gate incident. Event complete murder case tracking, achievement score, 0 points acquired. Additional reward achievement score, 10, 0 points acquired. Challenge complete discovering Akasha's identity, achievement score, 50, 0 points acquired. Now I understood why the challenge was named Discovering Akasha's Identity instead of Finding the Akasha. Akasha was already found, and it was necessary to realize what Akasha was. Challenge complete, Finding Cantus Magna, achievement score, 30, 0 points acquired. Cantus Magna had already destroyed itself. Unaware that Demon King Valia had stolen Cantus Magna, they fought internally to find the lost Akasha and ultimately perished. Rosser Dwin, who had infiltrated the Royal Magic Division, was the remnant of the vanished Cantus Magna. There was only one reason he suddenly caused a murder case and went to the tomb of the Lick. Among the magical books that Charlotte had taken from the Royal Magic Division, there must have been magic that only existed in Akasha. He must have been shocked. Magic that only existed in the lost Akasha had been discovered. So he killed the magicians and tortured them to find the source, but ultimately, he couldn't find the source and headed to the most likely place, the Lick's tomb. It wasn't to secure the magic book to put it into Akasha. He had come to retrieve the lost Akasha. My achievement points surpassed 100, 0 in an instant, and I reached the end of everything. The answer to everything was, in the end, far too simple. If I had done nothing, it would have been enough. Cantus Magna had disappeared long ago, and at some point, Darkland had become the master of Akasha. The trigger for the gate incident was Valia. So, if I did nothing, the gate incident would not happen. Elaris cautiously embraced me. Your Highness, at least we have learned the truth like this. Yes, I suppose so. All I need to do is stop everything before it starts. Doing nothing is enough. I was not too late to realize this. I should be grateful for that alone. I grabbed Elaris's arm. Yes, I've reached the end and the destination of everything. To prevent anything from happening, I just need to live like this, without any conspiracies or plans. I can live simply in temple. There will be no major threats coming after sorting out the issues related to the followers of the demon religion and the forces loyal to the demon realm. I will have to think carefully about how to deal with Akasha. The previous Valia wanted to create a world with Akasha where humans and demons would not confront each other. He wanted the eternal end of conflict. However, humans did not trust Valia, and neither did Valia trust humans. Humans would not have believed Valia's words about leaving for a new world with Akasha. On the other hand, the demons would have thought that humans who coveted Akasha would try to steal it. If misused, Akasha can bring destruction to the world. So, until their deaths, the four heavenly kings and Valia would not have spoken about Akasha. They trusted Valia Jr. or believed in the advent of the Demon King who would resurrect through Charlotte's body. And the one who stopped the Demon King's advent was me, his son. Only the four heavenly kings and Valia knew the truth. Now I understand why Larkin Simonstite, a human, sided with Darkland. Larkin Simonstite, the first heavenly king, grandmaster, and Savelin Turner's mentor. In some way, Valia either captured Larkin Simonstite or Larkin found Valia. The end of conflict through perfect separation. Larkin, who agreed with Valia's thoughts, sided with the Darkland, because it would have been a better ending. However, the Demon Realm War broke out, and the heroes killed the four heavenly kings and the Demon King. The heroes' party might have heard the truth about Akasha from the four heavenly kings, or they might not have. In the end, the battle took place, and the heroes' party died along with the four heavenly kings and the Demon King. The heroes' party might have fought to seize Akasha after hearing its story, but the details are unknown. That's why it's possible that the heavenly kings did not join forces but faced the heroes' party one by one for persuasion. But now the truth is unknowable. The truth of the battle took place outside of my awareness. What has happened has already happened. Akasha is in my hands. However, this place is not known only to me. Charlotte and Turner already know about this place, and Charlotte has even decided to supply the magical books of this place to the royal family. She may not have noticed yet, but it's clear that Charlotte will someday realize that this place is very strange. What will happen if the imperial royal family learns about Akasha? It was uncertain. But I couldn't possibly leave things like this. Now that everything was clear, there was no reason to delay any longer. This artifact, being incredibly dangerous, might possess infinite utility and could potentially end all discord between demons and humans. I might have to fulfill Valia's unfulfilled dream and the desire that Valia Jr. had given up in the original work. If Charlotte unknowingly interferes with Akasha, a situation that doesn't seem like Charlotte would cause the gate incident might occur. There must be a way to move Akasha to another location, but I think I'll have to look into that later. For now, since I was missing from Lick's tomb, chaos was bound to ensue. First, I have to return to the royal capital. The longer I took to return, the more out of control the situation would become. The tools of creation, on the outskirts of the battlefield, Antirianus was quietly listening to the story, facing the Archlick. Yeah, it seemed like you guys didn't even know that you had Akasha. The reason the Archlick Lucrin came to Lick's tomb was that it contained a magic developed independently from Cantus Magna. Since traces of Akasha were found, Lucrin thought it was the last chance to retrieve Akasha. Now Antirianus finally understood why he couldn't find Cantus Magna until now. Why did Lucrin come to Lick's tomb alone? Akasha was stolen from Cantus Magna, and they couldn't figure out who took the Akasha, so they ended up destroying each other with suspicion. And the one who stole the Akasha wasn't someone from the inside, but the first Demon King, Valia. And the current Demon King had no idea that he possessed the Akasha until now. If you cooperate in retrieving the Akasha, I'll forget about what you did. Tell me, Antirianus, where is the Akasha? If he only cooperated in finding the lost tools of creation, all past events would be forgotten. Antirianus tilted his head slightly, listening to the Archlick's words, setting aside whether to believe it or not. There was another issue. Lucrin, why do you want to become a god? What? Do you think becoming a god would be fun? Antirianus narrowed his brows, as if he didn't understand the Archlick's words. It's about becoming an absolute being who can control everything in the world according to my will. So, why do you assume that it would be fun? Antirianus smiled quietly. The joy of life and the world is because it's unpredictable. Are you thinking that omnipotence? which only works in a world where everything moves according to your will and everything is destroyed by a single gesture of yours, could bring you joy. Yes, it might be fun for a while, but you'll soon lose interest. What remains after the repetitive process of disposing, recreating, disposing, recreating, and disposing again? Other than boredom, what else would remain? Is there anything other than weariness? If the pleasure of being a creator is the delusion that Cantus Magna has nurtured in his creations so far, it's disappointingly excessive. The world is enjoyable when you live as a creature, no matter what kind of world you create as a god. Whether that world is perfect or not, if you face it from the perspective of a creator rather than a creature, what kind of appreciation can you get from it other than admiring the technical solidity of a well-made sculpt? Without despair, sadness, pain, anger, hatred, and resentment, there can be no joy, elation, pleasure, and happiness, nor love. Lucrin, the world is chaos, and I love that chaos. Becoming the master of chaos will ultimately be a very boring task. At Antirionis's words, Lucrin lost his words. You crazy bastard, are you saying you would refuse the path to becoming a god? If you would use the Akasha for such a boring task, I cannot allow you to possess the Akasha. Antirionis smiled. I told you, Lucrin, I am curious about what the Akasha is, but I never thought I wanted it for myself. Antirionis raised his staff. At least, the boy I know would probably use the Akasha more interestingly than you. Antirionis, this insane old man, Lucrin, who had not yet recovered from the after-effects of using large-scale magic, could not match Antirionis at the moment. The reason for refusing the path to becoming a god was only one. It was clear that it would be boring. Lucrin saw a flash of madness in the golden eyes of the old vampire. Lucrin, will you show me despair one last time? A manifestation of madness beyond good and evil. Please show me the pain, despair, and misery of my long-cherished desire, which cannot be measured over an immense period of time, ending in such a place. A mad sorcerer wandering in search of despair and rapture. Considering the long wait, you have shown me a far too uninteresting creation. At least, you should give me a proper scream. Antirionis raised his staff. Chapter 429. Not long ago, daytime. Radia Schmidt was backing away. Charlotte and Ellen were slowly approaching Radia Schmidt. Radia didn't know the situation. She recognized the face of the princess, but she didn't know Ellen's face. However, she knew they were Reinhardt's classmates. They had unexpectedly appeared at the Vampire Council. Radia's mind raced quickly. She couldn't figure out on what grounds they had come to Epifax. The only one left in Epifax was Radia Schmidt. The two girls, seemingly sure of something, approached. Do you know Reinhardt? The black-haired girl who was quietly approaching asked. At that, Radia Schmidt clenched her teeth. It was possible that the fact Reinhardt was the Demon King would be revealed. It seems you know. As if she had already gained some certainty from Radia's inability to answer, the girl's voice mixed with despair reached Radia's ears pitifully. Reinhardt's true identity would be exposed. Elaris's lord, the Demon King Reinhardt. If she asked for help, those two would take Radia back to the world. She was isolated in this extreme situation where she couldn't even go out because she had been kidnapped by the forces of the demon realm. Through them, she could return to the world again. However, what could be there? What could she hope for there? With nothing precious and with a heart that wanted to deny even her own faith, what would she hope for and live for in the world? It seemed better to live here. Sensing the small warmth, Radia couldn't understand why she had to leave. But those two would tell the world what they had seen here. Reinhardt's true identity would be exposed, and Elaris would also suffer a miserable fate together. Radia didn't serve Reinhardt as her lord. He had only spared her life at the pleading of Elaris in a situation where he had to kill her. And as a result, if the Radia that Elaris had saved became a stumbling block, and Reinhardt's true identity was exposed, leading to his death, wouldn't that gentle vampire feel guilty? In the end, she would realize that her clumsy mercy had killed her lord. Radia couldn't imagine the pain. If her existence was a threat to Reinhardt, then Elaris would feel guilty because of her. That always smiling face would be distorted by sadness, despair, and pain. That's what would happen. If her existence brings Reinhardt's death and Elaris's despair, she had to prevent that from happening. Radia didn't know why those two girls had come here or how they had found out. However, those two must not return. Uong, Radia Schmidt's body was wrapped in holy light. She didn't say anything, because whatever she said could be a clue. I'm sorry. Kids, Radia left only those words and closed her mouth. SRRRNG flap, as if sensing something. The approaching girl raised a silver sword in her right hand and draped a sunlight cape over her shoulder. Sacred artifacts. Not just one, but two. Radia clenched her teeth. What on earth was she doing to have two sacred artifacts? Before Radia could even resolve that question, she saw an even more unbelievable sight. A black energy flowed through the body of the princess behind her, and she soon transformed into a grotesque figure, as if wrapped in darkness. The princess raised her sword to the sky. Hiss! A sharp, darkness-forged spear appeared out of thin air above the princess's fingertips. The princess pointed her finger at her. That's dangerous. Boom, boom, boom. As Radia threw herself forward, dozens of dark spears targeted her, piercing the ground of the castle with a deafening noise. Following the eerie and ominous power, two sacred artifacts. Radia stared at the two girls. They couldn't be underestimated. Is this my grave? The light in Radia's body gradually turned red. Rumble, a special power used by Alz's priests. Berserk. Radia Schmidt burned her life for Elaris. Radia Schmidt was last year's unlimited tournament winner. Of course, she won due to Olivia Land's forfeit in the final match. But Radia Schmidt's skill was not to be underestimated. A graduate of Temple's royal class who couldn't attend the graduation ceremony, the best of the best. She had the skill level of an active knight at the top of her game. In addition to that, she wielded Alz's divine power, specialized in combat, and was even in a state of self-enhancement, using the power of Berserk, which was not ordinary reinforcement, but burning her life. Screech! Ah! Ellen rolled across the castle floor after being knocked away by a punch that struck Lament. Crash, crash, crash. Bang! Not only did Radia dodge the dark spear, summoned by Charlotte with a near-acrobatic movement using only her body's instinct, but she also charged forward and swung her fist at Charlotte. Whoosh! Charlotte, who had hidden herself in the darkness, appeared about 10 steps away. Although they were momentarily surprised by the sudden visitor, Ellen and Charlotte wanted to talk, but Radia Schmidt didn't say a word and was trying to kill them both. Ellen, who had fallen, struggled to her feet. Radia Schmidt charged at her with a speed close to divine, swinging a kick with all her weight. Phew! Thud. Ellen was pushed back a few steps because Lapelt's defense couldn't fully absorb the impact, even though it blocked the kick. Radia regained her posture and backed away a few steps, unfazed by her kick being deflected by the flame's counterforce. All the upperclassmen in the royal class were monsters. Even with the help of two sacred artifacts and Charlotte's cooperation using an unidentified power, Ellen was losing ground. There were too many things Ellen couldn't understand. It was certain that Radia Schmidt had taken Reinhardt to Alina's shop, and Radia Schmidt was in a place where Alina's statue was believed to be. And then, Radia Schmidt tried to kill them without any hesitation. There were too many things they couldn't understand. They couldn't make sense of the situation, but one thing was certain. Reinhardt was not a hero. KRRRR, Ellen, who charged at Radia, swung her lament, and Radia deflected the blade with her bare hand, driving a fist towards Ellen's vital point. Quackwang, however, that fist was thrown off course by a dark spear summoned from the side and sliced through the air. But Radia Schmidt, with her left hand that had deflected the blade, twisted Ellen's lament around her arm and contorted her body, with Alz's divine power and magical reinforcement. Radia's physical abilities, boosted by Berserk mode, were beyond Ellen's reach. Swish! In a single turn, Ellen was pulled into Radia's embrace along with her lament. Clang! Ka! Cock! Driving her fist into Ellen's vital point once more, Radia leaped towards Ellen, who had lost her grip on her sword and been flung away, with the intention of crushing her head underfoot. Whoosh, boom, quackwang, ka-ka-ka-kang. However, a wave of dark spears formed at Radia's side and pushed her away. Ah, ah, ah. Staggering to her feet, Ellen couldn't even stand properly and retched. Radia Schmidt, pinned to the castle wall with dark spears, got up again as if she hadn't taken any damage, dusting herself off. Insane! She's like a monster. Radia Schmidt was overwhelming Ellen and Charlotte, who had taken on the form of darkness and forgotten her own appearance. Two sacred artifacts, and the power of the Demon King. She couldn't wield the power of the Demon King as devastatingly powerful as when she went berserk, and due to Charlotte's power becoming stronger at night, she couldn't be at her full strength now. But it was still the power of the Demon King. A single royal class elite graduate was overpowering it. Charlotte was experiencing, in a way she never wanted to, what kind of monsters the Empire was raising in Temple. Temple, the Empire, and the greatness of humanity. But that power was trying to kill her. Radia remained silent, as if not to let them be certain of anything. If she were to die without killing them, her words could become a source of trouble. The silent holy knight approached them like a terror. Ellen staggered back to her feet, the offensive lament, the defensive lapelled. With the assistance of two sacred artifacts, she was virtually in the same condition as a swordmaster. Was Radia too powerful, or was she not capable of fully utilizing the power of the sacred artifacts? Ellen Artorius didn't know. She didn't know that Radia Schmidt was fighting with her life on the line. Just that. If she were to die here, she wouldn't know the truth. Why it happened. Why it had to be that way. Who on earth they were. Why she was treated so preciously. She didn't know. She would die without knowing. I don't want to, Ellen whispered softly. She didn't know why Radia Schmidt wanted to kill her. But if things continued like this, she would die. Even with two sacred relics, she couldn't defeat the Holy Knight before her. If she died, everything would end. I can't die here. Facing the approaching Radia Schmidt, Ellen gritted her teeth. What must she do to defeat a formidable enemy like Radia Schmidt? Even with magical reinforcement and two powerful sacred relics, she couldn't defeat that monster. Ellen gripped her lament, staring at Radia Schmidt, engulfed in a crimson aura. The power of Radia Schmidt, who had used Berserk, was at a level even Olivia Lands could not handle easily. If the battle had continued as it was, nobody knew how it would have ended. Radia Schmidt stomped on the ground. It wasn't an attempt to leap. Crash. The shockwave generated by her foot slamming into the ground caused not only cracks on the ground, but also began to form cracks on the walls of the fortress. Crumble the walls of the fortress, where the cracks had begun, started to collapse. Rumble with a single stomp, the floor and walls of the fortress crumbled, the ceiling collapsed, and rocks fell. Boom, bang, boom. The darkness of the fortress was filled with white light. Woo-wash, a freezing blizzard blew, turning everything white. Did she realize my power weakens with the presence of light? Charlotte, hiding in the darkness, gritted her teeth as she looked at the collapsing ceiling. Amidst the fierce winter wind that was revealed when part of the fortress collapsed, Radia Schmidt charged towards Ellen. Crash. Smash. With a single punch, Ellen was thrown into the debris of the collapsed fortress. Ah! Ha! The opponent was too strong. She didn't even have a chance to counter before she was charged and continuously attacked. Smash, crash, bang, crash. Radia's attacks were so fierce and intense that Ellen would have turned into a bloody mess if not for Laffelt's protection. Crash. Although Radia flinched greatly from the spear of darkness that Charlotte fired, she didn't get pushed back like before. The blizzard that drove away the darkness significantly weakened Charlotte's power. Smash. Huff. Ellen struggled to dodge the incoming punch towards her face and rolled to the side. Bouncing off the ground, Ellen quickly retreated and took a defensive stance. If she bought time, Radia would run out of breath. However, Ellen didn't know that. Unknowingly, she could only sense that both she and Charlotte would die due to the mysterious hostility of Radia Schmidt. They would die like this. She didn't want to die with so many unanswered questions and unresolved issues. She didn't want to die without knowing the truth. Ellen gripped lament once again. If she didn't want to die, she had to win. To win, she had to be strong. If she had to lose and die because her opponent was stronger than her, then she had to become stronger. Ellen Artorius steadied her breathing. Slowly, from the entire body, to gradually smaller units, getting used to concentrating magical reinforcement to the extreme point. Savelin Turner's words come to mind. Precisely, repeating to herself, as the Red Knight stared at her approaching, within the harsh blizzard of the north wind that seemed to tear the skin apart. Focus. She concentrates all her nerves. Eventually, I'll be able to use magical reinforcement on just the tips of my fingers like this. She doesn't want to die. There are things she must know, words she must hear. Forgiveness and revenge, or understanding. She can't know yet. She can't die without knowing where the end of all the stories goes, or in which direction all the truths flow. If she doesn't want to die, she has to win. If she can't win as she is now and beyond this stage, she must become an existence that can win. Ha! Ellen steadies her breath and focuses her nerves so that she can perceive even the tiny fragments of mana within her body. If she doesn't want to die, She mustn't lose. If she doesn't want to lose, she must be stronger than her opponent. There is only one path that the Ellen who must be stronger than her opponent can choose: breaking through the wall and taking the next step, going beyond using magical reinforcement. She must go beyond getting used to magical reinforcement and achieve the next stage. When you reach the limit of magic control, this becomes possible. The energy of magical reinforcement flowing through Ellen's body gradually subsides from its burning state, as if magical reinforcement became impossibly thin. Even the blue light becomes very faint. It changed to a weak light that seems to go out. It's not extinguished, it's being compressed. Mana compressed to the extreme stops its useless fluctuations only for the sake of defense. And then, in Ellen's hand, the lament, slowly, as if a fire had caught it. The blue magic flows along the sword. Seeing this, Radia Schmidt stops in her tracks. What is this? An impossible event is happening right before her eyes. The flames of magic attached to the lament soon envelop the entire sword. Ha! The white breath from Ellen's mouth disperses in the winter wind. A girl not with a body burning with magic, but with a sword burning with magic. That is the condition of the master class. Swish. In the next moment, Ellen Artorius had plunged the lament into Radia Schmidt's heart. Chapter 430. Radia Schmidt stared wide-eyed at Ellen's sword, which was buried in her chest. What in the world? Awakening as a swordmaster during battle, it was unbelievable, but someone had accomplished it right before her eyes. She hadn't thought it would be an easy fight, and had even used the life-consuming power of Berserk. Radia had thought such things could only happen in stories, but the reality that unfolded before her had already pierced her heart. Swish! Ka! Huff! As Ellen pulled out her lament, Radia's legs gave way. She collapsed on the spot. The girl wielding two sacred artifacts had become a swordmaster, as it was too difficult to face her opponent with the power of the artifacts alone. A genius beyond the description of a genius. What had she been building up all this time? Could one so easily become a swordmaster by gritting their teeth and concentrating in a fight they couldn't lose? Why did such beings exist in this world? Radia Schmidt was a genius. She hadn't thought there would be many geniuses on her level. Radia felt a sense of déjà vu. At this moment, Radia felt a similar feeling to when she saw Olivia Lands. A genius who had always been unrivaled even among the temple's royal class, where only the top geniuses gathered, and who was never even considered to be approached. Such a genius eventually evoked a mix of reverence, admiration, and ultimately adoration. Was the girl before her another genius of that caliber? Even her own unreasonable talent was overshadowed by a more unreasonable existence. Radia Schmidt had been sacrificed to the irrational. What would happen when these two returned? She didn't know the details, but it seemed like a series of unfortunate events would occur. That's why she tried not to let them go, but she had failed. Something was bound to happen to Reinhardt and Elleris. Alz's divine power had no healing properties. Thus, healing wounds like other holy knights was impossible for Radia Schmidt. The backlash of using Berserk and the fatal wound, her consciousness was slowly fading. I had hoped you would return safely. Cough. As Radia Schmidt coughed up a mouthful of blood, she tried to hold onto the fading edge of her consciousness, but the speed at which it slipped away was faster than her attempt to reach it. She had hoped that Elleris would return safely, but instead, this had happened to her. What would that vampire think of her death? Radia didn't know. However, she knew that the gentle vampire would shed tears for her. The gods planned everything. All things in the world moved according to their plans. Was her death also part of such a plan? I don't know. As she slowly closed her eyes, Radia sank deeper into the abyss of unconsciousness. If all of this was the gods' plan, Radia could no longer find a reason to love those gods. Kneeling before Radia Schmidt's lifeless body, Ellen endured the blizzard in silence. What have you done? Charlotte approached, her voice filled with shock as she cut through the blizzard. I had to win. Ellen merely spoke that much and unsummoned lament, awakening during battle, transitioning from magical reinforcement to a swordmaster while she was in combat. However, unlike last time, Ellen didn't vomit blood and collapse. Ooh, Ellen checked the faint power of magical reinforcement emanating from her right hand. K-ra-ra-ra. Then, the boiling magical power in her hand blazed like a flame and soared, even higher than Ellen's height. She couldn't refine it into the shape of a sword, but intense emission became possible. Partial magical reinforcement followed by external emission. She could avoid defeat with this power, but this level of talent seemed a bit strange. She knew she was not ordinary, but this seemed a bit excessive. While Ellen thought it was fortunate to have escaped death, she also felt a peculiar sensation of becoming estranged from herself. Charlotte stared at the rapidly cooling corpse of Radia Schmidt in the cold winter wind. So, who was this person? Charlotte had watched the tournament, but even now that the battle was over, she couldn't tell who the opponent was. Royal Class 6th grader Radia Schmidt is not the current 6th grade based on last year's records. Radia Schmidt. At that statement, Charlotte furrowed her brow. Charlotte had heard the name through other channels. She knew Radia as a missing Temple Royal Class student, and her name was presumed to be among the students who died in the Riviera Lands raid incident. I thought this person died during the last raid against the Holy Knights. It was assumed that she belonged to the Nameless Order. Are you sure? I heard she had extremist tendencies, but how did you know about the Nameless Order? It's not hard to know. Reinhardt took a Temple female student with black hair to Alina's shop. Radia Schmidt was where Alina's statue was. The person accompanying Reinhardt was very likely to be Radia Schmidt. Olivia Lands encountered Radia Schmidt in the unlimited grade tournament and forfeited. Reinhardt went to watch that match. Olivia didn't know Reinhardt's whereabouts after that. Olivia headed to a monastery in the southern part of the royal capital, lured by the Nameless Order. Then, around that time, Reinhardt visited Alina's shop with Radia Schmidt. Radia Schmidt was not dead during the raid but at Fort Epifax. Was she kidnapped? If so, they couldn't understand why she attacked them. We have to check out a place first. The purpose of coming here was originally to check Alina's statue. Unexpected situations occurred and caused confusion in the incident inference, but checking it out was the priority. Though part of Fort Epifax had collapsed, only a part of it, and the rest of the buildings were still intact. Is this the place? Yes, Pantheon. Upon arriving at the space where 7 statues stood, Ellen and Charlotte looked around the statues. Some of the statues were so weathered that they were almost unrecognizable, but the two quickly stood in front of the target statue. Among the 7 statues, only one of Alina's statue could be identified. It was because several statues had been altered in appearance when the council was handed over to the humans. Certainly, it resembles her. Charlotte slowly nodded her head while comparing the picture registered on Alina's ID in her arms with the statue. Alina had claimed to be a dragon, and she vaguely guessed that this place with Ellen was probably something like a dragon lair. What on earth is this place for? Why was that person suddenly here, and why did she try to kill us? As Charlotte said, it was a series of incomprehensible events. What kind of place was Castle Epifax in reality? Why did Reinhardt go to Alina's store with Radia Schmidt? Why is Radia Schmidt, a member of the Nameless Order, isolated in this place, which is presumed to be something like Alina's base? Why did she try to kill us? And then, what did Reinhardt do that night? Ellen silently stared at Alina's statue, Olivia Lands, who had fallen into a trap. Since Radia Schmidt was a member of the Nameless Order, she must have known about the trap set to lure Olivia Lands. Alina is a powerful magician. Let's say Reinhardt somehow found out about the Nameless Order's plan through some channel. Then, given his personality, Reinhardt would have tried to save Olivia. Although it's impossible to know what kind of personality that Reinhardt has now, it is so based on what we have seen so far. Adriana, who was kidnapped. Olivia, who was lured using Adriana as bait. Reinhardt, who learned about it through Radia Schmidt. Did he save you? Yes. I don't know why. A winged demon came and saved Adriana and me. Then he left us far away and went somewhere. That's the end. But why? I'm the most curious about that. Olivia Lands, who couldn't understand why the Demon King saved her. The Demon King, who seemed to hate humans rather than being a good being, or rather, now despises humans. He did not save Olivia by chance when attacking the Holy Knights. Did he try to save her from the beginning? Ellen clenched her teeth. Dark emotions began to rise in her heart. Anger, betrayal, and also a sense of deprivation. A strange emotion, the identity of which she could not grasp, began to wrap around her body. Regardless of what important secret Reinhardt had, if the Demon King and Reinhardt were involved, it would have been a great risk the moment they took such actions. Didn't they get caught by the tail because of that? Reinhardt is not a fool. He would have known that this would happen, that traces would be left, and that there would be a reasonable basis for understanding in incomprehensible situations. Still, He saved her, taking a very high risk. There is only one reason, because it's that precious. That much. That much. Ellen clenched her teeth without realizing it. Charlotte, there's something you need to hear. It was Olivia's important secret, and if it got out wrong, it could cost her life. So, Ellen must have been covering up the matter. But now, with the major issue of tracking down the Demon King and the involvement of Reinhardt, there could be no more secrets. The end is approaching. These ambiguous inferences and clues accumulated so far begin to tail each other. These inferences gradually began to take a more concrete shape. Did such a thing happen? Yes. No. Why are you telling me this now? Well, it doesn't matter now, I guess. Upon hearing the inside story of the raid against the Holy Knights from Ellen, Charlotte crossed her arms and became lost in thought. Charlotte also made a similar inference to Ellen. Olivia, who had fallen into a trap, and Adriana. The two, who had survived unharmed due to the attack of the Demon King, were afraid that they would hear stories similar to those of the Demon King's conspirators if their survival became known to the world. And Reinhardt heard the truth from them, and is now taking care of Adriana at the Rotatory Gang, since it's difficult for her to settle down right. Yes, it's not unreasonable to say that Reinhardt tried to help them in his own way. However, now they both knew about the suspicious circumstances that took place the day before. And perhaps the fact that Radia Schmidt, who was most likely involved in the incident, was here in this place. It's clear that neither Adriana nor Olivia knew the exact situation. Charlotte quietly sorted out the newly discovered information. She didn't know about Radia Schmidt's existence and whether the Epifax fortress was actually related to the Major Lena. But one thing was certain. They could no longer just scratch the surface. They had to stop thinking that it might not be true out of fear. Now, they had to investigate Reinhardt. What should they do to investigate Reinhardt? Charlotte's fingertips were trembling. It wasn't just because of the cold. As they approached the core of the story and grasped the tip of the truth, Charlotte found it increasingly difficult to bear the situation. And Ellen was no different. Chapter 431. Ellen and Charlotte returned to the royal capital. Ellen asked what to do with Radia Schmidt's corpse, but Charlotte insisted that they should take it with them as evidence. The discovery of a missing person from Temple at Epifax Castle was a very serious issue, regardless of the circumstances, and could not be anything but a piece of evidence. After procuring a wooden coffin at a stopover, they placed Radia Schmidt's corpse inside and returned to the royal capital. It didn't take long for them to return to the royal capital from the harsh frozen lands. People looked at Ellen with curiosity as she dragged the coffin, but neither of them cared about other people's gazes. Reinhardt must have gone to investigate the Licks tomb, that's what I know. At Charlotte's words, Ellen nodded. Reinhardt, along with the Imperial elites and Harriet, was in Darkland to investigate the murder case that occurred in the royal capital. Ellen and Charlotte didn't know what Reinhardt wanted. However, as they headed towards the royal palace dragging the coffin, Charlotte suddenly stopped in her tracks. Ellen looked at Charlotte since she stopped. Ellen quietly watched Charlotte's face, distorted with despair and pain. Ellen, yeah, I can't do it. Charlotte's voice trembled violently with despair. I can't. I can't do this with my hands anymore. Charlotte had lost the courage to take another step forward, knowing that the truth she would uncover would shatter her. She thought she had to find out something, to dig it up. But since it seemed like she was facing a terrifying truth that she couldn't bear, Charlotte felt like she couldn't do anything anymore. Both of them sensed something. But intuition alone cannot solve anything. They needed to find out the truth and have evidence to be certain. Ellen looked at Charlotte quietly. All right. Charlotte couldn't go any further. Ellen was also afraid of the truth, but she couldn't blame Charlotte for feeling fear and wanting to collapse. Ellen was afraid to dig deeper into the truth as well. She had no intention of stopping, but Charlotte could not bear to see the truth she had uncovered with her own hands. Let's go to Bertus. Another power was needed. Bertus was busy. An incident had occurred within the palace. The imperial elites had gone to search the Licks tomb, but it was unclear whether there would really be a monster there. Therefore, not only were they searching the palace, but they were also searching the entire royal capital and Rosser Dwin's residence. They had to be extremely careful in retrieving the magic book Rosser Dwin left behind, as there might be some trickery involved. Both the emperor and the crown prince were busy with this matter and were doing their respective tasks. That's why he couldn't help but be annoyed by the weekend visit from the half-sibling who seemed to have been away for a while. He was already incredibly busy, and he had no time to discuss personal matters, nor any reason to continue the already concluded psychological warfare. However, Bertus realized something was amiss when he heard that Charlotte had come not alone, but with Ellen Artorius, and that they had brought a mysterious coffin containing an unidentified body to the Winter Palace. Seeing their unusually thick coats, he became certain they must have brought some serious matter. What's going on? Bertus, tired and irritable, sat them down and asked them straight to the point. Charlotte remained silent. Ellen was silent too. Instead, Charlotte took out a quill pen from the table and began to write something on a piece of paper. However, Bertus noticed that Charlotte's hand was shaking badly as she wrote. Why are you like this? Charlotte remained silent, her head bowed, continuing to write something. Why write when you could just speak? Because it implied a possibility of a truth too miserable and frightening to utter. Her hand was shaking so badly that her writing was a mess, but it wasn't illegible. Ellen remained silent, staring out the window. Bertus didn't have time for this, but he waited quietly for Charlotte to finish writing. The fact that his proud half-sister was resorting to such means indicated that there was something very important at hand. Here, on the densely written paper Charlotte handed over, Bertus began to read slowly. It was a well-organized, if confusing, account of everything Charlotte had discovered thus far. From Charlotte's past, when she had a rough idea of the Demon King's whereabouts, to Alina's case. The letter delivery, evaporation and pursuit, the attack on Riveria lands, Olivia and Adriana, visiting Epifax Fortress, the statue incident, and of course, being attacked by Radia Schmidt, and the fact that the coffin they brought contained the body of the missing Radia Schmidt. Each story seemed unrelated, but they all pointed to one thing. Reinhardt. There is a high possibility that Reinhardt is involved with the Demon King. The terribly distorted handwriting reflected the miserable state of mind of Charlotte, who had no choice but to write it down herself. Putting aside the solid evidence and rationale of the content, the shock of the sentence itself made Bertus forget his words. That's nonsense. That's why Bertus's first words after a long silence had to be that. I wish it were. Please, please. I wish it were. I really wish. Really, really. In front of Bertus, with her head bowed, Charlotte's hands rested on her knees. He stared wide-eyed as tears fell onto her hands. More than the unbelievable suspicion, Bertus was astonished that Charlotte was crying in front of him. I tried. I did, but I can't anymore. I thought you might, if you could. If Reinhardt was related to the Demon King, that fact would have dealt a great shock to the Empire and the royal family, but it would also mean that they had caught a significant security threat. Just as Bertus had completely seized the initiative in the succession by eliminating the revolutionary forces, Charlotte had an opportunity to re-enter the imperial succession competition with this information. However, Charlotte handed over the lead she had found to Bertus. She even asked for his help. She asked him to finish the remaining tasks since the truth she had half confirmed was too painful, fearing that if she uncovered it all by herself, she would break down. No, she was already broken. As Ellen silently hugged Charlotte's shoulders while looking out the window, her expression was no different from Charlotte's, even though she tried to hide it behind a blank face. Ellen wasn't expressionless. She was in shock. Bertus alternately looked at Charlotte and Ellen, the broken half-sister, the classmate in shock, and Reinhardt, seeing Charlotte sobbing. Bertus put the paper in his chest pocket. Reinhardt was involved with the Demon King. What would happen if this was true? There was no time to worry about trivial matters like the incident in the palace. As his half-sister, who was already teetering on the edge and had completely broken down, sobbed and pleaded, Bertus silently watched her. If this was true, how betrayed would Charlotte feel? Being used, and ultimately only used. All her efforts to find solace would have been betrayed. Bertus, more compassionate than ever, addressed his half-sister with sincerity. Don't cry, my sister. I'll take care of it. And so he spoke. Charlotte returned to the Spring Palace, and Ellen stayed with Bertus. Bertus and Ellen opened the archive guarded by the Winter Palace's forces. Identity confirmation, confirmed to be the missing Temple graduate Radia Schmidt. I see. Although Ellen had vouched for her, cross-verification was also completed. Temple Royal class missing person, Radia Schmidt, who was presumed dead during the Nameless Order's attack, was found in the northernmost fortress called Epifax on the continent. Radia Schmidt attacked Ellen and Charlotte for an unknown reason and was killed in the process by Ellen Artorius. In addition, there was a statue of a magician believed to have hidden the Demon King in the pantheon-like structure of Epifax. The day before the Demon King's Holy Night's raid, Reinhardt visited Alina's scroll shop with Radia Schmidt. Charlotte had written down everything they needed to know on paper and conveyed it without omission. The conclusion was that Reinhardt was suspicious. Since the cross-dressing incident that Bertus didn't even want to think about, he had deliberately tried not to think about Reinhardt, because it was something incomprehensible, and he had given up trying to understand it. This is driving me crazy. What on earth was the cross-dressing about if Reinhardt was related to the Demon King? Feeling his thoughts being pulled in that direction again, Bertus bit his tongue slightly to regain his focus. In the end, it was about that cross-dressing incident. Although he didn't want to think about it, Bertus couldn't deny that there was a clue there as well. Charlotte and Ellen didn't know, but Bertus had already done what both were too afraid to do themselves, to dig into Reinhardt directly. In a situation where they didn't think Reinhardt was suspicious, it could be overlooked, but once they thought Reinhardt was suspicious, it became an unavoidable clue. Registration of his identity was last year, definitely last year. The report from his subordinate that there were many people living without identity registration among the beggars wasn't wrong. However, it was strange when considering the perspective that Reinhardt was suspicious. Reinhardt appeared suddenly in the royal capital last year. Reinhardt didn't exist before, at least not until 2 years ago. And another clue. Reinhardt confessed that the silver-haired girl they had encountered that day was himself. Why would he confess such a heinous act with his own mouth? So, Bertus and Reinhardt had to face strange situations whenever they met. There was no particular need to mention it. It's me, nevertheless. Reinhardt blurted out the truth as if he had a seizure when he heard that Bertus was investigating to find his siblings. Bertus didn't know why Reinhardt had cross-dressed. What's important is that Reinhardt confessed something he should never reveal under normal circumstances. Did he fear the investigation itself? He might have blurted it out before Bertus could reach the dangerous clue, knowing that he shouldn't find out. The difference between facing embarrassment and facing death is a matter of dimensions. Reinhardt participated in a cross-dressing contest. The reason is unknown. However, as soon as he heard that Bertus was investigating under the assumption that the girl might be Reinhardt's sibling, he blurted out the truth. It means that if Bertus investigates Reinhardt, he will find out something he shouldn't. Check the dates of Reinhardt's identity registration and Charlotte's return to the royal capital and bring them to me. Yes, Your Highness. And Ellen. There's a place called Rotatory Gang in the southern part of the royal capital. You know. I know. Ellen nodded at Bertus's question. Take some people and interrogate them, if necessary. Bring them all in. All right. Ellen slowly nodded and led the people Bertus had selected out of the palace. Bertus quietly watched Ellen's retreating figure. Did Reinhardt really appear suddenly? And when was that? What on earth is Reinhardt up to? Bertus wanted to know that. The image of Charlotte wailing miserably didn't leave Bertus's mind. Chapter 432, Mr. Daybun. Where did Nunar go? Nunar, I think she'll be back tomorrow or the day after. She had some errands to run. I see. Why do you ask? No reason. I just haven't seen her since yesterday. Adriana casually chatted while hanging the laundry outside on the clothesline, holding a laundry basket. Other Rotatory Gang members helped hang the laundry and collected the already dried clothes. Adriana had been living with the Rotatory Gang for a few months and had become accustomed to the lifestyle. The members were now all living decent lives. Although the gang's income was stable when Adriana first arrived, many members were still living in shabby conditions due to their previous lifestyles. However, a lot has changed since Adriana's arrival. The most important change was the improvement in hygiene. With the gang leader setting a poor example in terms of hygiene, many members were no better. After Adriana started washing Loya and checking her nails, the atmosphere changed, and everyone began maintaining their cleanliness. Everyone was astonished to see the vicious and snappy dog Irene become docile like a pet dog in front of Adriana. Eventually, Adriana took on the role of managing cleanliness, housekeeping, and hygiene at the Rotatory Gang's headquarters. Moreover, seeing Adriana, who always had something to do, inspired the older members to stay active and engaged. The sight of adults drinking and making a mess while a child was working diligently made them feel ashamed. As a result, the rowdy scenes of drinking and vomiting on the floor disappeared, even without Adriana saying anything. Now, when they drank, they would have a few polite glasses, and everyone would quietly go to their rooms to sleep when Adriana's bedtime approached. This new culture was established because they didn't want to disturb the child. Adriana unknowingly became a daughter-like figure for the entire rotatory gang. During her time with the gang, Adriana learned about some of their unique characteristics. Laura spent most of her days lying on a sofa in a meeting room on the top floor of the headquarters or going for walks with Adriana, not doing much else. She was literally just guarding her spot like a housekeeping dog. The rotatory gang's business was managed by the subordinates, and Laura had little knowledge of the specifics of the income and expenses. In fact, the process was changing so that Adriana was now the one who needed to approve decisions, discuss matters with the subordinates, and then relay the information to Laura. And whatever the issue, Laura would simply tell them to handle it themselves. Once upon a time, Adriana asked Daban, "What does Nunar do?" In response to the question, Daban said that there was a lot of work for Nunar when they lived under the bridge. For example, Laura protected gang members during fights with other beggar gangs, or retaliated on their behalf when gang members were beaten by thugs or in conflicts elsewhere. Loya even managed to bring in money from somewhere, and Daban told Adriana that she was an indispensable existence during their days as a beggar group under the bridge. Now, the situation had improved, and there was nothing for Loya to do. Adriana thought it was fortunate that there were no more fights and related matters. Even though her Nuna seemed a bit rough around the edges, it was quite surprising to hear that she was so good at fighting. Almost all gang members had seen Loya's fighting skills, and many had even experienced it firsthand. Everyone praised her fighting abilities as if they were ghostly. Anyway, as far as Adriana knew, Laura had once held a very important role in the gang, but now that their circumstances had improved, she only lazed around with little to do. Still, Laura would leave her post for a few days about once a month. She knew only that she went out for some reason, but Laura would suddenly disappear somewhere and then return a few days later. Gang members didn't seem to mind it, as if it was a common occurrence. Although there were no more fights and related tasks, Adriana wondered what her Nuna went out to do. Adriana was curious, but Loya only vaguely said that she had some business to attend to and didn't explain further. So, Adriana simply thought that it must be something she didn't know about. It was one of those days. Although there were shocking events like the murder case in the royal palace, the dark clouds hovering over the world, and Ellen, Reinhardt, and Olivia becoming the owners of sacred relics, Reinhardt didn't visit the rotatory gang often, so there was no time for them to talk. So, Adriana spent her days in the gang's headquarters, slightly detached from the world, even though she was in the royal capital. On such a typical afternoon, Adriana was cleaning the reception room on the top floor of the gang. She was focused on picking up long, white strands of hair that had fallen on the sofa. It felt like she was cleaning up animal fur instead of hair. Adriana could see a group of people approaching the gang from afar. It wasn't unusual for outsiders to visit the gang, but their appearance seemed rather strange. And there, at the front of the group, was a face Adriana recognized. It was Ellen Artorius, the younger sister of the hero Lagan Artorius and the known holder of the sacred relic Lament, walking towards the gang headquarters at the head of the soldiers. The recent truth was astonishing, but to Adriana, Ellen had a stronger image as Reinhardt's friend. She also heard that Ellen occasionally visited the gang, got beaten up by her Nuna, and went back. Everyone in the gang was amazed by the fact that Ellen was actually the hero's sister and expressed their disbelief. By now, Adriana was treated as the daughter of the gang, but Ellen also had a relationship with everyone in the gang, and people liked Ellen just the same. However, Ellen approached the gang with an unusual expression, leading heavily armed soldiers. "What's going on?" A feeling that something ominous was about to happen, the gang members who were outside approached Ellen. Contrary to the ominous premonition, Ellen began to exchange some conversations with the gang members. There was no sign of violence being used. However, not only Ellen, but also soldiers approached the other gang members one by one and began to talk. The content could not be heard. What could be going on? Just as she was about to get up and go outside herself, someone called out to her. Adriana, Debun, who seemed to have suddenly appeared, urgently approached and grabbed Adriana's arm. Debun, sir, follow me. Debun abruptly began to drag Adriana down the stairs. What's happening outside? I don't know for sure, but it seems like something's up. Debun led Adriana down the stairs quickly, as if there was something to be done, before the soldiers entered the gang headquarters. They arrived at the gang's underground warehouse. When they reached the place where food supplies and unsold inventory from the magic train shop were piled up, Debun pushed Adriana against the wall and looked at her. Adriana, don't ask any questions, just follow the path I opened for you. Yes, yes. Underneath the southern tower of Bronze Gate, the old location of our gang is connected to the royal capital's underground sewer. Debun's expression was so serious that Adriana couldn't even ask a question. Go deep into the sewer and you'll find Nuna. Nuna, why is she there? It's difficult to explain. Adriana, do you cherish Nuna? Yes, yes, of course. Adriana was grateful and appreciated Loya, who treated her precious while being bothered by everything. She now thought of her like family. There was no reason to dislike someone who unconditionally protected and cherished her. Follow the sewer and find Nuna, and tell her never to come back here. What? I don't understand what you're saying. Click, however. Debun had already manipulated something on the wall, revealing a hidden secret space in the underground wall. Why on earth would there be something like this in the Rotary Gang underground warehouse? It seemed as if someone had intentionally created it for escape. Adriana couldn't know. Debun stared at Adriana with wide eyes, as if there was no time to explain much. Deliver the message to Nunar and get out of the sewer quickly. You have to get out quickly. After delivering the message, don't stay with Nunar. Never. Thump heavy footsteps already upstairs, the ominous sound of the door opening, and a dull noise echoed. Adriana, after delivering the message, you must part ways with Nunar before nightfall. Debun grabbed both of Adriana's shoulders and spoke once more, as if to make sure she would never forget. Adriana didn't think she knew much about the rotatory gang. She simply did her part in the organization, believing she was just beginning to learn about its true purpose. However, Adriana suddenly realized that she knew nothing at all. She had no idea why there was a secret passage in the basement of the rotatory gang's headquarters. Ha! Ha! All she knew was that she had to run. She didn't know why Ellen had come to the rotatory gang's headquarters with soldiers, or what exactly she was trying to find out. She didn't know what Loya was doing in that underground sewer. She didn't understand why they had to deliver a message to Loya and part ways before nightfall. Adriana didn't know anything. Fearing that dangerous things might happen to everyone, Adriana ran and ran to fulfill the desperate request of the one who had asked for her help. The secret passage wasn't very long. Adriana slightly pushed up the manhole cover-like exit and emerged outside. Instead of the royal capital streets, a dense forest appeared before her. As it was an exit that wouldn't attract human attention, Adriana sprinted towards the distant streets of the royal capital. Chapter 433. Adriana, who had a physical condition incomparable to an ordinary person, was able to quickly arrive at the Bronze Gate Bridge Tower. However, the sun was setting. Debun had said that she had to part with Loya when night came. She didn't know the reason, but she had to meet Loya before nightfall. Before living like this, the rotatory gang had been dwelling under the Bronze Gate Bridge Tower, one of the many great bridges in the royal capital. The Bronze Gate Bridge Tower, now devoid of candy vendors, had returned to its original state as a promenade, a place people were slowly starting to avoid. Adriana could see the long passage leading under the Bronze Gate Bridge Tower. There was no sign that said no entry, and when the rotatory gang had occupied the place, beggars were always swarming around, so people didn't bother to enter. However, even though the beggars had disappeared, the deep, dark sewer could only evoke innate human fear. So, no one would voluntarily enter such a place. What is my Nunar doing in such a place? And does everyone in the rotatory gang know about it? Adriana took a different path than the numerous strolling people, walking towards the sewer. The shabby houses made of hastily patched boards that the rotatory gang had built were all dismantled when they withdrew. The sewer, where beggars used to huddle together and vomit due to cheap alcohol, was now clean as if such rats had never dwelled there. The entire rotatory gang had lived here for quite a long time. How did they survive the sweltering summers and the freezing winters? Even in this urgent situation, Adriana couldn't help but worry. In a place where it was hot when it was hot and cold when it was cold, these people with nowhere else to go huddled together and endured the heat and cold together. And Loya was the one they all believed in and relied on. In the miserable life of beggars, when gangsters ignored and threatened them as mere peddlers, Loya always protected the gang members. Eventually, Loya became so fearsome that no one dared to mess with the rotatory gang members. Before she knew it, Adriana had ventured deep into the pitch-dark sewer, where there were no lanterns. Surrounded by darkness, Adriana summoned a sphere of light and slowly walked into the sewer. The sewer wasn't a straight line. The passage was long and massive, but there were sections where it split, and Adriana had no idea where she should go to find Loya. She couldn't help but be amazed that such a vast underground waterway existed beneath the royal capital. After all, there was no reason to imagine something she couldn't see. In this long, massive sewer, Loya was somewhere. What on earth was she doing here? Adriana, fearing that she might lose her way, kept moving forward, considering the return journey. That way, she would only need to go back when it was time to leave. The sphere of light couldn't illuminate the entire vast sewer. As she walked further into the sewer and time passed, Adriana couldn't help but grow anxious. The sun had been close to setting when she entered, so night would soon fall. She had to find Loya quickly. Daybun's expression made it clear that Night and Loya were somehow related. How long had she walked? Adriana, somewhere in the sewer. A distant rumble could be heard. It was undoubtedly Loya's voice. Nuna, Adriana felt someone's presence from afar. Adriana, why are you here? A shape approached, illuminated by the ball of light Adriana had created. Now, thanks to Adriana's consistent care and cleanliness, a neat-looking Loya walked towards her. How did you know I was here? Loya, who had come close, could not hide her puzzled expression as she gently touched Adriana's face. There were a lot of soldiers at hideout. I don't know what's going on, but Mr. Daybun said you would be here. Daybun, how did that guy? And what do you mean by soldiers? Loya tilted her head as if she couldn't understand what she was hearing. I don't know, Mr. Daybun said. Not to come back to the gang at all, that's what he said. Not to come back, and what about the soldiers? I don't know. Ellen and the heavily armed soldiers were asking the gang members something, so Mr. Daybun sent me through the secret passage in the gang basement and told me to relay this message. Although Adriana didn't understand the reason, Loya seemed even more confused about the situation. A secret passage? Why is there one in the headquarters? Didn't you know? No, why wouldn't my Nuna know that? Despite the urgent situation, Adriana wanted to scream. And after I deliver the message, I should quickly part ways with you before night falls. Upon hearing that, Loya's expression hardened. It seemed as if everything that had been incomprehensible until now finally made sense. Ah, those bastards. They knew everything. Feeling a sense of loss, bewilderment, and an overwhelming surge of emotion, Loya couldn't control her expression. Although Adriana didn't understand the situation, she felt a passionate intensity. Adriana wiped her face several times. Adriana saw a glimmer of moisture in Loya's eyes. As Daybun had done, Loya now grabbed both of Adriana's shoulders. All right, Adriana, I can't explain it in detail, but I understand what you're saying. So, as Daybun said, leave here quickly, and don't go back to the gang either. Nuna, what's going on? What's happening? Adriana trembled in an unknown fear. Adriana, you need to be ignorant. You shouldn't know about things like this. In response to Adriana's question, Loya shook her head. It's better for you not to know. Nuna, I'm scared. Will we never see each other again, losing something without even knowing why? She was dragged into the nameless order for reasons unknown to her, and Olivia was nearly sacrificed. And now, again, without knowing the reason, Adriana began to sob, fearing she might not see the people she had just bonded with, including Loya. Loya clenched her eyes, as if she was trying to forcibly suppress and swallow a boiling emotion. Go quickly. I don't have time to babysit someone like you. Nuna. Seeing Loya's angry expression for the first time, Adriana stepped back a few paces. Quickly, go quickly. Night will come. When night falls, I won't recognize you anymore. Why does the night matter so much? Adriana didn't understand what Loya was saying. Something frightening was happening. Now that the chain of events had begun, the only thing Adriana had to do was run away from all of this. And she had to escape from Loya, who was now facing the night. Soon, Adriana could see Loya's expression, which had been urging her to leave. twisting into a miserable one. Damn it! As if she sensed something. From the darkness behind her, there was a soft voice echoing through the sewer. You're here. Inside the white light Adriana had revealed, someone was walking towards her. Auntie, the cloak of the sun. Ellen Artorius, holding the sword of the moon, slowly walked towards them. Loya stared at the approaching Ellen with wide eyes. Adriana could see it too. Ellen was surrounded by an aura like blue mist, and the moon's divine sword Lament was burning as if it had blue flames attached to it. Sword, master, Adriana murmured, her face pale. You, this monstrous, how did you get there? Laura was also in shock. I have a lot of questions, things I haven't been asking until now, things I thought were strange but never asked. I'm going to ask now. Ellen quietly stared at Loya, who had knocked her down countless times before. So, you have to tell me honestly. Although she seemed prepared for a fight, Ellen didn't strike first, and continued talking to Loya while maintaining her aura sword and aura armor. Loya silently looked at Ellen. She thought that the growth rate of this monster exceeded not only geniuses, but even super geniuses. Now she was already a sword master, and looking at her eyes and gestures, it seemed that she was already certain about something. The younger sister of the hero, Ellen Artorius, is it possible to escape? Number Lawyer's intuition told her. Escape was impossible. It wasn't because of Ellen's skills. Time was approaching. Black-haired kid. Addressing someone who had already transcended humanity and become an important person to her master as a kid. Defeat me. Defeat me. Without fail. Ellen narrowed her brow at Lawyer's strange words. Lawyer grabbed the still bewildered Adriana's shoulder. And then, whoosh. Ah, Nuna. Lawyer threw Adriana straight at Ellen, who was caught off guard, and Ellen quickly dismissed Lament and caught Adriana in her arms. Lawyer knew that her master had gone far away to face a dangerous task, but Lawyer couldn't accompany him, because she was born with the fate of falling into madness, unable to identify friends from foes every night during the full moon, so she couldn't follow Valia. Would the cursed fate finally become the curse of her master? Ellen didn't understand what Lawyer was saying. However, she set Adriana down, who she had caught in her arms, and summoned Lament again. Nuna. Why, Ellen? Why? Step back. Ellen silently looked at Lawyer. The night of the full moon was approaching. Dud-duck crew. Cruru. Lawyer's snout elongated, and white fur began to sprout all over her body. At that sight, Adriana's face turned pale, and Ellen clenched her teeth. Lincoln. Thrope. The white beast that had appeared during the Demon King's attack. Lycanthrope. There could be no stronger evidence. After a long and winding journey, connecting countless past events that had occurred until now, at last, Ellen arrived at a clear answer. Tears fell from Ellen's eyes. Ah, Nuna. Na. Adriana, seeing Lawyer transform into Lycanthrope, realized what she had heard. The reason why Lawyer had occasionally left for a few days. Tonight was the night of the full moon. The existence she had entrusted her heart and will to was not human. Duck, grrrr, seeing Lawyer, who had transformed into a white beast, Ellen didn't even bother to wipe away her flowing tears and narrowed her eyes. It can't be. This can't be. Why? In the world? Adriana, too, shuddered in horror and fear, falling into disbelief and unknowingly starting to shed tears. Defeat me. Ellen knew what that meant. Senior, step back. It must have meant that she didn't want to hurt Adriana, the person who had always beaten her up and had tried to kill her at first sight. Now, Ellen Artorius finally understood what the intent was back then. If so, why? Some questions were resolved, but the answers to those questions gave birth to other questions. Crew, rururu. The white beast's low growl echoed in the sewer, low but ominously. Ellen caught her breath as she looked at the white beast that had revealed its true form and had no choice but to reveal its true form. The white beast had lost its reason. Anti, towards the lycanthrope, preparing to charge with its body lowered. Wild dog Irene of the great river. No, the white wolf of that place, to the white wolf of the great river. It's going to be different this time. Swordmaster Ellen Artorius aimed her sword. Chapter 434. The quantum maze could be broken through. However, after breaking through the quantum maze, it was uncertain whether the Archlich and Antarianus would be able to enter the Akasha. The important thing was that they had no intention of letting them reach the entrance to the Akasha. I had no confidence in whether I could gain any advantage against an archmage. But what's important was the Allspringer, which made me stronger as my opponent was stronger than me. And Tiamata, the relic optimized for undead battles, with Elaris's support as well. Through those, I would overcome two obstacles and reach the end of this story. The gate incident would not happen. The Demon King would quietly disappear. As Reinhardt, I would take my real name and spend the remaining time eliminating the seeds of chaos scattered throughout the empire and continent, one by one, rooting out each possibility of chaos that I had caused, and that had been caused because of me. I would find peace of mind through world peace. I still don't know how to deal with numerous entangled relationships and lies, but I believe it will somehow work out. I'll have to think more about whether to tell the truth to those who will feel betrayed by it, and how to tell it if I do. After realizing that doing nothing was the best thing to do, I now hope that everything converges peacefully as I clean up the mess I've made. Startled Elaris, and I opened the door to the Akasha. A long corridor. In the middle of the quantum maze, someone was standing, as if they were waiting. "You've already arrived, great being." The old vampire smiled at me, holding a skull in his right hand. "It seems that you already know everything." As we knew about the Akasha, Antirianus seemed to know about it now as well. But before that, the skull held in Antirianus's right hand. I narrowed my eyebrows as I saw it. "Antirianus, what's that?" "Ah, are you referring to this?" Antirianus threw it towards me, rumbling. "Did you know who the Archlich was?" The skull rolled to my feet. "He was the remnants and leader of Cantus Magna we were looking for. It's the skull of Lucrin." As soon as it touched my feet, it turned to dust and disappeared. The skull, which turned into black powder and scattered, didn't look ordinary. "Antirianus, what do you want?" To Elaris's hostile voice, the old man bowed his head repeatedly. "Sadly, everyone in the council misunderstands me. Of course I understand. There's nothing like that." I couldn't discern his intentions from the old man's smile. "If there is, didn't I tell you before? Joy, I am fully prepared to enjoy both your success and failure, so I am entirely cooperating with you." In that situation, I had to borrow Lucrin's hand for a moment to tell you what the Akasha is and where it is. I had no intention of betraying you. So, I found out what the Akasha is, and I disposed of the now useless Lucrin. I came here just to confirm the location of the Akasha. I'm not interested in the trivial matter of becoming a god. Antirianus looked at me with a chilling smile. Amusement, just for that. He's cooperating with me, and he claims he has no interest in possessing a powerful artifact like the Akasha. Unbelievable. But Antirianus smiled at me and Elaris, as if there was no falsehood in his words. "I think the world is interesting because it's unpredictable," he said. "What interest would I have in a world where I can control everything and everything goes as planned? Becoming a god of some world is like a child's sand play, just on a larger scale. Oh, great being. I like stories where waves and tidal waves crash into sandcastles built by children, and storms rage. I like stories where a child desperately tries to protect their painstakingly built sandcastle, crying and despairing, and ultimately either achieves something or sinks into the depths of despair, unable to do anything. I want to see a story that is unpredictable but enjoyable just by watching it. But I cannot bear a skeleton deluded by the fantasy of becoming a god stealing the ending of that story. I want you to take the Akasha. You don't seem like someone who would give in to the desire to become a god. You seem to love more human, emotional, and trivial things. I like stories about risking one's life for such trivial things. Oh, great being, tell me a story that is great enough to be joyful, or great enough to be despairing." Antirianus bowed his head to me. Madman, that was the only thought that came to mind. After finding out what the Akasha was and dedicating it to me, he's helping me because he's curious about what I'll do next. Is that it? My despair, my happiness. He was saying that it would certainly be an interesting story, and he would enjoy it just by watching. Elaris bit her lip, seemingly appalled by Antirianus's sincere, yet insane attitude. "You've gone mad from the boredom of time, Antirianus. Didn't I tell you before? Lady of Tuesday." Antirianus's vampire eyes gleamed. "I've lived for an unbelievably long time. How could I be sane?" He had achieved everything he wanted and possessed everything he desired. Yet, he didn't want to die and became a vampire, living for an unbearably long time. Now, he finds pleasure in watching someone's joy or despair as his own desires have disappeared. Of course, The screams and pleas Lucrin made before his death were also great entertainment for me. The death of an old undead who had to face a futile death without fulfilling his long-standing desire. Just watching it was an unspeakable ecstasy. Antirianus looked at me. Of course, I'm not the right person to enjoy the pleasure of execution. An old monster like me doesn't suit the protagonist's role. Antirianus had been helpful so far. With this level of madness, I could actually trust him. He had no reason to take the Akasha, nor did he have any desire to do anything with it. My anger couldn't even be aroused by his beyond-the-pale malice that seemed to be just watching my success or failure from the sidelines and snickering. Anyway, Antirianus, are you saying you'll be on my side? Of course, although you shouldn't trust me too much. I can act for your happiness as well as your misery. The honesty, to the point of being disgusting, felt overwhelming. Antirianus killed the Archlich. With this, the lineage of Cantus Magna was completely severed. Antirianus still bowed his head. If you really can't trust me, you can strike my neck with that relic of purity. O great one! Antirianus exposed his neck, as if he wouldn't resist. Would he even risk his life if he couldn't witness my end? Should I kill him? Madness is unpredictable. Antirianus betrayed me at a crucial moment and reached the place where the Akasha was in no time. We arrived first and understood the truth, but we couldn't know if he tried to take the Akasha. I can't know the future, and I don't know what Antirianus is thinking. However, Antirianus has been a great help so far. Incomprehensible madness becomes trustworthy when it crosses into a level so incomprehensible. If someone is this insane, they won't change their mind for petty reasons. You crazy bastard. With this level of madness, I decided to trust Antirianus's madness. Yes, this crazy old man. Let's go together until the very end. Elaris decided to stay with the Akasha. Of course, Antirianus couldn't be allowed near the Akasha, as we couldn't know what he might do. Antirianus was untrustworthy, but he killed the Archlich, who had been a very dangerous problem. I didn't know how long he would be on my side or when he would stab me in the back, but for now he was lending me a hand. Antirianus was indeed useful, and all he wanted from me was amusement. If a powerful being like Antirianus cooperates with me entirely in exchange for being the audience of my life, it's not such a bad deal. I need to meet Charlotte first, and Ellen, too. I don't know how to explain the truth, and I wasn't sure if I should tell them about the Akasha's existence, but I had to meet Charlotte first. Through Antirianus, I returned to the royal capital using mass teleport. There was certainly a problem in explaining how I had returned to the royal capital after disappearing from the tomb of the Lich. How should I cover my tracks for deceiving everyone so far? Antirianus decided to go to the Lichs and convey the detailed situation to the Vampire Council and the Black Order. Will you be okay? They must think you're a traitor now. I think it'll work out somehow. With a snake-like smile, Antirianus disappeared into the shadows of the night. Anyway, is it time for me to worry about Antirianus now? I walked out onto a street from an alley in the royal capital. After successfully hiding the Akasha, I would have to clean up the mess I made as the Demon King, slowly sorting out the matters of the divine faith. I couldn't tell if I really had to complete the Akasha, create another world, and migrate the demons there. Sakigar would fully agree with that plan. If I took the demons to a new world, and if my ability to control the demons became even stronger than it is now, I might become a godlike being in the new world. Becoming something like a god, such a trivial matter. If I tried to do that, Antirianus might try to kill me out of boredom. As I walked down the street, I stood at the entrance of the temple and passed through the gate as I always did, but somehow, there was a strange sense of unease, different from before. Everyone seemed to be watching me, especially the guards, including those at the temple gate seemed to be watching me. As soon as they saw me, it was as if their muscles tensed up. Caution and doubt, on top of that, fear. Due to that strange feeling, when I crossed the gate and looked back, I encountered a bizarre scene. Without realizing it, the guards had blocked my retreat as if to cut off my escape. And then, Bertus, who had been sitting on a bench somewhere, slowly walked towards me. Why was Bertus here in the middle of the night? Bertus usually had a slightly frivolous smile. Unmasked Bertus had a slightly gloomy smile, but the Bertus before me now was different. He had a fierce, hardened expression I had never seen before. His face was filled with rage that he himself couldn't handle. Why? I don't understand. Surrounded by numerous knights, Bertus stared at me. I don't understand this situation at all, Bertus said as he looked at me. Why? Is it you? Bertus, filled with confusion, anger, and a sense of betrayal, seemed unable to understand this situation. Ah, so that's what it was. It felt like something inside me was breaking. Had it been too late? No. Had it been like this from the beginning, was this the fate I would face? Reaching the end of everything, only one step remained. Was it my destiny not to take that last step? Capture him. At Bertus's short command, people moved. My arms were bound, and my eyes were covered. But that wasn't all. He uses a power called spirit speech. Gag him so he can't say any nonsense. At Bertus's succinct command, my mouth was sealed shut as well. At least it was fortunate that they had only taken the flame of Tuesday among the items I had. I could still maintain Reinhardt's appearance as Sakigar's ring, which had been turned invisible, was not taken away, since it was actually a tool for concealment and disguise, as long as I didn't take out the Dreadfiend clan's heirloom. No amount of body searches would let them feel it. I was dragged somewhere by the knights. Something had gone wrong. I didn't know to what extent they doubted me, but Bertus knew something. I didn't know where or how it had gone wrong, but I now had about 100 achievement points. There seemed to be no way to resolve the situation with a rewrite. In a building at the temple, presumably deep underground, clang, clang, the sound of rattling chains echoed, and there was no way to avoid knowing when the blindfold was removed, that it was impossible to clear the suspicion through a rewrite. G-R-R-R-R-R-R, just like me. The lycanthrope with a gag in its mouth was locked up behind iron bars. Was it red fur? No, it was blood, and the original fur was white. It was a white lycanthrope covered in blood. Clang, clang, the lycanthrope bound by chains, writhed with crazed eyes. But whatever the chains were made of, they only tightened and didn't break. Loa, and the full moon, even without knowing the specific circumstances, there was no choice but to understand. Loya had been caught, and Loya had revealed her form during the Demon King's attack. Do you need more explanation? Bertus, standing next to me, asked in a cold tone. Even if I didn't know how it had come to this point, the result was clear. I was either a servant of the Demon King or the Demon King himself. Still, I used the rewrite. Even if they knew I was the Demon King, people would believe me. They would believe my intentions. The rewrite operation cannot be performed. I was destined to kneel before the mountain of lies I had built up myself. So, of course, that was impossible. Chapter 435 at Temple. Ellen was lying in bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It seems Reinhardt has returned. Charlotte, who had gone out for a moment to exchange words, returned and told Ellen. Ellen had been through several near-death experiences in the fight with Loya. Even as a swordmaster, it was difficult to deal with the power of the lycanthrope, who had gone berserk with the power of the full moon. Lament and Lapelt. Without the two relics, she might have been defeated. Battered and bruised, Ellen managed to subdue the lycanthrope and dragged her body to the sewer before passing out. The remaining tasks were finished by the soldiers and knights who followed Ellen. She was healed by the priests, but her fatigue was not easily recovered. Adriana was arrested. Ellen told Charlotte that she had nothing to do with this, but she couldn't be sure of what would happen. They pursued the truth, and after just 2 days, they reached it. It wasn't difficult to grasp the scattered clues, but dealing with the easily found truth was another matter. Ellen. Yes, Charlotte asked Ellen without looking at her. Is Reinhardt, the Demon King? Ellen continued to stare at the ceiling. He might not be the Demon King, but Reinhardt could be the Demon King's servant. But that confession, which seemed like a joke at the time, now it has become the last piece of the puzzle. All the arrows of suspicion and doubt were aimed at Reinhardt. Yes, Ellen, with a lost focus in her eyes, said quietly. That's right, surely. Reinhardt is the Demon King. Temple was silent. The news that hero Reinhardt was under suspicion of being the Demon King and had been arrested was kept top secret. Those who knew even a little of the content were keeping quiet. And the elite forces of the Empire, including Saverlin Turner, who had gone to Darkland, returned after failing to find Reinhardt and being summoned by the Empire. Of course, this included Harriet de Saintoin and the Grand Duke of Saintoin. Harriet, who had been pacing anxiously for not finding the missing Reinhardt, turned pale upon hearing the Grand Duke's words after he met with the Emperor along with Saverlin Turner. WH, what are you talking about? Father, the Grand Duke of Saintowen, was just as confused. The possibility that Reinhardt is the Demon King is very high. That's what His Majesty said. WH. What do you mean? Harriet, who had never thought of such a thing, was so incredulous that she doubted her own ears. The Grand Duke briefly relayed what he had heard from the Emperor about the investigation process of Charlotte and Ellen, and Bertus's last instructions. Harriet was not so dull-witted that she couldn't understand the whole story, but she couldn't believe it. There must be some misunderstanding. It can't be true. Father, Reinhardt is human. How can he be? The Grand Duke cautiously embraced the shivering Harriet. That's right. If there was a misunderstanding, it will be cleared up. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding, surely. In the dim consciousness, Harriet's mind was filled with Reinhardt's last words. I wanted to save everyone. There was no way that Reinhardt could be the Demon King. There was no way he could be the Demon King. But at that moment, Harriet clearly remembered the presence of an unknown but powerful magical being beside Reinhardt. Harriet blankly watched as someone walked out of the Tetra in the central palace. Save Helen Turner. Harriet saw the pale-faced Shanipal leader stepping out of the Tetra and staggering to the ground. Leader, leader. Numerous knights rushed to the Shanipal leader, who had collapsed with weakened legs. This much. There was no other way but to give everyone a huge question, suspicion, and shock in their hearts. I was gagged. It was to prevent any mischievous actions with the power of spirit speech by blocking my mouth. However, because of that, I couldn't make any excuses or say anything to defend myself. Why had I done what I did until now? What was the reason for the things I had done until now? I wasn't even given a chance for a little excuse or debate. I had done all this to prevent the gate incident, which could have destroyed the world. And now that I had found the Akasha, I had achieved my goal. I wasn't even given a chance to say that. The fact that I had the power of spirit speech, the strongest supernatural power, had now become my worst curse. As if the power of spirit speech given to me was a device to prevent me from saying anything in this situation. I couldn't say anything for myself, nor for those who felt betrayed by me. Trapped in the dark underground, I couldn't sense time, but I knew it was daylight. Loya had returned to her human form. Loya was imprisoned in the iron bars opposite me. Gagged, Loya looked at me. Ooh, ah, ooh, tears flowed in Loya's wide eyes. Did she think it was her fault that I was caught? I don't think so. The accumulated incidents were bound to reach a critical point and explode, and it just happened at this terrible timing. I couldn't know what I had to face, but since it had come to this, I just let it be. It was meant to be like this, so it would be like this. It felt like resignation. So, although I couldn't speak, I shook my head at Loya, who was crying with wide eyes. I had the freedom to move my head at least. Is it your fault? I don't think so. Did my feelings get through, instead of stopping her crying? Loya sobbed even more with an animal-like sound. Where in Temple am I? I don't know, however. It seemed that the Empire had decided it was better to keep me imprisoned in Temple rather than transferring me to the royal palace, since I was caught in Temple. Tap, tap, tap soon. The guards were replaced. They must have been knights of Shanapel and wizards of the Royal Magic Division. Just yesterday, those who had been on a mission with me were now here to monitor me, who was suspected of being the Demon King. In just one day, everything had changed. 2 iron bars. Soon, I found out who was going to monitor Loyar and me from the closest distance. Savelin Turner. She stared down at me, chained and crouched inside the iron bars. She seemed unable to comprehend the situation. Reinhardt. From outside the iron bars, she called my name. Are you the Demon King? I couldn't say a word because of the gag. It's better this way. Yes, I am the Demon King, or I could lie and say I wasn't. Even in this situation, I didn't want to say anything with my mouth. Savelin Turner stared at me with wide eyes from beyond the iron bars. Could it be, even saving the princess? Yes, it was inevitable that she'd reach this conclusion in the chain of events, even the fact that I had saved Charlotte in the end. It must have seemed like an act to preserve the soul of the previous Demon King. In my claim to save everyone, every action I took to protect someone would inevitably turn into an arrow pointed back at me. Though I understood this in my head, I couldn't help but feel despair and misery. Of course, I wasn't just being watched while locked up. Dispel doesn't work. Well, if it did, the spell would have been released the moment we crossed Temple Gate. They must have deduced that I was changing my appearance. Savelin Turner stared at me as she listened to the mage's report. Did he use a polymorph-like spell or something? Sakuga's ring, specialized in disguise, went undetected even by the mage's spells. Savelyn Turner stared at me quietly, as if she wanted to believe that I was just a human after all. But she knew that my guardian was Lycanthrope, the unmistakable henchman of the Demon King. And because I had two relics, I could not be treated as just a minion of the Demon King. They must have believed that if I wasn't the Demon King, there was no way I could possess two relics. How much time had passed? Did the Council and the Black Order know about my predicament by now? What would happen if they found out? In a state where I couldn't properly sense time, I soon faced the situation I had to confront. Your Highness! Savelyn Turner spoke with a worried voice to someone, and I heard it. Soon, a silhouette appeared in front of the iron bars. It was Charlotte. Charlotte stared at me. Open it. Your Highness, I can't. Open it. Charlotte said it twice, and Savelyn Turner reluctantly opened the iron bars. Gritting her teeth, Charlotte knelt down in front of me, who was bound and crouching. Charlotte looked at me. I couldn't fathom the depth of the emotions swirling in her eyes, the depth of her sense of betrayal. Charlotte asked me as she stared at me, "You've told me so many lies all this time. So just this time, just this once. Honestly, just for one time, just for this time. Please, tell me the truth." Charlotte looks at me. Even in a situation like this, she kneels before me and begs for the truth. Is it you? She doesn't ask what it is, but I know what she's asking. Is it the child we escaped the demon castle with? Am I the demon king? That's what she's asking. Should I say no? Do I have to lie again, even after everything that has happened? There's nowhere to run, and the truth that I am the Demon King is bound to be exposed. There's no way to go back to how things were without any suspicion. I've been deceiving Charlotte up to this point. I've lied to her more than anyone else. And now that everything has ended, do I have to lie again even when it's so worn out? No, I'm tired now. I'm tired of building up lies. I look at Charlotte. If I lie even here, it will only lead to an even greater sense of betrayal. If I deny it even here, it felt like something irreversible would happen. It's too late. I can't let misunderstandings pile up any further. I nod with the gag in my mouth. You know. Charlotte, with her head bowed, quietly mutters in a trembling voice. She was crying. What the hell did I do wrong to you? There's no such thing. Why me? Why only me? Why did you have to torture me like this? Did you hate me that much? Yeah. The Empire destroyed the demon realm, and I understand that you wanted to take revenge. But how could I? How could I have thought about you so much? You know that. But did you calculate that I would forget you and rely on you again? I wanted to save you. What did you want to do with the soul of the Demon King inside me? Yeah, it was strange. Somehow. You asked me to take you to the Spring Palace because it felt like something was going on, and you appeared just in time to stop me from going berserk. All of that was possible because you're the son of the Demon King, right? You knew from the beginning what was going on with me. I couldn't say anything about the puzzle she was figuring out on her own. If my mouth had been open, could I have said something? Is there anything I could say in response to why I didn't say anything earlier? Now that I can talk, she would think I'm lying again since I've already been caught. If we had gotten married, if we had married, did you think you could swallow the Empire? Was that your plan? Yes, she could have thought of that too. The engagement to protect her back then could be seen as a plot for the Demon King to swallow the Empire through marriage with a princess who lost the competition for the throne. It was Bertus who proposed the engagement with the princess, but it was me who accepted it. A Demon King who doesn't rebuild the demon realm but swallows the Empire, making enemies his own. Even I thought it was a plausible plan. Of course, I had no such intentions. So does that make Ellen, who stopped that situation by becoming the princess's guardian knight, a hero who saved the country from the Empire's perspective? Did I do so much, wrong to you, from the beginning to the end? She had been played, ever since escaping the demon castle, meeting me at temple, becoming close with me, having me serve as a messenger, and the countless lies piled up while dealing with Charlotte. In the end, it could only be understood as part of my ambition to swallow the Empire. So, Charlotte, in front of me, trembling with the chills of betrayal, couldn't even cry properly. Rather, you should have killed me. You should have just killed me. If you were going to make me more miserable than death, you should have just killed me. The person who saved her was, in fact, the Demon King. Knowing that, she had come to rely on someone else. But even that person was the Demon King. She had no choice but to think that she had been deceived up until now. It must have been fun, playing with me like that, when I unknowingly smiled at you, in front of you, crying, and all those moments. It was fun, wasn't it? Charlotte looks at me. Her empty gaze stares at me. All those moments when I unknowingly leaned on you for support, not knowing that my enemy was right in front of me, and being used. It must have been so ridiculous that it was unbearable, right? No, right now, my situation is more ridiculous than anything else. By poking my nose into a matter where I only needed to remain still, I ended up causing all of this. And now the downfall of everything is right in front of my eyes. My current state is ridiculous. I wish, in the world, you would die in the most miserable way possible, Charlotte mutters blankly. I wish you could die and still not be at peace, but be stuck in a place like the bottom of hell and suffer for eternity. I wish that would happen, Charlotte curses me, asking me what she did so wrong. Charlotte kept saying that in front of me. That's what I wanted to say. What did I do so wrong? Chapter 436, supported by the knights. Charlotte, who had barely made her way up to the ground, was able to face the two people waiting for her. Ellen and Harriet de Saint-Ouen were waiting. A temporary prison-like space was set up inside the temple to hold the student who had caused the incident. In the vicinity, Shanipal and the high-ranking wizards of the Royal Magic Division were on guard. The defense was so thorough that not even an ant could enter. The temporary detention center, where Reinhardt was being held now, had stricter security than the central palace tetra, where the emperor resided. Harriet still couldn't believe the situation unfolding, and Ellen wore a calm expression. However, Ellen didn't say anything, only hiding her feelings. When Charlotte asked if she could go in together, Ellen shook her head. She refused, saying she didn't know what to say to Reinhardt. Charlotte spoke quietly with dead eyes. Reinhardt is the Demon King. It's a lie. No, it can't be. Why would Reinhardt? Harriet's lips trembled, and she violently shook her head. Charlotte didn't say anything to Harriet, who was denying reality. Ellen supported Charlotte as they walked. Ellen didn't say anything until the end. Harriet couldn't turn away, staring at the detention center where Reinhardt was being held. Reinhardt had admitted he was the Demon King himself. How? Why? What did he mean when he said he wanted to protect everyone? Harriet stood still as if nailed to the spot for a long time in front of the temporary detention center building that maintained a thorough security posture. It can't be. It can't be. It can't be. Reinhardt, it can't be. Harriet mumbled blankly, as if she was possessed by something. She wanted to ask Reinhardt many questions. What had he been doing until now? What did he want? However, Harriet couldn't even get permission to see Reinhardt alone. The Emperor, Neliath de Gardiers, and Crown Prince Bertus de Gardiers sat facing each other without speaking. Reinhardt. He was thought to be the hope of the Empire, but turned out to be the Demon King. The actions he took to save Charlotte so far were in fact the steps of the Demon King trying to swallow the Empire. We underestimated Darkland and the new Demon King. The Emperor didn't respond to Bertus's words. I almost sold the Empire to the Demon King. In fact, it was Bertus who had directly proposed the engagement, not Reinhardt. Is this what it feels like to have one's throat choked? He almost handed the Empire over to the Demon King without knowing it, the hero who had saved Charlotte de Gardiers several times. That's why he allowed the engagement with the Crown Princess and even thought that was the only way to ensure her safety. But all of that was the Demon King's calculation. He would overcome the powerful heir to the imperial throne, Bertus de Gardiers, and become the emperor by disguising himself as a hero and achieving numerous feats. Or there could have been a way to make Charlotte the empress. Instead of rebuilding the fallen demon realm, he would swallow the existing empire. It was an unthinkable idea for a criminal, and the emperor and crown prince could not help but be astonished and horrified at the demon king's idea, which had almost been realized. With the power of the demon realm in my hands, I could create any number of fake achievements. I could even fabricate the achievement of defeating the Demon King and claim it for myself. Then, perhaps that frivolous plan could have been realized. Everything was meticulously calculated, the soul of the Demon King implanted into Charlotte, saving her at the right time from its corruption, and making the people of the royal family believe that no one but himself could calm Charlotte's condition. A type of revenge that doesn't destroy the enemy, but turns them into one's own. Certainly, Reinhardt could have realized that plan. Bertus and the Emperor had felt the blade reach the edge of their necks. Bertus, as well as Reinhardt. had repeatedly confronted the emperor due to the importance of their existence. There was always the option to kill the emperor and cause chaos in the empire. However, he had endured every moment of small revenge for a bolder goal. What a transcendent being with immense patience, mental strength, and a strong will. Unaware of the truth, the two had believed Reinhardt's actions had been driven by revenge. That's why, just over a year after the Demon King infiltrated Temple, the two were terrified by the Demon King's drive to become the closest aide and fiancé of the princess. They thought it was a trivial force that could be eliminated at any time. But the Demon King was not plotting from afar, but right beside them, swallowing the empire, not destroying it, while growing his ambition. Considering those who Reinhardt was close to, like Ellen Artorius, Olivia Lands, and Harriet de Saint-Ouen, it might have been possible to push me out as well. The hero's younger sister, a saint of the five great divine faiths, and Harriet de Saint-Ouen had used a magic so great that it surpassed even that of an archmage to block the falling meteor. The things that those three could do and the influence they held, their affiliation with the Demon King, was as much a disaster for the Empire as any other. Of course, it's true that Ellen Artorius played a crucial role in revealing the Demon King's identity. If Ellen and Charlotte hadn't uncovered the Demon King's traces correctly, it would have been entirely possible for the disguised Demon King to swallow the Empire. Bertus and the Emperor were mentally exhausted. To put it mildly, events beyond their wildest imagination had occurred. What to do with the disposal is a dilemma, and the most important issue remained. They had captured the Demon King, but this was not only the end of a certain matter, but also the beginning of a tremendous problem. The most important thing. First, should they publicize that Reinhardt was, in fact, the Demon King or not? Setting aside the fact that the Demon King could be chosen by two sacred relics, that alone could cause a schism in the divine faith. That's true, the gods are right. If so, since Als and Toan chose the Demon King, it could be concluded that the Demon King is a rightful existence. Although we could say the Demon King used some evil means to steal the sacred relics, even if the masses believe that story, great confusion would arise within the Als and Toan factions. It's not only the problem of the followers of the demon cult, but also the possibility that some of the divine faith faction might convert to the demon cult. Bertus and the Emperor's expressions were filled with gloom. Some of the five great divine faiths might follow the Demon King. Then, it was only natural that confusion would arise throughout the entire continent, even if not all the believers of the faiths followed suit. We could publicly execute the Demon King and announce that there are no archdemons left in the world to stabilize public sentiment. But that seems too dangerous. Indeed, we've captured the Demon King, but we haven't caught the remnants yet. And since the Demon King was able to infiltrate the temple, we don't know how far he has spread his influence. There were two important issues. We couldn't gauge the extent of the Demon King's influence. Public execution would inevitably provoke the remnants to try to rescue him. As the existence of an archdemon is absolute, demons loyal to the demon realm would risk their lives for the mission to save the Demon King. And the third issue, the Demon King didn't only plan to engulf the Empire. It's almost certain that the series of events that took place in the Lic's tomb were connected to the Demon King's forces. Is that so? The Grand Duke of Saint-Ouen said he accompanied Rosser Dwin, the mastermind behind the last incident, during the exploration of the Lic's tomb. The Emperor had collected and compiled reports from Savelin Turner and the Grand Duke of Saint-Ouen. We can't be sure yet, but it seems that the struggle was to secure a magical artifact called Akasha. Both Rosser Dwin and the master of that dungeon mentioned the Akasha. Akasha? We don't know the details. Based on the observations, there were a significant number of high-ranking vampires and wizards at the scene, and it is assumed that Rosser Dwin knows about the whereabouts of the Akasha. However, one of the Demon King's factions betrayed him and seemed to be trying to steal the Akasha. I'm not sure whether the Demon King failed or succeeded in securing the Akasha. What is the Akasha? I don't know, the Emperor added, shaking his head. But according to Turner's report, it's an object that can make you a god. It was an absurd item that would make anyone who heard about it scoff, but the struggle to possess it caused enormous chaos. Phenomena like the moon becoming dozens of times larger and massive-scale magic that could only appear in a mythical age. If such beings were willing to fight for their lives for that item, it must be true. I don't know what the Akasha is, but at this point, we can't recklessly kill the Demon King. It would be a problem if it's in the hands of the Demon King, but it would also be a problem if one of the Demon King's minions seized it, as the previous Valia had foreseen. No one can endure having a weapon capable of destroying them in the hands of their enemy, as Lunar Artorius had said, not because of greed for Akasha, but because of fear of Akasha. The Empire had no choice but to desire Akasha once they learned of it. In the end, the Demon King had to die eventually, but at this moment, he was an entity that could not be killed. Bertus headed to the prison where Reinhardt was being held captive. Reinhardt was the Demon King. That fact made him question things he had never doubted before and gave birth to numerous suspicions. However, there were also questions that were resolved. Although it had no meaning in understanding this situation, he now fully understood one thing that he could not comprehend at all. However, even if the Demon King sneaked into temple and stayed quietly, it wouldn't be enough. The Demon King had even cross-dressed. Bertus couldn't understand this at all and came to a simple conclusion. Could the Demon King actually be a woman? In other words, originally not the Prince of Darkland, but a princess. It was now certain that the Demon King had the ability to transform and disguise his body. So he used Charlotte, who had the soul of the Demon King, and took the form of a man to win her heart. It was unknown whether the Demon King entered temple to use Charlotte, but the Demon King must have judged that it was more advantageous to take the form of a man than a woman. So he took on the appearance of Reinhardt. But having been in the form of a man for a long time, it must have been so suffocating that he had a desire to return to his original form. Perhaps he expressed such inner desires through the bizarre method of participating in a cross-dressing competition. Otherwise, Bertus could not understand why the Demon King had to participate in the cross-dressing contest. Come to think of it, was that why he got along better with the female students? Although the relationship between the demons and humans was ultimately sinister, it wasn't unreasonable to think that the Demon King had gotten along with the female students because he was more comfortable with them. Amidst these various thoughts, Bertus could now draw a conclusion about the Demon King's cross-dressing, which had been annoying him without any gain. The Demon King was a princess. Then everything made sense. While scheming to plunder the Empire using the princess, deep in his heart he did not want to forget his true form. Somehow, Bertus stopped thinking. Chapter 437, the chains binding the Demon King were no ordinary chains. Essentially, these chains were made to bind powerful criminals or magical beasts, and they blocked any magical attempts made by the bound individual. Casting spells, magical reinforcement, or using artifacts. Thus, the Demon King was unable to use any form of power, except for his physical strength and supernatural powers that he couldn't control. Moreover, the numerous knights and magicians stationed inside the prison would not simply stand by and watch the Demon King's escape. In case of emergencies or trickery using supernatural powers, Bertus was doing what he had to do to be prepared for such situations and to listen to the testimony. Crackling, crackling. Ah, 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 ah. Bertus watched as Reinhardt writhed in pain, together with Saville in Turner, already for about 3 hours. With bloodshot eyes, Reinhardt was enduring the magic without fainting, his body trembling. Clank, clank, ah, 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 and in the background, a white-haired woman was also writhing. Although no magical measures were taken against her, she was wailing as if Reinhardt's pain was her own. Reinhardt writhed in pain, and the white-haired woman felt her master's pain as her own, wailing and weeping like a beast. How much time had passed? Bertus quietly watched Reinhardt, who collapsed as the pain ended. The Archmage of the Royal Magic Division, who had cast numerous spells so far, bowed his head. It wasn't torture for nothing. None of the mental magic works. Is that so? It feels like a huge barrier, as if protected by a guard. Ah, I misspoke. I apologize. Your Highness, it's true that he was chosen by a guard. It's not wrong. Since they knew that the Demon King had the power of spirit speech, they couldn't carelessly remove his gag. They had tried to completely break his mind and brainwash him before listening to his story, but the Demon King's mind was strong. As if protected by some enormous power, there was no way to invade the Demon King's mind, not even a tiny crack. Then let's ask that one. Bertus pointed to the iron bars on the opposite side. Following his instruction, the door to the opposite iron bars opened, and Turner personally untied the gag in Lawyer's mouth. Turner found it difficult to watch the traces of her desperate wailing with tears streaming down her face. What is the Akasha? I don't know. That's too obvious an answer. I don't know. Lawyer had hidden away, avoiding the full moon night. Therefore, she had not gone to the Lick's tomb and knew even less about the Akasha than the Empire did. Let's test how strong this one's mind is as well. Begin. Yes, Your Highness. The mental magic that had been inflicted upon Reinhardt now began to be inflicted upon Lawyer, crackling, crackling. Ka, ah, ah. Lycenslav's mental strength had long surpassed the level of a common criminal. However, the one now laying a hand on Lawyer's mind was not some common torturer or heretic inquisitor found everywhere. It was a grand sorcerer who had studied the field of mental magic among the best human magicians, mastering it. A venerable grand sorcerer who had no reason to dirty their hands with crude acts like direct torture on a person's mind. In other words, a being so adept at mental magic that they had no reason to do such things for trivial clinical data. Lawyer's mind could not be safe from those hands. Ah, 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 before the white-haired woman, whose mind had completely collapsed and drooled from her mouth, lost in a daze, Bertus asked, "What is the Akasha?" "An artifact that collects infinite magic." Finally, Lawyer spit out the truth she knew. "Collecting magic. I heard it grants power comparable to a god." "I don't know. I don't know more." Another keyword, magic collection. There was no reason for her to lie in such a broken state of mind. This woman clearly didn't know anything about the Akasha. In the end, they had to release Reinhardt's gag and make him speak. Bertus looked past the mentally shattered and limp white-haired woman at Reinhardt behind her. While Lawyer was being mentally tortured, Reinhardt had remained silent in the background. However, when Bertus looked at Reinhardt, he couldn't help but be surprised. Just as Lawyer had cried out in pain from her master's torment, Reinhardt was also sobbing with the gag in his mouth. His tears were red. Suffering, anger, sadness, and despair that couldn't be expressed by ordinary tears flowed down the Demon King's cheeks. Seeing Reinhardt shedding blood tears, Bertus felt an intense fear of unknown origin. The white-haired woman didn't know what the Akasha was, so in the end, they had to ask Reinhardt. Bertus stood in front of Reinhardt again, leaving the unconscious white-haired woman behind. He stared at the traces of the blood tears that had flowed from the Demon King's eyes to his cheeks. What is the Akasha? It was a simple question to ask, but the unknown supernatural power of spirit speech was a huge obstacle. He'll starve to death before I can figure anything out at this rate. Moreover, since they had gagged him to block the use of spirit speech, they couldn't give him water or food. They couldn't kill the Demon King before finding out what the Akasha was. But at this rate, the Demon King would die of dehydration or starvation before they could find anything out. However, if they carelessly let him open his mouth, he might try something with spirit speech. Spirit speech was a supernatural power. As such, it could not be dealt with or blocked by magic. Spirit speech, supernatural power, a countermeasure for it. The name of the person most needed in this situation surfaced in Bertus's mind, an immune ability user. If it was Scarlet, she would not be affected by Reinhardt's spirit speech now. In that case, no matter what happened, Scarlet could intervene. Royal Class 2nd Year B-3. Scarlet had recently begun to feel that the atmosphere at the temple was quite tense. Of course, she hadn't properly sensed any major incident. The stories about the battles in Darkland and the capture of the Demon King were being treated as top secret, so there was no way for rumors to spread. However, the sight of many more Imperial knights and magicians roaming inside the temple than usual, as well as the heavily depressed atmosphere, was enough for her to intuit that something ominous was lurking. And above all, the atmosphere in the royal class. Charlotte had not been attending classes, and at some point she wasn't even in the temple, as if something serious was going on. Scarlett couldn't know for sure about Class A, but Bertus had not been attending classes either. However, since she couldn't find out the exact situation, she could only think that the atmosphere was unusual these days. Yes, what? So, Scarlett had no choice but to question what Bertus had told her when he called her over. The explanation was long and verbose, but the conclusion was simple. They had captured the Demon King, and that was Reinhardt. Scarlett was bewildered when Bertus, with whom she had little contact, told her something unbelievable. Are you trying to make fun of me? Why? For what reason? But Scarlett couldn't find any trace of mischief in Bertus's expression. Bertus had always been mysteriously smiling, kind, and gentle to all his classmates, even though his true feelings were unclear. However, she couldn't accuse him of playing a joke when he spoke with a serious and stern expression, completely devoid of any laughter. The important thing is that Reinhardt has a supernatural power called spirit speech that's difficult to guess. So, the interrogation, if you can call it that, is not going smoothly. That's why we need your help. Ah, Scarlett couldn't understand what Bertus was saying. However, she could understand that her immunity, a supernatural power similar to spirit speech, was needed for this matter. Reinhardt is the demon king. They need her help. She couldn't understand anything, but Scarlett nodded, trembling. Yes, if there's something I need to do, I'll do it. Bertus didn't specifically mention it, but Scarlett could understand well enough that she must not talk about this matter to anyone. Bertus didn't tell Scarlett more than was necessary. Reinhardt is the Demon King. Since the Demon King uses a strange supernatural power called spirit speech, if he tries to mess around with spirit speech, while Scarlett interrogates Reinhardt, kill him. It was a simple and intuitive command. Scarlett arrived at a building inside the heavily guarded temple. Numerous knights and magicians were stationed around, and the area near the building was strictly off-limits, so she couldn't even enter casually. Reinhardt is the Demon King. Scarlett had admired Reinhardt to the point of reverence, especially since he had received Alspringer's choice. But he was the Demon King. She couldn't believe it even after hearing it. Led by Bertus, Scarlett entered the heavily guarded basement of the building, feeling like she was floating on air. What is happening? Can I really handle this? What is happening to the world? Biting her lip to avoid being consumed by fear, Scarlett soon arrived at the dungeon deep underground. She couldn't tell if the temple originally had a dungeon or if it was a hastily constructed building. The underground space wasn't very wide. However, all the knights and mages present were silently standing guard, including Shaniple's leader, Savelin Turner. Each of them, like human weapons, and among the strongest of humanity, stood guard as if to not allow any intruders, yet they all remained silent. In the suffocating atmosphere, Bertus handed Scarlett prepared water and food. He couldn't just let him die. He had to eat something. Trembling, Scarlett accepted it. Reinhardt was here. The Reinhardt who had been revealed as the Demon King. Scarlett, holding the water and bread, walked slowly down the hallway with Bertus. In the dimly lit hallway around the middle, there were prison cells and iron bars on both sides. Scarlett could see two beings, bound by chains that were undoubtedly enhanced by magic. A woman, slumped and disheveled with white hair, and Reinhardt. They couldn't be called close. He was a rough person, but he always admired his determination to never yield to oppression and stand by his will. She had looked up to him. However, that figure had now fallen to a pitiful state, bound in chains in the temple's dungeon, awaiting judgment. Were you the Demon King? Why? How come? As if facing a strange, grotesque farce, Scarlett watched Savelin Turner open the iron bars with a stern expression. The miserable Reinhardt didn't say anything as he looked at Scarlett, as if he knew she was coming. What did the red bloodstains on his cheeks mean? Had he been tortured severely? Scarlett's fingertips trembled as she removed the gag. She couldn't understand that the Demon King who disturbed the world and the miserable, pitiful Reinhardt in front of her were the same being. Thud, the gag that was in Reinhardt's mouth fell to the floor without any strength. Bertus asked, "What is the Akasha?" At Bertus's question, Reinhardt opened his mouth as if he had been waiting. Akasha is a tool of creation. It originally belonged to Cantus Magna, but at some point, Darkland came to possess it. The previous Demon King Valia tried to use the Akasha to create a new world and migrate there with the demons. And the Akasha exists in the labyrinth beneath the demon castle. But now, it's probably moved. You won't be able to find it, and even I don't know where the Akasha is now. I've lost all my memories of living in the demon realm, so I didn't know I had the Akasha until now. You must be curious about what I want. I wanted peace, peace, hee, heh, a peaceful world, heh, hee, I wished for. I don't hate humans. I wanted to save all of you, really. It's hard to believe, but please, trust me. Please, I beg of you. Reinhardt spoke softly, with a hollow smile on his face. He spoke of everything, but it seemed as if he knew no one would believe his words, unable to contain the laughter that seeped out. He revealed the truth about everything. If you're not going to believe me, you guys need to release me quickly. Reinhardt struggled to lift his head. Otherwise, the Akasha might be used to destroy the world. The Demon King, with bloodshot eyes, looked at Bertus. If you're not going to do that, at least give me a public execution, like a madman, before the situation gets more twisted. Scarlet could only stare blankly as the Demon King let out a sorrowful laugh. Heh, hee, heh. Reinhardt neither drank water nor ate bread. Watching Reinhardt, Bertus furrowed his brow. What nonsense! After finishing his words, Bertus looked down at Reinhardt, who hung his head, and said so. If you already had the Akasha, why didn't you use it? Then what was the deal with the incident in the Lick's tomb? Lost your memory, so you didn't know. What kind of convenient lie is that? Are you trying to make a fool of me? Reinhardt, has your well-functioning brain stopped working now that you're in this situation? Now you're spouting inconsistent lies not even worth considering. Let's say the Akasha is indeed the tool of creation. Let's say your father, whom I don't want to believe, tried to lead the demons and migrate to the demon realm using Akasha. And you, for the sake of peace. Ha! Let's say that was the case. Then, what have you done to Charlotte, my sister? What have you done to her? Smack. Ah, there are too many things you've done that I can't accept if you say you wanted peace. Don't you think? Reinhardt, kicked in the solar plexus, gasped for air. Bertus' words were not logically wrong. If he already had the Akasha, why hadn't he used it until now? Wasn't there another truth behind the events in the Lick's tomb? Why had he left the Akasha, which was in the library beneath the demon castle, untouched until now? And what had he been deceiving Charlotte about until now? Wasn't it an act to swallow the empire? And yet, he claimed to have wanted peace, lost his memory. So he didn't know about everything. It could only be a lie not even worth laughing at this point. Saying that the Akasha was in his hands and should be released before it was used for destruction was nothing more than a desperate attempt. And you know about the power cartridges and moonshine that you ordered to be made in the magic research department, right? Ah, yes, that too. Reinhardt, upon hearing those words, smiled as if he had just remembered. They said they'd already made it, while thinking that everything you'd done in Temple so far was all a trick, and you hid the results while making excuses about the Demon King. Yes, that's right. Ha! And so, Scarlet looked at the laughing Reinhardt with a horrified gaze. You must be using it somewhere to raise your army, aren't you? No, not at all. That's not it. Really? Then what's your excuse for that? Bertus, with a cold expression, grabbed Reinhardt's hair and forced his head up to meet his eyes. I'd appreciate it if you lied with some thought this time. The Demon King, with lifeless eyes, faced the furious glare of the Emperor. I actually know the future. Trembling with dry, cracked lips, Reinhardt spoke in a mix of despair, self-mockery, and sorrow. In the future, I mean, at the moment when the first semester of next year begins, a disaster called the Gate Incident is set to occur. And then, about half, no, more of humanity will die. I tried to stop that incident, but I don't know why it's happening. Why, I don't even know, but I do know that it will happen. Even if I suddenly say that, who would believe me? So, I searched for the reason alone, a dimensional gate connecting to another world. Is someone who knows such magic-like things the cause? Or can I go to another world first and do something? I've been doing various things, like having Harriet research dimensional magic. That's why. Power cartridges and moonshine. If I can't solve it, I'll have to fight. So I made the things they would create in the future, a little earlier, to enhance our power. That was the plan. But once I made them, it seemed like Cantus Magna would target them. At that time, I was assuming that Cantus Magna had something called the Akasha. Cantus Magna. In other words, a group of magic hunters who move with the purpose of magic itself. Slap. Bertus, who couldn't listen anymore, slapped Reinhardt's cheek. Now you're saying you know the future. Are you writing a novel or something? Heh. How? How did you know? Reinhardt, almost sobbing, let out a mad laugh while staring at Bertus with wide-open eyes. It's a novel, in fact. This world is the novel I wrote. Why do I know the future I made? I made this world. I'm like the creator. Heh. But I don't know everything. Just a tiny bit, like an idiot. Creator, that's me. Heh. You bastard. With his eyes rolling back, Bertus roughly drew the sword that Scarlet was holding. Shring, your highness, your majesty. Let go. How much more will this dog, this madman make fun of me? As Bertus tried to swing his sword immediately, Turner urgently restrained him and Scarlet turned pale. Let go, let go. Is this bastard still joking? Your Highness, you can't. Not yet, not yet. Even as Bertus lost his reason to anger, Reinhardt was still letting out a mad laugh. It's true. What can you do? It's true. How? Hee hee, hee hee. The Demon King laughed like a madman. So, my words are neither believable nor can be believed. So. The mad laughter disappeared from the face of the Demon King. Kill me before it's too late. Scarlet could only watch that scene, trembling with fear. Chapter 438. The conference room was filled with a heavy silence. No one could open their mouth easily. The meeting included not only the 5 heads of the vampire families, including Antirianus, but also Sarkigar. Elleris vouched for the fact that Antirianus, who had betrayed them, had returned nonchalantly. Antirianus was not a traitor, and he had actually killed the leader of Cantus Magna and returned. As for the whereabouts of the Akasha, Elleris only gave a minimal explanation. The Akasha was a tool of creation, and it was currently kept in a safe place. As per Valia's instructions, Elleris had temporarily moved the Akasha to another location that was connected to it. They were now gathered at Luvian's base, not at the fortress of Epiphax. Epiphax was no longer usable as numerous humans had been sent there for investigation. Everyone had a rough idea of what had happened from the traces of the collapse of Epiphax. Radia Schmidt had fought someone and disappeared, and they found out about the current situation through Eppinhauser, who informed them through Lucinil that the Demon King was now being detained in the temple. Radia Schmidt was presumed dead, and the Demon King and Loyar were being held captive in the temple. Elleris's complexion turned pale. Your clumsy compassion has endangered his majesty. Elleris couldn't respond to Sarkigar's sharp words. Clumsy compassion. It had made the small cogs mesh with the parts that didn't fit, and as a result, Valia's identity was exposed. Even if they could infiltrate using Sarkigar's shape-shifting ability, it was impossible to bring them out. So, the only option left was a violent confrontation. It's certain that the place where His Majesty is detained now would be harder to enter than even Imperator's central palace Tetra. And to attack that place, first of all, a few forces need to enter Temple as a prerequisite. Is it possible for us now to force our way through Temple and into the prison where His Majesty is trapped in its depths? No one answered Sarkigar's question. It wasn't about dealing with a guerrilla force, but invading their stronghold. It was an impossible task, and apart from the heads of the council, there were other alliances. Is there any possibility that the Black Order would help with this? Galar shook his head at Sarkigar's words. Killing Cantus Magna was the condition for cooperation with the Order, and since Cantus Magna has already disappeared, they have no reason to help us further. Rather, we should worry about them coveting the Akasha. The Black Order was not present at this meeting, since they couldn't know what attitude they would take if they found out the truth about the Akasha. After the incident at Lick's tomb, the Council had been avoiding contact with them since the Akasha's acquisition was confirmed. In fact, it was excessive favor that Eppinhauser conveyed the fact of Valia's captivity. Since the Cantus Magna issue had been resolved and they hadn't shared the truth about the Akasha, the alliance should be considered over. If anything, it was a betrayal by the Council. So, the argument that the Demon King had been kidnapped and they needed to lend their power wouldn't work, and the Order was more likely to demand the Akasha instead. There was no hope for help from the Black Order. Only the power of the Vampire Council remained. It was impossible to reclaim Valia. In this situation, Elleris, who was most responsible, simply stood there with a stern expression. Valia was about to die. Antirianus, who had been silent, grinned. How about using the Akasha? At those words, Sarkigar furrowed his brow. Wasn't the Akasha said to be a tool of creation? How would that help in this situation? That's an overly simplified explanation. Antirianus subtly smiled as he looked at Elleris. The Akasha itself is already a very powerful source of power. The royal capital and the temple probably have defenses in place to deal with such a level of magic, so solving the situation with powerful magic would definitely be difficult. But why not think about the fact that it is a tool of creation? Use the item that creates worlds, but use it a little differently. What do you mean by using it differently? For example, create only half of the world, albeit clumsily. Antirianus chuckled. Create only half of the world. Since the Akasha is incomplete, if activated now, it would probably create something infinitely close to the world, yet not yet a world. At Antarianus's explanation, Elaris bit her lip. Antarianus hadn't seen the Akasha directly nor entered it, but he had heard the explanation about the Akasha from Cantus Magna's leader, Lucren, since it was a tool of creation. There was no way he wouldn't know how it could be used. He had already heard about the method of using the Akasha and the side effects when used in an incomplete state. We'll make that world collide with our current world. A very big disaster. Something no one has ever seen or heard of. Terrifying. A truly horrifying disaster will occur. Humanity will be plunged into chaos. Castles, bridges, and houses will crumble and be destroyed, and humanity will face great turmoil. So, what will happen? It would seem like the world is being destroyed. So the countless wizards and knights who have been keeping watch around the Demon King would have to leave their positions, wouldn't they? To protect the people, to save lives. We take advantage of that opportunity. We take advantage of that gap to rescue our Demon King. They will be preoccupied with dealing with the disaster that has befallen the world. They won't have time to deal with us trying to rescue the Demon King from their clutches. Since most of humanity will either die or, perhaps due to that event, even be wiped out after rescuing him, rebuilding the demon realm will be much easier, like seeing fire, won't it? So, I suggest, use the Akasha, but deliberately use it while it's incomplete. Antarianus enjoyed watching Elaris biting her lip. Galash, Luvian, and Lucinil remained silent. Sarkigar's eyes widened. Such a method. The annihilation of humanity, the rescue of the Demon King, and reconstruction, a means capable of achieving all three of Sarkigar's desires at once was now in their hands. It seems there is no other way. No, there is no reason to choose another method other than that one. Half of humanity disappears, or even faces extinction. Sarkigar thinks there is no reason not to use such a means if it exists. But, is it possible? Luvian hesitated and said, a disaster of excessive scale will occur. Even if their goal was to save Valia, they couldn't make such a decision so easily. Lucinil sadly looked at Sarkigar. I, too, wish for Valia not to die, but do we have the right to cause such a catastrophe? Can we really do it? Sarkigar narrowed his eyes at Lucinil's fearful and concerned words about discussing the large-scale disaster. Humans destroyed our world. They killed the sons and daughters of Darkland, enslaved and plundered them, and now they try to crush our last hope, the future we have left. Don't I, have the right to destroy them in return? Who started the last war? Wasn't it humanity? Who else has the right to destroy humanity if not us? They destroyed us, so they deserve to be destroyed in turn. Don't they, since they destroyed us? We have the right to destroy them. Lucinil bit her lip and looked at Sarkigar. Luvian and Lucinil couldn't find anything to add to his justified hatred. Sarkigar believed that the sons and daughters of Darkland had the right to destroy humanity. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree with Antarianus's suggestion to deliberately use the Akasha in an incomplete state. It was the best option with no reason not to choose. Even if the Demon King died, humanity would be on the brink of extinction. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You destroyed us, so you will be destroyed too. Saying that it's wrong, that it shouldn't be that way, that they should find a path of coexistence to those who have lost everything. Such talk is nothing but cheap hypocrisy uttered by those who have not experienced such a situation. No one could say anything to the furious Sarkigar. Of course, I understand your thoughts, but it's not something that can be done just because you want to. Antarianus smiled and spoke softly to Sarkigar. Only the Master of Tuesday knows the Akasha's location, and only the Master of Tuesday can enter the Akasha. The underground library of the Demon Castle, now relocated. There are only three beings that can enter the Akasha: Charlotte de Gardias, Demon King Valia, and the ancient archdemon, Elaris. Elaris just stared at the table quietly. Sarkigar didn't know that Elaris was an ancient archdemon, but even if he knew, it wouldn't make a difference. An archdemon without horns cannot become the hope of the demon realm. Elaris, take responsibility for your despicable hypocrisy. Elaris couldn't say anything in response to Sarkigar's words. Valia, who had been trying to prevent the gate incident so far, would eventually witness the gate incident as part of a plan to save himself. As if it were fate. The pursuit of the gate incident leads to the occurrence of the gate incident itself. a miserable regret, realizing that if they had done nothing, nothing would have happened. Elleris agonized. Should I run away from the council, from everything in the world, or I could end my life myself? But what if that happened? Valia, who tried to save all humans, dies at the hands of humans. Misunderstood by everyone, he dies receiving hatred and resentment from those he loved. Her last descendant, just before accomplishing good deeds with good intentions, meets death because of her own mistake, as a price for her half-baked compassion. If Valia dies like this, and only the Akasha remains hidden in silence, the gate incident will not occur, and the world will go on as Valia intended. Is that okay? Is that enough? Her last descendant dies because of her hypocrisy. If she can save numerous beings by watching the death of that descendant, is that the right thing to do? But even if that was right, even if Valia wanted that, numerous beings could live because of it. That was justice. Should she live on by consoling herself like that? Elleris, are you going to spout such nonsense that there is a reason for all beings to live, intoxicated by the same worthless hypocrisy until the end? Yes, there may be worth in living for all beings, and there may be a meaning to their existence, but remember that the children of Darkland were also such beings. Sarkigar's words tormented Elleris's heart. He. It's amusing that the master of Huyo, who so hates and avoids slaughter, has to take on such a role. Antirianus's laughter tickled his ears. Oh, how very tragic a fate. Herihair, listening to the mad laughter of the old vampire, who seemed to enjoy the situation too much to handle, Elleris thought of an afternoon long ago. As always, it was a languid afternoon. There were no guests, and she lay on the counter, staring blankly as the boring afternoon sun streamed in. A certain languid afternoon. The shop door opened, and a boy walked in. A boy with a familiar face who carried a fireball scroll. A boy who, for some reason, had a demon's scroll. When she realized that the boy was her last descendant, when she realized that he was Prince Valia Jr. of the demon realm, for whom she had once been a tutor for a few days, Elleris believed that there was some destiny given to her. When the boy said he would save the world and that he knew the future, she believed that the destiny would be to save the world from destruction and that it would alleviate some of the weight of the sins and slaughter she had accumulated. But was that not it, the destiny given to her? The last thing she had to do was not that. She had accumulated too many sins and too much slaughter, and the hypocrisy she had built up to avoid it drove her to the brink. Trying to repay the sins of slaughter with hypocrisy, in the end, she commits a sin that no one in the world can forgive. Trying to save everyone, she kills everyone. Was that her role? Was that her destiny? Chapter 439. At that time, only 5 people in the second year at the temple knew that Reinhardt was the Demon King: Bertus, Charlotte, Ellen, Harriet, and Scarlet. A strict gag order was in place, and since it wouldn't be good for many people to know, everyone was only aware that the atmosphere was a bit strange. The story hadn't spread yet. However, everyone found it strange that Reinhardt had not been seen at all for the past few days. Both Ellen and Harriet consistently played dumb when asked where Reinhardt had gone. In those days, Ellen didn't attend any classes. She just stayed in the royal class dormitory doing nothing. Now, Ellen was sitting blankly in the corner of the training ground, leaning against the wall. She had become a swordmaster. It was a miraculous, historical event, the youngest swordmaster in history. Ellen Artorius' name would be remembered in history. But what did that matter? Ellen sat in the farthest corner of the training ground, her head buried between her knees, lost in thought. What she gained was strength, and the truth. What she lost was Reinhardt, and only Reinhardt. But Ellen felt as if she had lost everything. When she heard Charlotte's story about searching for traces of the Demon King, she hadn't really expected to find the Demon King. She just wanted to grasp at straws. But in just 2 days, she was able to find the true identity of the Demon King. The truth she wanted to know became the worst truth, approaching right before Ellen's eyes. What had their time together been about? From the beginning to now, what was the meaning of the time spent with Reinhardt? What did Reinhardt think of her? My brother killed the Demon King. He wouldn't have liked her, his sister. After getting closer to a certain extent, Ellen confessed to Reinhardt that she was Lagan Artorius' younger sister. What did Reinhardt think at that time? Considering his reaction at the time, which didn't seem that surprised, perhaps Reinhardt knew everything. As she thought, Ellen couldn't find the answer. Since Ellen played a crucial role in tracking down the Demon King, she could see Reinhardt if she wanted to. But if she faced Reinhardt, whose identity as the Demon King was confirmed, she felt like she wouldn't be able to say anything. Reinhardt's attempt to get engaged to Charlotte wasn't about choice or anything else. It was for the purpose of seizing control of the Empire. He created the Magic Research Department through Harriet to produce items to strengthen his army. Then what about me? What was I to him? What did Reinhardt want from me? If his goal was to give her such feelings of betrayal and despair, Reinhardt succeeded. The person I loved was actually the son of the Demon King who killed my brother. The son of the Demon King approached me knowing that. Was that Reinhardt's idea of revenge? I thought he liked me. I thought he would like me. That's what I believed. In fact, did he hate me more than anyone else? Did he hate me more than anyone else, so much that he wanted to torment the sister of the one who killed his father? For the betrayal, deprivation, and despair she would feel someday. Did he spend more time with me than anyone else, making me delusional? How much hatred is necessary for such a thing to be possible? Reinhardt had never shown any signs of hatred towards her, and she had never suspected that he would. The Demon King was dead, and Darkland was destroyed. The Demon King, who had lost everything and had his own world destroyed, had no reason to like the Empire and humanity, let alone her. Reinhardt had never liked her from the beginning, not even once. That's what she thought. That's what she thought. It seemed like a lie. There were countless moments and times when Reinhardt seemed to like her, evidence that he wouldn't have done so if he didn't like her. Reinhardt seemed to have liked her, as much as she liked Reinhardt, or maybe even more. Reinhardt seemed to have liked her too. There was no way that the expressions, the words exchanged so far, and the memories spent together were lies. There was no way he could have faked those feelings and words. That's what she thought. But the reality was filled with more reasons for Reinhardt to hate her than to like her. Ah, ah, with her face buried between her knees, Ellen sobbed. Reinhardt would hate humanity. Reinhardt would hate the Empire. And the hero who dealt the final blow to Darkland's destruction, he would hate Lagan Artorius. So it was only natural that he would hate and despise her, his kin. All the genuine moments that she had doubted until now must have been lies because of that. Reinhardt hates me. Then why didn't he kill her? There must have been plenty of moments when he could have killed her as she grew stronger and stronger. There were many ways he could have dealt with her without lifting a finger. Why did he let her live until now? Why did he watch over her until now? Was it because he wanted to plunge her into despair more than killing her? Because death is too easy and simple, to make her feel betrayed by the one she loved the most without dying? No. For a very long time, Ellen seriously taught Reinhardt swordsmanship. Reinhardt made efforts on his own, but Ellen's help was essential to reach his current level. Ellen had directly taught swordsmanship to the Demon King. She had been used all this time. She had diligently taught him, unaware that he was her enemy. Did it have to be her who taught him swordsmanship? She didn't know. Ellen couldn't read Reinhardt's heart or the Demon King's thoughts. All she could do was cry, because she had caught the tail of the Demon King, just like her brother had caught the Demon King. She had also caught the Demon King. Their names would be known as heroic siblings, and they would go down in history because of that. But everything was over. So Ellen had nothing else to do but cry, whimper at the sudden sound. Ellen lifted her head. Something appeared before Ellen without her calling for it in her mind. Lament! What floated before her eyes was the moon sword, summoned without being called for. Lament was summoned, but it wasn't showing its usual appearance. As if slicing the moon, the blade of the divine sword Lament, which had an eerie foreboding, was different than usual. The blade of Lament was steeped in darkness. No, it wasn't darkness. Ellen could see the twinkling lights shining within the dark blade of Lament. It wasn't darkness. As if cutting off a piece of the night sky, Lament's blade projected the night sky, a part of the night or the void of space. Such things were projected onto the blade of Lament. What is this? Ellen held Lament, which floated idly in midair. Clearly projected within the dark blade were the flickering lights of stars, the universe, and fragments of galaxies. Lament's condition was tears. Soon, sadness. Lament responded to Ellen's sadness. The true power of the relic of the moon goddess Mensis. Lament, a fragment of the night in the form of a sword. Ellen stared blankly at the void sword Lament. Ellen and Charlotte could not recover from the great shock they experienced. They did not even show their faces in temple classes, as they were too burdened even to tend to their wounds. Bertus tried to minimize the damage of the situation, collecting any remaining traces of discord or destruction and somehow dealing with the situation. The Demon King told them to kill him. However, they didn't know what consequences the death of the Demon King would bring, and the whereabouts of the Akasha were not properly confirmed. So Bertus was spending time as if his blood was drying, unable to use or not use his hands in the situation. Reinhardt's actions so far are reinterpreted on the premise that Reinhardt is the Demon King. He became close to Ellen and Charlotte for revenge. He honed his swordsmanship using Ellen. He tried to swallow the Empire using Charlotte. Developing power cartridges and moonshine was to strengthen his army. Then, finally, what was the study of dimensional magic? After all, Bertus spoke quietly, seated before Harriet. Harriet also had a desperate expression. Bertus spent his time on the upper floor of the detention facility where Reinhardt was confined. It was a dangerous place, but it was important because it was dangerous, and Bertus could not leave. Therefore, Bertus stayed here, receiving reports on the situation, summoning people, and receiving information about what he needed to know. Reinhardt was in the basement of this building. Harriet and Bertus sat facing each other in the office on the upper floor. There must be some misunderstanding, but the fact that Reinhardt is the Demon King has been confirmed. His appearance was just transformed by some magic. Not only Reinhardt's confession, but the look and expression of Lycanthrope, who was captured together, and her desperate screams every time Reinhardt was subjected to violence were more than enough evidence. Reinhardt is the Demon King. Harriet could no longer deny it. Then, what was the talk of protecting everyone? Was it just a lie to cause confusion until the very end? Harriet, unable to be sure of either, answered Bertus's questions in various ways. It was Harriet who talked about power cartridges and moonshine. When Bertus asked about the achievements of the Magic Research Department, Harriet spoke with the thought that she could no longer lie. When considering the many things Reinhardt had done, which were part of Darkland's reconstruction and revenge against humanity, there was considerable evidence supporting these stories. However, the research on dimensional magic. It was unclear what the intention of Reinhardt's obsession with dimensional magic research was. At first, he suggested it because he was curious about the existence of another world. Yes, another world. It was such an out-of-the-blue statement. But Harriet became interested and began researching various things, eventually gaining access to the Royal Magic Department's research archives. As a result, she ended up researching warp gates rather than dimensional gates leading to another world. What on earth did he want to do by finding another world? It was an excessively far-fetched idea that didn't match the actions of the Demon King. Although she dismissed it as nonsense, Reinhardt had mentioned the gate incident to Bertus. The gate incident meant that most of humanity would die when it opened. He claimed to have tried to prevent it. Of course, Bertus didn't believe him. He searched for another world to prevent the gate incident. If that statement was false, then what did he really want? Was it true that he had lost his memory of the Akasha and didn't know about it? And Rosser Dwin, a mage of Cantus Magna, whom Harriet met at the Royal Magic Research Department, his whereabouts were currently unknown, but it was confirmed that he was related to the Akasha. It seems like this story also concludes with the Akasha, but Rosser Dwin said the Akasha was an object that could become a god. Reinhardt said it was a tool of creation. If one could create a world with the tool of creation and create that world according to their own will, then the statement about becoming a god made some sense. The ancient demon King Valia had tried to migrate the demons to a new world created through the Akasha. However, Reinhardt had the Akasha and didn't know about it until now. It was impossible to tell where the truth began and ended, and where the lies began and ended. However, the Demon King said to kill him before the Akasha was used for destruction. If he was going to give up his life so easily, what had he been building up until now? I, I want to believe in Reinhardt. With her lips twisted, Harriet spoke in a despairing voice. Although she knew she shouldn't say such a thing here, Harriet covered her face with both hands and sobbed. She wanted to believe in Reinhardt. Bertus understood Harriet's feelings, how great it would be if Reinhardt was actually a good person, but that was impossible. Saint Owen. Aha, I'm sorry to say this, but will you listen? What is it? I killed your father, the Duke of Saint Owen, and crushed the entire Saint Owen duchy. I killed and slaughtered the people living there, even captured and sold them as slaves. Ha! Harriet's face went pale at the sudden harsh words. Burtis tapped the table with a stern expression. "And there's a button here. If you press this button, you can make me suffer the same fate as you did. The empire will be destroyed, everyone in the imperial family will die, and everything of the empire will vanish. Are you confident you won't press that button?" At those words, Harriet bit her lip. Reinhardt was the demon king, and humanity had taken everything from him. It was natural to hate, and if there was a mechanism to realize that hatred through destruction, there was no reason not to activate it. It was impossible for the demon king to love humanity. It was illogical for the demon king to want peace. Reinhardt was the demon king, thus he had no choice but to hate humanity. Therefore, trusting Reinhardt was impossible. As Burtis had said, Harriet thought about her own situation. Her father and her entire family had been murdered, and all the people in the duchy had died horribly, leaving the country uprooted. The last royal of such a devastated country, what would Harriet de Saint-Ouen do in such a situation? She would be consumed by a desire for revenge. She would undoubtedly commit terrible acts to get even. Even in her case, just thinking about it made her realize she would act that way. The Demon King had suffered such things from humanity. It was only natural for the Demon King to hate humanity. So, wanting to trust, Reinhardt was nothing more than an ill-fitting, foolish wish. Unable to speak of her desire to trust Reinhardt in front of the stern-faced Burtis, Harriet remained silent. However, even so, blockhead, at that time. "No matter what happens from now on, please remember just one thing," the words of Reinhardt she had heard in her faint consciousness. Harriet still wanted to believe those words. "I wanted to save everyone." The sad premonition of Reinhardt's fate in his words, the earnestness and sorrow contained in those words. Harriet wanted to believe them. Chapter 440. After Harriet left, Burtis sat in his office, deep in thought. The Demon King seemed to rather wish for death. If things continued as they were, more significant problems might arise. Why? Wouldn't it be better to survive using the Akasha? Why on earth would the Demon King pretend to care for humanity? If he had destroyed their world, killed their father, and if Valia truly died with such intentions, Valia should only hate humanity. The Demon King has no reason to consider the well-being of humans. Forgiveness and reconciliation like that cannot exist in the world. Therefore, Valia's words of wanting peace must inevitably be lies. In fact, all stories about the Akasha might well be lies. Should the Demon King be killed or spared? For now, the Demon King's minions possess the Akasha, and if they try to use the Akasha to reclaim the Demon King, some unpredictable disaster is bound to happen. The Demon King's minions use the Akasha to retrieve the Demon King. So, if the Demon King is killed, will his minions, who have lost hope, not use the Akasha? It cannot be. If the situation goes that way, the Akasha will be used for revenge for the dead Demon King. In any case, the Akasha is used. The only way for the Akasha not to be used is to release the Demon King. However, what if the released Demon King uses the Akasha to destroy the world? That would be the worst outcome for humanity, if the story about the Akasha is true. If losing his memory and knowing nothing until now is true, if knowing the future is true, if the massive disaster, whether it's the gate incident or whatever, is true, and if the Demon King tried to stop that incident for humanity, is that true? Believing such a lie is too much of a stretch. The Demon King has built up too many lies so far, making it impossible to trust everything the Demon King says in this situation. Should the Demon King be killed, spared, or released? At the crossroads of destruction, where none of these can be the right answer, Burtis felt lost. Olivia Lands returned to the royal capital. The lengthy investigation of the believers of the demon cult had just come to an end. In the southern part of the continent, the Jelkorgis Desert, the countless cities abandoned by people due to excessive desertification, were the bases of the demon cult believers. It was natural for the headquarters of the demon cult to be located in an unreachable place for ordinary people, as it used the vast, unpopulated areas of the desert as its base. The tremendous divine power of the demon cult that Olivia possessed was, in itself, an identification and entry ticket. Olivia's original goal was to kill the Demon King, who the demon cult followers believed in, even if it meant facing total annihilation. However, the demon cult followers knew nothing about the Demon King. They only spouted nonsense about the Demon King representing the will of the demons, but they had no actual connection to him. knowing that these people were just following the Demon King on their own accord. It could only be inferred that the previous attack on Rajuan by the demon cult followers was not the Demon King's doing. As killing the Demon King directly became impossible, Olivia decided to choose an alternative: the complete extermination of the demon cult followers who might side with the Demon King at some point. It was something Olivia couldn't do alone, which is why she returned to the royal capital. She intended to lead the main force of the Holy Knights and sweep through the Jelkorgis desert. The situation would become more troublesome once the Demon King made contact with the followers of the demon cult, so now was the perfect time. Upon returning to the royal capital with such thoughts, Olivia encountered a strange situation. "Olivia lands, please follow us." Before she could even reach the headquarters of the Holy Knights, the Empire's knights blocked her path. Instead of the Holy Knights' headquarters, Olivia was led into the temple by the knights. She had planned to briefly see Reinhardt's face at the temple anyway, so the fact that she ended up here didn't change much. However, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange since she was practically dragged here. Moreover, Olivia sensed something odd. Of course, the atmosphere inside the temple was tense due to the current situation, but it seemed excessively rigid. Most of the people passing by were not students, and there were more armed soldiers than usual. The knights and mages escorting Olivia also appeared to be far from ordinary. Inside the temple, in a consultation room within the main building, unable to hide her feeling of being brought into an interrogation room, Olivia soon saw someone enter. A knight from Shanipel she had seen during the Levena raid, Scott Kelton, took a seat in front of her. "I told them not to use forceful methods, but I'm not sure how it went." Olivia stared at the middle-aged knight with a stern expression. "It wasn't forceful, but what's going on? Did I do something wrong?" Olivia was becoming irritated by the strange atmosphere. She had accurately identified the location of the demon cult followers, so it was a great benefit to the Empire, not a mistake, although she hadn't reported it yet. At Olivia's words, Scott Kelton shook his head. "No, not at all. We trust you, Miss Olivia. However, due to some important facts that have recently come to light, we need to pay close attention to you." "Important facts?" Scott Kelton stared at Olivia in silence, as if deeply contemplating something. "Miss Olivia, would you summon Tiamata?" With an air of having no choice, Olivia summoned Tiamata and placed it on the table. "You share Tiamata with Reinhardt, right?" Scott Kelton had seen Olivia wielding Tiamata, which should have belonged to Reinhardt during the Levena incident. "Yes, you saw it." Olivia narrowed her eyes, as if asking why he was inquiring about something he already knew. Her irritation was gradually mixing with confusion due to the unknown situation. Scott Kelton nodded with a stern expression. "It has been confirmed that Reinhardt is the Demon King." "Excuse me." Olivia couldn't help but be taken aback by the sudden, nonsensical claim. What did I just hear? She couldn't understand the meaning of what she just heard, even when breaking down each word. However, Scott Kelton didn't provide any further explanation. "As you are essentially soul-bound to the Demon King, you are now considered a person of interest." "No, what are you talking about, Miss Olivia? I believe you are innocent. However, until the situation calms down, I recommend you stay in this headquarters." "What? Please. Miss Olivia, we don't want to do this either." Scott Kelton left the consultation room. Olivia was dumbfounded, unable to grasp the current situation. Soon, Olivia left the consultation room and was escorted by the knights to a staff dormitory in the headquarters. It was more like imprisonment than escorting. Not only Olivia, but a knight from Shanapel also started staying in the dormitory. It was obvious that they were monitoring her. "What's going on? I need to know the situation too. Just saying that Reinhardt is the Demon King doesn't give me any explanation." The one assigned to monitor her wasn't Scott Kelton, but a member of the Shanapel Knights, the strongest knights of the Empire. Thus, it was evident that they were capable of suppressing Olivia in case of emergency, and this wasn't the only person. The Shanapel Knights stared at Olivia with a stern expression. "As it is, Olivia, Reinhardt, the bearer of the Allspringer and Tiamata, has infiltrated Temple as the Demon King, and this fact has recently been revealed. He is currently imprisoned within Temple, and discussions are underway to determine his fate." The explanation was longer than what Scott Kelton had given, but Olivia still couldn't understand it. "And Miss Olivia, you were rescued by the Demon King's forces during the Rivria Land's death incident, but you have been hiding this fact ever since, whether it was your intention or not. Considering that you share Tiamata with the Demon King, the Empire has decided that it is necessary to monitor you. Miss Olivia, if you stay quiet for a few days, there won't be any problems. In the end, there was a possibility that Olivia was not an accomplice of the Demon King, but because of that possibility, the Empire decided to keep her under surveillance until the Demon King's punishment was determined. Olivia swallowed hard. Something was definitely off. Most of the strange happenings were beyond Olivia's comprehension. However, the one sentence that lingered in her mind, Reinhardt was the Demon King. That's why she, who shares Tiamata with the Demon King, is bound to be suspected. Also, she was at the scene when Riveria Lands was killed, but she had been hiding that fact. Because of that, she couldn't help but be suspected of being in league with the Demon King. Olivia could barely understand up to this point. Reinhardt, the Demon King. Accepting that one truth would make all the scattered puzzle pieces that had been complicating Olivia's life fit together. That day, Olivia had been tormented by her inability to understand the Demon King's actions. Why did he save me? Did he save me, the illegitimate child, while trying to kill Riveria Lands? Why? Attacking the Nameless Order would only benefit the Empire. Why would he do something beneficial for the Empire? Olivia had been confused because she couldn't understand the Demon King's intentions. But if Reinhardt was the Demon King, then everything makes sense. He was trying to protect her. There was no other reason. Somehow, Reinhardt knew that Olivia was in danger. That's why he led his forces to attack the Riveria Lands. The Nameless Order and Riveria Lands himself had no meaning to him. It was a story about saving Olivia and Adriana simply because they were in danger. The last piece of the puzzle fell into place. The Demon King and Reinhardt. Understanding and accepting all situations became possible if the two were the same. Olivia thought that if the attack on Rajuan by the followers of the demon cult was the work of the Demon King, then the Demon King would be an evil being. However, she now knows that the followers of the demon cult actually had nothing to do with the Demon King. Reinhardt wouldn't choose me. He wouldn't look at me. He always looked elsewhere. Even though I express my feelings for him like this, he always turns away from me. It's heartbreaking. That's what she thought. But it wasn't true. Reinhardt had already saved her by taking a huge risk. He had done so initially and had done so again this time. Reinhardt had saved her twice. What did it mean when he said he'd do anything for me even though he didn't look at me? What did it mean when he said he was on my side even though G didn't choose me? It was a worthless statement. In places she didn't know, Reinhardt had already saved her. He risked his life and mobilized his small forces to face the elite Holy Knights. He even took the risk of revealing his identity. While she swore to save Reinhardt with words only, Reinhardt had actually saved Olivia, and he hadn't shown any sign of it until now. Despite that, she felt heartbroken. Despite that, she felt hurt. Despite that, she complained that he wouldn't look at her. Olivia's face turned pale, and she opened her mouth in a daze. How hurt he must have been. How ridiculous it must have been. How hurt he must have been every time she complained. He must have been burning inside because he couldn't reveal the truth. Upon learning what Reinhardt had sacrificed for her, Olivia didn't care whether he was the Demon King or not. Rather, as she began to understand the incomprehensible events, her heart became even stronger. The words from that time, now one part of it couldn't be kept. Because Reinhardt was the Demon King. She couldn't hurt Reinhardt, the Demon King. No matter what happens, even if the world turns upside down, even if the world tries to hurt him, no matter what happens, she decided to protect Reinhardt. The world was trying to kill Reinhardt, the Demon King. So, Olivia had to protect the Demon King. She stared quietly at the silent Shaniple Knight. The knight stared back at Olivia. The Empire was suspicious of Olivia. They thought she might be on the Demon King's side. Not until now. Olivia was on neither the human side nor the demon side, only on Reinhardt's side. Reinhardt was imprisoned somewhere in Temple. For reasons unknown, the Empire wouldn't kill the Demon King immediately. A few days of grace. However, Olivia was now unable to shake off the watchful eyes of the Shaniple Knight in front of her, let alone her own surveillance. So, it was impossible to break through the place where Reinhardt, who would undoubtedly have more thorough defenses, was imprisoned. It would be certain death. She could risk her life for Reinhardt, but she didn't want to choose certain death with no possibility of success. She had to stake her life on a method with at least some chance of success. She couldn't save Reinhardt by herself. Then, she didn't have to be alone to save Reinhardt. She just had to not be alone. Please call the commander of the Holy Knights. Pardon, at Olivia's words. The Shanaple Knight in charge of surveillance tilted his head. As the champion of Toan, and the one responsible for the future of the five great divine faiths, I must report this issue to the Divine Order and discuss our response and stance on this situation. Right now. Miss Olivia, what are you talking about? You should bear in mind that you are not detaining a mere temple student, but exerting political pressure on the champion of Toan, who represents the will of the five great divine faiths. What are you saying? Miss Olivia, this is not such an issue. The Demon King is the champion chosen by Als and Toan. Not only the interpretation of doctrine, but also religious trials must be conducted to determine whether there was any foul play in that selection. All the five great divine faiths must gather and discuss whether there is meaning in the God's choice of the Demon King, or if there is some evil trickery involved. Olivia intended to turn this issue into a political matter. It was not a problem between humans and demons. It was a problem between gods and humans. You can silence me, but you should remember that keeping me detained like this will eventually lead to a great discord between the Empire and the Divine Order. If you don't let me report this issue to the Order, you might have to wage war with us later. So call the commander of the Holy Knights before I try to leave here on my own. I will make it happen. That was what Olivia's eyes were saying. And besides, I can't take you all on if you think I can't even try to escape. Olivia looked out the window and smirked viciously. That would be a huge mistake. With a sinister smile, Olivia stared at the increasingly uncomfortable Shanaple Knight. In her imprisoned state, Olivia was actually threatening her captors.